Chapter 1 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 1. Cedric himself knew nothing whatever about it. It had never been even mentioned to him. He knew that his papa had been an Englishman, because his mamma had told him so. But then his papa had died when he was so little a boy that he could not remember very much about him, except that he was big and had blue eyes and a long mustache, and that it was a splendid thing to be carried around the room on his shoulder. Since his papa's death, Cedric had found out that it was best not to talk to his mamma about him. When his father was ill, Cedric had been sent away, and when he had returned everything was over, and his mother, who had been very ill too, was only just beginning to sit in her chair by the window. She was pale and thin, and all the dimples had gone from her pretty face, and her eyes looked large and mournful, and she was dressed in black. "Dearest," said Cedric. His papa had called her that always, and so the little boy had learned to say it. "Dearest, is my papa better?" He felt her arms tremble, and so he turned his curly head and looked in her face. There was something in it that made him feel that he was going to cry. "Dearest," he said, "is he well?" Then suddenly his loving little heart told him that he'd better put both his arms around her neck and kiss her again and again, and keep his soft cheek close to hers, and he did so, and she laid her face on his shoulder and cried bitterly, holding him as if she could never let him go again. "Yes, he is well," she sobbed. "He is quite, quite well. But we have no one left but each other, no one at all." Then, little as he was, he understood that his big, handsome young papa would not come back any more, that he was dead, as he had heard of other people being, although he could not comprehend exactly what strange thing had brought all this sadness about. It was because his mamma always cried when he spoke of his papa that he secretly made up his mind it was better not to speak of him very often. And he found out, too, that it was better not to let her sit still and look into the fire or out of the window without moving or talking. He and his mamma knew very few people, and lived what might have been thought very lonely lives, although Cedric did not know it was lonely until he grew older and heard why it was they had no visitors. Then he was told that his mamma was an orphan and quite alone in the world when his papa had married her. She was very pretty, and had been living as companion to a rich old lady who was not kind to her. And one day Captain Cedric Errol, who was calling at the house, saw her run up the stairs with tears on her eyelashes, and she looked so sweet and innocent and sorrowful that the captain could not forget her. And after many strange things had happened, they knew each other well, and loved each other dearly, and were married, although their marriage brought them the ill will of several persons. The one who was most angry of all, however, was the captain's father, who lived in England, and was a very rich and important old nobleman, with a very bad temper and a very violent dislike to America and Americans. He had 2 sons older than Captain Cedric, and it was the law that the elder of these sons should inherit the family title and estates, which were very rich and splendid. If the eldest son died, the next one would be heir. So, though he was a member of such a great family, there was little chance that Captain Cedric would be very rich himself. But it so happened that Nature had given to the youngest son gifts which she had not bestowed upon his elder brothers. He had a beautiful face, and a fine, strong, graceful figure. He had a bright smile and a sweet, gay voice. He was brave and generous, and had the kindest heart in the world, and seemed to have the power to make every one love him. And it was not so with his elder brothers. Neither of them was handsome or very kind or clever. When they were boys at Eton they were not popular. When they were at college they cared nothing for study, and wasted both time and money, and made few real friends. The old Earl, their father, was constantly disappointed and humiliated by them. His heir was no honor to his noble name, and did not promise to end in being anything but a selfish, wasteful, insignificant man, with no manly or noble qualities. It was very bitter, the old Earl thought, that the son who was only third, and would have only a very small fortune, should be the one who had all the gifts, and all the charms, and all the strength and beauty. Sometimes he almost hated the handsome young man because he seemed to have the good things which should have gone with the stately title and the magnificent estates. And yet in the depths of his proud, stubborn old heart he could not help caring very much for his youngest son. It was in one of his fits of petulance that he sent him off to travel in America. He thought he would send him away for a while, so that he should not be made angry by constantly contrasting him with his brothers, who were at that time giving him a great deal of trouble by their wild ways. But after about 6 months he began to feel lonely, and longed in secret to see his son again, so he wrote to Captain Cedric and ordered him home. The letter he wrote crossed on its way a letter the captain had just written to his father, telling of his love for the pretty American girl and of his intended marriage. And when the Earl received that letter he was furiously angry. Bad as his temper was, he had never given way to it in his life as he gave way to it when he read the captain's letter. His valet, who was in the room when it came, thought his lordship would have a fit of apoplexy, he was so wild with anger. For an hour he raged like a tiger, and then he sat down and wrote to his son, and ordered him never to come near his old home, nor to write to his father or brothers again. He told him he might live as he pleased and die where he pleased, that he should be cut off from his family forever, and that he need never expect help from his father as long as he lived. The captain was very sad when he read the letter. He was very fond of England, and he dearly loved the beautiful home where he had been born. He had even loved his ill-tempered old father, and had sympathized with him in his disappointments, but he knew he need expect no kindness from him in the future. At first he scarcely knew what to do. He had not been brought up to work, and had no business experience, but he had courage and plenty of determination. So he sold his commission in the English army, and after some trouble found a situation in New York and married. The change from his old life in England was very great, but he was young and happy, and he hoped that hard work would do great things for him in the future. He had a small house on a quiet street, and his little boy was born there, and everything was so gay and cheerful in a simple way that he was never sorry for a moment that he had married the rich old lady's pretty companion, just because she was so sweet, and he loved her, and she loved him. She was very sweet indeed, and her little boy was like both her and his father. Though he was born in so quiet and cheap a little home, it seemed as if there never had been a more fortunate baby. In the first place, he was always well, and so he never gave any one trouble. In the second place, he had so sweet a temper, and ways so charming, that he was a pleasure to every one. And in the third place, he was so beautiful to look at that he was quite a picture. Instead of being a bald-headed baby, he started in life with a quantity of soft, fine, gold-colored hair, which curled up at the ends, and went into loose rings by the time he was 6 months old. He had big brown eyes and long eyelashes, and a darling little face. He had so strong a back and such splendid sturdy legs that at 9 months he learned suddenly to walk. His manners were so good for a baby that it was delightful to make his acquaintance. He seemed to feel that every one was his friend, and when any one spoke to him when he was in his carriage in the street, he would give the stranger one sweet, serious look with the brown eyes, and then follow it with a lovely friendly smile, and the consequence was that there was not a person in the neighborhood of the quiet street where he lived, even to the groceryman at the corner, who was considered the crossest creature alive, who was not pleased to see him and speak to him. And every month of his life he grew handsomer and more interesting. When he was old enough to walk out with his nurse, dragging a small wagon and wearing a short white kilt skirt, and a big white hat set back on his curly yellow hair, he was so handsome and strong and rosy that he attracted every one's attention, and his nurse would come home and tell his mamma stories of the ladies who had stopped their carriages to look at and speak to him, and of how pleased they were when he talked to them in his cheerful little way, as if he had known them always. His greatest charm was his cheerful, fearless, quaint little way of making friends with people. I think it arose from his having a very confiding nature, and a kind little heart that sympathized with every one, and wished to make every one as comfortable as he liked to be himself. It made him very quick to understand the feelings of those about him. Perhaps this had grown on him, too, because he had lived so much with his father and mother, who were always loving and considerate and tender and well-bred. He had never heard an unkind or uncourteous word spoken at home. He had always been loved and caressed and treated tenderly, and so his childish soul was full of kindness and innocent warm feeling. He had always heard his mamma called by pretty, loving names, and so he used them himself when he spoke to her. He had always seen that his papa watched over her and took great care of her, and so he learned, too, to be careful of her. So when he knew his papa would come back no more, and saw how very sad his mamma was, there gradually came into his kind little heart the thought that he must do what he could to make her happy. He was not much more than a baby, but that thought was in his mind whenever he climbed upon her knee and kissed her and put his curly head on her neck, and when he brought his toys and picture books to show her, and when he curled up quietly by her side as she used to lie on the sofa. He was not old enough to know of anything else to do, so he did what he could, and was more of a comfort to her than he could have understood. "Oh, Mary," he heard her say once to her old servant, "I am sure he is trying to help me in his innocent way. I know he is. He looks at me sometimes with a loving, wondering little look, as if he were sorry for me, and then he will come and pet me or show me something. He is such a little man, I really think he knows." As he grew older, he had a great many quaint little ways which amused and interested people greatly. He was so much of a companion for his mother that she scarcely cared for any other. They used to walk together and talk together and play together. When he was quite a little fellow he learned to read, and after that he used to lie on the hearth rug in the evening and read aloud, sometimes stories, and sometimes big books such as older people read, and sometimes even the newspaper. And often at such times Mary in the kitchen would hear Mrs. Errol laughing with delight at the quaint things he said. "And indade," said Mary to the groceryman, "nobody could help laughin' at the quare little ways of him, and his old fashioned sayin's. Didn't he come into my kitchen the noight the new President was nominated, and shtand afore the fire, lookin' loike a picture, wid his hands in his shmall pockets, and his innocent bit of face as serious as a judge? And says he to me, 'Mary,' says he, 'I'm very much interested in the 'lection,' says he. 'I'm a publican, and so is Dearest. Are you a publican, Mary?' 'Sorra a bit,' says I. 'I'm the bist of Dimocrats.' And he looks up at me wid a look that 'ud go to your heart, and says he, 'Mary,' says he, 'the country will go to ruin.' And niver a day since thin has he let go by widout arguin' wid me to change me politics." Mary was very fond of him, and very proud of him, too. She had been with his mother ever since he was born, and after his father's death had been cook and housemaid and nurse and everything else. She was proud of his graceful, strong little body and his pretty manners, and especially proud of the bright curly hair which waved over his forehead and fell in charming lovelocks on his shoulders. She was willing to work early and late to help his mamma make his small suits and keep them in order. "'Ristocratic, is it?' she would say. 'Faith, and I'd loike to see the child on Fifth Avenoo, and looks loike him and shteps out as handsome as hisself, and ivery man, woman, and choild lookin' after him in his bit o' black velvet skirt made out o' the missus's old gownd, and his little head up, and his curly hair flyin' and shinin'. It's loike a young lord he looks.'" Cedric did not know that he looked like a young lord. He did not know what a lord was. His greatest friend was the groceryman at the corner, the cross groceryman who was never cross to him. His name was Mr. Hobbs, and Cedric admired and respected him very much. He thought him a very rich and powerful person. He had so many things in his store, prunes and figs and oranges and biscuits, and he had a horse and wagon. Cedric was fond of the milkman and the baker and the apple woman, but he liked Mr. Hobbs best of all, and was on terms of such intimacy with him that he went to see him every day, and often sat with him quite a long time, discussing the topics of the hour. It was quite surprising how many things they found to talk about. The 4th of July, for instance. When they began to talk about the 4th of July, there really seemed no end to it. Mr. Hobbs had a very bad opinion of the British, and he told the whole story of the Revolution, relating very wonderful and patriotic stories about the villainy of the enemy and the bravery of the Revolutionary heroes, and he even generously repeated part of the Declaration of Independence. Cedric was so excited that his eyes shone and his cheeks were red and his curls were all rubbed and tumbled into a yellow mop. He could hardly wait to eat his dinner after he went home, he was so anxious to tell his mamma. It was perhaps Mr. Hobbs who gave him his first interest in politics. Mr. Hobbs was fond of reading the newspapers, and so Cedric heard a great deal about what was going on in Washington, and Mr. Hobbs would tell him whether the President was doing his duty or not. And once, when there was an election, he found it all quite grand, and probably but for Mr. Hobbs and Cedric the country might have been wrecked. Mr. Hobbs took him to see a great torchlit procession, and many of the men who carried torches remembered afterward a stout man who stood near a lamp post and held on his shoulder a handsome little shouting boy, who waved his cap in the air. It was not long after this election, when Cedric was between 7 and 8 years old, that the very strange thing happened which made so wonderful a change in his life. It was quite curious, too, that the day it happened he had been talking to Mr. Hobbs about England and the Queen, and Mr. Hobbs had said some very severe things about the aristocracy, being specially indignant against earls and marquises. It had been a hot morning, and after playing soldiers with some friends of his, Cedric had gone into the store to rest, and had found Mr. Hobbs looking very fierce over a piece of the Illustrated London News, which contained a picture of some court ceremony. "Ah," he said, "that's the way they go on now, but they'll get enough of it some day, when those they've trod on rise and blow 'em sky high, earls and marquises and all. It's coming, and they may look out for it." Cedric had perched himself as usual on the high stool, and pushed his hat back, and put his hands in his pocket in delicate compliment to Mr. Hobbs. "Did you ever know many marquises, Mr. Hobbs?" Cedric inquired, "or earls?" "No," answered Mr. Hobbs, with indignation. "I guess not. I'd like to catch one of 'em inside here, that's all. I'll have no grasping tyrants sitting round on my cracker barrels." And he was so proud of the sentiment that he looked around proudly and mopped his forehead. "Perhaps they wouldn't be earls if they knew any better," said Cedric, feeling some vague sympathy for their unhappy condition. "Wouldn't they?" said Mr. Hobbs. "They just glory in it. It's in 'em they're a bad lot." They were in the midst of their conversation when Mary appeared. Cedric thought she had come to buy some sugar, perhaps, but she had not. She looked almost pale, as if she were excited about something. "Come home, darlint," she said. "The mistress is wantin' yez." Cedric slipped down from his stool. "Does she want me to go with her, Mary?" he asked. "Good morning, Mr. Hobbs. I'll see you again." He was surprised to see Mary staring at him in a dumbfounded fashion, and he wondered why she kept shaking her head. "What's the matter, Mary?" he said. "Is it the hot weather?" "No," said Mary, "but there's strange things happenin' to us." "Has the sun given Dearest a headache?" he inquired anxiously. But it was not that. When he reached his own house, there was a coupe standing before the door, and some one was in the little parlor talking to his mamma. Mary hurried him upstairs and put on his best summer suit of cream-colored flannel, with the red scarf around his waist, and combed out his curly locks. "Lords, is it?" he heard her say. "And the nobility and gentry? Och, bad cess to them! Lords, indade, worse luck!" It was really very puzzling, but he felt sure his mamma would tell him what all the excitement meant, so he allowed Mary to bemoan herself without asking any questions. When he was dressed, he ran downstairs and went into the parlor. A tall, thin old gentleman with a sharp face was sitting in an armchair. His mother was standing near by with a pale face, and he saw that there were tears in her eyes. "Oh, Ceddie!" she cried out, and ran to her little boy, and caught him in her arms, and kissed him in a frightened, troubled way. "Oh, Ceddie, darling!" The tall old gentleman arose from his chair and looked at Cedric with his sharp eyes. He rubbed his thin chin with his bony hand as he looked. He seemed not at all displeased. "And so," he said at last slowly, "and so this is little Lord Fauntleroy." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 2. There was never a more amazed little boy than Cedric during the week that followed. There was never so strange or so unreal a week. In the first place, the story his mamma told him was a very curious one. He was obliged to hear it 2 or 3 times before he could understand it. He could not imagine what Mr. Hobbs would think of it. It began with earls. His grandpapa, whom he had never seen, was an earl, and his eldest uncle, if he had not been killed by a fall from his horse, would have been an earl too in time. And after his death, his other uncle would have been an earl if he had not died suddenly in Rome of a fever. After that, his own papa, if he had lived, would have been an earl. But since they all had died and only Cedric was left, it appeared that he was to be an earl after his grandpapa's death, and for the present he was Lord Fauntleroy. He turned quite pale when he was first told of it. "Oh, dearest," he said, "I should rather not be an earl. None of the boys are earls. Can't I not be one?" But it seemed to be unavoidable. And when, that evening, they sat together by the open window looking out into the shabby street, he and his mother had a long talk about it. Cedric sat on his footstool, clasping one knee in his favorite attitude and wearing a bewildered little face, rather red from the exertion of thinking. His grandfather had sent for him to come to England, and his mamma thought he must go. "Because," she said, looking out of the window with sorrowful eyes, "I know your papa would wish it to be so, Ceddie. He loved his home very much, and there are many things to be thought of that a little boy can't quite understand. I should be a selfish little mother if I did not send you. When you are a man, you will see why." Ceddie shook his head mournfully. "I shall be very sorry to leave Mr. Hobbs," he said. "I'm afraid he'll miss me, and I shall miss him, and I shall miss them all." When Mr. Havisham, who was the family lawyer of the Earl of Dorincourt, and who had been sent by him to bring Lord Fauntleroy to England, came the next day, Cedric heard many things, but somehow it did not console him to hear that he was to be a very rich man when he grew up, and that he would have castles here and castles there, and great parks, and deep mines, and grand estates and tenantry. He was troubled about his friend Mr. Hobbs, and he went to see him at the store soon after breakfast in great anxiety of mind. He found him reading the morning paper, and he approached him with a grave demeanor. He really felt it would be a great shock to Mr. Hobbs to hear what had befallen him, and on his way to the store he had been thinking how it would be best to break the news. "Hello," said Mr. Hobbs. "Mornin'." "Good morning," said Cedric. He did not climb up on the high stool as usual, but sat down on a cracker box and clasped his knee, and was so silent for a few moments that Mr. Hobbs finally looked up inquiringly over the top of his newspaper. "Hello," he said again. Cedric gathered all his strength of mind together. "Mr. Hobbs," he said, "do you remember what we were talking about yesterday morning?" "Well," replied Mr. Hobbs, "seems to me it was England." "Yes," said Cedric, "but just when Mary came for me, you know." Mr. Hobbs rubbed the back of his head. "We was mentioning Queen Victoria and the aristocracy." "Yes," said Cedric, rather hesitatingly, and earls, don't you know." "Why, yes," returned Mr. Hobbs, "we did touch 'em up a little. That's so." Cedric flushed up to the curly bang on his forehead. Nothing so embarrassing as this had ever happened to him in his life. He was a little afraid that it might be a trifle embarrassing to Mr. Hobbs, too. "You said," he proceeded, "that you wouldn't have them sittin' round on your cracker barrels." "So I did," returned Mr. Hobbs stoutly, "and I meant it. Let 'em try it, that's all." "Mr. Hobbs," said Cedric, "one is sitting on this box now." Mr. Hobbs almost jumped out of his chair. "What!" he exclaimed. "Yes," Cedric announced with due modesty. "I am one, or I'm going to be. I won't deceive you." Mr. Hobbs looked agitated. He rose up suddenly and went to look at the thermometer. "The mercury's got into your head!" he exclaimed, turning back to examine his young friend's countenance. "It is a hot day. How do you feel? Got any pain? When did you begin to feel that way?" He put his big hand on the little boy's hair. This was more embarrassing than ever. "Thank you," said Ceddie. "I'm all right. There is nothing the matter with my head. I'm sorry to say it's true, Mr. Hobbs. That was what Mary came to take me home for. Mr. Havisham was telling my mamma, and he is a lawyer." Mr. Hobbs sank into his chair and mopped his forehead with his handkerchief. "One of us has got a sunstroke!" he exclaimed. "No," returned Cedric, "we haven't. We shall have to make the best of it, Mr. Hobbs. Mr. Havisham came all the way from England to tell us about it. My grandpapa sent him." Mr. Hobbs stared wildly at the innocent, serious little face before him. "Who is your grandfather?" he asked. Cedric put his hand in his pocket and carefully drew out a piece of paper on which something was written in his own round, irregular hand. "I couldn't easily remember it, so I wrote it down on this," he said, and he read aloud slowly: "John Arthur Molyneux Errol, Earl of Dorincourt. That is his name, and he lives in a castle, in 2 or 3 castles, I think. And my papa, who died, was his youngest son, and I shouldn't have been a lord or an earl if my papa hadn't died, and my papa wouldn't have been an earl if his 2 brothers hadn't died. But they all died, and there was no one but me, no boy, and so I have to be one, and my grandpapa has sent for me to come to England." Mr. Hobbs seemed to grow hotter and hotter. He mopped his forehead and his bald spot and breathed hard. he began to see that something very remarkable had happened. But when he looked at the little boy sitting on the cracker box, with the innocent, anxious expression in his childish eyes, and saw that he was not changed at all, but was simply as he had been the day before, just a handsome, cheerful, brave little fellow in a blue suit and a red neck ribbon, all this information about the nobility bewildered him. He was all the more bewildered because Cedric gave it with such ingenuous simplicity, and plainly without realizing himself how stupendous it was. "What did you say your name was?" Mr. Hobbs inquired. "It's Cedric Errol, Lord Fauntleroy," answered Cedric. "That was what Mr. Havisham called me. He said when I went into the room, and so this is little Lord Fauntleroy." "Well," said Mr. Hobbs, "I'll be jiggered!" This was an exclamation he always used when he was very much astonished or excited. He could think of nothing else to say just at that puzzling moment. Cedric felt it to be quite a proper and suitable ejaculation. His respect and affection for Mr. Hobbs was so great that he admired and approved of all his remarks. He had not seen enough of society as yet to make him realize that sometimes Mr. Hobbs was not quite conventional. He knew, of course, that he was different from his mamma, but then his mamma was a lady, and he had an idea that ladies were always different from gentlemen. He looked at Mr. Hobbs wistfully. "England is a long way off, isn't it?" he asked. "It's across the Atlantic Ocean," Mr. Hobbs answered. "That's the worst of it," said Cedric. "Perhaps I shall not see you again for a long time. I don't like to think of that, Mr. Hobbs." "The best of friends must part," said Mr. Hobbs. "Well," said Cedric, "we have been friends for a great many years, haven't we?" "Ever since you were born," Mr. Hobbs answered. "You was about 6 weeks old when you was first walked out on this street." "Ah," remarked Cedric with a sigh, "I never thought I should have to be an earl then." "You think," said Mr. Hobbs, "there's no getting out of it?" "I'm afraid not," answered Cedric. "My mamma says that my papa would wish me to do it. But if I have to be an earl, there's one thing I can do. I can try to be a good one. I'm not going to be a tyrant, and if there is ever to be another war with America, I shall try to stop it." His conversation with Mr. Hobbs was a long and serious one. Once having got over the first shock, Mr. Hobbs was not so rancorous as might have been expected. He endeavored to resign himself to the situation, and before the interview was at an end he had asked a great many questions. As Cedric could answer but a few of them, he endeavored to answer them himself, and being fairly launched on the subject of earls and marquises and lordly estates, explained many things in a way which would probably have astonished Mr. Havisham could that gentleman have heard it. But then there were many things which astonished Mr. Havisham. He had spent all his life in England, and was not accustomed to American people and American habits. He had been connected professionally with the family of the Earl of Dorincourt for nearly 40 years, and he knew all about its grand estates and its great wealth and importance, and in a cold, businesslike way he felt an interest in this little boy who in the future was to be the master and owner of them all, the future Earl of Dorincourt. He had known all about the old Earl's disappointment in his elder sons, and all about his fierce rage at Captain Cedric's American marriage, and he knew how he still hated the gentle little widow and would not speak of her except with bitter and cruel words. He insisted that she was only a common American girl who had entrapped his son into marrying her because she knew he was an earl's son. The old lawyer himself had more than half believed this was all true. He had seen a great many selfish, mercenary people in his life, and he had not a good opinion of Americans. When he had been driven into the cheap street, and his coupe had stopped before the cheap small house, he had felt actually shocked. It seemed really quite dreadful to think that the future owner of Dorincourt Castle and Wyndham Towers and Chorlworth and all the other stately splendors should have been born and brought up in an insignificant house in a street with a sort of green grocery at the corner. He wondered what kind of a child he would be, and what kind of a mother he had. He rather shrank from seeing them both. He had a sort of pride in the noble family whose legal affairs he had conducted so long, and it would have annoyed him very much to have found himself obliged to manage a woman who would seem to him a vulgar, money-loving person, with no respect for her dead husband's country and the dignity of his name. It was a very old name, and a very splendid one, and Mr. Havisham had a great respect for it himself, though he was only a cold, keen, businesslike old lawyer. When Mary handed him into the small parlor, he looked around it critically. It was plainly furnished, but it had a homelike look. There were no cheap, common ornaments, and no cheap, gaudy pictures. The few adornments on the walls were in good taste, and about the room were many pretty things which a woman's hand might have made. Not at all bad, so far, he had said to himself, but perhaps the Captain's taste predominated. But when Mrs. Errol came into the room, he began to think she herself might have had something to do with it. If he had not been quite a self-contained and stiff old gentleman, he would probably have started when he saw her. She looked, in the simple black dress fitting closely to her slender figure, more like a young girl than the mother of a boy of 7. She had a pretty, sorrowful young face, and a very tender, innocent look in her large brown eyes, the sorrowful look that had never quite left her face since her husband had died. Cedric was used to seeing it there. The only times he had ever seen it fade out had been when he was playing with her or talking to her, and had said some old-fashioned thing, or used some long word he had picked up out of the newspapers or in his conversations with Mr. Hobbs. He was fond of using long words, and he was always pleased when they made her laugh, though he could not understand why they were laughable. They were quite serious matters with him. The lawyer's experience taught him to read people's characters very shrewdly, and as soon as he saw Cedric's mother, he knew that the old Earl had made a great mistake in thinking her a vulgar, mercenary woman. Mr. Havisham had never been married. He had never even been in love, but he divined that this pretty young creature with the sweet voice and sad eyes had married Captain Errol only because she loved him with all her affectionate heart, and that she had never once thought it an advantage that he was an earl's son. And he saw he should have no trouble with her, and he began to feel that perhaps little Lord Fauntleroy might not be such a trial to his noble family after all. The Captain had been a handsome fellow, and the young mother was very pretty, and perhaps the boy might be well enough to look at. When he first told Mrs. Errol what he had come for, she turned very pale. "Oh," she said, "will he have to be taken away from me? We love each other so much. He is such a happiness to me. He is all I have. I have tried to be a good mother to him." And her sweet young voice trembled, and the tears rushed into her eyes. "You do not know what he has been to me," she said. The lawyer cleared his throat. "I am obliged to tell you," he said, "that the Earl of Dorincourt is not very friendly toward you. He is an old man, and his prejudices are very strong. He has always especially disliked America and Americans, and was very much enraged by his son's marriage. I am sorry to be the bearer of so unpleasant a communication, but he is very fixed in his determination not to see you. His plan is that Lord Fauntleroy should be educated under his own supervision, that he shall live with him. The Earl is attached to Dorincourt Castle, and spends a great deal of time there. He is a victim to inflammatory gout, and is not fond of London. Lord Fauntleroy will therefore be likely to live chiefly at Dorincourt. The Earl offers you as a home Court Lodge, which is situated pleasantly, and is not very far from the castle. He also offers you a suitable income. Lord Fauntleroy will be permitted to visit you. The only stipulation is that you shall not visit him or enter the park gates. You see, you will not be really separated from your son, and I assure you, madam, the terms are not so harsh as they might have been. The advantage of such surroundings and education as Lord Fauntleroy will have, I am sure you must see, will be very great." He felt a little uneasy lest she should begin to cry or make a scene, as he knew some women would have done. It embarrassed and annoyed him to see women cry. But she did not. She went to the window and stood with her face turned away for a few moments, and he saw she was trying to steady herself. "Captain Errol was very fond of Dorincourt," she said at last. "He loved England and everything English. It was always a grief to him that he was parted from his home. He was proud of his home and of his name. He would wish, I know he would wish, that his son should know the beautiful old places and be brought up in such a way as would be suitable to his future position." Then she came back to the table and stood looking up at Mr. Havisham very gently. "My husband would wish it," she said. "It will be best for my little boy. I know. I am sure the Earl would not be so unkind as to try to teach him not to love me. And I know, even if he tried, that my little boy is too much like his father to be harmed. He has a warm, faithful nature and a true heart. He would love me even if he did not see me, and so long as we may see each other, I ought not to suffer very much." "She thinks very little of herself," the lawyer thought. "She does not make any terms for herself." "Madam," he said aloud, "I respect your consideration for your son. He will thank you for it when he is a man. I assure you Lord Fauntleroy will be most carefully guarded, and every effort will be used to insure his happiness. The Earl of Dorincourt will be as anxious for his comfort and well-being as you yourself could be." "I hope," said the tender little mother, in a rather broken voice, "that his grandfather will love Ceddie. The little boy has a very affectionate nature, and he has always been loved." Mr. Havisham cleared his throat again. He could not quite imagine the gouty, fiery-tempered old Earl loving any one very much, but he knew it would be to his interest to be kind, in his irritable way, to the child who was to be his heir. He knew, too, that if Ceddie were at all a credit to his name, his grandfather would be proud of him. "Lord Fauntleroy will be comfortable, I am sure," he replied. "It was with a view to his happiness that the Earl desired that you should be near enough to him to see him frequently." He did not think it would be discreet to repeat the exact words the Earl had used, which were in fact neither polite nor amiable. Mr. Havisham preferred to express his noble patron's offer in smoother and more courteous language. He had another slight shock when Mrs. Errol asked Mary to find her little boy and bring him to her, and Mary told her where he was. "Sure, I'll foind him aisy enough, ma'am," she said, "for it's wid Mr. Hobbs he is this minute, settin' on his high shtool by the counthor and talkin' pollytics, most loikely, or enj'yin' hisself among the soap and candles and pertaties, as sensible and shwate as ye plaze." "Mr. Hobbs had known him all his life," Mrs. Errol said to the lawyer. "He is very kind to Ceddie, and there is a great friendship between them." Remembering the glimpse he had caught of the store as he passed it, and having a recollection of the barrels of potatoes and apples, and the various odds and ends, Mr. Havisham felt his doubts arise again. In England, gentlemen's sons did not make friends of grocerymen, and it seemed to him a rather singular proceeding. It would be very awkward if the child had bad manners and a disposition to like low company. One of the bitterest humiliations of the old Earl's life had been that his two elder sons had been fond of low company. Could it be, he thought, that this boy shared their bad qualities instead of his father's good qualities? He was thinking uneasily about this as he talked to Mrs. Errol until the child came into the room. When the door opened, he actually hesitated a moment before looking at Cedric. It would perhaps have seemed very queer to a great many people who knew him if they could have known the curious sensations that passed through Mr. Havisham when he looked down at the boy who ran into his mother's arms. He experienced a revulsion of feeling which was quite exciting. He recognized in an instant that here was one of the finest and handsomest little fellows he had ever seen. His beauty was something unusual. He had a strong, lithe, graceful little body, and a manly little face. He held his childish head up, and carried himself with a brave air. He was so like his father that it was really startling. He had his father's golden hair and his mother's brown eyes, but there was nothing sorrowful or timid in them. They were innocently fearless eyes. He looked as if he had never feared or doubted anything in his life. "He is the best bred looking and handsomest little fellow I ever saw," was what Mr. Havisham thought. What he said aloud was simply, "And so this is little Lord Fauntleroy." And after this, the more he saw of little Lord Fauntleroy, the more of a surprise he found him. He knew very little about children, though he had seen plenty of them in England, fine, handsome, rosy boys and girls who were strictly taken care of by their tutors and governesses, and who were sometimes shy and sometimes a trifle boisterous, but never very interesting to a ceremonious, rigid old lawyer. Perhaps his personal interest in little Lord Fauntleroy's fortunes made him notice Ceddie more than he had noticed other children. But however that was, he certainly found himself noticing him a great deal. Cedric did not know he was being observed, and he only behaved himself in his ordinary manner. He shook hands with Mr. Havisham in his friendly way when they were introduced to each other, and he answered all his questions with the unhesitating readiness with which he answered Mr. Hobbs. He was neither shy nor bold, and when Mr. Havisham was talking to his mother, the lawyer noticed that he listened to the conversation with as much interest as if he had been quite grown up. "He seems to be a very mature little fellow," Mr. Havisham said to the mother. "I think he is in some things," she answered. "He has always been very quick to learn, and he has lived a great deal with grown-up people. He has a funny little habit of using long words and expressions he has read in books or has heard others use. But he is very fond of childish play. I think he is rather clever, but he is a very boyish little boy sometimes." The next time Mr. Havisham met him, he saw that this last was quite true. As his coupe turned the corner, he caught sight of a group of small boys who were evidently much excited. Two of them were about to run a race, and one of them was his young lordship, and he was shouting and making as much noise as the noisiest of his companions. He stood side by side with another boy, one little red leg advanced a step. "One to make ready!" yelled the starter. "Two to be steady! Three, and away!" Mr. Havisham found himself leaning out of the window of his coupe with a curious feeling of interest. He really never remembered having seen anything quite like the way in which his lordship's lordly little red legs flew up behind his knickerbockers and tore over the ground as he shot out in the race at the signal word. He shut his small hands and set his face against the wind. His bright hair streamed out behind. "Hooray, Ced Errol!" all the boys shouted, dancing and shrieking with excitement. "Hooray, Billy Williams! Hooray, Ceddie! Hooray, Billy! Hooray, ray, ray!" "I really believe he is going to win," said Mr. Havisham. The way in which the red legs flew and flashed up and down, the shrieks of the boys, the wild efforts of Billy Williams, whose brown legs were not to be despised, as they followed closely in the rear of the red legs, made him feel some excitement. I really can't help hoping he will win," he said, with an apologetic sort of cough. At that moment the wildest yell of all went up from the dancing, hopping boys. With one last frantic leap, the future Earl of Dorincourt had reached the lamp post at the end of the block and touched it, just 2 seconds before Billy Williams flung himself at it, panting. "Three cheers for Ceddie Errol!" yelled the little boys. "Hooray for Ceddie Errol!" Mr. Havisham drew his head in at the window of his coupe and leaned back with a dry smile. "Bravo, Lord Fauntleroy!" he said. As his carriage stopped before the door of Mrs. Errol's house, the victor and the vanquished were coming toward it, attended by the clamoring crew. Cedric walked by Billy Williams and was speaking to him. His elated little face was very red. His curls clung to his hot, moist forehead. His hands were in his pockets. "You see," he was saying, evidently with the intention of making defeat easy for his unsuccessful rival, "I guess I won because my legs are a little longer than yours. I guess that was it. You see, I'm 3 days older than you, and that gives me a 'vantage. I'm 3 days older." And this view of the case seemed to cheer Billy Williams so much that he began to smile on the world again, and felt able to swagger a little, almost as if he had won the race instead of losing it. Somehow Ceddie Errol had a way of making people feel comfortable. Even in the first flush of his triumphs he had remembered that the person who was beaten might not feel so gay as he did, and might like to think that he might have been the winner under different circumstances. That morning Mr. Havisham had quite a long conversation with the winner of the race, a conversation which made him smile his dry smile and rub his chin with his bony hand several times. Mrs. Errol had been called out of the parlor, and the lawyer and Cedric were left together. At first Mr. Havisham wondered what he should say to his small companion. He had an idea that perhaps it would be best to say several things which might prepare Cedric for meeting his grandfather, and perhaps for the great change that was to come to him. He could see that Cedric had not the least idea of the sort of thing he was to see when he reached England, or of the sort of home that waited for him there. He did not even know yet that his mother was not to live in the same house with him. They had thought it best to let him get over the first shock before telling him. Mr. Havisham sat in an armchair on one side of the open window. On the other side was another still larger chair, and Cedric sat in that and looked at Mr. Havisham. He sat well back in the depths of his big seat, his curly head against the cushioned back, his legs crossed, and his hands thrust deep into his pockets, in a quite Mr. Hobbs-like way. He had been watching Mr. Havisham very steadily when his mamma had been in the room, and after she had gone he still looked at him in respectful thoughtfulness. There was a short silence after Mrs. Errol went out, and Cedric seemed to be studying Mr. Havisham, and Mr. Havisham was certainly studying Cedric. He could not make up his mind as to what an elderly gentleman should say to a little boy who won races, and wore short knickerbockers and red stockings on legs which were not long enough to hang over a big chair when he sat well back in it. But Cedric relieved him by suddenly beginning the conversation himself. "Do you know," he said, "I don't know what an earl is?" "Don't you?" said Mr. Havisham. "No," replied Ceddie, "and I think when a boy is going to be one he ought to know, don't you?" "Well, yes," answered Mr. Havisham. "Would you mind," said Ceddie respectfully, "would you mind 'splaining it to me?" Sometimes when he used his long words he did not pronounce them quite correctly. "What made him an earl?" "A king or queen in the first place," said Mr. Havisham. "Generally he is made an earl because he has done some service to his sovereign or some great deed." "Oh," said Cedric, "that's like the president." "Is it?" said Mr. Havisham. "Is that why your presidents are elected?" "Yes," answered Ceddie cheerfully. "When a man is very good and knows a great deal, he is elected president. They have torchlight processions and bands, and every one makes speeches. I used to think I might perhaps be a president, but I never thought of being an earl. I didn't know about earls," he said rather hastily, lest Mr. Havisham might feel it impolite in him not to have wished to be one. "If I'd known about them, I dare say I should have thought I should like to be one." "It is rather different from being a president," said Mr. Havisham. "Is it?" asked Cedric. "How? Are there no torchlit processions?" Mr. Havisham crossed his own legs and put the tips of his fingers carefully together. He thought perhaps the time had come to explain matters rather more clearly. "An earl is a very important person," he began. "So is a president," put in Ceddie. "The torchlight processions are 5 miles long, and they shoot up rockets, and the band plays. Mr. Hobbs took me to see them." "An earl," Mr. Havisham went on, feeling rather uncertain of his ground, "is frequently of very ancient lineage." "What's that?" asked Ceddie. "Of very old family, extremely old." "Ah," said Cedric, thrusting his hands deeper into his pockets. "I suppose that is the way with the apple woman near the park. I dare say she is of ancient lineage. She is so old it would surprise you how she can stand up. She's 100, I should think, and yet she is out there when it rains, even. I'm sorry for her, and so are the other boys. Billy Williams once had nearly $1, and I asked him to buy 5 cents worth of apples from her every day until he had spent it all. That made 20 days, and he grew tired of apples after a week. But then, it was quite fortunate. A gentleman gave me 50 cents, and I bought apples from her instead. You feel sorry for any one that's so poor, and has such ancient lineage. She says hers has gone into her bones, and the rain makes it worse." Mr. Havisham felt rather at a loss as he looked at his companion's innocent, serious little face. "I'm afraid you did not quite understand me," he explained. "When I said ancient lineage, I did not mean old age. I meant that the name of such a family has been known in the world a long time. Perhaps for hundreds of years persons bearing that name have been known and spoken of in the history of their country." "Like George Washington," said Ceddie. "I've heard of him ever since I was born, and he was known about long before that. Mr. Hobbs says he will never be forgotten. That's because of the Declaration of Independence, you know, and the 4th of July. You see, he was a very brave man." "The first Earl of Dorincourt," said Mr. Havisham solemnly, "was created an earl 400 years ago." "Well, well," said Ceddie, "that was a long time ago. Did you tell Dearest that? It would interest her very much. We'll tell her when she comes in. She always likes to hear curious things. What else does an earl do besides being created?" "A great many of them have helped to govern England. Some of them have been brave men and have fought in great battles in the old days." "I should like to do that myself," said Cedric. "My papa was a soldier, and he was a very brave man, as brave as George Washington. Perhaps that was because he would have been an earl if he hadn't died. I am glad earls are brave. That's a great 'vantage to be a brave man. Once I used to be rather afraid of things in the dark, you know, but when I thought about the soldiers in the Revolution and George Washington, it cured me." "There is another advantage in being an earl, sometimes," said Mr. Havisham slowly, and he fixed his shrewd eyes on the little boy with a rather curious expression. "Some earls have a great deal of money." He was curious because he wondered if his young friend knew what the power of money was. "That's a good thing to have," said Ceddie innocently. "I wish I had a great deal of money." "Do you?" said Mr. Havisham. "And why?" "Well," explained Cedric, "there are so many things a person can do with money. You see, there's the apple woman. If I were very rich, I should buy her a little tent to put her stall in, and a little stove, and then I should give her $1 every morning it rained, so that she could afford to stay at home. And then, oh, I'd give her a shawl. And you see, her bones wouldn't feel so badly. Her bones are not like our bones. They hurt her when she moves. It's very painful when your bones hurt you. If I were rich enough to do all those things for her, I guess her bones would be all right." "Ahem!" said Mr. Havisham. "And what else would you do if you were rich?" "Oh, I'd do a great many things. Of course, I should buy Dearest all sorts of beautiful things, needle books and fans, and gold thimbles and rings, and an encyclopedia, and a carriage so that she needn't have to wait for the street cars. If she liked pink silk dresses, I should buy her some, but she likes black best. But I'd take her to the big stores and tell her to look round and choose for herself. And then Dick—" "Who is Dick?" asked Mr. Havisham. "Dick is a bootblack," said his young lordship, quite warming up in his interest in plans so exciting. "He is one of the nicest bootblacks you ever knew. He stands at the corner of a street down town. I've known him for years. Once when I was very little, I was walking out with Dearest, and she bought me a beautiful ball that bounced, and I was carrying it, and it bounced in the middle of the street where the carriages and horses were, and I was so disappointed I began to cry. I was very little. I had kilts on, and Dick was blacking a man's shoes, and he said, 'Hello!' and he ran in between the horses and caught the ball for me, and wiped it off with his coat, and gave it to me and said, 'It's all right, young un.' So Dearest admired him very much, and so did I. And ever since then, when we go down town, we talk to him. He says hello, and I say hello, and then we talk a little, and he tells me how trade is. It's been bad lately." "And what would you like to do for him?" inquired the lawyer, rubbing his chin and smiling a queer smile. "Well," said Lord Fauntleroy, settling himself in his chair with a business air, "I'd buy Jake out." "And who is Jake?" Mr. Havisham asked. "He's Dick's partner, and he is the worst partner a fellow could have. Dick says so. He isn't a credit to the business, and he isn't square. He cheats, and that makes Dick mad. It would make you mad, you know, if you were blacking boots as hard as you could, and being square all the time, and your partner wasn't square at all. People like Dick, but they don't like Jake, and so sometimes they don't come twice. So if I were rich, I'd buy Jake out and get Dick a boss sign. He says a boss sign goes a long way. And I'd get him some new clothes and new brushes and start him out fair. He says all he wants is to start out fair." There could have been nothing more confiding and innocent than the way in which his small lordship told his little story, quoting his friend Dick's bits of slang in the most candid good faith. He seemed to feel not a shade of doubt that his elderly companion would be just as interested as he was himself. And in truth, Mr. Havisham was beginning to be greatly interested, but perhaps not quite so much in Dick and the apple woman as in this kind little lordling, whose curly head was so busy under its yellow thatch with good-natured plans for his friends, and who seemed somehow to have forgotten himself altogether. "Is there anything," he began, "what would you get for yourself if you were rich?" "Lots of things," answered Lord Fauntleroy briskly. "But first I'd give Mary some money for Bridget. That's her sister, with 12 children, and a husband out of work. She comes here and cries, and Dearest gives her things in a basket, and then she cries again and says, 'Blessin's be on ye's for a beautiful lady.' And I think Mr. Hobbs would like a gold watch and chain to remember me by, and a meerschaum pipe. And then I'd like to get up a company." "A company!" exclaimed Mr. Havisham. "Like a Republican rally," explained Cedric, becoming quite excited. "I'd have torches and uniforms and things for all the boys, and myself too, and we'd march, you know, and drill. That's what I should like for myself, if I were rich." The door opened and Mrs. Errol came in. "I am sorry to have been obliged to leave you so long," she said to Mr. Havisham, "but a poor woman who was in great trouble came to see me." "This young gentleman," said Mr. Havisham, "has been telling me about some of his friends, and what he would do for them if he were rich." "Bridget is one of his friends," said Mrs. Errol, "and it is Bridget to whom I have been talking in the kitchen. She is in great trouble now because her husband has rheumatic fever." Cedric slipped down out of his big chair. "I think I'll go and see her," he said, "and ask her how he is. He's a nice man when he is well. I'm obliged to him because he once made me a sword out of wood. He's a very talented man." He ran out of the room, and Mr. Havisham rose from his chair. He seemed to have something in his mind which he wished to speak of. He hesitated a moment, then said, looking down at Mrs. Errol, "Before I left Dorincourt Castle I had an interview with the Earl, in which he gave me some instructions. He is desirous that his grandson should look forward with some pleasure to his future life in England, and also to his acquaintance with himself. He said that I must let his lordship know that the change in his life would bring him money and the pleasures children enjoy. If he expressed any wishes, I was to gratify them, and to tell him that his grandfather had given him what he wished. I am aware that the Earl did not expect anything quite like this, but if it would give Lord Fauntleroy pleasure to assist this poor woman, I should feel that the Earl would be displeased if he were not gratified." For the second time he did not repeat the Earl's exact words. His lordship had indeed said, "Make the lad understand that I can give him anything he wants. Let him know what it is to be the grandson of the Earl of Dorincourt. Buy him everything he takes a fancy to. Let him have money in his pockets, and tell him his grandfather put it there." His motives were far from being good, and if he had been dealing with a nature less affectionate and warm-hearted than little Lord Fauntleroy's, great harm might have been done. And Cedric's mother was too gentle to suspect any harm. She thought that perhaps this meant that a lonely, unhappy old man, whose children were dead, wished to be kind to her little boy, and win his love and confidence. And it pleased her very much to think that Ceddie would be able to help Bridget. It made her happier to know that the very first result of the strange fortune which had befallen her little boy was that he could do kind things for those who needed kindness. Quite a warm color bloomed on her pretty young face. "Oh," she said, "that was very kind of the Earl. Cedric will be so glad. He has always been fond of Bridget and Michael. They are quite deserving. I have often wished I had been able to help them more. Michael is a hard-working man when he is well, but he has been ill a long time, and needs expensive medicines and warm clothing and nourishing food. He and Bridget will not be wasteful of what is given them." Mr. Havisham put his thin hand in his breast pocket and drew forth a large pocket-book. There was a queer look in his keen face. The truth was, he was wondering what the Earl of Dorincourt would say when he was told what was the first wish of his grandson that had been granted. He wondered what the cross, worldly, selfish old nobleman would think of it. "I do not know that you have realized," he said, "that the Earl of Dorincourt is an exceedingly rich man. He can afford to gratify any caprice. I think it would please him to know that Lord Fauntleroy had been indulged in any fancy. If you will call him back and allow me, I shall give him £5 for these people." "That would be $25!" exclaimed Mrs. Errol. "It would seem like wealth to them. I can scarcely believe that it is true." "It is quite true," said Mr. Havisham, with a dry smile. "A great change has taken place in your son's life. A great deal of power will lie in his hands." "Oh!" cried his mother, "and he is such a little boy, a very little boy. How can I teach him to use it well? It makes me half afraid. My pretty little Ceddie." The lawyer slightly cleared his throat. It touched his worldly, hard old heart to see the tender, timid look in her brown eyes. "I think, madam," he said, "that if I may judge from my interview with Lord Fauntleroy this morning, the next Earl of Dorincourt will think for others as well as for his noble self. He is only a child yet, but I think he may be trusted." Then his mother went for Cedric and brought him back into the parlor. Mr. Havisham heard him talking before he entered the room. "It's inflammatory rheumatism," he was saying, "and that's a kind of rheumatism that's dreadful. And he thinks about the rent not being paid, and Bridget says that makes the inflammation worse, and Pat could get a place in a store if he had some clothes." His little face looked quite anxious when he came in. He was very sorry for Bridget. Dearest said you wanted me," he said to Mr. Havisham. "I've been talking to Bridget." Mr. Havisham looked down at him a moment. He felt a little awkward and undecided. As Cedric's mother had said, he was a very little boy. "The Earl of Dorincourt," he began, and then he glanced involuntarily at Mrs. Errol. Little Lord Fauntleroy's mother suddenly kneeled down by him and put both her tender arms around his childish body. "Ceddie," she said, "the Earl is your grandpapa, your own papa's father. He is very, very kind, and he loves you and wishes you to love him, because the sons who were his little boys are dead. He wishes you to be happy and to make other people happy. He is very rich, and he wishes you to have everything you would like to have. He told Mr. Havisham so, and gave him a great deal of money for you. You can give some to Bridget now, enough to pay her rent and buy Michael everything. Isn't that fine, Ceddie? Isn't he good?" And she kissed the child on his round cheek, where the bright color suddenly flashed up in his excited amazement. He looked from his mother to Mr. Havisham. "Can I have it now?" he cried. "Can I give it to her this minute? She's just going." Mr. Havisham handed him the money. It was in fresh, clean greenbacks, and made a neat roll. Ceddie flew out of the room with it. "Bridget!" they heard him shout as he tore into the kitchen. "Bridget, wait a minute! Here's some money. It's for you, and you can pay the rent. My grandpapa gave it to me. It's for you and Michael." "Oh, Master Ceddie!" cried Bridget in an awe-stricken voice. "It's $25 is here. Where be's the mistress?" "I think I shall have to go and explain it to her," Mrs. Errol said. So she too went out of the room, and Mr. Havisham was left alone for a while. He went to the window and stood looking out in the street reflectively. He was thinking of the old Earl of Dorincourt sitting in his great, splendid, gloomy library at the Castle, gaudy and lonely, surrounded by grandeur and luxury, but not really loved by any one, because in all his long life he had never really loved any one but himself. He had been selfish and self-indulgent, and arrogant and passionate. He had cared so much for the Earl of Dorincourt and his pleasures that there had been no time for him to think of other people. All his wealth and power, all the benefits from his noble name and high rank, had seemed to him to be things only to be used to amuse and give pleasure to the Earl of Dorincourt. And now that he was an old man, all this excitement and self-indulgence had only brought him ill health and irritability and a dislike of the world, which certainly disliked him. In spite of all his splendor, there was never a more unpopular old nobleman than the Earl of Dorincourt, and there scarcely could have been a more lonely one. He could fill his castle with guests if he chose. He could give great dinners and splendid hunting parties, but he knew that in secret the people who would accept his invitations were afraid of his frowning old face and sarcastic, biting speeches. He had a cruel tongue and a bitter nature, and he took pleasure in sneering at people and making them feel uncomfortable, when he had the power to do so, because they were sensitive or proud or timid. Mr. Havisham knew his hard, fierce ways by heart, and he was thinking of him as he looked out of the window into the narrow, quiet street. And there rose in his mind, in sharp contrast, the picture of the cheery, handsome little fellow sitting in the big chair and telling his story of his friends, Dick and the apple woman, in his generous, innocent, honest way, and he thought of the immense income, the beautiful, majestic estates, the wealth and power, for good or evil, which in the course of time would lie in the small, chubby hands little Lord Fauntleroy thrust so deep into his pockets. "It will make a great difference," he said to himself. "It will make a great difference." Cedric and his mother came back soon after. Cedric was in high spirits. He sat down in his own chair, between his mother and the lawyer, and fell into one of his quaint attitudes with his hands on his knees. He was glowing with enjoyment of Bridget's relief and rapture. She cried, he said. She said she was crying for joy. I never saw anyone cry for joy before. My grandpapa must be a very good man. I didn't know he was so good a man. It's more agreeabler to be an earl than I thought it was. I'm almost glad. I'm almost quite glad I'm going to be one. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 3. Cedric's good opinion of the advantages of being an earl increased greatly during the next week. It seemed almost impossible for him to realize that there was scarcely anything he might wish to do which he could not do easily. In fact, I think it may be said that he did not fully realize it at all. But at least he understood, after a few conversations with Mr. Havisham, that he could gratify all his nearest wishes, and he proceeded to gratify them with a simplicity and delight which caused Mr. Havisham much diversion. In the week before they sailed for England he did many curious things. The lawyer long after remembered the morning when they went downtown together to pay a visit to Dick, and the afternoon they so amazed the apple-woman of ancient lineage by stopping before her stall and telling her she was to have a tent, and a stove, and a shawl, and a sum of money which seemed to her quite wonderful. "For I have to go to England and be a lord," explained Cedric sweet-temperedly, "and I shouldn't like to have your bones on my mind every time it rained. My own bones never hurt, so I think I don't know how painful a person's bones can be, but I've sympathized with you a great deal, and I hope you'll be better." "She's a very good apple-woman," he said to Mr. Havisham, as they walked away, leaving the proprietress of the stall almost gasping for breath, and not at all believing in her great fortune. "Once, when I fell down and cut my knee, she gave me an apple for nothing. I've always remembered her for it. You know you always remember people who are kind to you." It had never occurred to his honest, simple little mind that there were people who could forget kindnesses. The interview with Dick was quite exciting. Dick had just been having a great deal of trouble with Jake, and was in low spirits when they saw him. His amazement when Cedric calmly announced that they had come to give him what seemed a very great thing to him, and would set all his troubles right, almost struck him dumb. Lord Fauntleroy's manner of announcing the object of his visit was very simple and unceremonious. Mr. Havisham was much impressed by its directness as he stood by and listened. The statement that his old friend had become a lord, and was in danger of being an earl if he lived long enough, caused Dick to so open his eyes and mouth and start that his cap fell off. When he picked it up he uttered a rather singular exclamation. Mr. Havisham thought it singular, but Cedric had heard it before. "I say," he said, "what are you giving us?" This plainly embarrassed his lordship a little, but he bore himself bravely. "Everybody thinks it not true at first," he said. "Mr. Hobbs thought I'd had a sunstroke. I didn't think I was going to like it myself, but I like it better now I'm used to it. The one who is the Earl now, he's my grandpapa, and he wants me to do anything I like. He's very kind, if he is an Earl, and he sent me a lot of money by Mr. Havisham, and I've brought some to you to buy Jake out." And the end of the matter was that Dick actually bought Jake out, and found himself the possessor of the business, and some new brushes, and a most astonishing sign and outfit. He could not believe in his good luck any more easily than the apple-woman of ancient lineage could believe in hers. He walked about like a boot-black in a dream. He stared at his young benefactor, and felt as if he might wake up at any moment. He scarcely seemed to realize anything until Cedric put out his hand to shake hands with him before going away. "Well, good-bye," he said, and though he tried to speak steadily, there was a little tremble in his voice, and he winked his big brown eyes. "And I hope trade'll be good. I'm sorry I'm going away to leave you, but perhaps I shall come back again when I'm an earl. And I wish you'd write to me, because we were always good friends. And if you write to me, here's where you must send your letter." And he gave him a slip of paper. "And my name isn't Cedric Errol any more. It's Lord Fauntleroy, and good-bye, Dick." Dick winked his eyes also, and yet they looked rather moist about the lashes. He was not an educated bootblack, and he would have found it difficult to tell what he felt just then if he had tried. Perhaps that was why he didn't try, and only winked his eyes and swallowed a lump in his throat. "I wish you wasn't going away," he said in a husky voice. Then he winked his eyes again. Then he looked at Mr. Havisham and touched his cap. "Thank you, sir, for bringing him down here, and for what you've done. He's a queer little feller," he added. "I've always thought a heap of him. He's such a game little feller, and such a queer little un." And when they turned away, he stood and looked after them in a dazed kind of way, and there was still a mist in his eyes and a lump in his throat, as he watched the gallant little figure marching gaily along by the side of its tall, rigid escort. Until the day of his departure, his lordship spent as much time as possible with Mr. Hobbs in the store. Gloom had settled upon Mr. Hobbs. He was much depressed in spirits. When his young friend brought to him in triumph the parting gift of a gold watch and chain, Mr. Hobbs found it difficult to acknowledge it properly. He laid the case on his stout knee, and blew his nose violently several times. "There's something written on it," said Cedric, "inside the case. I told the man myself what to say. From his oldest friend, Lord Fauntleroy, to Mr. Hobbs. When this you see, remember me. I don't want you to forget me." Mr. Hobbs blew his nose very loudly again. "I shan't forget you," he said, speaking a trifle huskily, as Dick had spoken. "Nor don't you go and forget me when you get among the British aristocracy." "I shouldn't forget you, whoever I was among," answered his lordship. "I've spent my happiest hours with you, at least some of my happiest hours. I hope you'll come to see me sometime. I'm sure my grandpapa would be very much pleased. Perhaps he'll write and ask you when I tell him about you. You wouldn't mind his being an earl, would you? I mean, you wouldn't stay away just because he was one, if he invited you to come?" "I'd come to see you," replied Mr. Hobbs graciously. So it seemed to be agreed that if he received a pressing invitation from the Earl to come and spend a few months at Dorincourt Castle, he was to lay aside his republican prejudices and pack his valise at once. At last all the preparations were complete. The day came when the trunks were taken to the steamer, and the hour arrived when the carriage stood at the door. Then a curious feeling of loneliness came upon the little boy. His mamma had been shut up in her room for some time. When she came down the stairs, her eyes looked large and wet, and her sweet mouth was trembling. Cedric went to her, and she bent down to him, and he put his arms around her, and they kissed each other. He knew something made them both sorry, though he scarcely knew what it was, but one tender little thought rose to his lips. "We liked this little house, dearest, didn't we?" he said. "We always will like it, won't we?" "Yes, yes," she answered in a low, sweet voice. "Yes, darling." And then they went into the carriage, and Cedric sat very close to her, and as she looked back out of the window he looked at her, and stroked her hand, and held it close. And then, it seemed almost directly, they were on the steamer in the midst of the wildest bustle and confusion. Carriages were driving down and leaving passengers. Passengers were getting into a state of excitement about baggage which had not arrived and threatened to be too late. Big trunks and cases were being bumped down and dragged about. Sailors were uncoiling ropes and hurrying to and fro. Officers were giving orders. Ladies and gentlemen and children and nurses were coming on board. Some were laughing and looked gay, some were silent and sad. Here and there 2 or 3 were crying and touching their eyes with their handkerchiefs. Cedric found something to interest him on every side. He looked at the piles of rope, at the furled sails, at the tall, tall masts, which seemed almost to touch the hot blue sky. He began to make plans for conversing with the sailors and gaining some information on the subject of pirates. It was just at the very last, when he was standing leaning on the railing of the upper deck and watching the final preparations, enjoying the excitement and the shouts of the sailors and wharfmen, that his attention was called to a slight bustle in one of the groups not far from him. Someone was hurriedly forcing his way through this group and coming toward him. It was a boy, with something red in his hand. It was Dick. He came up to Cedric, quite breathless. "I've run all the way," he said. "I've come down to see you off. Trade's been prime. I bought this for you out o' what I made yesterday. You can wear it when you get among the swells. I lost the paper when I was trying to get through them fellers downstairs. They didn't want to let me up. It's a handkercher." He poured it all forth as if in one sentence. A bell rang, and he made a leap away before Cedric had time to speak. "Good-bye," he panted. "Wear it when you get among the swells." And he darted off and was gone. A few seconds later they saw him struggle through the crowd on the lower deck and rush on shore just before the gangplank was drawn in. He stood on the wharf and waved his cap. Cedric held the handkerchief in his hand. It was of bright red silk, ornamented with purple horseshoes and horses' heads. There was a great straining and creaking and confusion. The people on the wharf began to shout to their friends, and the people on the steamer shouted back. "Good-bye, good-bye, good-bye, old fellow," everyone seemed to be saying. "Don't forget us. Write when you get to Liverpool. Good-bye, good-bye." Little Lord Fauntleroy leaned forward and waved the red handkerchief. "Good-bye, Dick," he shouted lustily. "Thank you. Good-bye, Dick." And the big steamer moved away, and the people cheered again, and Cedric's mother drew the veil over her eyes, and on the shore there was left great confusion. But Dick saw nothing save that bright childish face and the bright hair that the sun shone on and the breeze lifted, and he heard nothing but the hearty childish voice calling, "Good-bye, Dick," as little Lord Fauntleroy steamed slowly away from the home of his birth to the unknown land of his ancestors. End of Chapter 3. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 19th, 2007, in Oceanside, California. Chapter 4 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 4. It was during the voyage that Cedric's mother told him that his home was not to be hers, and when he first understood it, his grief was so great that Mr. Havisham saw that the Earl had been wise in making the arrangements that his mother should be quite near him, and see him often. For it was very plain he could not have borne the separation otherwise. But his mother managed the little fellow so sweetly and lovingly, and made him feel that she would be so near him, that, after a while, he ceased to be oppressed by the fear of any real parting. "My house is not far from the castle, Ceddie," she repeated each time the subject was referred to. "A very little way from yours, and you can always run in and see me every day, and you will have so many things to tell me, and we shall be so happy together. It is a beautiful place. Your papa has often told me about it. He loved it very much, and you will love it too." "I should love it better if you were there," his small lordship said, with a heavy little sigh. He could not but feel puzzled by so strange a state of affairs, which could put his dearest in one house and himself in another. The fact was that Mrs. Errol had thought it better not to tell him why this plan had been made. "I should prefer he should not be told," she said to Mr. Havisham. "He would not really understand. He would only be shocked and hurt, and I feel sure that his feeling for the Earl will be a more natural and affectionate one if he does not know that his grandfather dislikes me so bitterly. He has never seen hatred or hardness, and it would be a great blow to him to find out that any one could hate me. He is so loving himself, and I am so dear to him. It is better for him that he should not be told until he is much older, and it is far better for the Earl. It would make a barrier between them, even though Ceddie is such a child." So Cedric only knew that there was some mysterious reason for the arrangement, some reason which he was not old enough to understand, but which would be explained when he was older. He was puzzled, but, after all, it was not the reason he cared about so much, and after many talks with his mother, in which she comforted him and placed before him the bright side of the picture, the dark side of it gradually began to fade out, though now and then Mr. Havisham saw him sitting in some queer little old-fashioned attitude, watching the sea, with a very grave face, and more than once he heard an unchildish sigh rise to his lips. "I don't like it," he said once, as he was having one of his almost venerable talks with the lawyer. "You don't know how much I don't like it, but there are a great many troubles in this world, and you have to bear them. Mary says so, and I've heard Mr. Hobbs say it too. And Dearest wants me to like to live with my grandpapa, because you see all his children are dead, and that's very mournful. It makes you sorry for a man when all his children have died, and one was killed suddenly." One of the things which always delighted the people who made the acquaintance of his young lordship was the sage little air he wore at times when he gave himself up to conversation. Combined with his occasionally elderly remarks, and the extreme innocence and seriousness of his round childish face, it was irresistible. He was such a handsome, blooming, curly-headed little fellow that, when he sat down and nursed his knee with his chubby hands, and conversed with much gravity, he was a source of great entertainment to his hearers. Gradually Mr. Havisham had begun to derive a great deal of private pleasure and amusement from his society. "And so you are going to try to like the Earl," he said. "Yes," answered his lordship. "He's my relation, and of course you have to like your relations, and besides he's been very kind to me. When a person does so many things for you, and wants you to have everything you wish for, of course you'd like him if he wasn't your relation, but when he's your relation and does that, why, you're very fond of him." "Do you think," suggested Mr. Havisham, "that he will be fond of you?" "Well," said Cedric, "I think he will, because, you see, I'm his relation too, and I'm his boy's little boy besides, and, well, don't you see, of course he must be fond of me now, or he wouldn't want me to have everything that I like, and he wouldn't have sent you for me." "Oh," remarked the lawyer, "that's it, is it?" "Yes," said Cedric, "that's it. Don't you think that's it, too? Of course a man would be fond of his grandson." The people who had been seasick had no sooner recovered from their seasickness and come on deck to recline in their steamer chairs and enjoy themselves, than every one seemed to know the romantic story of little Lord Fauntleroy, and every one took an interest in the little fellow, who ran about the ship, or walked with his mother, or the tall, thin old lawyer, or talked to the sailors. Every one liked him. He made friends everywhere. He was ever ready to make friends. When the gentlemen walked up and down the deck, and let him walk with them, he stepped out with a manly, sturdy little tramp, and answered all their jokes with much gay enjoyment. When the ladies talked to him, there was always laughter in the group of which he was the centre. When he played with the children, there was always magnificent fun on hand. Among the sailors he had the heartiest friends. He heard miraculous stories about pirates and shipwrecks and desert islands. He learned to splice ropes and rig toy ships, and gained an amount of information concerning topsails and mainsails quite surprising. His conversation had indeed quite a nautical flavor at times, and on one occasion he raised a shout of laughter in a group of ladies and gentlemen who were sitting on deck, wrapped in shawls and overcoats, by saying sweetly, and with a very engaging expression, "Shiver my timbers, but it's a cold day." It surprised him when they laughed. He had picked up this seafaring remark from an elderly naval man of the name of Jerry, who told him stories in which it occurred frequently. To judge from his stories of his own adventures, Jerry had made some 2,000 or 3,000 voyages, and had been invariably shipwrecked on each occasion on an island densely populated with bloodthirsty cannibals. Judging also by these same exciting adventures, he had been partially roasted and eaten frequently, and had been scalped some 15 or 20 times. "That is why he is so bald," explained Lord Fauntleroy to his mamma. "After you have been scalped several times, the hair never grows again. Jerry's never grew again after that last time, when the king of the Paromachawekins did it with the knife made out of the skull of the chief of the Wopselmumkeys. He says it was one of the most serious times he ever had. He was so frightened that his hair stood right straight up when the king flourished his knife, and it never would lie down, and the king wears it that way now, and it looks something like a hairbrush." I never heard anything like the experiences Jerry has had. I should so like to tell Mr. Hobbs about them. Sometimes, when the weather was very disagreeable and people were kept below decks in the saloon, a party of his grown-up friends would persuade him to tell them some of these experiences of Jerry's, and as he sat relating them with great delight and fervor, there was certainly no more popular voyager on any ocean steamer crossing the Atlantic than little Lord Fauntleroy. He was always innocently and good-naturedly ready to do his small best to add to the general entertainment, and there was a charm in the very unconsciousness of his own childish importance. "Jerry's stories interest them very much," he said to his mamma. "For my part, you must excuse me, dearest, but sometimes I should have thought they couldn't be all quite true if they hadn't happened to Jerry himself. But as they all happened to Jerry, well, it's very strange, you know, and perhaps sometimes he may forget and be a little mistaken, as he's been scalped so often. Being scalped a great many times might make a person forgetful." It was 11 days after he had said good-bye to his friend Dick before he reached Liverpool, and it was on the night of the 12th day that the carriage in which he and his mother and Mr. Havisham had driven from the station stopped before the gates of Court Lodge. They could not see much of the house in the darkness. Cedric only saw that there was a driveway under great arching trees, and after the carriage had rolled down this driveway a short distance, he saw an open door and a stream of bright light coming through it. Mary had come with them to attend her mistress, and she had reached the house before them. When Cedric jumped out of the carriage, he saw 1 or 2 servants standing in the wide, bright hall, and Mary stood in the doorway. Lord Fauntleroy sprang at her with a gay little shout. "Did you get here, Mary?" he said. "Here's Mary, dearest," and he kissed the maid on her rough red cheek. "I am glad you are here, Mary," Mrs. Errol said to her in a low voice. "It is such a comfort to me to see you. It takes the strangeness away." And she held out her little hand, which Mary squeezed encouragingly. She knew how this first strangeness must feel to this little mother who had left her own land and was about to give up her child. The English servants looked with curiosity at both the boy and his mother. They had heard all sorts of rumours about them both. They knew how angry the old Earl had been, and why Mrs. Errol was to live at the lodge and her little boy at the castle. They knew all about the great fortune he was to inherit, and about the savage old grandfather, and his gout and his tempers. "He'll have no easy time of it, poor little chap," they had said among themselves. But they did not know what sort of a little lord had come among them. They did not quite understand the character of the next Earl of Dorincourt. He pulled off his overcoat quite as if he were used to doing things for himself, and began to look about him. He looked about the broad hall, at the pictures and stags' antlers and curious things that ornamented it. They seemed curious to him because he had never seen such things before in a private house. "Dearest," he said, "this is a very pretty house, isn't it? I am glad you are going to live here. It's quite a large house." It was quite a large house compared to the one in the shabby New York street, and it was very pretty and cheerful. Mary led them upstairs to a bright chintz-hung bedroom where a fire was burning, and a large snow-white Persian cat was sleeping luxuriously on the white fur hearth-rug. "It was the housekeeper up at the castle, ma'am, sint her to yez," explained Mary. "It's herself is a kind-hearted lady, and has had everything done to prepare for yez. I seen her myself a few minutes, and she was fond of the captain, ma'am, and graves for him. And she is said to say the big cat slapin' on the rug might make the room same home-like to yez. She knowed Cap'n Errol when he was a boy, and a fine handsome boy she says he was, and a fine young man wid a pleasant word for every one, great and schmall. And I says to her, says I, 'He's lift a boy that's like him, ma'am, for a finer little fella niver slipped in shoe leather.'" When they were ready, they went downstairs into another big bright room. Its ceiling was low, and the furniture was heavy and beautifully carved. The chairs were deep, and had high, massive backs, and there were queer shelves and cabinets with strange, pretty ornaments on them. There was a great tiger skin before the fire, and an armchair on each side of it. The stately white cat had responded to Lord Fauntleroy's stroking, and followed him downstairs, and when he threw himself down upon the rug, she curled herself up grandly beside him, as if she intended to make friends. Cedric was so pleased that he put his head down by hers and lay stroking her, not noticing what his mother and Mr. Havisham were saying. They were, indeed, speaking in a rather low tone. Mrs. Errol looked a little pale and agitated. "He need not go to-night," she said. "He will stay with me to-night." "Yes," answered Mr. Havisham in the same low tone. "It will not be necessary for him to go to-night. I myself will go to the castle as soon as we have dined, and inform the Earl of our arrival." Mrs. Errol glanced down at Cedric. He was lying in a graceful, careless attitude upon the black and yellow skin. The fire shone on his handsome, flushed little face, and on the tumbled curly hair spread out on the rug. The big cat was purring in drowsy content. She liked the caressing touch of the kind little hand on her fur. Mrs. Errol smiled faintly. "His lordship does not know all that he is taking from me," she said rather sadly. Then she looked at the lawyer. "Will you tell him, if you please," she said, "that I should rather not have the money?" "The money?" Mr. Havisham exclaimed. "You cannot mean the income he proposed to settle upon you?" "Yes," she answered quite simply. "I think I should rather not have it. I am obliged to accept the house, and I thank him for it, because it makes it possible for me to be near my child. But I have a little money of my own, enough to live simply upon, and I should rather not take the other. As he dislikes me so much, I should feel a little as if I were selling Cedric to him. I am giving him up only because I love him enough to forget myself for his good, and because his father would wish it to be so." Mr. Havisham rubbed his chin. "This is very strange," he said. "He will be very angry. He won't understand it." "I think he will understand it after he thinks it over," she said. "I do not really need the money, and why should I accept luxuries from the man who hates me so much that he takes my little boy from me, his son's child?" Mr. Havisham looked reflective for a few moments. "I will deliver your message," he said afterward. And then the dinner was brought in, and they sat down together, the big cat taking a seat on a chair near Cedric's and purring majestically throughout the meal. When, later in the evening, Mr. Havisham presented himself at the castle, he was taken at once to the Earl. He found him sitting by the fire in a luxurious easy-chair, his foot on a gout-stool. He looked at the lawyer sharply from under his shaggy eyebrows, but Mr. Havisham could see that, in spite of his pretence at calmness, he was nervous and secretly excited. "Well," he said. "Well, Havisham, come back, have you? What's the news?" "Lord Fauntleroy and his mother are at Court Lodge," replied Mr. Havisham. "They bore the voyage very well, and are in excellent health." The Earl made a half-impatient sound, and moved his hand restlessly. "Glad to hear it," he said brusquely. "So far so good. Make yourself comfortable. Have a glass of wine, and settle down. What else?" "His lordship remains with his mother to-night. To-morrow I will bring him to the castle." The Earl's elbow was resting on the arm of his chair. He put his hand up, and shielded his eyes with it. "Well," he said, "go on. You know I told you not to write to me about the matter, and I know nothing whatever about it. What kind of a lad is he? I don't care about the mother. What sort of a lad is he?" Mr. Havisham drank a little of the glass of port he had poured out for himself, and sat holding it in his hand. "It is rather difficult to judge the character of a child of 7, he said cautiously. The Earl's prejudices were very intense. He looked up quickly, and uttered a rough word. "A fool, is he?" he exclaimed. "Or a clumsy cub? His American blood tells, does it?" "I do not think it has injured him, my lord," replied the lawyer in his dry, deliberate fashion. "I don't know much about children, but I thought him rather a fine lad." His manner of speech was always deliberate and unenthusiastic, but he made it a trifle more so than usual. He had a shrewd fancy that it would be better that the Earl should judge for himself, and be quite unprepared for his first interview with his grandson. "Healthy and well grown?" asked my lord. "Apparently very healthy and quite well grown," replied the lawyer. "Straight-limbed and well enough to look at?" demanded the Earl. A very slight smile touched Mr. Havisham's thin lips. There rose up before his mind's eye the picture he had left at Court Lodge, the beautiful, graceful child's body lying upon the tiger skin in careless comfort, the bright tumbled hair spread on the rug, the bright rosy boy's face. "Rather a handsome boy, I think, my lord, as boys go," he said, "though I am scarcely a judge, perhaps, but you will find him somewhat different than most English children, I dare say." "I haven't a doubt of that," snarled the Earl, a twinge of gout seizing him. "A lot of impudent little beggars, those American children. I've heard that often enough." "It is not exactly impudence in his case," said Mr. Havisham. "I can scarcely describe what the difference is. He has lived more with older people than with children, and the difference seems to be a mixture of maturity and childishness." "American impudence!" protested the Earl. "I've heard of it before. They call it precocity and freedom. Beastly, impudent, bad manners, that's what it is." Mr. Havisham drank some more port. He seldom argued with his lordly patron, never when his lordly patron's noble leg was inflamed by gout. At such times it was always better to leave him alone, so there was a silence of a few moments. It was Mr. Havisham who broke it. "I have a message to deliver from Mrs. Errol," he remarked. "I don't want any of her messages," growled his lordship. "The less I hear of her, the better." "This is a rather important one," explained the lawyer. "She prefers not to accept the income you propose to settle on her." The Earl started visibly. "What's that?" he cried out. "What's that?" Mr. Havisham repeated his words. "She says it is not necessary, and that as the relations between you are not friendly—" "Not friendly!" ejaculated my lord savagely. "I should say they were not friendly. I hate to think of her, a mercenary, sharp-voiced American. I don't wish to see her." "My lord," said Mr. Havisham, "you can scarcely call her mercenary. She has asked for nothing. She does not accept the money you offer her." "All done for effect," snapped his noble lordship. "She wants to wheedle me into seeing her. She thinks I shall admire her spirit. I don't admire it. It's only American independence. I won't have her living like a beggar at my park gates. As she's the boy's mother, she has a position to keep up, and she shall keep it up. She shall have the money, whether she likes it or not." "She won't spend it," said Mr. Havisham. "I don't care whether she spends it or not," blustered my lord. "She shall have it sent to her. She shan't tell people that she has to live like a pauper because I have done nothing for her. She wants to give the boy a bad opinion of me. I suppose she has poisoned his mind against me already." "No," said Mr. Havisham. "I have another message which will prove to you that she has not done that." "I don't want to hear it," panted the Earl, out of breath with anger and excitement and gout. But Mr. Havisham delivered it. "She asks you not to let Lord Fauntleroy hear anything which would lead him to understand that you separate him from her because of your prejudice against her. He is very fond of her, and she is convinced that it would cause a barrier to exist between you. She says he would not comprehend it, and it might make him fear you in some measure, or at least cause him to feel less affection for you. She has told him that he is too young to understand the reason, but shall hear it when he is older. She wishes that there should be no shadow on your first meeting." The Earl sank back into his chair. His deep-set, fierce old eyes gleamed under his beetling brows. "Come now," he said, still breathlessly. "Come now. You don't mean the mother hasn't told him?" "Not one word, my lord," replied the lawyer coolly. "That I can assure you. The child is prepared to believe you the most amiable and affectionate of grandparents. Nothing, absolutely nothing, has been said to him to give him the slightest doubt of your perfection. And as I carried out your commands in every detail while in New York, he certainly regards you as a wonder of generosity." "He does, eh?" said the Earl. "I give you my word of honor," said Mr. Havisham, "that Lord Fauntleroy's impressions of you will depend entirely upon yourself; and if you will pardon the liberty I take in making the suggestion, I think you will succeed better with him if you take the precaution not to speak slightingly of his mother." "Pooh, pooh," said the Earl. "The youngster is only 7 years old." "He has spent those 7 years at his mother's side," returned Mr. Havisham, "and she has all his affection." End of Chapter 4. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 19th, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
Chapter 5. Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances H. Burnett. Chapter 5. It was late in the afternoon when the carriage containing little Lord Fauntleroy and Mr. Havisham drove up the long avenue which led to the castle. The Earl had given orders that his grandson should arrive in time to dine with him, and for some reason best known to himself, he had also ordered that the child should be sent alone into the room in which he intended to receive him. As the carriage rolled up the avenue, Lord Fauntleroy sat leaning comfortably against the luxurious cushions, and regarded the prospect with great interest. He was, in fact, interested in everything he saw. He had been interested in the carriage, with its large, splendid horses and their glittering harness. He had been interested in the tall coachman and footmen, with their resplendent livery, and he had been especially interested in the coronet on the panels, and had struck up an acquaintance with the footman for the purpose of inquiring what it meant. When the carriage reached the great gates of the park, he looked out of the window to get a good view of the huge stone lions ornamenting the entrance. The gates were opened by a motherly, rosy-looking woman, who came out of a pretty ivy-covered lodge. Two children ran out of the door of the house and stood looking with round, wide-open eyes at the little boy in the carriage, who looked at them also. Their mother stood courtesying and smiling, and the children, on receiving a sign from her, made bobbing little courtesies too. "Does she know me?" asked Lord Fauntleroy. "I think she must think she knows me." And he took off his black velvet cap to her and smiled. "How do you do?" he said brightly. "Good afternoon." The woman seemed pleased, he thought. The smile broadened on her rosy face and a kind look came into her blue eyes. "God bless your lordship," she said. "God bless your pretty face. Good luck and happiness to your lordship. Welcome to you." Lord Fauntleroy waved his cap and nodded to her again as the carriage rolled by her. "I like that woman," he said. "She looks as if she liked boys. I should like to come here and play with her children. I wonder if she has enough to make up a company." Mr. Havisham did not tell him that he would scarcely be allowed to make playmates of the gatekeeper's children. The lawyer thought there was time enough for giving him that information. The carriage rolled on and on between the great, beautiful trees which grew on each side of the avenue, and stretched their broad, swaying branches in an arch across it. Cedric had never seen such trees. They were so grand and stately, and their branches grew so low down on their huge trunks. He did not then know that Dorincourt Castle was one of the most beautiful in all England, and its park was one of the broadest and finest, and its trees and avenue almost without rivals. But he did know that it was all very beautiful. He liked the big, broad-branched trees, with the late afternoon sunlight striking golden lances through them. He liked the perfect stillness which rested on everything. He felt a great, strange pleasure in the beauty of which he caught glimpses under and between the sweeping boughs, the great, beautiful spaces of the park, and still other trees standing sometimes stately and alone, and sometimes in groups. Now and then they passed places where tall ferns grew in masses, and again the ground was azure with the bluebells swaying in the soft breeze. Several times he started up with a laugh of delight as a rabbit leaped up from under the greenery and scudded away with a twinkle of short white tail behind it. Once a covey of partridges rose with a sudden whir and flew away, and then he shouted and clapped his hands. "It's a beautiful place, isn't it?" he said to Mr. Havisham. "I never saw such a beautiful place. It's prettier even than Central Park." He was rather puzzled by the length of time they were on their way. "How far is it," he said at length, "from the gate to the front door?" "It is between 3 and 4 miles," answered the lawyer. "That's a long way for a person to live from his gate," remarked his lordship. Every few minutes he saw something new to wonder at and admire. When he caught sight of the deer, some couched in the grass, some standing with their pretty antlered heads turned with a half-startled air toward the avenue as the carriage wheels disturbed them. He was enchanted. "Has there been a circus?" he cried. "Or do they live here always? Whose are they?" "They live here," Mr. Havisham told him. "They belong to the Earl, your grandfather." It was not long after this that they saw the castle. It rose up before them stately and beautiful and grey, the last rays of the sun casting dazzling lights on its many windows. It had turrets and battlements and towers. A great deal of ivy grew upon its walls. All the broad, open space about it was laid out in terraces and lawns and beds of brilliant flowers. "It's the most beautiful place I ever saw," said Cedric, his round face flushing with pleasure. "It reminds any one of a king's palace. I saw a picture of one once in a fairy book." He saw the great entrance door thrown open and many servants standing in two lines looking at him. He wondered why they were standing there, and admired their liveries very much. He did not know that they were there to do honour to the little boy to whom all this splendour would one day belong. The beautiful castle, like the fairy king's palace, the magnificent park, the grand old trees, the dells full of ferns and bluebells, where the hares and rabbits played, the dappled, large-eyed deer, couching in the deep grass. It was only a couple of weeks since he had sat with Mr. Hobbs among the potatoes and canned peaches, with his legs dangling from the high stool. It would not have been possible for him to realize that he had very much to do with all this grandeur. At the head of the line of servants there stood an elderly woman in a rich, plain black silk gown. She had grey hair and wore a cap. As he entered the hall she stood nearer than the rest, and the child thought from the look in her eyes that she was going to speak to him. Mr. Havisham, who held his hand, paused a moment. "This is Lord Fauntleroy, Mrs. Mellon," he said. "Lord Fauntleroy, this is Mrs. Mellon, who is the housekeeper." Cedric gave her his hand, his eyes lighting up. "Was it you who sent the cat?" he said. "I'm much obliged to you, ma'am." Mrs. Mellon's handsome old face looked as pleased as the face of the lodge-keeper's wife had done. "I should know his lordship anywhere," she said to Mr. Havisham. "He has the captain's face and way. It's a great day, this, sir." Cedric wondered why it was a great day. He looked at Mrs. Mellon curiously. It seemed to him, for a moment, as if there were tears in her eyes, and yet it was evident she was not unhappy. She smiled down on him. "The cat left two beautiful kittens here," she said. "They shall be sent up to your lordship's nursery." Mr. Havisham said a few words to her in a low voice. "In the library, sir," Mrs. Mellon replied. "His lordship is to be taken there alone." A few minutes later, the very tall footman in livery, who had escorted Cedric to the library door, opened it and announced, "Lord Fauntleroy, my lord," in quite a majestic tone. If he was only a footman, he felt it was rather a grand occasion when the heir came home to his own land and possessions, and was ushered into the presence of the old Earl, whose place and title he was to take. Cedric crossed the threshold into the room. It was a very large and splendid room, with massive carven furniture in it, and shelves upon shelves of books. The furniture was so dark, and the drapery so heavy, the diamond-paned windows were so deep, and it seemed such a distance from one end of it to the other, that, since the sun had gone down, the effect of it all was rather gloomy. For a moment Cedric thought there was nobody in the room, but soon he saw that by the fire burning on the white hearth there was a large easy-chair, and that in the chair someone was sitting, someone who did not at first turn to look at him. But he had attracted attention in one quarter at least. On the floor, by the armchair, lay a dog, a huge tawny mastiff, with body and limbs almost as big as a lion's, and this great creature rose majestically and slowly, and marched toward the little fellow with a heavy step. Then the person in the chair spoke. "Dougal," he called, "come back, sir." But there was no more fear in little Lord Fauntleroy's heart than there was of unkindness. He had been a brave little fellow all his life. He put his hand on the big dog's collar in the most natural way in the world, and they strayed forward together, Dougal sniffing as he went. And then the Earl looked up. What Cedric saw was a large old man with shaggy white hair and eyebrows, and a nose like an eagle's beak between his deep, fierce eyes. What the Earl saw was a graceful, childish figure in a black velvet suit, with a lace collar, and with love locks waving about the handsome, manly little face, whose eyes met his with a look of innocent good fellowship. If the castle was like the palace in a fairy story, it must be owned that little Lord Fauntleroy was himself rather like a small copy of the fairy prince, though he was not at all aware of the fact, and perhaps was rather a sturdy young model of a fairy. But there was a sudden glow of triumph and exultation in the fiery old Earl's heart as he saw what a strong, beautiful boy this grandson was, and how unhesitatingly he looked up as he stood with his hand on the big dog's neck. It pleased the grim old nobleman that the child should show no shyness or fear, either of the dog or of himself. Cedric looked at him just as he had looked at the woman at the lodge and at the housekeeper, and came quite close to him. "Are you the Earl?" he said. "I'm your grandson, you know, that Mr. Havisham brought. I'm Lord Fauntleroy." He held out his hand because he thought it must be the polite and proper thing to do, even with earls. "I hope you are very well," he continued, with the utmost friendliness. "I'm very glad to see you." The Earl shook hands with him, with a curious gleam in his eyes. Just at first he was so astonished that he scarcely knew what to say. He stared at the picturesque little apparition from under his shaggy brows, and took it all in from head to foot. "Glad to see me, are you?" he said. "Yes," answered Lord Fauntleroy, "very." There was a chair near him, and he sat down on it. It was a high-backed, rather tall chair, and his feet did not touch the floor when he had settled himself in it. But he seemed to be quite comfortable as he sat there, and regarded his august relative intently but modestly. "I've kept wondering what you would look like," he remarked. "I used to lie in my berth in the ship and wonder if you would be anything like my father." "Am I?" asked the Earl. "Well," Cedric replied, "I was very young when he died, and I may not remember exactly how he looked, but I don't think you are like him." "You are disappointed, I suppose?" suggested his grandfather. "Oh, no," responded Cedric politely. "Of course you would like anyone to look like your father, but of course you would enjoy the way your grandfather looked, even if he wasn't like your father. You know how it is yourself about admiring your relations." The Earl leaned back in his chair and stared. He could not be said to know how it was about admiring his relations. He had employed most of his noble leisure in quarrelling violently with them, in turning them out of his house, and applying abusive epithets to them, and they all hated him cordially. "Any boy would love his grandfather," continued Lord Fauntleroy, "especially one that had been as kind to him as you have been." Another queer gleam came into the old nobleman's eyes. "Oh," he said, "I have been kind to you, have I?" "Yes," answered Lord Fauntleroy brightly. "I'm ever so much obliged to you about Bridget, and the apple woman, and Dick." "Bridget!" exclaimed the Earl. Dick, the apple woman?" "Yes," explained Cedric. "The ones you gave me all the money for. The money you told Mr. Havisham to give me if I wanted it." "Ah!" ejaculated his lordship. "That's it, is it? The money you were to spend as you liked? What did you buy with it? I should like to hear something about that." He drew his shaggy eyebrows together and looked at the child sharply. He was secretly curious to know in what way the lad had indulged himself. "Oh," said Lord Fauntleroy, "perhaps you didn't know about Dick and the apple woman, and Bridget? I forgot you lived such a long way off from them. They were particular friends of mine, and you see Michael had the fever." "Who's Michael?" asked the Earl. "Michael is Bridget's husband, and they were in great trouble. When a man is sick and can't work and has 12 children, you know how it is. And Michael has always been a sober man, and Bridget used to come to our house and cry. And the evening Mr. Havisham was there, she was in the kitchen crying, because they had almost nothing to eat and couldn't pay the rent. And I went in to see her. And Mr. Havisham sent for me, and he said you had given him some money for me. And I ran as fast as I could into the kitchen and gave it to Bridget, and that made it all right. And Bridget could scarcely believe her eyes. That's why I am so obliged to you." "Oh," said the Earl in his deep voice, "that was one of the things you did for yourself, was it? What else?" Dougal had been sitting by the tall chair. The great dog had taken its place there when Cedric sat down. Several times it had turned and looked up at the boy, as if interested in the conversation. Dougal was a solemn dog, who seemed to feel altogether too big to take life's responsibilities lightly. The old Earl, who knew the dog well, had watched it with secret interest. Dougal was not a dog whose habit it was to make acquaintances rashly, and the Earl wondered somewhat to see how quietly the brute sat under the touch of the childish hand. And just at this moment the big dog gave Lord Fauntleroy one more look of dignified scrutiny, and deliberately laid its huge, lion-like head on the boy's black velvet knee. The small hand went on stroking this new friend as Cedric answered. "Well, there was Dick," he said. "You'd like Dick, he's so square." This was an Americanism the Earl was not prepared for. "What does that mean?" he inquired. Lord Fauntleroy paused a moment to reflect. He was not very sure himself what it meant. He had taken it for granted as meaning something very creditable because Dick had been fond of using it. "I think it means that he wouldn't cheat anyone," he exclaimed, "or hit a boy who was under his size, and that he blacks people's boots very well and makes them shine as much as he can." "He's a professional boot black, and he's one of your acquaintances, is he?" said the Earl. "He is an old friend of mine," replied his grandson. "Not quite as old as Mr. Hobbs, but quite old. He gave me a present just before the ship sailed." He put his hand into his pocket and drew forth a neatly folded red object and opened it with an air of affectionate pride. It was a red silk handkerchief with the large purple horseshoes and heads on it. "He gave me this," said his young lordship. "I shall keep it always. You can wear it round your neck or keep it in your pocket. He bought it with the first money he earned after I bought Jake out and gave him the new brushes. It's a keepsake. I put some poetry in Mr. Hobbs's watch. It was, 'When this you see, remember me.' When this I see, I shall always remember Dick." The sensations of the Right Honourable the Earl of Dorincourt could scarcely be described. He was not an old nobleman who was very easily bewildered, because he had seen a great deal of the world, but here was something he found so novel that it almost took his lordly breath away, and caused him some singular emotions. He had never cared for children, He had been so occupied with his own pleasures that he had never had time to care for them. His own sons had not interested him when they were very young, though sometimes he remembered having thought Cedric's father a handsome and strong little fellow. He had been so selfish himself that he had missed the pleasure of seeing unselfishness in others, and he had not known how tender and faithful and affectionate a kind-hearted little child can be, and how innocent and unconscious are its simple, generous impulses. A boy had always seemed to him a most objectionable little animal, selfish and greedy and boisterous when not under strict restraint. His own two eldest sons had given their tutors constant trouble and annoyance, and of the younger one he fancied he had heard few complaints because the boy was of no particular importance. It had never once occurred to him that he should like his grandson. He had sent for the little Cedric because his pride impelled him to do so. If the boy was to take his place in the future, he did not wish his name to be made ridiculous by descending to an uneducated boor. He had been convinced the boy would be a clownish fellow if he were brought up in America. He had no feeling of affection for the lad. His only hope was that he should find him decently well featured, and with a respectable share of sense. He had been so disappointed in his other sons, and had been made so furious by Captain Errol's American marriage, that he had never once thought that anything credible could come of it. When the footman had announced Lord Fauntleroy, he had almost dreaded to look at the boy, lest he should find him all that he had feared. It was because of this feeling that he had ordered that the child should be sent to him alone. His pride could not endure that others should see his disappointment if he was to be disappointed. His proud, stubborn old heart therefore had leaped within him when the boy came forward with his graceful, easy carriage, his fearless hand on the big dog's neck. Even in the moments when he had hoped the most, the Earl had never hoped that his grandson would look like that. It seemed almost too good to be true that this should be the boy he had dreaded to see, the child of the woman he so disliked, this little fellow with so much beauty and such a brave, childish grace. The Earl's stern composure was quite shaken by this startling surprise. And then their talk began, and he was still more curiously moved, and more puzzled. In the first place, he was so used to seeing people rather afraid and embarrassed before him that he had expected nothing else but that his grandson would be timid or shy. But Cedric was no more afraid of the Earl than he had been of Dougal. He was not bold, he was only innocently friendly, and he was not conscious that there could be any reason why he should be awkward or afraid. The Earl could not help seeing that the little boy took him for a friend and treated him as one, without having any doubt of him at all. It was quite plain as the little fellow sat there in his tall chair and talked in his friendly way that it had never occurred to him that this large, fierce-looking old man could be anything but kind to him, and rather pleased to see him there. And it was plain, too, that, in his childish way, he wished to please and interest his grandfather. Cross and hard-hearted and worldly as the old Earl was, he could not help feeling a secret and novel pleasure in this very confidence. After all, it was not disagreeable to meet someone who did not distrust him, or shrink from him, or seem to detect the ugly part of his nature. Someone who looked at him with clear, unsuspecting eyes, if it was only a little boy in a black velvet suit. So the old man leaned back in his chair, and led his young companion on to telling him still more of himself, and with that odd gleam in his eyes watched the little fellow as he talked. Lord Fauntleroy was quite willing to answer all his questions, and chatted on in his genial little way quite composedly. He told him all about Dick and Jake, and the apple woman, and Mr. Hobbs. He described the Republican rally in all the glory of its banners and transparencies, torches and rockets. In the course of the conversation he reached the 4th of July and the Revolution, and was just becoming enthusiastic when he suddenly recollected something and stopped very abruptly. "What is the matter?" demanded his grandfather. "Why don't you go on?" Lord Fauntleroy moved rather uneasily in his chair. It was evident to the Earl that he was embarrassed by the thought which had just occurred to him. "I was just thinking that perhaps you mightn't like it," he replied. "Perhaps some one belonging to you might have been there. I forgot you were an Englishman." "You can go on," said my lord. "No one belonging to me was there. You forgot you were an Englishman too." "Oh, no," said Cedric quickly. "I'm an American." "You are an Englishman," said the Earl grimly. "Your father was an Englishman?" It amused him a little to say this, but it did not amuse Cedric. The lad had never thought of such a development as this. He felt himself grow quite hot up to the roots of his hair. "I was born in America," he protested. "You have to be an American if you are born in America. I beg your pardon?" With serious politeness and delicacy, "for contradicting you. Mr. Hobbs told me if there were another war, you know, I should have to be an American." The Earl gave a grim half laugh. It was short and grim, but it was a laugh. "You would you?" he said. He hated America and Americans, but it amused him to see how serious and interested this small patriot was. He thought that so good an American might make a rather good Englishman when he was a man. They had not time to go very deep into the Revolution again, and indeed Lord Fauntleroy felt some delicacy about returning to the subject, before dinner was announced. Cedric left his chair and went to his noble kinsman. He looked down at his gouty foot. "Would you like me to help you?" he said politely. "You could lean on me, you know. Once when Mr. Hobbs hurt his foot with a potato barrel rolling on it, he used to lean on me." The big footman almost perilled his reputation and his situation by smiling. He was an aristocratic footman who had always lived in the best of noble families, and he had never smiled. Indeed, he would have felt himself a disgraced and vulgar footman if he had allowed himself to be led by any circumstance whatever into such an indiscretion as a smile. But he had a very narrow escape. He only just saved himself by staring straight over the Earl's head at a very ugly picture. The Earl looked his valiant young relative over from head to foot. "Do you think you could do it?" he asked gruffly. "I think I could," said Cedric. "I'm strong. I'm 7, you know. You could lean on your stick on one side, and on me on the other. Dick says I've a good deal of muscle for a boy that's only 7. He shut his hand and moved it upward to his shoulder, so that the Earl might see the muscle Dick had kindly approved of, and his face was so grave and earnest that the footman found it necessary to look very hard indeed at the ugly picture. "Well," said the Earl, "you may try." Cedric gave him his stick and began to assist him to rise. Usually the footman did this, and was violently sworn at when his lordship had an extra twinge of gout. The Earl was not a very polite person as a rule, and many a time the huge footmen about him quaked inside their imposing liveries. But this evening he did not swear, though his gouty foot gave him more twinges than one. He chose to try an experiment. He got up slowly and put his hand on the small shoulder presented to him with so much courage. Little Lord Fauntleroy made a careful step forward, looking down at the gouty foot. "Just lean on me," he said, with encouraging good cheer. "I'll walk very slowly." If the Earl had been supported by the footman, he would have rested less on his stick and more on his assistant's arm, and yet it was part of his experiment to let his grandson feel his burden as no light weight. It was quite a heavy weight indeed, and after a few steps his young lordship's face grew quite hot, and his heart beat rather fast. But he braced himself sturdily, remembering his muscle and Dick's approval of it. "Don't be afraid of leaning on me," he panted. "I'm all right, if it isn't a very long way." It was not really very far to the dining room, but it seemed rather a long way to Cedric before they reached the chair at the head of the table. The hand on his shoulder seemed to grow heavier at every step, and his face grew redder and hotter, and his breath shorter. But he never thought of giving up. He stiffened his childish muscles, held his head erect, and encouraged the Earl as he limped along. "Does your foot hurt you very much when you stand on it?" he asked. "Did you ever put it in hot water and mustard? Mr. Hobbs used to put his in hot water. Arnica is very nice thing, they tell me." The big dog stalked slowly beside them, and the footman followed. Several times he looked very queer as he watched the little figure making the very most of all its strength, and bearing its burden with such good will. The Earl, too, looked rather queer once, as he glanced sideways down at the flushed little face. When they entered the room where they were to dine, Cedric saw it was a very large and imposing one, and that the footman who stood behind the chair at the head of the table stared very hard as they came in. But they reached the chair at last. The hand was removed from his shoulder, and the Earl was fairly seated. Cedric took out Dick's handkerchief and wiped his forehead. "It's a warm night, isn't it?" he said. "Perhaps you need a fire because of your foot, but it seems just a little warm to me." His delicate consideration for his noble relative's feelings was such that he did not wish to seem to intimate that any of his surroundings were unnecessary. "You have been doing some rather hard work," said the Earl. "Oh, no," said Lord Fauntleroy. "It wasn't exactly hard, but I got a little warm. A person will get warm in summer time." And he rubbed his damp curls rather vigorously with the gorgeous handkerchief. His own chair was placed at the other end of the table, opposite his grandfather's. It was a chair with arms, and intended for a much larger individual than himself. Indeed, everything he had seen so far, the great rooms with their high ceilings, the massive furniture, the big footman, the big dog, the Earl himself, were all of proportions calculated to make this little lad feel that he was very small indeed. But that did not trouble him. He had never thought himself very large or important, and he was quite willing to accommodate himself even to circumstances which rather overpowered him. Perhaps he had never looked so little a fellow as when seated now in his great chair at the end of the table. Notwithstanding his solitary existence, the Earl chose to live in some state. He was fond of his dinner, and he dined in a formal style. Cedric looked at him across a glitter of splendid glass and plate, which to his unaccustomed eyes seemed quite dazzling. A stranger looking on might well have smiled at the picture. The great stately room, the big liveried servants, the bright lights, the glittering silver and glass, the fierce-looking old nobleman at the head of the table and the very small boy at the foot. Dinner was usually a very serious matter with the Earl, and it was a very serious matter with the cook, if his lordship was not pleased or had an indifferent appetite. To-day, however, his appetite seemed a trifle better than usual, perhaps because he had something to think of besides the flavour of the entrees and the management of the gravies. His grandson gave him something to think of. He kept looking at him across the table. He did not say very much himself, but he managed to make the boy talk. He had never imagined that he could be entertained by hearing a child talk, but Lord Fauntleroy at once puzzled and amused him, and he kept remembering how he had let the childish shoulder feel his weight, just for the sake of trying how far the boy's courage and endurance would go. And it pleased him to know that his grandson had not quailed and had not seemed to think even for a moment of giving up what he had undertaken to do. "You don't wear your coronet all the time?" remarked Lord Fauntleroy respectfully. "No," replied the Earl, with his grim smile. "It is not becoming to me." "Mr. Hobbs said you always wore it," said Cedric, "but after he thought it over, he said he supposed you must sometimes take it off to put your hat on." "Yes," said the Earl, "I take it off occasionally." And one of the footmen suddenly turned aside and gave a singular little cough behind his hand. Cedric finished his dinner first, and then he leaned back in his chair and took a survey of the room. "You must be very proud of your house," he said. "It's such a beautiful house. I never saw anything so beautiful. But, of course, as I'm only 7, I haven't seen much." "And you think I must be proud of it, do you?" said the Earl. "I should think anyone would be proud of it," replied Lord Fauntleroy. "I should be proud of it if it were my house. Everything about it is beautiful. And the park, and those trees, how beautiful they are, and how the leaves rustle." Then he paused an instant and looked across the table rather wistfully. "It's a very big house for just 2 people to live in, isn't it?" he said. "It is quite large enough for 2," answered the Earl. "Do you find it too large?" His little lordship hesitated a moment. "I was only thinking," he said, "that if 2 people lived in it who were not very good companions, they might feel lonely sometimes." "Do you think I shall make a good companion?" inquired the Earl. "Yes," replied Cedric, "I think you will. Mr. Hobbs and I were great friends. He was the best friend I had except Dearest." The Earl made a quick movement of his bushy eyebrows. "Who is Dearest?" "She is my mother," said Lord Fauntleroy, in a rather low, quiet little voice. Perhaps he was a trifle tired, as his bedtime was nearing, and perhaps after the excitement of the last few days it was natural he should be tired. So perhaps, too, the feeling of weariness brought to him a vague sense of loneliness in the remembrance that to-night he was not to sleep at home, watched over by the loving eyes of that best friend of his. They had always been best friends, this boy and his young mother. He could not help thinking of her, and the more he thought of her the less was he inclined to talk. And by the time the dinner was at an end the Earl saw that there was a faint shadow on his face. But Cedric bore himself with excellent courage, and when they went back to the library, though the tall footman walked on one side of his master, the Earl's hand rested on his grandson's shoulder, though not so heavily as before. When the footman left them alone, Cedric sat down upon the hearth-rug near Dougal. For a few minutes he stroked the dog's ears in silence and looked at the fire. The Earl watched him. The boy's eyes looked wistful and thoughtful, and once or twice he gave a little sigh. The Earl sat still and kept his eyes fixed on his grandson. "Fauntleroy," he said at last, "what are you thinking of?" Fauntleroy looked up with a manful effort at a smile. "I was thinking about Dearest," he said, and I think I'd better get up and walk up and down the room." He rose up and put his hands in his small pockets, and began to walk to and fro. His eyes were very bright, and his lips were pressed together, but he kept his head up and walked firmly. Dougal moved lazily and looked at him, and then stood up. He walked over to the child and began to follow him uneasily. Fauntleroy drew one hand from his pocket and laid it on the dog's head. "He's a very nice dog," he said. "He's my friend. He knows how I feel." "How do you feel?" asked the Earl. It disturbed him to see the struggle the little fellow was having with his first feeling of homesickness, but it pleased him to see that he was making so brave an effort to bear it well. He liked this childish courage. "Come here," he said. Fauntleroy went to him. "I never was away from my own house before," said the boy, with a troubled look in his brown eyes. "It makes a person feel a strange feeling when he has to stay all night in another person's castle instead of his own house. But Dearest is not very far away from me. She told me to remember that. And I'm 7, and I can look at the picture she gave me." He put his hand in his pocket and brought out a small violet velvet covered case. "This is it," he said. "You see, you press this spring and it opens, and she is in there." He had come close to the Earl's chair, and as he drew forth the little case, he leaned against the arm of it, and against the old man's arm too, as confidingly as if children had always leaned there. "There she is," he said, as the case opened, and he looked up with a smile. The Earl knitted his brows. He did not wish to see the picture, but he looked at it in spite of himself, and there looked up at him from it such a pretty young face, a face so like the child's at his side, that it quite startled him. "I suppose you think you are very fond of her," he said. "Yes," answered Lord Fauntleroy, in a gentle tone, and with simple directness. "I do think so, and I think it's true. You see, Mr. Hobbs was my friend, and Dick and Bridget and Mary and Michael, they were my friends too. But Dearest, well, she is my close friend, and we always tell each other everything. My father left her to me to take care of, and when I am a man, I am going to work and earn money for her." "What do you think of doing?" inquired his grandfather. His young lordship slipped down upon the hearth-rug, and sat there with the picture still in his hand. He seemed to be reflecting seriously before he answered. "I did think perhaps I might go into business with Mr. Hobbs," he said. "But I should like to be a president." "We'll send you to the House of Lords instead," said his grandfather. "Well," remarked Lord Fauntleroy, "if I couldn't be a president, and if that is a good business, I shouldn't mind. The grocery business is dull sometimes." Perhaps he was weighing the matter in his mind, for he sat very quiet after this, and looked at the fire for some time. The Earl did not speak again. He leaned back in his chair and watched him. A great many strange, new thoughts passed through the old nobleman's mind. Dougal had stretched himself out and gone to sleep, with his head on his huge paws. There was a long silence. In about half an hour's time, Mr. Havisham was ushered in. The great room was very still when he entered. The Earl was still leaning back in his chair. He moved as Mr. Havisham approached, and held up his hand in a gesture of warning. It seemed as if he had scarcely intended to make the gesture, as if it were almost involuntary. Dougal was still asleep, and close beside the great dog, sleeping also, with his curly head upon his arm, lay little Lord Fauntleroy. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Lucy Burgoyne. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances H. Burnett. Chapter 6. When Lord Fauntleroy wakened in the morning, he had not wakened at all when he had been carried to bed the night before. The first sounds he was conscious of were the crackling of a wood fire and the murmur of voices. "You will be careful, Dawson, not to say anything about it," he heard someone say. "He does not know why she is not to be with him, and the reason is to be kept from him." "If them's his lordship's orders, mem," another voice answered, "they'll have to be kept, I suppose. But if you'll excuse the liberty, mem, as it's between ourselves, servant or no servant, all I have to say is, it's a cruel thing, parting that poor, pretty, young-witted creature from her own flesh and blood, and him such a little beauty and a nobleman born. James and Thomas, mem, last night in the servants' hall, they both of them say as they never see anything in their 2 lives, nor yet no other gentleman in livery, like that little fellow's ways, as innocent and polite and interested as if he'd been sitting there dining with his best friend, and the temper of an angel instead of one, if you'll excuse me, mem. As it's well known, it's enough to curdle your blood in your veins at times. And as to looks, mem, when we was rung for, James and me, to go into the library and bring him upstairs, and James lifted him up in his arms, what with his little innocent face all red and rosy, and his little head on James's shoulder, and his hair hanging down, all curly and shining, a prettier, tainter sight you'd never wish to see. And it's my opinion my lord wasn't blind to it neither, for he looked at him, and he says to James, 'See you don't wake him,' he says." Cedric moved on his pillow and turned over, opening his eyes. There were 2 women in the room. Everything was bright and cheerful, with gay flowered chintz. There was a fire on the hearth, and the sunshine was streaming in through the ivy-entwined windows. Both women came toward him, and he saw that one of them was Mrs. Mellon, the housekeeper, and the other a comfortable, middle-aged woman, with a face as kind and good-humoured as a face could be. "Good morning, my lord," said Mrs. Mellon. "Did you sleep well?" His lordship rubbed his eyes and smiled. "Good morning," he said. "I didn't know I was here." "You were carried upstairs when you were asleep," said the housekeeper. "This is your bedroom, and this is Dawson, who is to take care of you." Fauntleroy sat up in bed and held out his hand to Dawson, as he had held it out to the Earl. "How do you do, ma'am?" he said. "I'm much obliged to you for coming to take care of me." "You can call her Dawson, my lord," said the housekeeper with a smile. "She is used to being called Dawson." "Miss Dawson or Mrs. Dawson?" inquired his lordship. "Just Dawson, my lord," said Dawson herself, beaming all over. "Neither Miss or Mrs. Bless your little heart! Will you get up now and let Dawson dress you, and then have your breakfast in the nursery?" "I learned to dress myself many years ago, thank you," answered Fauntleroy. "Dearest taught me. Dearest is my mamma. We had only Mary to do all the work, washing and all, and so of course it wouldn't do to give her so much trouble. I can take my bath, too, pretty well, if you'll just be kind enough to examine the corners after I'm done." Dawson and the housekeeper exchanged glances. "Dawson will do anything you ask her to," said Mrs. Mellon. "That I will, bless him," said Dawson, in her comforting, good-humoured voice. "He shall dress himself if he likes, and I'll stand by, ready to help him if he wants me." "Thank you," responded Lord Fauntleroy. "It's a little hard sometimes about the buttons, you know, and then I have to ask somebody." He thought Dawson a very kind woman, and before the bath and the dressing were finished, They were excellent friends, and he had found out a great deal about her. He had discovered that her husband had been a soldier and had been killed in a real battle, and that her son was a sailor, and was away on a long cruise, and that he had seen pirates and cannibals and Chinese people and Turks, and that he brought home strange shells and pieces of coral which Dawson was ready to show at any moment, some of them being in her trunk. All this was very interesting. He also found out that she had taken care of little children all her life, and that she had just come from a great house in another part of England, where she had been taking care of a beautiful little girl whose name was Lady Gwyneth Vaughn. "And she is sort of relation to your lordships," said Dawson, "and perhaps some time you may see her." "Do you think I shall?" said Fauntleroy. "I should like that. I never knew any little girls, but I always liked to look at them." When he went into the adjoining room to take his breakfast, and saw what a great room it was, and found there was another adjoining it, which Dawson told him was his also, the feeling that he was very small indeed came over him again so strongly that he confided it to Dawson, as he sat down to the table on which the pretty breakfast service was arranged. "I am a very little boy," he said rather wistfully, "to live in such a large castle, and have so many big rooms. Don't you think so?" "Oh, come," said Dawson, "you feel just a little strange at first, that's all, but you'll get over that very soon, and then you'll like it here. It's such a beautiful place, you know." "It's a very beautiful place, of course," said Fauntleroy, with a little sigh, "but I should like it better if I didn't miss Dearest so. I always had my breakfast with her in the morning, and put the sugar and cream in her tea for her, and handed her the toast. That made it very sociable, of course." "Oh, well," answered Dawson, comfortingly, "you know you can see her every day, and there's no knowing how much you'll have to tell her. Bless you, wait till you've walked about a bit and seen things. The dogs, and the stables with all the horses in 'em. There's one of them I know you'll like to see." "Is there?" exclaimed Fauntleroy. "I'm very fond of horses. I was very fond of Jim. He was the horse that belonged to Mr. Hobbs's grocery wagon. He was a beautiful horse when he wasn't balky." "Well," said Dawson, "you just wait till you've seen what's in the stables. And, dearie me, you haven't looked even into the very next room yet." "What is there?" asked Fauntleroy. "Wait until you've had your breakfast, and then you shall see," said Dawson. At this he naturally began to grow curious, and he applied himself assiduously to his breakfast. It seemed to him that there must be something worth looking at in the next room. Dawson had such a consequential, mysterious air. "Now then," he said, slipping off his seat a few minutes later, "I've had enough. Can I go and look at it?" Dawson nodded and led the way, looking more mysterious and important than ever. He began to be very much interested indeed. When she opened the door of the room, he stood upon the threshold and looked about him in amazement. He did not speak. He only put his hands in his pockets and stood there flushing up to his forehead and looking in. He flushed up because he was so surprised and, for the moment, excited. To see such a place was enough to surprise any ordinary boy. The room was a large one too, as all the rooms seemed to be, and it appeared to him more beautiful than the rest, only in a different way. The furniture was not so massive and antique as was that in the rooms he had seen downstairs. The draperies and rugs and walls were brighter. There were shelves full of books, and on the tables were numbers of toys, beautiful, ingenious things, such as he looked at with wonder and delight through the shop windows in New York. "It looks like a boy's room," he said at last, catching his breath a little. "Whom do they belong to?" "Go and look at them," said Dawson. "They belong to you." To me?" he cried. "To me? Why do they belong to me? Who gave them to me?" And he sprang forward with a gay little shout. It seemed almost too much to be believed. "It was grandpa," he said, with his eyes as bright as stars. "I know it was grandpa." "Yes, it was his lordship," said Dawson. "And if you will be a nice little gentleman, and not fret about things, and will enjoy yourself, and be happy all the day, he will give you anything you ask for." It was a tremendously exciting morning. There were so many things to be examined, so many experiments to be tried. Each novelty was so absorbing that he could scarcely turn from it to look at the next. And it was so curious to know that all this had been prepared for himself alone, that, even before he had left New York, people had come down from London to arrange the rooms he was to occupy, and had provided the books and playthings most likely to interest him. "Did you ever know anyone," he said to Dawson, "who had such a kind grandfather?" Dawson's face wore an uncertain expression for a moment. She had not a very high opinion of his lordship the Earl. She had not been in the house many days, but she had been there long enough to hear the old nobleman's peculiarities discussed very freely in the servants' hall. And of all the vicious, savage, ill-tempered old fellows it was ever my heel like to wear, livery thunder, the tallest footman had said, "He's the vilest and worst by a long shot." And this particular footman, whose name was Thomas, had also repeated to his companions below stairs some of the Earl's remarks to Mr. Havisham, when they had been discussing these very preparations. "Give him his own way, and fill his room with toys," my lord had said. "Give him what will amuse him, and he'll forget about his mother quickly enough. Amuse him, and fill his mind with other things, and we shall have no trouble. That's boy nature." So, perhaps, having had this truly amiable object in view, it did not please him so very much to find it did not seem to be exactly this particular boy's nature. The Earl had passed a bad night and had spent the morning in his room, but at noon, after he had lunched, he sent for his grandson. Fauntleroy answered the summons at once. He came down the broad staircase with a bounding step. The Earl heard him run across the hall, and then the door opened and he came in with red cheeks and sparkling eyes. "I was waiting for you to send for me," he said. "I was ready a long time ago. I'm ever so much obliged to you for all those things. I'm ever so much obliged to you. I have been playing with them all morning." "Oh," said the Earl, "you like them, do you?" "I like them so much. Well, I couldn't tell you how much," said Fauntleroy, his face glowing with delight. "There's one that's like baseball, only you play it on a board with black and white pegs. You keep your score with some counters on a wire. I tried to teach Dawson, but she couldn't quite understand it just at first. You see, she never played baseball, being a lady, and I'm afraid I wasn't very good at explaining it to her. But you know all about it, don't you?" "I'm afraid I don't," replied the Earl. "It's an American game, isn't it? Is it something like cricket?" "I never saw cricket," said Fauntleroy, "but Mr. Hobbs took me several times to see baseball. It's a splendid game. You get so excited. Would you like me to go and get my game and show it to you? Perhaps it would amuse you and make you forget about your foot. Does your foot hurt you very much this morning?" "More than I enjoy," was the answer. "Then perhaps you couldn't forget it," said the little fellow anxiously. "Perhaps it would bother you to be told about the game. Do you think it would amuse you, or do you think it would bother you?" "Go and get it," said the Earl. It certainly was a novel entertainment, this, making a companion of a child who offered to teach him to play games. But the very novelty of it amused him. There was a smile lurking about the Earl's mouth when Cedric came back with the box containing the game in his arms, and an expression of the most eager interest on his face. "May I pull that little table over here to your chair?" he asked. "Ring for Thomas," said the Earl. "He will place it for you." "Oh, I can do it myself," answered Fauntleroy. "It's not very heavy." "Very well," replied his grandfather. The lurking smile deepened on the old man's face as he watched the little fellow's preparations. There was such an absorbed interest in them. The small table was dragged forward and placed by his chair, and the game taken from its box and arranged upon it. "It's very interesting when you once begin," said Fauntleroy. "You see, the black pegs can be your side and the white ones mine. They're men, you know, and once round the field is a home run and counts one, and these are the outs. And here is the first base, and that's the second, and that's the third, and that's the home base." He entered into the details of explanation with the greatest animation. He showed all the attitudes of pitcher and catcher and batter in the real game, and gave a dramatic description of a wonderful hot ball he had seen caught on the glorious occasion on which he had witnessed a match in company with Mr. Hobbs. His vigorous, graceful little body, his eager gestures, his simple enjoyment of it all, were pleasant to behold. When at last the explanations and illustrations were at an end and the game began in good earnest, the Earl still found himself entertained. His young companion was wholly absorbed. He played with all his childish heart. His gay little laughs when he made a good throw, his enthusiasm over a home run, his impartial delight over his own good luck and his opponent's, would have given a flavour to any game. If, a week before, any one had told the Earl of Dorincourt that on that particular morning he would be forgetting his gout and his bad temper in a child's game, played with black and white wooden pegs on a gaily painted board, with a curly-headed small boy for a companion, he would, without doubt, have made himself very unpleasant. And yet he certainly had forgotten himself when the door opened and Thomas announced a visitor. The visitor in question, who was an elderly gentleman in black, and no less a person than the clergyman of the parish, was so startled by the amazing scene which met his eye that he almost fell back a pace, and ran some risk of colliding with Thomas. There was, in fact, no part of his duty that the Reverend Mr. Mordaunt found so decidedly unpleasant as that part which compelled him to call upon his noble patron at the castle. His noble patron, indeed, usually made these visits as disagreeable as it lay in his lordly power to make them. He abhorred churches and charities, and flew into violent rages when any of his tenantry took the liberty of being poor and ill and needing assistance. When his gout was at its worst, he did not hesitate to announce that he would not be bored and irritated by being told stories of their miserable misfortunes. When his gout troubled him less and he was in a somewhat more humane frame of mind, he would perhaps give the rector some money, after having bullied him in the most painful manner, and berated the whole parish for its shiftlessness and imbecility. But, whatsoever his mood, he never failed to make as many sarcastic and embarrassing speeches as possible, and to cause the Reverend Mr. Mordaunt to wish it were proper and Christian-like to throw something heavy at him. During all the years in which Mr. Mordaunt had been in charge of Dorincourt parish, the rector certainly did not remember having seen his lordship, of his own free will, do any one a kindness, or, under any circumstances whatever, show that he thought of any one but himself. He had called to-day to speak to him of a specially pressing case, and as he had walked up the avenue, he had, for two reasons, dreaded his visit more than usual. In the first place, He knew that his lordship had for several days been suffering with the gout, and had been so villainous a humour that rumours of it had even reached the village, carried there by one of the young women's servants, to her sister, who kept a little shop and retailed darning needles and cotton and peppermints and gossip, as a means of earning an honest living. What Mrs. Dibble did not know about the castle and its inmates, and the farmhouses and their inmates, and the village and its population, was really not worth being talked about. And of course she knew everything about the castle, because her sister, Jane Shorts, was one of the upper housemaids, and was very friendly and intimate with Thomas. "And the way his lordship do go on," said Mrs. Dibble, over the counter, "and the way he do use language," Mr. Thomas told Jane herself. "No flesh and blood as in livery could stand for throw a plate of toast at Mr. Thomas hisself he did, not more than 2 days since, and if it weren't for other things being agreeable and the society below stairs most genteel, warning would have been gave within an hour." And the rector had heard all of this, for somehow the Earl was a favourite black sheep in the cottages and farmhouses, and his bad behaviour gave many a good woman something to talk about when she had company to tea. And the second reason was even worse, because it was a new one and had been talked about with the most excited interest. Who did not know of the old nobleman's fury when his handsome son the captain had married the American lady? Who did not know how cruelly he had treated the captain, and how the big, gay, sweet-smiling young man, who was the only member of the grand family anyone liked, had died in a foreign land, poor and unforgiven? Who did not know how fiercely his lordship had hated the poor young creature who had been this son's wife, and how he had hated the thought of her child, and never meant to see the boy, until his two sons died and left him without an heir? And then, who did not know that he had looked forward without any affection or pleasure to his grandson's coming, and that he had made up his mind that he should find the boy a vulgar, awkward, pert American lad, more likely to disgrace his noble name than to honour it? The proud, angry old man thought he had kept all his thoughts secret. He did not suppose anyone had dared to guess at, much less talk over what he felt, and dreaded that his servants watched him, and read his face and his ill humours and fits of gloom, and discussed them in the servants' hall. And while he thought himself quite secure from the common herd, Thomas was telling Jane and the cook and the butler and the housemaids and the other footmen that it was his opinion that the old man was worse than usual at thinking Hobber the captain's boy, and anticipating as he won't be no credit to the family. "And serve him right," added Thomas. "It's his own fault. What can he expect from a child brought up in poor circumstances in that there low America?" And as the Reverend Mr. Mordaunt walked under the great trees, he remembered that this questionable little boy had arrived at the castle only the evening before, and that there were 9 chances to 1 that his lordship's worst fears were realised, and 22 chances to 1 that if the poor little fellow had disappointed him, the Earl was even now in a tearing rage, and ready to vent all his rancour on the first person who called, which it appeared probable would be his reverend self. Judge them of his amazement when, as Thomas opened the library door, his ears were greeted by a delighted ring of childish laughter. "That's 2 out!" shouted an excited, clear little voice. "You see it's 2 out!" And there was the Earl's chair, and the gout stool, and his foot on it, and by him a small table and a game on it, and quite close to him, actually leaning against his arm and his ungouty knee, was a little boy with face glowing, and eyes dancing with excitement. "It's 2 out," the little stranger cried. "You hadn't any luck that time, had you?" And then they both recognised at once that someone had come in. The Earl glanced round, knitting his shaggy eyebrows as he had a trick of doing, and when he saw who it was, Mr. Mordaunt was still more surprised to see that he looked even less disagreeable than usual instead of more so. In fact, he looked almost as if he had forgotten for the moment how disagreeable he was, and how unpleasant he really could make himself when he tried. "Ah!" he said in his harsh voice, but giving his hand rather graciously. "Good morning, Mordaunt. I've found a new employment, you see." He put his other hand on Cedric's shoulder. Perhaps deep down in his heart there was a stir of gratified pride that it was such an air he had to present. There was a spark of something like pleasure in his eyes as he moved the boy slightly forward. "This is the new Lord Fauntleroy," he said. "Fauntleroy, this is Mr. Mordaunt, the rector of the parish." Fauntleroy looked up at the gentleman in the clerical garments, and gave him his hand. "I am very glad to make your acquaintance, sir," he said, remembering the words he had heard Mr. Hobbs use on one or two occasions when he had been greeting a new customer with ceremony. Cedric felt quite sure that one ought to be more than usual polite to a minister. Mr. Mordaunt held the small hand in his a moment as he looked down at the child's face, smiling involuntarily. He liked the little fellow from that instant, as in fact people always did like him. And it was not the boy's beauty and grace which most appealed to him. It was the simple, natural kindliness in the little lad which made any words he uttered, however quaint and unexpected, sound pleasant and sincere. As the rector looked at Cedric, he forgot to think of the Earl at all. Nothing in the world is so strong as a kind heart, and somehow this kind little heart, though it was only the heart of a child, seemed to clear all the atmosphere of the big gloomy room and make it brighter. "I am delighted to make your acquaintance, Lord Fauntleroy," said the rector. "You made a long journey to come to us. A great many people will be glad to know you made it safely." "It was a long way," answered Fauntleroy, "but dearest, my mother, was with me and I wasn't lonely. Of course you are never lonely if your mother is with you, and the ship was beautiful." "Take a chair, Mordaunt," said the Earl. Mr. Mordaunt sat down. He glanced from Fauntleroy to the Earl. "Your lordship is greatly to be congratulated," he said warmly. But the Earl plainly had no intention of showing his feelings on the subject. "He is like his father," he said rather gruffly. "Let us hope he'll conduct himself more creditably." And then he added, "Well, what is it this morning, Mordaunt? Who is in trouble now?" This was not as bad as Mr. Mordaunt had expected, but he hesitated a second before he began. "It is Higgins," he said. "Higgins of Edge Farm. He has been very unfortunate. He was ill himself last autumn, and his children had scarlet fever. I can't say that he is a very good manager, but he has had ill luck. And of course he is behindhand in many ways. He is in trouble about his rent now. Newick tells him if he doesn't pay it, he must leave the place, and of course that would be a very serious matter. His wife is ill, and he came to me yesterday to beg me to see about it, and ask you for time. He thinks if you would give him time he could catch up again." "They all think that," said the Earl, looking rather black. Fauntleroy made a movement forward. He had been standing between his grandfather and the visitor, listening with all his might. He had begun to be interested in Higgins at once. He wondered how many children there were, and if the scarlet fever had hurt them very much. His eyes were wide open, and were fixed upon Mr. Mordaunt with intent interest as that gentleman went on with the conversation. Higgins is a well-meaning man, said the rector, making an effort to strengthen his plea. He is a bad tenant, replied his lordship, and he is always behindhand. Newick tells me. He is in great trouble now, said the rector. He is very fond of his wife and children, and if the farm is taken from him, they may literally starve. He cannot give them the nourishing things they need. 2 of the children were left very low after the fever, and the doctor orders for them wine and luxuries that Higgins cannot afford. At this, Fauntleroy moved a step nearer. That was the way with Michael, he said. The Earl slightly started. I forgot you, he said. I forgot we had a philanthropist in the room. Who was Michael? And the gleam of queer amusement came back into the old man's deep-set eyes. He was Bridget's husband, who had the fever, answered Fauntleroy, and he couldn't pay the rent or buy wine and things, and you gave me that money to help him. The Earl drew his brows together into a curious frown, which somehow was scarcely grim at all. He glanced across at Mr. Mordaunt. I don't know what sort of land proprietor he will make, he said. I told Havisham the boy was to have what he wanted, anything he wanted, and what he wanted, it seems, was money to give to beggars. Oh, but they weren't beggars, said Fauntleroy eagerly. Michael was a splendid bricklayer. They all worked. Oh, said the Earl, they were not beggars. They were splendid bricklayers, and boot-blacks, and apple-women. He bent his gaze on the boy for a few seconds in silence. The fact was that a new thought was coming to him, and though, perhaps, it was not prompted by the noblest emotions, it was not a bad thought. Come here, he said at last. Fauntleroy went and stood as near to him as possible, without encroaching on the gouty foot. What would you do in this case? His lordship asked. It must be confessed that Mr. Mordaunt experienced for the moment a curious sensation. Being a man of great thoughtfulness, and having spent so many years on the estate of Dorincourt, knowing the tenantry, rich and poor, the people of the village, honest and industrious, dishonest and lazy, he realized very strongly what power, for good or evil, would be given in the future to this one small boy standing there, his brown eyes wide open, his hands deep in his pockets, and the thought came to him also that a great deal of power might, perhaps, through the caprice of a proud, self-indulgent old man, be given to him now, and that, if his young nature were not a simple and generous one, it might be the worst thing that could happen, not only for others, but for himself. And what would you do in such a case? Demanded the Earl. Fauntleroy drew a little nearer, and laid one hand on his knee, with the most confiding air of good comradeship. If I were very rich, he said, and not only just a little boy, I should let him stay, and give him the things for his children. But then, I am only a boy. Then, after a second's pause, in which his face brightened visibly, you can do anything, can't you? He said. Said my lord, staring at him. That's your opinion, is it? And he was not displeased either. I mean, you can give anyone anything, said Fauntleroy. Who's Newick? He is my agent, answered the Earl, and some of my tenants are not over fond of him. Are you going to write him a letter now? Inquired Fauntleroy. Shall I bring you the pen and ink? I can take the game off this table. It plainly had not for an instant occurred to him that Newick would be allowed to do his worst. The Earl paused a moment, still looking at him. Can you write? He asked. Yes, answered Cedric, but not very well. Move the things from the table, commanded my lord, and bring the pen and ink, and a sheet of paper from my desk. Mr. Mordaunt's interest began to increase. Fauntleroy did as he was told very deftly. In a few moments, the sheet of paper, the big inkstand, and the pen were ready. "There," he said gaily. "Now you can write it." "You are to write it," said the Earl. "I!" exclaimed Fauntleroy, and a flush overspread his forehead. "Will it do if I write it? I don't always spell quite right when I haven't a dictionary, and nobody tells me." "It will do," answered the Earl. "Higgins will not complain of the spelling. I'm not the philanthropist. You are. Dip your pen in the ink." Fauntleroy took up the pen and dipped it in the ink bottle. Then he arranged himself in position, leaning on the table. "Now," he inquired, "what must I say?" "You may say, 'Higgins is not to be interfered with, for the present,' and sign it." "Fauntleroy," said the Earl. Fauntleroy dipped his pen in the ink again, and resting his arm, began to write. It was rather a slow and serious process, but he gave his whole soul to it. After a while, however, the manuscript was complete, and he handed it to his grandfather with a smile slightly tinged with anxiety. "Do you think it will do?" he asked. The Earl looked at it, and the corners of his mouth twitched a little. "Yes," he answered. "Higgins will find it entirely satisfactory." And he handed it to Mr. Mordaunt. What Mr. Mordaunt found written was this: "Dear Mr. Newick, if you please, Mr. Higgins is not to be interfered with for the present, and oblige, yours respectfully." "Mr. Hobbs always signed his letters that way," said Fauntleroy, "and I thought I'd better say 'please.' Is that exactly the right way to spell 'interfered'?" "It's not exactly the way it is spelled in the dictionary," answered the Earl. "I was afraid of that," said Fauntleroy. "I ought to have asked. You see, that's the way with words of more than one syllable. You have to look in the dictionary. It's always safest. I'll write it over again." And write it over again he did, making quite an imposing copy, and taking precautions in the matter of spelling by consulting the Earl himself. "Spelling is a curious thing," he said. "It's so often different from what you expect it to be. I used to think 'please' was spelt Plees, but it isn't, you know, and you'd think 'dear' was spelt Dere. If you didn't inquire, sometimes it almost discourages you." When Mr. Mordaunt went away, he took the letter with him, and he took something else with him also, namely, a pleasanter feeling and a more hopeful one than he had ever carried home with him down that avenue on any previous visit he had made at Dorincourt Castle. When he was gone, Fauntleroy, who had accompanied him to the door, went back to his grandfather. "May I go to Dearest now?" he asked. "I think she will be waiting for me." The Earl was silent a moment. "There is something in the stable for you to see first," he said. "Ring the bell." "If you please," said Fauntleroy, with his quick little flush. "I'm very much obliged, but I think I'd better see it tomorrow. She will be expecting me all the time." "Very well," answered the Earl. "We will order the carriage." Then he added dryly, "It's a pony." Fauntleroy drew a long breath. "A pony!" he exclaimed. "Whose pony is it?" "Yours," replied the Earl. "Mine!" cried the little fellow. "Mine, like the things upstairs?" "Yes," said his grandfather. "Would you like to see it? Shall I order it to be brought around?" Fauntleroy's cheeks grew redder and redder. "I never thought I should have a pony," he said. "I never thought that. How glad Dearest will be! You give me everything, don't you?" "Do you wish to see it?" inquired the Earl. Fauntleroy drew a long breath. "I want," to see it," he said. "I want to see it so much I can hardly wait. But I'm afraid there isn't time." "You must go and see your mother this afternoon?" asked the Earl. "You think you can't put it off?" "Why," said Fauntleroy, "she has been thinking about me all the morning, and I have been thinking about her." "Oh," said the Earl, "you have you? Ring the bell." As they drove down the avenue, under the arching trees, he was rather silent, but Fauntleroy was not. He talked about the pony. What colour was it? How big was it? What was its name? What did it like to eat best? How old was it? How early in the morning might he get up and see it? "Dearest will be so glad," he kept saying. "She will be so much obliged to you for being so kind to me. She knows I always liked ponies so much, but we never thought I should have one. There was a little boy on Fifth Avenue who had one, and he used to ride out every morning, and we used to take a walk past his house to see him." He leaned back against the cushions and regarded the Earl with rapt interest for a few minutes and in entire silence. "I think you must be the best person in the world," he burst forth at last. "You are always doing good, aren't you? And thinking about other people. Dearest says that is the best kind of goodness, not to think about yourself, but to think about other people. That is just the way you are, isn't it?" His lordship was so dumbfounded to find himself presented in such agreeable colours that he did not know exactly what to say. He felt that he needed time for reflection. To see each of his ugly, selfish motives changed into a good and generous one by the simplicity of a child was a singular experience. Fauntleroy went on, still regarding him with admiring eyes, those great, clear, innocent eyes. "You make so many people happy," he said. "There's Michael and Bridget and their 10 children, and the apple woman, and Dick, and Mr. Hobbs, and Mr. Higgins and Mrs. Higgins and their children, and Mr. Mordaunt, because of course he was glad, and Dearest and me, about the pony and all the other things. Do you know, I've counted it up on my fingers and in my mind, and it's 27 people you've been kind to. That's a good many, 27." "And I was the person who was kind to them, was I?" said the Earl. "Why, yes, you know," answered Fauntleroy. "You made them all happy, do you know?" With some delicate hesitation that people are sometimes mistaken about earls when they don't know them. "Mr. Hobbs was. I am going to write him and tell him about it." "What was Mr. Hobbs's opinion of earls?" asked his lordship. "Well, you see, the difficulty was," replied his young companion, "that he didn't know any, and he'd only read about them in books. He thought, you mustn't mind it, that they were gory tyrants, and he said he wouldn't have them hanging round his store. But if he'd known you, I'm sure he would have felt quite different. I shall tell him about you." "What shall you tell him?" "I shall tell him," said Fauntleroy, glowing with enthusiasm, "that you are the kindest man I ever heard of, and you are always thinking of other people, and making them happy, and I hope when I grow up I shall be just like you." "Just like me," repeated his lordship, looking at the little kindling face, and a dull red crept up under his withered skin, and he suddenly turned his eyes away and looked out of the carriage window at the great beech trees, with the sun shining on their glossy red-brown leaves. "Just like you," said Fauntleroy, adding modestly, "if I can. Perhaps I'm not good enough, but I'm going to try." The carriage rolled on down the stately avenue, under the beautiful, broad-branched trees, through the spaces of green shade and lanes of golden sunlight. Fauntleroy saw again the lovely places where the ferns grew high and the bluebells swayed in the breeze. He saw the deer, standing or lying in the deep grass, turned their large, startled eyes as the carriage passed, and caught glimpses of the brown rabbits as they scurried away. He heard the whir of the partridges and the calls and songs of the birds, and it all seemed even more beautiful to him than before. All his heart was filled with pleasure and happiness in the beauty that was on every side. But the old Earl saw and heard very different things, though he was apparently looking out too. He saw a long life, in which there had been neither generous deeds nor kind thoughts. He saw years in which a man who had been young and strong and rich and powerful had used his youth and strength and wealth and power only to please himself and kill time as the days and years succeeded each other. He saw this man, when the time had been killed and old age had come, solitary and without real friends in the midst of all his splendid wealth. He saw people who disliked or feared him, and people who would flatter and cringe to him, but no one who really cared whether he lived or died, unless they had something to gain or lose by it. He looked out on the broad acres which belonged to him, and he knew what Fauntleroy did not, how far they extended, what wealth they represented, and how many people had homes on their soil. And he knew, too, another thing Fauntleroy did not, that in all those homes, humble or well-to-do, there was probably not one person, however much he envied the wealth and stately name and power, and however willing he would have been to possess them, who would for an instant have thought of calling a noble owner good, or wishing, as this simple-souled little boy had, to be like him. And it was not exactly pleasant to reflect upon, even for a cynical, worldly old man, who had been sufficient unto himself for 70 years, and who had never deigned to care what opinion the world held of him, so long as it did not interfere with his comfort or entertainment. And the fact was, indeed, that he had never before condescended to reflect upon it at all, and he only did so now because a child had believed him better than he was, and by wishing to follow in his illustrious footsteps and imitate his example, had suggested to him the curious question whether he was exactly the person to take as a model. Fauntleroy thought the Earl's foot must be hurting him. His brows knitted themselves together so, as he looked out at the park, and thinking this, the considerate little fellow tried not to disturb him, and enjoyed the trees and the ferns and the deer in silence. But at last, the carriage, having passed the gates and bowled through the green lanes for a short distance, stopped. They had reached Court Lodge, and Fauntleroy was out upon the ground almost before the big footman had time to open the carriage door. The Earl wakened from his reverie with a start. "What?" he said. "Are we here?" "Yes," said Fauntleroy. "Let me give you your stick. Just lean on me when you get out." "I am not going to get out," replied his lordship brusquely. "Not to see Dearest?" exclaimed Fauntleroy, with astonished face. "Dearest will excuse me," said the Earl dryly. "Go to her and tell her that not even a new pony would keep you away." "She will be disappointed," said Fauntleroy. "She will want to see you very much." "I am afraid not," was the answer. "The carriage will call for you as we come back. Tell Jeffries to drive on, Thomas." Thomas closed the carriage door, and, after a puzzled look, Fauntleroy ran up the drive. The Earl had the opportunity, as Mr. Havisham once had, of seeing a pair of handsome, strong little legs flash over the ground with astonishing rapidity. Evidently their owner had no intention of losing any time. The carriage rolled slowly away, but his lordship did not at once lean back. He still looked out. Through a space in the trees he could see the house door. It was wide open. The little figure dashed up the steps. Another figure, a little figure, too, slender and young in its black gown, ran to meet it. It seemed as if they flew together as Fauntleroy leaped into his mother's arms, hanging about her neck and covering her sweet young face with kisses. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie König. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 7. On the following Sunday morning, Mr. Mordaunt had a large congregation. Indeed, he could scarcely remember any Sunday on which the church had been so crowded. People appeared upon the scene who seldom did him the honour of coming to hear his sermons. There were even people from Hazelton, which was the next parish. There were hearty, sunburned farmers, stout, comfortable, apple-cheeked wives in their best bonnets and most gorgeous shawls, and half a dozen children or so to each family. The doctor's wife was there, with her 4 daughters. Mrs. Kimsey and Mr. Kimsey, who kept the druggist's shop, and made pills, and did up powders for everybody within 10 miles, sat in their pew. Mrs. Dibble in hers, Miss Smith, the village dressmaker, and her friend Miss Perkins, the milliner, sat in theirs. The doctor's young man was present, and the druggist's apprentice. In fact, almost every family on the countryside was represented, in one way or another. In the course of the preceding week, many wonderful stories had been told of little Lord Fauntleroy. Mrs. Dibble had been kept so busy attending to customers who came in to buy a pennyworth of needles or a ha'porth of tape and to hear what she had to relate, that the little shop bell over the door had nearly tinkled itself to death over the coming and going. Mrs. Dibble knew exactly how his small lordship's rooms had been furnished for him, what expensive toys had been bought, how there was a beautiful brown pony awaiting him, and a small groom to attend it, and a little dog-cart with silver-mounted harness. And she could tell, too, what all the servants had said when they had caught glimpses of the child on the night of his arrival, and how every female below stairs had said it was a shame, so it was, to part the poor pretty dear from his mother, and had all declared their hearts came into their mouths when he went alone into the library to see his grandfather, for there was no knowing how he'd be treated, and his lordship's temper was enough to fluster them with old heads on their shoulders, let alone a child. "But if you'll believe me, Mrs. Jennifer, Mum," Mrs. Dibble had said, "fear that child does not know. So Mr. Thomas himself said and smile he did, and talked to his lordship as if they'd been friends ever since his first hour. And the Earl so took aback, Mr. Thomas says, that he couldn't do nothing but listen and stare from under his eyebrows. And it's Mr. Thomas's opinion, Mrs. Bates, Mum, that bad as he is, he was pleased in his secret soul, and proud too, for a handsomer little fellow or with better manners, though so old-fashioned, Mr. Thomas says he'd never wish to see." And then there had come the story of Higgins. The Reverend Mr. Mordaunt had told it at his own dinner table, and the servants who had heard it had told it in the kitchen, and from there it had spread like wildfire. And on market day When Higgins had appeared in town, he had been questioned on every side, and Newick had been questioned too, and in response had shown to 2 or 3 people the note signed Fauntleroy. And so the farmers' wives had found plenty to talk of over their tea and their shopping, and they had done the subject full justice and made the most of it. And on Sunday they had either walked to church or had been driven in their gigs by their husbands, who were perhaps a trifle curious themselves about the new little lord, who was to be in time the owner of the soil. It was by no means the Earl's habit to attend church, but he chose to appear on this first Sunday. It was his whim to present himself in the huge family pew, with Fauntleroy at his side. There were many loiterers in the churchyard, and many lingerers in the lane that morning. There were groups at the gates and in the porch, and there had been much discussion as to whether my lord would really appear or not. When this discussion was at its height, one good woman suddenly uttered an exclamation. "Eh!" she said. "That must be the mother. Pretty young thing!" All who heard turned and looked at the slender figure in black coming up the path. The veil was thrown back from her face, and they could see how fair and sweet it was, and how the bright hair curled as softly as a child's under the little widow's cap. She was not thinking of the people about. She was thinking of Cedric, and of his visits to her, and his joy over his new pony, on which he had actually ridden to her door the day before, sitting very straight and looking very proud and happy. But soon she could not help being attracted by the fact that she was being looked at and that her arrival had created some sort of sensation. She first noticed it because an old woman in a red cloak made a bobbing curtsy to her. And then another did the same thing and said, "God bless you, my lady." And one man after another took off his hat as she passed. For a moment she did not understand, and then she realized that it was because she was little Lord Fauntleroy's mother that they did so, and she flushed rather shyly, and smiled and bowed too, and said, "Thank you," in a gentle voice to the old woman who had blessed her. To a person who had always lived in a bustling, crowded American city, this simple deference was very novel, and at first just a little embarrassing. But after all, she could not help liking and being touched by the friendly warm-heartedness of which it seemed to speak. She had scarcely passed through the stone porch into the church before the great event of the day happened. The carriage from the castle, with its handsome horses and tall liveried servants, bowled across the corner and down the green lane. "Here they come!" went from one looker-on to another. And then the carriage drew up, and Thomas stepped down and opened the door, and a little boy, dressed in black velvet and with a splendid mop of bright waving hair, jumped out. Every man, woman, and child looked curiously upon him. "He's the captain all over again," said those of the onlookers who remembered his father. "He's the captain's self to the life." He stood there in the sunlight looking up at the Earl, as Thomas held that nobleman out, with the most affectionate interest that could be imagined. The instant he could help, he put out his hand and offered his shoulder as if he had been 7 feet high. It was plain enough to everyone that, however it might be with other people, the Earl of Dorincourt struck no terror into the breast of his grandson. "Just lean on me," they heard him say. "How glad the people are to see you, and how well they all seem to know you." "Take off your cap, Fauntleroy," said the Earl. "They are bowing to you." "To me!" cried Fauntleroy, whipping off his cap in a moment, baring his bright head to the crowd, and turning shining, puzzled eyes on them, as he tried to bow to everyone at once. "God bless your lordship," said the curtsying, red-cloaked old woman who had spoken to his mother. "Long life to you!" "Thank you, ma'am," said Fauntleroy. And then they went into the church, and were looked at there, on their way up to the aisle to the square, red-cushioned and curtained pew. When Fauntleroy was fairly seated, he made two discoveries which pleased him. The first that, across the church where he could look at her, his mother sat and smiled at him. The second, that at one end of the pew, against the wall, knelt two quaint figures carven in stone, facing each other as they kneeled on either side of a pillar supporting two stone missals, their pointed hands folded, as if in prayer, their dress very antique and strange. On the tablet by them was written something of which he could only read the curious words, "Here lieth your body of Gregory Arthur, 1st Earl of Dorincourt, also of Alyson Hildegard, his wife." "May I whisper?" inquired his lordship, devoured by curiosity. "What is it?" said his grandfather. "Who are they?" "Some of your ancestors," answered the Earl, "who lived a few hundred years ago." "Perhaps," said Lord Fauntleroy, regarding them with respect, "perhaps I got my spelling from them." And then he proceeded to find his place in the church service. When the music began, he stood up and looked across at his mother, smiling. He was very fond of music, and his mother and he often sang together, so he joined in with the rest, his pure, sweet, high voice rising as clear as the song of a bird. He quite forgot himself in his pleasure in it. The Earl forgot himself a little too, as he sat in his curtain-shielded corner of the pew and watched the boy. Cedric stood with the big psalter open in his hands, singing with all his childish might, his face a little uplifted, happily, and as he sang, a long ray of sunshine crept in, and, slanting through a golden pane of a stained-glass window, brightened the falling hair about his young head. His mother, as she looked at him across the church, felt a thrill pass through her heart, and a prayer rose in it too, a prayer that the pure, simple happiness of his childish soul might last, and that the strange, great fortune which had fallen to him might bring no wrong or evil with it. There were many soft, anxious thoughts in her tender heart in those new days. "Oh, Ceddie," she had said to him the evening before, as she hung over him in saying good night, before he went away. "Oh, Ceddie, dear, I wish for your sake I was very clever and could say a great many wise things, but only be good, dear, only be brave, only be kind and true always, and then you will never hurt anyone so long as you live, and you may help many, and the big world may be better because my little child was born. And that is best of all, Ceddie. It is better than anything else that the world should be a little better because a man has lived. Even ever so little better, dearest." And on his return to the castle, Fauntleroy had repeated her words to his grandfather. "And I thought about you when she said that," he ended, "and I told her that was the way the world was because you had lived, and I was going to try if I could be like you." "And what did she say to that?" answered his lordship, a trifle uneasily. "She said that was right, and we must always look for good in people and try to be like it." Perhaps it was this the old man remembered, as he glanced through the divided folds of the red curtain of his pew. Many times he looked over the people's heads to where his son's wife sat alone, and he saw the fair face the unforgiven dead had loved, and the eyes which were so like those of the child at his side. But what his thoughts were, and whether they were hard and bitter, or softened a little, it would have been hard to discover. As they came out of church, many of those who had attended the service stood waiting to see them pass. As they neared the gate, a man who stood with his hat in his arms made a step forward and then hesitated. He was a middle-aged farmer with a careworn face. "Well, Higgins?" said the Earl. Fauntleroy turned quickly to look at him. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "Is it Mr. Higgins?" "Yes," answered the Earl dryly. "And I suppose he came to take a look at his new landlord." "Yes, my lord," said the man, his sunburned face reddening. "Mr. Newick told me his young lordship was kind enough to speak for me, and I thought I'd like to say a word of thanks, if I might be allowed." Perhaps he felt some wonder when he saw what a little fellow it was who had innocently done so much for him, and who stood there looking up just as one of his own less fortunate children might have done, apparently not realizing his own importance in the least. "I've a great deal to thank your lordship for," he said, "a great deal. "Oh," said Lord Fauntleroy, "I only wrote the letter. It was my grandfather who did it. But you know how he is about always being good to everybody. Is Mrs. Higgins well now?" Higgins looked a trifle taken aback. He also was somewhat startled at hearing his noble landlord presented in the character of a benevolent being full of engaging qualities. Well, yes, your lordship," he stammered. "The missus is better since the trouble was took off her mind. It was worrying broke her down." "I'm glad of that," said Fauntleroy. "My grandfather was very sorry about your children having the scarlet fever, and so was I. He has had children himself. I'm his son's little boy, you know." Higgins was on the verge of being panic-stricken. He felt it would be the safer and more discreet plan not to look at the Earl, as it had been well known that his fatherly affection for his sons had been such that he had seen them about twice a year, and that when they had been ill he had promptly departed for London, because he would not be bored with doctors and nurses. It was a little trying, therefore, to his lordship's nerves to be told, while he looked on, his eyes gleaming from under his shaggy eyebrows, that he felt an interest in scarlet fever. "You see, Higgins," broke in the Earl, with a fine, grim smile, "you people have been mistaken in me. Lord Fauntleroy understands me. When you want reliable information on the subject of my character, apply to him. Get into the carriage, Fauntleroy." And Fauntleroy jumped in, and the carriage rolled away down the green lane, and even when it turned the corner into the high road, the Earl was still grimly smiling. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 8. Lord Dorincourt had occasion to wear his grim smile many a time as the days passed by. Indeed, as his acquaintance with his grandson progressed, he wore the smile so often that there were moments when it almost lost its grimness. There is no denying that before Lord Fauntleroy had appeared on the scene, the old man had been growing very tired of his loneliness and his gout and his 70 years. After so long a life of excitement and amusement, it was not agreeable to sit alone even in the most splendid room, with one foot on a gout-stool, and with no other diversion than flying into a rage and shouting at a frightened footman who hated the sight of him. The old Earl was too clever a man not to know perfectly well that his servants detested him, and that even if he had visitors they did not come for love of him, though some found a sort of amusement in his sharp, sarcastic talk, which spared no one. So long as he had been strong and well, he had gone from one place to another, pretending to amuse himself, though he had not really enjoyed it, and when his health began to fail, he felt tired of everything, and shut himself up at Dorincourt, with his gout and his newspapers and his books. But he could not read all the time, and he became more and more bored, as he called it. He hated the long nights and days, and he grew more and more savage and irritable. And then Fauntleroy came, and when the Earl saw him, fortunately for the little fellow, the secret pride of the grandfather was gratified at the outset. If Cedric had been a less handsome little fellow, the old man might have taken so strong a dislike to him that he would not have given himself the chance to see his grandson's finer qualities. But he chose to think that Cedric's beauty and fearless spirit were the results of the Dorincourt blood, and a credit to the Dorincourt rank. And then, when he heard the lad talk, and saw what a well-bred little fellow he was, notwithstanding his boyish ignorance of all that his new position meant, the old Earl liked his grandson more, and actually began to find himself rather entertained. It had amused him to give into those childish hands the power to bestow a benefit on poor Higgins. My lord cared nothing for poor Higgins, but it pleased him a little to think that his grandson would be talked about by the country people, and would begin to be popular with the tenantry, even in his childhood. Then it had gratified him to drive to church with Cedric, and to see the excitement and interest caused by the arrival. He knew how the people would speak of the beauty of the little lad, of his fine, strong, straight body, of his erect bearing, his handsome face, and his bright hair, and how they would say, as the Earl had heard one woman exclaim to another, that the boy was every inch a lord. My lord of Dorincourt was an arrogant old man, proud of his name, proud of his rank, and therefore proud to show the world that at last the house of Dorincourt had an heir who was worthy of the position he was to fill. The morning the new pony had been tried, the Earl had been so pleased that he had almost forgotten his gout. When the groom had brought out the pretty creature, which arched its brown glossy neck and tossed its fine head in the sun, the Earl had sat at the open window of the library and had looked on while Fauntleroy took his first riding lesson. He wondered if the boy would show signs of timidity. It was not a very small pony, and he had often seen children lose courage in making their first essay at riding. Fauntleroy mounted in great delight. He had never been on a pony before, and he was in the highest spirits. Wilkins, the groom, led the animal by the bridle up and down before the library window. "He's a well-plucked un, he is," Wilkins remarked in the stable afterward, with many grins. "It weren't no trouble to put him up. An old un wouldn't ha' sat any straighter when he were up. He says he to me, 'Wilkins,' he says, 'am I sitting up straight? They sit up straight at the circus,' says he. And I says, 'As straight as a arrer, your lordship,' and he laughs as pleased as could be, and he says, 'That's right,' he says, 'you tell me if I don't sit up straight, Wilkins.'" But sitting up straight and being led at a walk were not altogether and completely satisfactory. After a few minutes, Fauntleroy spoke to his grandfather, watching him from the window. "Can't I go by myself?" he asked. "And can't I go faster? The boy on Fifth Avenue used to trot and canter." "Do you think you could trot and canter?" said the Earl. "I should like to try," answered Fauntleroy. His lordship made a sign to Wilkins, who at the signal brought up his own horse and mounted it, and took Fauntleroy's pony by the leading rein. "Now," said the Earl, "let him trot." The next few minutes were rather exciting to the small equestrian. He found that trotting was not so easy as walking, and the faster the pony trotted, the less easy it was. "It jolts a good deal, doesn't it?" he said to Wilkins. "Does it jolt you?" "No, my lord," answered Wilkins. "You'll get used to it in time. Rise in your stirrups." "I'm rising all the time," said Fauntleroy. He was both rising and falling rather uncomfortably, and with many shakes and bounces. He was out of breath and his face grew red, but he held on with all his might and sat as straight as he could. The Earl could see that from his window. When the riders came back within speaking distance, after they had been hidden by the trees for a few minutes, Fauntleroy's hat was off, his cheeks were like poppies, and his lips were set, but he was still trotting manfully. "Stop a minute," said his grandfather. "Where's your hat?" Wilkins touched his. "It fell off, your lordship," he said, with evident enjoyment. "Wouldn't let me stop to pick it up, my lord." "Not much afraid, is he?" asked the Earl dryly. "Him, your lordship?" exclaimed Wilkins. "I shouldn't say as he knowed what it meant. I've taught young gentlemen to ride afore, and I never see one stick on more determinder." "Tired?" said the Earl to Fauntleroy. "Want to get off?" "It jolts you more than you think it will," admitted his young lordship frankly. "And it tires you a little too, but I don't want to get off. I want to learn how. As soon as I've got my breath, I want to go back for the hat." The cleverest person in the world, if he had undertaken to teach Fauntleroy how to please the old man who watched him, could not have taught him anything which would have succeeded better. As the pony trotted off again toward the avenue, a faint color crept up in the fierce old face, and the eyes, under the shaggy brows, gleamed with a pleasure such as his lordship had scarcely expected to know again. And he sat and watched quite eagerly until the sound of the horses' hoofs returned. When they did come, which was after some time, they came at a faster pace. Fauntleroy's hat was still off. Wilkins was carrying it for him. His cheeks were redder than before, and his hair was flying about his ears, but he came at quite a brisk canter. "There!" he panted, as they drew up. "I cantered. I didn't do it as well as the boy on Fifth Avenue, but I did it, and I stayed on." He and Wilkins and the pony were close friends after that. Scarcely a day passed in which the country people did not see them out together, cantering gaily on the high road or through the green lanes. The children in the cottages would run to the door to look at the proud little brown pony with the gallant little figure sitting so straight in the saddle, and the young lord would snatch off his cap and swing it at them and shout, "Hullo, good morning!" in a very unlordly manner, though with great heartiness. Sometimes he would stop and talk with the children, and once Wilkins came back to the castle with a story of how Fauntleroy had insisted on dismounting near the village school, so that a boy who was lame and tired might ride home on his pony. "And I'm blessed," said Wilkins, in telling the story at the stables, "I'm blessed if he'd hear of anything else. He wouldn't let me get down, because he said the boy mightn't feel comfortable on a big horse. And says he, 'Wilkins,' says he, 'that boy's lame and I'm not, and I want to talk to him too.' And up the lad has to get, and my lord trudges alongside of him with his hands in his pockets and his cap on the back of his head, a-whistling and talking as easy as you please. And when we come to the cottage, and the boy's mother come out all in a taking to see what's up, he whips off his cap, and says he, 'I've brought your son home, ma'am,' says he, 'because his leg hurt him, and I don't think that stick is enough for him to lean on, and I'm going to ask my grandfather to have a pair of crutches made for him.' And I'm blessed if the woman wasn't struck all of a heap, as well she might be. I thought I should ha' exploded myself." When the Earl heard the story, he was not angry, as Wilkins had been half afraid that he would be. On the contrary, he laughed outright, and called Fauntleroy up to him, and made him tell all about the matter from beginning to end, and then he laughed again. And actually, a few days later, the Dorincourt carriage stopped in the green lane before the cottage where the lame boy lived, and Fauntleroy jumped out and walked up to the door, carrying a pair of strong, light, new crutches, shouldered like a gun, and presented them to Mrs. Hartle (the lame boy's name was Hartle), with these words, "My grandfather's compliments, and if you please, these are for your boy, and we hope he will get better." "I said your compliments," he explained to the Earl when he returned to the carriage. "You didn't tell me to, but I thought perhaps you forgot. That was right, wasn't it?" And the Earl laughed again, and did not say it was not. In fact, the two were becoming more intimate every day, and every day Fauntleroy's faith in his lordship's benevolence and virtue increased. He had no doubt whatever that his grandfather was the most amiable and generous of elderly gentlemen. Certainly he himself found his wishes gratified almost before they were uttered, and such gifts and pleasures were lavished upon him that he was sometimes almost bewildered by his own possessions. Apparently he was to have everything he wanted, and to do everything he wished to do. And though this would certainly not have been a very wise plan to pursue with all small boys, his young lordship bore it amazingly well. Perhaps, notwithstanding his sweet nature, he might have been somewhat spoiled by it, if it had not been for the hours he spent with his mother at Court Lodge. That best friend of his watched over him closely and tenderly. The two had many long talks together, and he never went back to the castle with her kisses on his cheeks without carrying in his heart some simple, pure words worth remembering. There was one thing, it is true, which puzzled the little fellow very much. He thought over the mystery of it much oftener than anyone supposed. Even his mother did not know how often he pondered on it. The Earl for a long time never suspected that he did so at all. But, being quick to observe, the little boy could not help wondering why it was that his mother and grandfather never seemed to meet. He had noticed that they never did meet. When the Dorincourt carriage stopped at Court Lodge, the Earl never alighted, and on the rare occasions of his lordship's going to church, Fauntleroy was always left to speak to his mother in the porch alone, or perhaps to go home with her. And yet, every day fruit and flowers were sent to Court Lodge from the hothouses at the castle. But the one virtuous action of the Earl's which had set him upon the pinnacle of perfection in Cedric's eyes was what he had done soon after that first Sunday when Mrs. Errol had walked home from church unattended. About a week later, when Cedric was going one day to visit his mother, he found at the door, instead of the large carriage and prancing pair, a pretty little brougham and a handsome bay horse. "That is a present from you to your mother," said the Earl abruptly. "She cannot go walking about the country. She needs a carriage. The man who drives will take charge of it. It is a present from you." Fauntleroy's delight could but feebly express itself. He could scarcely contain himself until he reached the lodge. His mother was gathering roses in the garden. He flung himself out of the little brougham and flew to her. "Dearest," he cried, "could you believe it? This is yours. He says it is a present from me. It is your own carriage to drive everywhere in." He was so happy that she did not know what to say. She could not have borne to spoil his pleasure by refusing to accept the gift, even though it came from the man who chose to consider himself her enemy. She was obliged to step into the carriage, roses and all, and let herself be taken to drive, while Fauntleroy told her stories of his grandfather's goodness and amiability. They were such innocent stories that sometimes she could not help laughing a little, and then she would draw her little boy closer to her side and kiss him, feeling glad that he could see only good in the old man, who had so few friends. The very next day after that, Fauntleroy wrote to Mr. Hobbs. He wrote quite a long letter, and after the first copy was written, he brought it to his grandfather to be inspected. "Because," he said, "it's so uncertain about the spelling, and if you'll tell me the mistakes, I'll write it out again." This was what he had written. "My dear Mr. Hobbs, I want to tell you about my grandfather. He is the best Earl you ever knew. It is a mistake about Earls being tyrants. He is not a tyrant at all. I wish you knew him. You would be good friends. I am sure you would. He has the gout in his foot and is a great sufferer, but he is so patient I love him more every day, because no one could help loving an Earl like that, who is kind to everyone in this world. I wish you could talk to him. He knows everything in the world. You can ask him any question, but he has never played baseball. He has given me a pony and a cart, and my mamma a beautiful carriage, and I have 3 rooms and toys of all kinds. It would surprise you. You would like the castle and the park. It is such a large castle you could lose yourself, Wilkins tells me. Wilkins is my groom. He says there is a dungeon under the castle. It is so pretty, everything in the park would surprise you. There are such big trees, and there are deers and rabbits and games flying about in the cover. My grandfather is very rich, but he is not proud and 'aughty, as you thought Earls always were. I like to be with him. The people are so polite and kind, they take off their hats to you, and the women make curtsies, and sometimes say, 'God bless you.' I can ride now, but at first it shook me when I trotted. My grandfather let a poor man stay on his farm when he could not pay his rent, and Mrs. Mellon went to take wine and things to his sick children. I should like to see you, and I wish Dearest could live at the castle, but I am very happy when I don't miss her too much, and I love my grandfather, everyone does. Please write soon. Your affectionate old friend, Cedric Errol. P.S. No one is in the dungeon. My grandfather never had anyone languishin' in there. P.S. He is such a good Earl, he reminds me of you. He is a universal favourite." "Do you miss your mother very much?" asked the Earl, when he had finished reading this. "Yes," said Fauntleroy. "I miss her all the time." He went and stood before the Earl, and put his hand on his knee, looking up at him. "You don't miss her, do you?" he said. "I don't know her," answered his lordship rather crustily. "I know that," said Fauntleroy, "and that's what makes me wonder. She told me not to ask you any questions, and I won't, but sometimes I can't help thinking, you know, and it makes me all puzzled. But I'm not going to ask any questions. And when I miss her very much, I go and look out of my window to where I see her light shine for me every night through an open place in the trees. It is a long way off, but she puts it in her window as soon as it is dark, and I can see it twinkle far away, and I know what it says." "What does it say?" asked my lord. "It says, 'Good night, God keep you all the night,' just what she used to say when we were together. Every night she used to say that to me, and every morning she said, 'God bless you all the day.' So you see I am quite safe all the time." "Quite, I have no doubt," said his lordship dryly, and he drew down his beetling eyebrows and looked at the little boy so fixedly and so long that Fauntleroy wondered what he could be thinking of. End of Chapter 8. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 26th, 2007, in Oceanside, California. Chapter 9 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 9. The fact was, his lordship the Earl of Dorincourt thought in those days of many things of which he had never thought before, and all his thoughts were in one way or another connected with his grandson. His pride was the strongest part of his nature, and the boy gratified it at every point. Through this pride he began to find a new interest in life. He began to take pleasure in showing his heir to the world. The world had known of his disappointment in his sons, so there was an agreeable touch of triumph in exhibiting this new Lord Fauntleroy, who could disappoint no one. He wished the child to appreciate his own power, and to understand the splendor of his position. He wished that others should realize it too. He made plans for his future. Sometimes in secret he actually found himself wishing that his own past life had been a better one, and that there had been less in it that this pure childish heart would shrink from if it knew the truth. It was not agreeable to think how the beautiful innocent face would look if its owner should be made by any chance to understand that his grandfather had been called for many a year the wicked Earl of Dorincourt. The thought even made him feel a trifle nervous. He did not wish the boy to find it out. Sometimes in this new interest he forgot his gout, and after a while his doctor was surprised to find his noble patient's health growing better than he had expected it ever would be again. Perhaps the Earl grew better because the time did not pass so slowly for him, and he had something to think of besides his pains and infirmities. One fine morning people were amazed to see little Lord Fauntleroy riding his pony with another companion than Wilkins. This new companion rode a tall, powerful grey horse, and was no other than the Earl himself. It was, in fact, Fauntleroy who had suggested this plan. As he had been on the point of mounting his pony, he had said rather wistfully to his grandfather, "I wish you were going with me. When I go away I feel lonely because you are left all by yourself in such a big castle. I wish you could ride too." And the greatest excitement had been aroused in the stables, a few minutes later, by the arrival of an order that Selim was to be saddled for the Earl. After that, Selim was saddled almost every day, and the people became accustomed to the sight of the tall grey horse carrying the tall grey old man, with his handsome, fierce, eagle face, by the side of the brown pony which bore little Lord Fauntleroy. And in their rides together through the green lanes and pretty country roads, the two riders became more intimate than ever. And gradually the old man heard a great deal about Dearest and her life. As Fauntleroy trotted by the big horse, he chatted gaily. There could not well have been a brighter little comrade, his nature was so happy. It was he who talked the most. The Earl often was silent, listening and watching the joyous glowing face. Sometimes he would tell his young companion to set the pony off at a gallop, and when the little fellow dashed off, sitting so straight and fearless, he would watch him with a gleam of pride and pleasure in his eyes. And when, after such a dash, Fauntleroy came back waving his cap with a laughing shout, he always felt that he and his grandfather were very good friends indeed. One thing that the Earl discovered was that his son's wife did not lead an idle life. It was not long before he learned that the poor people knew her very well indeed. When there was sickness or sorrow or poverty in any house, the little brougham often stood before the door. "Do you know," said Fauntleroy once, "they all say, 'God bless you,' when they see her, and the children are glad. There are some who go to her house to be taught to sew. She says she feels so rich now that she wants to help the poor ones." It had not displeased the Earl to find that the mother of his heir had a beautiful young face, and looked as much like a lady as if she had been a duchess, and in one way it did not displease him to know that she was popular and beloved by the poor. And yet he was often conscious of a hard, jealous pang when he saw how she filled her child's heart, and how the boy clung to her as his best beloved. The old man would have desired to stand first himself, and have no rival. That same morning he drew up his horse on an elevated point of the moor over which they rode, and made a gesture with his whip over the broad, beautiful landscape spread before them. "Do you know that all that land belongs to me?" he said to Fauntleroy. "Does it?" answered Fauntleroy. "How much it is to belong to one person, and how beautiful!" "Do you know that some day it will all belong to you? That, and a great deal more." "To me!" exclaimed Fauntleroy in rather an awe-stricken voice. "When?" "When I am dead," his grandfather answered. "Then I don't want it," said Fauntleroy. "I want you to live always." "That's kind," answered the Earl in his dry way. "Nevertheless, some day it will all be yours. Some day you will be the Earl of Dorincourt." Little Lord Fauntleroy sat very still in his saddle for a few moments. He looked over the broad moors, the green farms, the beautiful copses, the cottages in the lanes, the pretty village, and over the trees to where the turrets of the great castle rose, grey and stately. Then he gave a queer little sigh. "What are you thinking of?" asked the Earl. "I am thinking," replied Fauntleroy, "of what a little boy I am, and of what Dearest said to me." "What was it?" inquired the Earl. "She said that perhaps it was not so easy to be very rich, that if anyone had so many things always, one might sometimes forget that everyone else was not so fortunate, and that one who is rich should always be careful and try to remember. I was talking to her about how good you were, and she said that was such a good thing, because an earl has so much power, and if he cared only about his own pleasure, and never thought about the people who lived on his lands, they might have trouble that he could help, and there were so many people, and it would be such a hard thing. And I was just looking at all those houses, and thinking how I should have to find out about the people when I was an earl. How did you find out about them?" As his lordship's knowledge of his tenantry consisted in finding out which of them paid their rent promptly, and in turning out those who did not, this was a rather hard question. "Newick finds out for me," he said, and he pulled his great grey moustache, and looked at his small questioner rather uneasily. "We will go home now," he added, "and when you are an earl, see to it that you are a better earl than I have been." He was very silent as they rode home. He felt it to be almost incredible that he, who had never really loved anyone in his life, should find himself growing so fond of this little fellow, as without doubt he was. At first he had only been pleased and proud of Cedric's beauty and bravery, but there was something more than pride in his feeling now. He laughed a grim, dry laugh all to himself sometimes, when he thought how he liked to have the boy near him, how he liked to hear his voice, and how in secret he really wished to be liked and thought well of by his small grandson. "I'm an old fellow in my dotage, and I have nothing else to think of," he would say to himself. And yet he knew it was not that altogether. And if he had allowed himself to admit the truth, he would perhaps have found himself obliged to own that the very things which attracted him, in spite of himself, were the qualities he had never possessed, the frank, true, kindly nature, the affectionate trustfulness which could never think evil. It was only about a week after that ride when, after a visit to his mother, Fauntleroy came into the library with a troubled, thoughtful face. He sat down in that high-backed chair in which he had sat on the evening of his arrival, and for a while he looked at the embers on the hearth. The Earl watched him in silence, wondering what was coming. It was evident that Cedric had something on his mind. At last he looked up. "Does Newick know all about the people?" he asked. "It is his business to know about them," said his lordship. "Been neglecting it, has he?" Contradictory as it may seem, there was nothing which entertained and edified him more than the little fellow's interest in his tenantry. He had never taken any interest in them himself, but it pleased him well enough that, with all his childish habits of thought, and in the midst of all his childish amusements and high spirits, there should be such a quaint seriousness working in the curly head. "There is a place," said Fauntleroy, looking up at him with wide-open, horror-stricken eye. "Dearest has seen it. It is at the other end of the village. The houses are close together and almost falling down. You can scarcely breathe, and the people are so poor, and everything is dreadful. Often they have fever, and the children die, and it makes them wicked to live like that and be so poor and miserable. It is worse than Michael and Bridget. The rain comes in at the roof. Dearest went to see a poor woman who lived there. She would not let me come near her until she had changed all her things. The tears ran down her cheeks when she told me about it." The tears had come into his own eyes, but he smiled through them. "I told her you didn't know, and I would tell you," he said. He jumped down and came and leaned against the Earl's chair. "You can make it all right," he said, "just as you made it all right for Higgins. You always make it all right for everybody. I told her you would, and that Newick must have forgotten to tell you." The Earl looked down at the hand on his knee. Newick had not forgotten to tell him. In fact, Newick had spoken to him more than once of the desperate condition of the end of the village known as Earl's Court. He knew all about the tumble-down miserable cottages, and the bad drainage, and the damp walls and broken windows and leaking roofs, and all about the poverty, the fever, and the misery. Mr. Mordaunt had painted it all to him in the strongest words he could use, and his lordship had used violent language in response, and when his gout had been at the worst, he said that the sooner the people of Earl's Court died and were buried by the parish, the better it would be, and there was an end of the matter. And yet, as he looked at the small hand on his knee, and from the small hand to the honest, earnest, frank-eyed face, he was actually a little ashamed both of Earl's Court and himself. "What?" he said. "You want to make a builder of model cottages of me, do you?" And he positively put his own hand upon the childish one, and stroked it. "Those must be pulled down," said Fauntleroy with great eagerness. "Dearest says so. Let us go and have them pulled down to-morrow. The people will be so glad when they see you. They'll know you have come to help them." And his eyes shone like stars in his glowing face. The Earl rose from his chair and put his hand on the child's shoulder. "Let us go out and take our walk on the terrace," he said, with a short laugh, "and we can talk it over." And though he laughed 2 or 3 times again as they walked to and fro on the broad stone terrace, where they walked together almost every fine evening, he seemed to be thinking of something which did not displease him, and still he kept his hand on his small companion's shoulder. End of chapter 9. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on January 26, 2007, in Oceanside, California.
Chapter 10 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Igor, T4A. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 10. The truth was that Mrs. Errol had found a great many sad things in the course of her work among the poor of the little village that appeared so picturesque when it was seen from the moorsides. Everything was not as picturesque when seen nearby as it looked from a distance. She had found idleness and poverty and ignorance where there should have been comfort and industry. And she had discovered after a while that Erleboro was considered to be the worst village in that part of the country. Mr. Mordaunt had told her a great many of his difficulties and discouragements, and she had found out a great deal by herself. The agents who had managed the property had always been chosen to please the Earl, and had cared nothing for the degradation and wretchedness of the poor tenants. Many things, therefore, had been neglected which should have been attended to, and matters had gone from bad to worse. As to Earl's Court, it was a disgrace, with its dilapidated houses and miserable, careless, sickly people. When first Mrs. Errol went to the place, it made her shudder. Such ugliness and slovenliness and want seemed worse in a country place than in a city. It seemed as if there it might be helped, and as she looked at the squalid, uncared-for children growing up in the midst of vice and brutal indifference, she thought of her own little boy, spending his days in the great, splendid castle, guarded and served like a young prince, having no wish ungratified, and knowing nothing but luxury and ease and beauty. And a bold thought came in her wise little mother heart. Gradually she had begun to see, as had others, that it had been her boy's good fortune to please the Earl very much, and that he would scarcely be likely to be denied anything for which he expressed a desire. The Earl would give him anything, she said to Mr. Mordaunt. He would indulge his every whim. Why should not that indulgence be used for the good of others? It is for me to see that this shall come to pass. She knew she could trust the kind, childish heart, so she told the little fellow the story of Earl's Court, feeling sure that he would speak of it to his grandfather, and hoping that some good results would follow. And strange as it appeared to everyone, good results did follow. The fact was that the strongest power to influence the Earl was his grandson's perfect confidence in him. The fact that Cedric always believed that his grandfather was going to do what was right and generous. He could not quite make up his mind to let him discover that he had no inclination to be generous at all, and that he wanted his own way on all occasions, whether it was right or wrong. It was such a novelty to be regarded with admiration as a benefactor of the entire human race and the soul of nobility, that he did not enjoy the idea of looking into the affectionate brown eyes and saying, "I'm a violent, selfish old rascal. I never did a generous thing in my life, and I don't care about Earl's Court or the poor people," or something which would amount to the same thing. He actually had learned to be fond enough of that small boy with a mop of yellow love-locks, to feel that he himself would prefer to be guilty of an amiable action now and then. And so, though he laughed at himself, after some reflection he sent for Newick, and had quite a long interview with him on the subject of the court. And it was decided that the wretched hovels should be pulled down, and new houses should be built. "It is Lord Fauntleroy who insists on it," he said dryly. "He thinks it will improve the property. You can tell the tenants that it's his idea." And he looked down at his small lordship, who was lying on the hearth-rug, playing with Dougal. The great dog was the lad's constant companion, and followed him about everywhere, stalking solemnly after him when he walked, and trotting majestically behind when he rode or drove. Of course, both the country people and the town people heard of the proposed improvement. At first many of them would not believe it, but when a small army of workmen arrived and commenced pulling down the crazy, squalid cottages, people began to understand that little Lord Fauntleroy had done them a good turn again, and that through his innocent interference the scandal of Earl's Court had at last been removed. If he had only known how they talked about him, and praised him everywhere, and prophesied great things for him when he grew up, how astonished he would have been. But he never suspected it. He lived his simple, happy child life, frolicking about in the park, chasing the rabbits to their burrows, lying under the trees, on the grass, or on the rug in the library, reading wonderful books and talking to the Earl about them, and then telling the stories again to his mother, writing long letters to Dick and Mr. Hobbs, who responded in characteristic fashion, riding out at his grandfather's side, or with Wilkins as escort. As they rode through the market town, he used to see the people turn and look, and he noticed, as they lifted their hats, their faces often brightened very much. But he thought it was all because his grandfather was with him. "They are so fond of you," he once said, looking up at his lordship with a bright smile. "Do you see how glad they are when they see you? I hope they will some day be as fond of me. It must be nice to have everybody like you." And he felt quite proud to be the grandson of so greatly admired and beloved an individual. When the cottages were being built, the lad and his grandfather used to ride over to Earl's Court together to look at them, and Fauntleroy was full of interest. He would dismount from his pony and go and make acquaintance with the workmen, asking them questions about building and bricklaying, and telling them things about America. After 2 or 3 such conversations, he was able to enlighten the Earl on the subject of brickmaking as they rode home. "I always like to know about things like those," he said, "because you never know what you're coming to. When he left them, the workmen used to talk him over among themselves, and laugh at his odd innocent speeches, but they liked him, and liked to see him stand among them, talking away with his hands in his pockets, his hat pushed back on his curls, and his small face full of eagerness. "He's a rare un," they used to say, "and a nice little outspoken chap too. Not much oath bad stock in him." And they would go home and tell their wives about him, and the women would tell each other. And so it came about that almost everyone talked of or knew some story of little Lord Fauntleroy. And gradually almost everyone knew that the wicked Earl had found something he cared for at last, something which had touched and even warmed his bitter old heart. But no one knew quite how much it had been warmed, and how day by day the old man found himself caring more and more for the child, who was the only creature that had ever trusted him. He found himself looking forward to the time when Cedric would be a young man, strong and beautiful, with life all before him, but having still that kind heart and the power to make friends everywhere. And the Earl wondered what the lad would do, and how he would use his gifts. Often, as he watched the little fellow lying upon the hearth, conning some big book, the light shining on the bright young head, his old eyes would gleam, and his cheek would flush. "The boy can do anything," he would say to himself, "anything." He never spoke to anyone else of his feeling for Cedric. When he spoke of him to others, it was always with the same grim smile. But Fauntleroy soon knew that his grandfather loved him, and always liked him to be near to his chair if they were in the library, opposite to him at table, or by his side when he rode or drove or took his evening walk on the broad terrace. "Do you remember," Cedric said once, looking up from his book as he lay on the rug, "do you remember what I said to you that first night about our being good companions? I don't think any people could be better companions than we are. Do you?" "We're pretty good companions, I should say," replied his lordship. "Come here." Fauntleroy scrambled up and went to him. "Is there anything you want?" the Earl asked. "Anything you have not?" The little fellow's brown eyes fixed themselves on his grandfather with a rather wistful look. "Only one thing," he answered. "What is that?" inquired the Earl. Fauntleroy was silent a second. He had not thought matters over to himself so long for nothing. "What is it?" my lord repeated. Fauntleroy answered. "It is dearest," he said. The old Earl winced a little. "But you see her almost every day," he said. "Is not that enough?" "I used to see her all the time," said Fauntleroy. "She used to kiss me when I went to sleep at night, and in the morning she was always there, and we could tell each other things without waiting." The old eyes and the young ones looked into each other through a moment of silence. Then the Earl knitted his brows. "Do you never forget about your mother?" he said. "No," answered Fauntleroy, "never, and she never forgets about me. I shouldn't forget about you, you know, if I didn't live with you. I should think about you all the more." "Upon my word," said the Earl, after looking at him a moment longer, "I believe you would." The jealous pang that came when the boy spoke so of his mother seemed even stronger than it had been before. It was stronger because of this old man's increasing affection for the boy. But it was not long before he had other pangs, so much harder to face that he almost forgot for the time he had ever hated his son's wife at all. And in a strange and startling way it happened. One evening, just before the Earl's Court cottages were completed, there was a grand dinner party at Dorincourt. There had not been such a party at the castle for a long time. A few days before it took place, Sir Harry Lorridaile and Lady Lorridaile, who was the Earl's only sister, actually came for a visit, a thing which caused the greatest excitement in the village, and set Mrs. Dibble's shop bell tinkling madly again, because it was well known that Lady Lorridaile had only been to Dorincourt once since her marriage, 35 years before. She was a handsome old lady with white curls and dimpled, peachy cheeks, and she was as good as gold. But she had never approved of her brother any more than did the rest of the world, and having a strong will of her own, and not being at all afraid to speak her mind frankly, she had, after several lively quarrels with his lordship, seen very little of him since her young days. She had heard a great deal of him that was not pleasant through the years in which they had been separated. She had heard about his neglect of his wife, and of the poor lady's death, and of his indifference to his children, and of the 2 weak, vicious, unprepossessing elder boys who had been no credit to him or to anyone else. Those 2 elder sons, Bevis and Maurice, she had never seen. But once there had come to Lorridaile Park a tall, stalwart, beautiful young fellow about 18 years old, who had told her that he was her nephew Cedric Errol, and that he had come to see her because he was passing near the place and wished to look at his Aunt Constantia, of whom he had heard his mother speak. Lady Lorridaile's kind heart had warmed through and through at the sight of the young man, and she had made him stay with her a week, and petted him, and made much of him, and admired him immensely. He was so sweet-tempered, light-hearted, spirited a lad, that when he went away she had hoped to see him often again, but she never did, because the Earl had been in a bad humour when he went back to Dorincourt, and had forbidden him ever to go to Lorridaile Park again. But Lady Lorridaile had always remembered him tenderly, and though she feared he had made a rash marriage in America, she had been very angry when she heard how he had been cast off by his father, and that no one really knew where or how he lived. At last there came a rumor of his death, and then Bevis had been thrown from his horse and killed, and Maurice had died in Rome of the fever. And soon after came the story of the American child, who was to be found and brought home as Lord Fauntleroy, probably to be ruined as the others were, she said to her husband, unless his mother is good enough and has a will of her own to help her to take care of him. But when she heard that Cedric's mother had been parted from him, she was almost too indignant for words. "It is disgraceful, Harry," she said. "Fancy a child of that age being taken from his mother and made the companion of a man like my brother. He will either be brutal to the boy, or indulge him until he's a little monster. If I thought it would do any good to write, "It wouldn't, Constantia," said Sir Harry. "I know it wouldn't," she answered. "I know his lordship, the Earl of Dorincourt, too well, but it is outrageous." Not only the poor people and farmers heard about little Lord Fauntleroy, others knew him. He was talked about so much, and there were so many stories of him, of his beauty, his sweet temper, his popularity, and his growing influence over the Earl, his grandfather, that rumors of him reached the gentry at their country places, and he was heard of in more than one county of England. People talked about him at the dinner tables. Ladies pitied his young mother and wondered if the boy were as handsome as he was said to be, and men who knew the Earl and his habits laughed heartily at the stories of the little fellow's belief in his lordship's amiability. Sir Thomas Asshe of Asshaw Hall, being in Erleboro one day, met the Earl and his grandson riding together, and stopped to shake hands with my lord, and congratulate him on his change of looks, and on his recovery from the gout. "And you know," he said, when he spoke of the incident afterward, "the old man looked as proud as a turkey-cock, and upon my word, I don't wonder, for a handsomer, finer lad than his grandson I never saw. As straight as a dart, and sat his pony like a young trooper." And so, by degrees, Lady Lorridaile, too, heard of the child. She heard about Higgins, and the lame boy, and the cottages at Earlscourt, and a score of other things, and she began to wish to see the little fellow. And just as she was wondering how it might be brought about, to her utter astonishment, she received a letter from her brother inviting her to come with her husband to Dorincourt. "It seems incredible," she exclaimed. "I've heard it said that the child has worked miracles, and I begin to believe it. They say my brother adores the boy, and can scarcely endure to have him out of sight, and he's so proud of him. Actually, I believe he wants to show him to us." And she accepted the invitation at once. When she reached Dorincourt Castle with Sir Harry, it was late in the afternoon, and she went to her room at once before seeing her brother. Having dressed for dinner, she entered the drawing-room. The Earl was there standing near the fire and looking very tall and imposing, and at his side stood a little boy in black velvet and a large Vandyke collar of rich lace, a little fellow whose round bright face was so handsome, and who turned upon her such beautiful, candid brown eyes, that she almost uttered an exclamation of pleasure and surprise at the sight. As she shook hands with the Earl, she called him by the name she had not used since her girlhood. "What, Molyneux," she said, "is this the child?" "Yes, Constantia," answered the Earl, "this is the boy. Fauntleroy, this is your grand-aunt, Lady Lorridaile." "How do you do, grand-aunt?" said Fauntleroy. Lady Lorridaile put her hand on his shoulders, and after looking down into his upraised face a few seconds, kissed him warmly. "I'm your Aunt Constantia," she said, "and I loved your poor papa, and you're very like him." "It makes me glad when I'm told I'm like him," answered Fauntleroy, "because it seems as if everyone liked him, just like, dearest, exactly, Aunt Constantia," adding the two words after a second's pause. Lady Lorridaile was delighted. She bent and kissed him again, and from that moment they were warm friends. "Well, Molyneux," she said aside to the Earl afterward, It could not possibly be better than this." "I think not," answered his lordship dryly. "He's a fine little fellow. We are great friends. He believes me to be the most charming and sweet-tempered of philanthropists. I will confess to you, Constantia, as you would find it out if I did not, that I am in some slight danger of becoming rather an old fool about him." "What does his mother think of you?" asked Lady Lorridaile with her usual straightforwardness. "I have not asked her," answered the Earl, slightly scowling. "Well," said Lady Lorridaile, "I will be frank with you at the outset, Molyneux, and tell you I don't approve of your course, and that it is my intention to call on Mrs. Errol as soon as possible. So, if you wish to quarrel with me, you had better mention it at once. What I hear of the young creature makes me quite sure that her child owes her everything. We were told, even at Lorridaile Park, that your poor tenants adore her already." "They adore him," said the Earl, nodding toward Fauntleroy. "As to Mrs. Errol, you'll find her a pretty little woman. I'm rather in debt to her for giving some of her beauty to the boy, and you can go to see her if you like. All I ask is that she will remain at Court Lodge, and that you will not ask me to go and see her." And he scowled a little again. "But he doesn't hate her as much as he used to. That is plain enough to me," her ladyship said to Sir Harry afterward. "And he's a changed man in a measure, and, incredible as it may seem, Harry, it is my opinion that he's being made into a human being through nothing more nor less than his affection for that innocent, affectionate little fellow. Why, the child actually loves him, leans on his chair and against his knee. His own children would as soon have thought of nestling up to a tiger." The very next day she went to call upon Mrs. Errol. When she returned, she said to her brother, "Molyneux, she's the loveliest little woman I ever saw. She has a voice like a silver bell, and you may thank her for making the boy what he is. She has given him more than her beauty, and you make a great mistake in not persuading her to come and take charge of you. I shall invite her to Lorridaile." "She'll not leave the boy," replied the Earl. "I must have the boy too," said Lady Lorridaile, laughing. But she knew Lord Fauntleroy would not be given up to her, and each day she saw more clearly how closely those two had grown to each other, and how all the proud, grim old man's ambition and hope and love centered themselves in the child, and how the warm, innocent nature returned his affection with most perfect trust and good faith. She knew, too, that the prime reason for the great dinner party was the Earl's secret desire to show the world his grandson and heir, and to let people see that the boy who had been so much spoken of and described was even a finer little specimen of boyhood than rumor had made him. Bevis and Maurice were such a bitter humiliation to him, she said to her husband. Everyone knew it. He actually hated them. His pride has full sway here. Perhaps there was not one person who accepted the invitation without feeling some curiosity about little Lord Fauntleroy and wondering if he would be on view. And when the time came, he was on view. "The lad has good manners," said the Earl. "He will be in no one's way. Children are usually idiots or bores. Mine were both. But he can actually answer when he's spoken to, and be silent when he's not. He's never offensive. But he was not allowed to be silent very long. Everyone had something to say to him. The fact was, they wished to make him talk. The ladies petted him and asked him questions, and the men asked him questions too, and joked with him, as the man on the steamer had done when he crossed the Atlantic. Fauntleroy did not quite understand why they laughed so sometimes when he answered them, but he was so used to seeing people amused when he was quite serious that he did not mind. He thought the whole evening delightful. The magnificent rooms were so brilliant with lights, and there were so many flowers. The gentlemen seemed so gay, and the ladies wore such beautiful, wonderful dresses and such sparkling ornaments in their hair and on their necks. There was one young lady who, he heard them say, had just come down from London, where she had spent the season, and she was so charming that he could not keep his eyes from her. She was a rather tall young lady, with a proud little head, and very soft dark hair, and large eyes the color of purple pansies, and the color on her cheeks and lips was like that of a rose. She was dressed in a beautiful white dress and had pearls around her throat. There was one strange thing about this young lady. So many gentlemen stood near her and seemed anxious to please her that Fauntleroy thought she must be something like a princess. He was so much interested in her that, without knowing it, he drew nearer and nearer to her, and at last she turned and spoke to him. "Come here, Lord Fauntleroy," she said, smiling, "and tell me why you look at me so." "I was thinking how beautiful you are," his young lordship replied. Then all the gentlemen laughed outright, and the young lady laughed a little too, and the rose color in her cheeks brightened. "Ah, Fauntleroy," said one of the gentlemen who had laughed most heartily, "make the most of your time. When you're older, you will not have the courage to say that." "But nobody could help saying it," said Fauntleroy sweetly. "Could you help it? Do you think she's pretty too?" "We are not allowed to say what we think," said the gentleman, while the rest laughed more than ever. But the beautiful young lady, her name was Miss Vivian Herbert, put out her hand and drew Cedric to her side, looking prettier than before, if possible. "Lord Fauntleroy shall say what he thinks," she said. "I'm much obliged to him. I'm sure he thinks what he says." And she kissed him on his cheek. "I think you're prettier than anyone I ever saw," said Fauntleroy, looking at her with innocent, admiring eyes. "Except Dearest, of course. I couldn't think anyone quite as pretty as Dearest. I think she's the prettiest person in the world." "I'm sure she is," said Miss Vivian Herbert, and she laughed and kissed his cheek again. She kept him by her side a great part of the evening, and the group of which they were the center was very gay. He did not know how it happened, but before long he was telling them all about America, and the Republican rally, and Mr. Hobbs, and Dick, and in the end he proudly produced from his pocket Dick's parting gift, the red silk handkerchief. "I put it in my pocket tonight because it was a party," he said. "I thought Dick would like me to wear it at a party." And queer as the big flaming spotted thing was, there was a serious, affectionate look in his eyes, which prevented his audience from laughing very much. "You see, I like it," he said, "because Dick is my friend." But though he was talked to so much, as the Earl had said, he was in no one's way. He could be quiet and listen when others talked, and so no one found him tiresome. A slight smile crossed more than one face when several times he went and stood near his grandfather's chair, or sat on a stool close to him, watching him and absorbing every word he uttered with the most charmed interest. Once he stood so near the chair's arm that his cheek touched the Earl's shoulder, and his lordship, detecting the general smile, smiled a little himself. He knew what the lookers-on were thinking, and he felt some secret amusement in their seeing what good friends he was with this youngster, who might have been expected to share the popular opinion of him. Mr. Havisham had been expected to arrive in the afternoon, but strange to say, he was late. Such a thing had really never been known to happen before, during all the years in which he had been a visitor at Dorincourt Castle. He was so late that the guests were on the point of rising to go in to dinner when he arrived. When he approached his host, the Earl regarded him with amazement. He looked as if he had been hurried or agitated. His dry, keen old face was actually pale. "I was detained," he said in a low voice to the Earl, "by an extraordinary event." It was as unlike the methodic old lawyer to be agitated by anything as it was to be late, but it was evident that he had been disturbed. At dinner he ate scarcely anything, and 2 or 3 times when he was spoken to, he started as if his thoughts were far away. At dessert, when Fauntleroy came in, he looked at him more than once, nervously and uneasily. Fauntleroy noted the look and wondered at it. He and Mr. Havisham were on friendly terms, and they usually exchanged smiles. The lawyer seemed to have forgotten to smile that evening. The fact was, he forgot everything but the strange and painful news he knew he must tell the Earl before the night was over. The strange news which he knew would be so terrible a shock, and which would change the face of everything. As he looked about at the splendid rooms and the brilliant company, at the people gathered together, he knew more that they might see the bright-haired little fellow near the Earl's chair than for any other reason. As he looked at the proud old man and at little Lord Fauntleroy smiling at his side, he really felt quite shaken, notwithstanding that he was a hardened old lawyer. What a blow it was that he must deal them. He did not exactly know how the long, superb dinner ended. He sat through it as if he were in a dream, and several times he saw the Earl glance at him in surprise. But it was over at last, and the gentlemen joined the ladies in the drawing-room. They found Fauntleroy sitting on the sofa with Miss Vivian Herbert, the great beauty of the last London season. They had been looking at some pictures, and he was thanking his companion as the door opened. "I'm ever so much obliged to you for being so kind to me," he was saying. "I never was at a party before, and I've enjoyed myself so much." He had enjoyed himself so much that when the gentlemen gathered about Miss Herbert again and began to talk to her, as he listened and tried to understand their laughing speeches, his eyelids began to droop. They drooped until they covered his eyes 2 or 3 times, and then the sound of Miss Herbert's low, pretty laugh would bring him back, and he would open them again for about 2 seconds. He was quite sure he was not going to sleep, but there was a large yellow satin cushion behind him, and his head sank against it, and after a while his eyelids drooped for the last time. They did not quite even open when, as it seemed, after a long time, someone kissed him lightly on the cheek. It was Miss Vivian Herbert, who was going away, and she spoke to him softly. "Good night, little Lord Fauntleroy," she said. "Sleep well." And in the morning he did not know that he tried to open his eyes and had murmured sleepily, "Good night. I'm so glad I saw you. You're so pretty." He only had a very faint recollection of hearing the gentlemen laugh again, and of wondering why they did it. No sooner had the last guest left the room than Mr. Havisham turned from his place by the fire and stepped nearer to the sofa, where he stood looking down at the sleeping occupant. Little Lord Fauntleroy was taking his ease luxuriously. One leg crossed the other and swung over the edge of the sofa. One arm was flung easily above his head. The warm flush of healthful, happy, childish sleep was on his quiet face. His waving tangle of bright hair strayed over the yellow satin cushion. He made a picture well worth looking at. As Mr. Havisham looked at it, he put his hand up and rubbed his shaven chin, with a harassed countenance. "Well, Havisham," said the Earl's harsh voice behind him, "what is it? It is evident something has happened. What was the extraordinary event, if I may ask?" Mr. Havisham turned from the sofa, still rubbing his chin. "It was bad news," he answered. "Distressing news, my lord. The worst of news. I'm sorry to be the bearer of it." The Earl had been uneasy for some time during the evening. As he glanced at Mr. Havisham, and when he was uneasy, he was always ill-tempered. "Why do you look so at the boy?" he exclaimed irritably. "You have been looking at him all the evening as if— See here now, why should you look at the boy, Havisham, and hang over him like some bird of ill omen? What has your news to do with Lord Fauntleroy?" "My lord," said Mr. Havisham, "I will waste no words. My news has everything to do with Lord Fauntleroy, and if we are to believe it, it is not Lord Fauntleroy who lies sleeping before us, but only the son of Captain Errol. And the present Lord Fauntleroy is the son of your son Bevis, and is, at this moment, in a lodging-house in London." The Earl clutched the arms of his chair with both his hands, until the veins stood out upon them. The veins stood out on his forehead too. His fierce old face was almost livid. "What do you mean?" he cried out. "You're mad! Whose lie is this?" "If it is a lie," answered Mr. Havisham, "it is painfully like the truth. A woman came to my chambers this morning. She said your son Bevis married her 6 years ago in London. She showed me her marriage certificate. They quarrelled a year after the marriage, and he paid her to keep away from him. She has a son 5 years old. She's an American of the lower classes, an ignorant person, and until lately she did not fully understand what her son could claim. She consulted a lawyer and found out that the boy was really Lord Fauntleroy, and the heir to the earldom of Dorincourt, and she of course insists on his claims being acknowledged." There was a movement of the curly head on the yellow satin cushion. A soft, long, sleepy sigh came from the parted lips, and the little boy stirred in his sleep, but not at all restlessly or uneasily, not at all as if his slumber were disturbed by the fact that he was being proved a small impostor, and that he was not Lord Fauntleroy at all, and never would be the Earl of Dorincourt. He only turned his rosy face more on its side, as if to enable the old man, who stared at it so solemnly, to see it better. The handsome, grim old face was ghastly. A bitter smile fixed itself upon it. "I should refuse to believe a word of it," he said, "if it were not such a low, scoundrelly piece of business that it becomes quite possible in connection with the name of my son Bevis. It is like Bevis. He was always a disgrace to us, always a weak, untruthful, vicious young brute with low tastes. My son and heir Bevis, Lord Fauntleroy. The woman is an ignorant, vulgar person, you say?" "I'm obliged to admit that she can scarcely spell her own name," answered the lawyer. "She's absolutely uneducated and openly mercenary. She cares for nothing but the money. She's very handsome in a coarse way, but—" The fastidious old lawyer ceased speaking and gave a sort of shudder. The veins on the old Earl's forehead stood out like purple cords. Something else stood out upon it too, cold drops of moisture. He took out his handkerchief and swept them away. His smile grew even more bitter. "And I," he said, "I objected to the other woman, the mother of this child," pointing to the sleeping form on the sofa. "I refused to recognize her, and yet she could spell her own name. I suppose this is retribution." Suddenly he sprang up from his chair and began to walk up and down the room. Fierce and terrible words poured forth from his lips. His rage and hatred and cruel disappointment shook him as a storm shakes a tree. His violence was something dreadful to see, and yet Mr. Havisham noticed that at the very worst of his wrath he never seemed to forget the little sleeping figure on the yellow satin cushion, and that he never once spoke loud enough to awaken it. "I might have known it," he said. "They were a disgrace to me from their first hour. I hated them both, and they hated me. Bevis was the worst of the two. I will not believe this yet, though. I will contend against it to the last. But it is like Bevis. It is like him." And then he raged again, and asked questions about the woman, about her proofs, and pacing the room, turned first white and then purple in his repressed fury. When at last he had learned all there was to be told, and knew the worst, Mr. Havisham looked at him with a feeling of anxiety. He looked broken and haggard and changed. His rages had always been bad for him, but this one had been worse than the rest because there had been something more than rage in it. He came slowly back to the sofa at last and stood near it. "If anyone had told me I could be fond of a child," he said, his harsh voice low and unsteady, "I should not have believed them. I always detested children, my own more than the rest, and I am fond of this one. He's fond of me," with a bitter smile. "I am not popular, I never was, but he is fond of me. He never was afraid of me. He always trusted me. He would have filled my place better than I have filled it. I know that. He would have been an honor to the name." He bent down and stood a minute or so, looking at the happy sleeping face. His shaggy eyebrows were knitted fiercely, and yet, somehow, he did not seem fierce at all. He put up his hand, pushed the bright hair back from the forehead, and then turned away and rang the bell. When the largest footman appeared, he pointed to the sofa. "Take," he said, and then his voice changed a little. "Take Lord Fauntleroy to his room." End of chapter 10. Recording by Igor T4A, Magdeburg, Germany, April 3rd, 2007.
Chapter 11 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 11. When Mr. Hobbs's young friend left him to go to Dorincourt Castle and become Lord Fauntleroy, and the groceryman had time to realize that the Atlantic Ocean lay between himself and the small companion who had spent so many agreeable hours in his society, he really began to feel very lonely indeed. The fact was, Mr. Hobbs was not a clever man, nor even a bright one. He was indeed rather a slow and heavy person, and he had never made many acquaintances. He was not mentally energetic enough to know how to amuse himself, and in truth he never did anything of an entertaining nature but read the newspapers and add up his accounts. It was not very easy for him to add up his accounts, and sometimes it took him a long time to bring them out right. And in the old days, little Lord Fauntleroy, who had learned how to add up quite nicely with his fingers and a slate and pencil, had sometimes even gone to the length of trying to help him. And then, too, he had been so good a listener and had taken such an interest in what the newspaper said, and he and Mr. Hobbs had held such long conversations about the Revolution and the British and the elections and the Republican party, that it was no wonder his going left a blank in the grocery store. At first it seemed to Mr. Hobbs that Cedric was not really far away and would come back again, that some day he would look up from his paper and see the little lad standing in the doorway, in his white suit and red stockings, and with his straw hat on the back of his head, and would hear him say in his cheerful little voice, "Hello, Mr. Hobbs! This is a hot day, isn't it?" But as the days passed on and this did not happen, Mr. Hobbs felt very dull and uneasy. He did not even enjoy his newspaper as much as he used to. He would put the paper down on his knee after reading it, and sit and stare at the high stool for a long time. There were some marks on the long legs which made him feel quite dejected and melancholy. They were marks made by the heels of the next Earl of Dorincourt, where he kicked and talked at the same time. It seems that even youthful earls kick the legs of things they sit on. Noble blood and lofty lineage do not prevent it. After looking at those marks, Mr. Hobbs would take out his gold watch and open it and stare at the inscription. From his oldest friend, Lord Fauntleroy, to Mr. Hobbs, "When this you see, remember me." And after staring at it a while, he would shut it up with a loud snap and sigh, and get up and go and stand in the doorway, between the box of potatoes and the barrel of apples, and look up the street. At night, when the store was closed, he would light his pipe and walk slowly along the pavement until he reached the house where Cedric had lived, on which there was a sign that read, "This house to let," and he would stop near it and look up and shake his head, and puff at his pipe very hard indeed, and after a while walk mournfully back again. This went on for 2 or 3 weeks before any new idea came to him. Being slow and ponderous, it always took him a long time to reach a new idea. As a rule, he did not like new ideas, but preferred old ones. After 2 or 3 weeks, however, during which, instead of getting better, matters really grew worse, a novel plan slowly and deliberately dawned upon him. He would go to see Dick. He smoked a great many pipes before he arrived at this conclusion, but finally he did arrive at it. He would go to see Dick. He knew all about Dick. Cedric had told him, and his idea was that perhaps Dick might be some comfort to him in the way of talking things over. So one day, when Dick was very hard at work blacking a customer's boots, a short, stout man with a heavy face and a bald head stopped on the pavement and stared for 2 or 3 minutes at the boot-black sign which read, "Professor Dick Tipton can't be beat." He stared at it so long that Dick began to take a lively interest in him, and when he had put the finishing touch to his customer's boots, he said, "Want a shine, sir?" The stout man came forward deliberately and put his foot on the rest. "Yes," he said. Then, when Dick fell to work, the stout man looked from Dick to the sign and from the sign to Dick. "Where did you get that?" he asked. "From a friend of mine," said Dick, "a little feller. He guv me the whole outfit. He was the best little feller you ever see. He's in England now, gone to be one of them lords." "Lord? asked Mr. Hobbs with ponderous slowness. "Lord Fauntleroy going to be the Earl of Dorincourt?" Dick almost dropped his brush. "Why, boss!" he exclaimed. "Do you know him yourself?" "I've known him," answered Mr. Hobbs, wiping his warm forehead, "ever since he was born. We was lifetime acquaintances, that's what we was." It really made him quite agitated to speak of it. He pulled the splendid gold watch out of his pocket and opened it, and showed the inside of the case to Dick. "When this you see, remember me," he read. "That was his parting keepsake to me. I don't want you to forget me, those was his words. I'd 'a' remembered him," he went on, shaking his head, "if he hadn't given me a thing, and I hadn't seen hide nor hair on him again. He was a companion as any man would remember." "He was the nicest little feller I ever see," said Dick. "And as to sand, I never seen so much sand to a little feller. I thought a heap o' him, I did, and we was friends, too. We was sort o' chums from the fust, that little young un and me. I grabbed his ball from under a stage for him, and he never forgot it. And he'd come down here, he would, with his mother or his nuss, and he'd holler 'Hello, Dick,' at me as friendly as if he was 6 feet high, when he warn't knee-high to a grasshopper, and was dressed in gal's clothes. He was a gay little chap, and when you was down on your luck it did you good to talk to him." "That's so," said Mr. Hobbs. "It was a pity to make a earl out o' him. He would 'a' shone in the grocery business, or dry goods either. He would 'a' shone!" And he shook his head with deeper regret than ever. It proved that they had so much to say to each other that it was not possible to say it all at one time, and so it was agreed that the next night Dick should make a visit to the store and keep Mr. Hobbs company. The plan pleased Dick well enough. He had been a street waif nearly all his life, but he had never been a bad boy, and he had always had a private yearning for a more respectable kind of existence. Since he had been in the business for himself, he had made enough money to enable him to sleep under a roof instead of out in the streets, and he had begun to hope he might reach even a higher plane in time. So to be invited to call on a stout, respectable man who owned a corner store and even had a horse and wagon seemed to him quite an event. "Do you know anything about earls and castles?" Mr. Hobbs inquired. "I'd like to know more of the particulars." "There's a story about some of 'em in the Penny Story Gazette," said Dick. "It's called 'The Crime of a Coronet, or The Revenge of the Countess May.' It's a boss thing, too. Some of us boys are taking it to read." "Bring it up when you come," said Mr. Hobbs, "and I'll pay for it. Bring all you can find that has any earls in 'em. If there aren't any earls, markises'll do, or dukes, though he never made any mention of dukes or markises. We did go over coronets a little, but I never happened to see any. I guess they don't keep 'em round here." "Tiffany'd have 'em if anybody did," said Dick, "but I don't know as I'd know one if I saw it." Mr. Hobbs did not explain that he would not have known one if he saw it. He merely shook his head ponderously. "I suppose there is very little call for 'em," he said, and that ended the matter. This was the beginning of quite a substantial friendship. When Dick went up to the store, Mr. Hobbs received him with great hospitality. He gave him a chair tilted against the door, near a barrel of apples, and after his young visitor was seated, he made a jerk at them with the hand in which he held his pipe, saying, "Help yourself." Then he looked at the story papers, and after they had read and discussed the British aristocracy, and Mr. Hobbs smoked his pipe very hard and shook his head a great deal. He shook it most when he pointed out the high stool with the marks on its legs. "There's his very kicks," he said impressively, "his very kicks. I sit and look at them by the hour. This is a world of ups, and it's a world of downs. Why, he'd set there and eat crackers out of a box and apples out of a barrel, and pitch his cores into the street, and now he's a lord a livin' in a castle. Them's a lord's kicks. There'll be a earl's kicks some day. Sometimes I says to myself, says I, well, I'll be jiggered." He seemed to derive a great deal of comfort from his reflections and Dick's visits. Before Dick went home they had a supper in the small back room. They had crackers and cheese and sardines and other canned things out of the store, and Mr. Hobbs solemnly opened 2 bottles of ginger ale, and pouring out 2 glasses, proposed a toast. "Here's to him," he said, lifting his glass, "and may he teach 'em a lesson, earls and markises and dukes and all." After that night the two saw each other often, and Mr. Hobbs was much more comfortable and less desolate. They read the Penny Story Gazette and many other interesting things, and gained a knowledge of the habits of the nobility and gentry which would have surprised those despised classes if they had realized it. One day Mr. Hobbs made a pilgrimage to a bookstore downtown for the express purpose of adding to their library. He went to the clerk and leaned over the counter to speak to him. "I want," he said, "a book about earls." "What?" exclaimed the clerk. "A book," repeated the groceryman, "about earls." "I'm afraid," said the clerk, looking rather queer, "that we haven't what you want." "Haven't?" said Mr. Hobbs anxiously. "Well, say markises, then, or dukes." "I know of no such book," said the clerk. Mr. Hobbs was much disturbed. He looked down on the floor. Then he looked up. "None about female earls?" he inquired. "I'm afraid not," said the clerk with a smile. "Well," exclaimed Mr. Hobbs, "I'll be jiggered." He was just going out of the store when the clerk called him back and asked if a story in which the nobility were chief characters would do. Mr. Hobbs said it would, if he could get an entire volume devoted to earls. So the clerk sold him a book called The Tower of London, written by Mr. Harrison Ainsworth, and he carried it home. When Dick came, they began to read it. It was a very wonderful and exciting book, and the scene was laid in the reign of the famous English queen who is called by some people Bloody Mary. And as Mr. Hobbs heard of Queen Mary's deeds, and the habit she had of chopping people's heads off, putting them to the torture, and burning them alive, he became very much excited. He took his pipe out of his mouth and stared at Dick, and at last he was obliged to mop the perspiration from his brow with his red pocket-handkerchief. "Well, he ain't safe," he said. "He ain't safe. If the women folks can sit up on their thrones and give the word for things like that to be done, who's to know what's happening to him at this very minute? He's no more safe than nothing. Just like a woman like that get mad, and no one's safe." "Well," said Dick, though he looked rather anxious himself, "you see, this 'ere 'un isn't the one that's bossin' things now. I know her name's Victory, and this 'un here in the book, her name's Mary." "So it is," said Mr. Hobbs, still mopping his forehead. "So it is. And the newspapers are not saying anything about any racks, thumbscrews, or stake burnin's. But still, it doesn't seem as if 'twas safe for him over there with those queer folks. Why, they tell me they don't keep the 4th of July." He was privately uneasy for several days, and it was not until he received Fauntleroy's letter, and had read it several times, both to himself and to Dick, and had also read the letter Dick got around the same time, that he became composed again. But they both found great pleasure in their letters. They read and reread them, and talked them over, and enjoyed every word of them. And they spent days over the answers they sent, and read them over almost as often as the letters they had received. It was rather a labor for Dick to write his. All his knowledge of reading and writing he had gained during a few months when he had lived with his elder brother, and had gone to a night school. But being a sharp boy, he had made the most of that brief education, and had spelled out things in newspapers since then, and practiced writing with bits of chalk on pavements or walls or fences. He told Mr. Hobbs all about his life, and about his elder brother, who had been rather good to him after their mother died, when Dick was quite a little fellow. Their father had died some time before. The brother's name was Ben, and he had taken care of Dick as well as he could until the boy was old enough to sell newspapers and run errands. They had lived together, and as he grew older, Ben had managed to get along until he had quite a decent place in a store. "And then," exclaimed Dick with disgust, "blest if he didn't go and marry a gal! Just went and got spoony and hadn't any more sense left. Married her and set up housekeeping in 2 back rooms. And a hefty un she was, a regular tiger cat. She'd tear things to pieces when she got mad, and she was mad all the time. Had a baby just like her, yelled day and night, and if I didn't have to tend it, and when it screamed she'd fire things at me. She fired a plate at me one day and hit the baby, cut its chin. Doctor said he'd carry the mark till he died. Nice mother she was. Cracky. But didn't we have a time, Ben and meself, and the young un. She was mad at Ben because he didn't make money faster. And last he went out west with a man to set up a cattle ranch, and hadn't been gone a week 'fore one night I got home from sellin' my papers, and the rooms was locked up and empty, and the woman of the house, she told me Mina'd gone shown a clean pair o' heels. Some one else said she'd gone across the water to be nuss to a lady as had a little baby too. Never heard a word of her since, nuther has Ben. If I'd 'a' been him I would 'a' fretted a bit, and I guess he didn't. But he thought a heap o' her at the start. Tell you he was spoons on her. She was a daisy-lookin' gal too when she was dressed up and not mad. She'd big black eyes and black hair down to her knees. She'd make it into a rope as big as your arm and twist it round and round her head, and I tell you her eyes'd snap. Folks used to say she was part Italian. Said her mother or father'd come from there, and it made her queer. I tell you she was one of 'em, she was." He often told Mr. Hobbs stories of her and of his brother Ben, who, since his going out west, had written once or twice to Dick. Ben's luck had not been good, and he had wandered from place to place, but at last he had settled on a ranch in California, where he was at work at the time when Dick became acquainted with Mr. Hobbs. "That gal," said Dick one day, "she took all the grit out o' him. I couldn't help feelin' sorry for him sometimes." They were sittin' in the store doorway together, and Mr. Hobbs was fillin' his pipe. "He oughtn't to have married," he said solemnly, as he rose to get a match. "Women, I never could see any use in 'em, myself." As he took the match from its box, he stopped and looked down on the counter. "Why," he said, "if here isn't a letter! I didn't see it before. The postman must have laid it down when I wasn't noticin', or the newspaper slipped over it." He picked it up and looked at it carefully. "It's from him!" he exclaimed. "That's the very one it's from." He forgot his pipe altogether. He went back to his chair quite excited, and took his pocket knife and opened the envelope. "I wonder what news there is this time," he said. And then he unfolded the letter and read as follows: "Dorincourt Castle. My dear Mr. Hobbs, I write this in a great hurry, because I have something curious to tell you. I know you will be very much surprised, my dear friend, when I tell you. It is all a mistake, and I'm not a lord, and I shall not have to be an earl. There is a lady which was married to my Uncle Beavis, who is dead, and she has a little boy, and he is Lord Fauntleroy, because that is the way it is in England. The earl's eldest son's little boy is the earl if everybody else is dead. I mean if his father and grandfather are dead. My grandfather is not dead, but my Uncle Beavis is, and so his boy is Lord Fauntleroy. And I am not, because my papa was the youngest son, and my name is Cedric Errol, like it was when I was in New York. And all the things will belong to the other boy. I thought at first I should have to give him my pony and cart, but my grandfather says I need not. My grandfather is very sorry, and I think he does not like the lady, but perhaps he thinks Dearest and I are sorry because I shall not be an earl. I would like to be an earl now better than I thought I would at first, because this is a beautiful castle, and I like everybody so, and when you are rich you can do so many things. I am not rich now, because when your papa is only the youngest son, he is not very rich, and I'm going to learn to work, so that I can take care of Dearest. I have been asking Wilkins about grooming horses. Perhaps I might be a groom or a coachman. The lady brought her little boy to the castle, and my grandfather and Mr. Havisham talked to her, I think she was angry. She talked loud, and my grandfather was angry too. I never saw him angry before, and I wish it did not make them all mad. I thought I would tell you and Dick right away, because you would be interested. So no more at present. With love, from your old friend, Cedric Errol, not Lord Fauntleroy. Mr. Hobbs fell back in his chair. The letter dropped on his knee. His penknife slipped to the floor, and so did the envelope. "Well," he ejaculated, "I am jiggered!" He was so dumbfounded that he actually changed his exclamation. It had always been his habit to say, "I will be jiggered," but this time he said, "I am jiggered." Perhaps he really was jiggered. There is no knowing. "Well," said Dick, "the whole thing's bust up, hasn't it?" "Bust!" said Mr. Hobbs. "It's my opinion it's a put-up job of the British 'ristocrats to rob him of his rights because he's an American. They've had a spite agin us ever since the Revolution, and they're taking it out on him. I told you he wasn't safe, and see what's happened. Like as not the whole government got together to rob him of his lawful owens." He was very much agitated. He had not approved of the change in his young friend's circumstances at first, but lately he had become more reconciled to it. And after the receipt of Cedric's letter he had perhaps even felt some secret pride in his young friend's magnificence. He might not have a good opinion of earls, but he knew that even in America money was considered rather an agreeable thing, and if all the wealth and grandeur were to go with the title, it must be rather hard to lose it. "They're trying to rob him," he said. "That's what they're doing, and folks that have money ought to look after him." And he kept Dick with him until quite a late hour to talk it over, and when that young man left he went with him to the corner of the street, and on his way back he stopped opposite the empty house for some time, staring at the "To Let" and smoking his pipe in much disturbance of mind. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Oakley. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Francis Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 12. A very few days after the dinner party at the castle, almost everybody in England who had read the newspapers at all knew the romantic story of what had happened in Dorincourt. It made a very interesting story when it was told with all the details. There was a little American boy who had been brought to England to be Lord Fauntleroy, and who was said to be so fine and handsome a little fellow, and have already made people fond of him. There was old Earl, his grandfather, who was so proud of his heir. There was the pretty young mother who had never been forgiven for marrying Captain Errol, and there was the strange marriage of Bevis, the dead Lord Fauntleroy, and the strange wife, of whom no one knew anything, suddenly appearing with their son, and saying that he was the real Lord Fauntleroy and must have his rights. All these things were talked about and written about, and caused a tremendous sensation. And then there came the rumour that the Earl of Dorincourt was not satisfied with the turn affairs had taken, and would perhaps contest the claim by law, and the matter might end with a wonderful trial. There had never been such excitement before in the county in which Erleborough was situated. On market days people stood in groups and talked and wondered what would be done. The farmers' wives invited one another to tea that they may tell one another all they had heard, and all they thought other people thought. They related wonderful anecdotes about the Earl's rage and his determination not to acknowledge the new Lord Fauntleroy, and his hatred of the woman who was the claimant's mother. But of course it was Mrs. Dibble who could tell the most, and who was more in demand than ever. "And a bad lookout it is," she said. "And if you were to ask me, ma'am, I should say as it was a judgment on him for the way he's treated that sweet young creatur, and he's parted from her child, for he's got that fond of him, and that set on him, and that proud of him, as he's a'most drove mad by what's happened. And what's more, this new one's no lady, and his little lordship's ma is. She's a bold-faced, black-eyed thing, as Mr. Thomas says no gentleman in livery 'ud bemean hisself to be gave orders by, and let her come into the house, he says, and he goes out of it, and the boy don't no more compare with the other one than nothing you could mention. And mercy knows what's going to come of it all, and where it's to end, and you might have knocked me down with a feather when Jane brought the news." In fact, there was excitement everywhere in the castle, in the library, where the Earl and Mr. Havisham sat and talked, in the servants' hall, where Mr. Thomas and the butler and the other men and women servants gossiped and exclaimed at all times of the day, and in the stables, where Wilkins went about his work in a quite depressed state of mind, and groomed the brown pony more beautifully than ever, and said mournfully to the coachman that he never taught a young gentleman to ride as took to it more natural, or was better plucked than one he was. He was a one as it were some pleasure to ride behind. But in the midst of all the disturbance there was one person who was quite calm and untroubled. That person was the little Lord Fauntleroy, who was said not to be Lord Fauntleroy at all. When the first state of affairs had been explained to him, he had felt some little anxiousness and perplexity, it is true, but its foundation was not in baffled ambition. While the Earl told him what had happened, he had sat on a stool holding on to his knee, as he so often did when he was listening to anything interesting, and by the time the story was finished he looked quite sober. "It makes me feel very queer," he said. "It makes me feel queer." The Earl looked at the boy in silence. It made him feel queer too, queerer than he had ever felt in his whole life. And he felt more queer still when he saw that there was a troubled expression on the small face which was usually so happy. "Will they take the dearest's house from her, and her carriage?" Cedric asked in a rather unsteady, anxious little voice. "No," said the Earl decidedly, in quite a loud voice. "In fact, they can take nothing from her." "Ah," said Cedric with evident relief. "Can't they?" Then he looked up at his grandfather, and there was a wistful shade in his eyes, and they looked very big and soft. "That other boy," he said rather tremulously, "he'll have to be your boy now, as I was, won't he?" "No," answered the Earl, and he said it so fiercely and loudly that Cedric quite jumped. "No?" he exclaimed in wonderment. "Won't he? I thought—" He stood up from his stall quite suddenly. "Shall I be your boy, even if I'm not going to be an Earl?" he said. "Should I be your boy just as I was before?" And his flushed little face was all alight with eagerness. How the old Earl did look at him from head to foot, to be sure! How his great shaggy brows did draw themselves together, and how queerly his deep eyes shone under them! How very queerly! "My boy!" he said, and if you'll believe it, his voice was queer, almost shaky, and a little broken and hoarse. Not at all what you expect an Earl's voice to be, though he spoke more decidedly and peremptorily than before. "Yes, you'll be my little boy as long as I live, and by George, sometimes I feel as if you were the only boy I had ever had." Cedric's face turned red to the roots of his hair. It turned red with relief and pleasure. He put both his hands deep in his pockets and looked squarely into his noble relative's eyes. "Do you?" he said. "Well then, I don't care about the Earl part at all. I don't care whether I'm an Earl or not. I thought the one that was going to be the Earl would have to be your boy too, and I couldn't be, and that's what made me feel so queer." The Earl put his hand on his shoulder and drew him nearer. "They shall take nothing from you that I can hold for you," he said, drawing his breath hard. "I won't believe yet that they can take anything from you. You are made for the place, and, well, you may fill it still. But whatever comes, you shall have all that I can give you. All!" It scarcely seemed as if he were speaking to a child. There was such determination in his face and voice. It was more as if he were making a promise to himself. And perhaps he was. He had never before known how deep a hold upon him his fondness for the boy and his pride for him had taken. He had never seen his strength and good qualities and beauty as he seemed to see them now. To his obstinate nature it seemed impossible, more than impossible, to give up what he had set his heart so upon, and he had determined that he would not give it up without a fierce struggle. Within a few days after she had seen Mr. Havisham, the woman who claimed to be Lady Fauntleroy presented herself at the castle, and brought her child with her. She was sent away. The Earl would not see her. She was told by the footman at the door his lawyer would attend to her case. It was Thomas who gave the message, and who expressed his opinion of her freely afterward in the servants' hall. He hoped, he said, as he had worn livery in families long enough to know a lady when he see one, and if that was a lady, then he was no judge of females. The one at the lodge, added Thomas loftily, "American or no American, she's one of the right sort as any gentleman you'd recognise with all the high. I remarked it to myself when fust he called here." The woman drove away, the look on her handsome common face half frightened, half fierce. Mr. Havisham had noticed during his interviews with her that though she had a passionate temper and a coarse, insolent manner, she was neither so clever nor so bold as she meant to be. She seemed sometimes to be almost overwhelmed by the position in which she had placed herself. It was as if she had not expected to meet with such opposition. "She is evidently," the lawyer said to Mrs. Errol, "a person from the lower walks of life. She is uneducated and untrained in everything, and quite unused to meeting people like ourselves on any terms of equality. She does not know what to do. Her visit to the castle quite cowed her. She was infuriated, but she was cowed. The Earl would not receive her, but I advised him to go with me to the Dorincourt Arms, where she is staying. When she saw him enter the room, she turned white, though she flew into a rage at once, and threatened and demanded one breath. The fact was that the Earl had stalked into the room and stood looking like a venerable aristocratic giant, staring at the woman from under his beetling brows, and not condescending a word. He simply stared at her, taking her in from head to foot, as if she was some repulsive curiosity. He let her talk and demand until she was tired, without himself uttering a word, and then he said, "You say you are my eldest son's wife. If that is true, and if the proof you offer is too much for us, the law is on your side. In that case, your boy is Lord Fauntleroy. The matter will be sifted to the bottom, you may rest assured. If your claims are proved, you will be provided for. I want to see nothing of either of you or the child so long as I live. The place will unfortunately have enough of you after my death. You are exactly the kind of person I should have expected my son Beavis to choose." And then he turned his back upon her and stalked out of the room as he had stalked into it. Not many days after that, a visitor was announced to Mrs. Errol, who was writing in her little morning room. The maid, who brought the message, looked rather excited. Her eyes were quite round with amazement, in fact, and being young and inexperienced, she regarded her mistress with nervous sympathy. "It's the Earl hisself, madam," she said in tremulous awe. When Mrs. Errol entered the drawing-room, a very tall, majestic-looking old man was standing on the tiger-skin rug. He had a handsome, grim old face, with an aquiline profile and a long white moustache and an obstinate look. "Mrs. Errol, I believe," he said. "Mrs. Errol," she answered. "I am the Earl of Dorincourt," he said. He paused a moment, almost unconsciously, to look into her uplifted eyes. They were so like the big, affectionate, childish eyes he had seen uplifted to his own so often every day during the last few months that they gave him quite a curious sensation. "The boy is very like you," he said abruptly. "It has been often said so, my lord," she replied, "but I have been glad to think him like his father also." As Lady Lorridale had told him, her voice was very sweet, and her manner was very simple and dignified. She did not seem in the least troubled by his sudden coming. "Yes," said the Earl, "he is like my son too." He put his hand up to his big white moustache and pulled it fiercely. "Do you know," he said, "why I have come here?" "I have seen Mr. Havisham," Mrs. Errol began, "and he has told me of the claims which have been made—" "I have come to tell you," said the Earl, "that they will be investigated and contested, if a contest can be made. I have come to tell you that the boy shall be defended with all the power of the law. His rights—" The soft voice interrupted him. "He must have nothing that is not his by right, even if the law can give it to him," she said. "Unfortunately, the law cannot," said the Earl. "If it could, it should. This outrageous woman and her child—" "Perhaps she cares for him as much as I care for Cedric, my lord," said little Mrs. Errol. "And if she was your elder son's wife, her son is Lord Fauntleroy, and mine is not." She was no more afraid of him than Cedric had been, and she looked at him just as Cedric would have looked, and he, having been an old tyrant all his life, was privately pleased by it. People so seldom dared to differ from him that there was an entertaining novelty to it. "I suppose," he said, scowling slightly, "that you would much prefer that he should not be the Earl of Dorincourt." Her fair young face flushed. "It is a very magnificent thing to be the Earl of Dorincourt, my lord," she said. "I know that, but I care most that he should be what his father was, brave and just and true always." "In striking contrast to what his grandfather was, eh?" said his lordship sardonically. "I have not had the pleasure of knowing his grandfather," replied Mrs. Errol, "but I know my little boy believes—" She stopped short a moment, looking quietly into his face, and then she added, "I know that Cedric loves you." "Would he have loved me," said the Earl dryly, "if you had told him why I did not receive you at the castle?" "No," answered Mrs. Errol, "I think not. That's why I did not wish him to know." "Well," said my lord brusquely, "there are few women who would not have told him." He suddenly began to walk up and down the room, pulling his great moustache more violently than ever. "Yes, he is fond of me," he said, "and I am fond of him. I can't say I ever was fond of anything before. I am fond of him. He pleased me from the first. I am an old man and was tired of my life. He has given me something to live for. I am proud of him. I was satisfied to think of his taking place some day as the head of the family." He came back and stood before Mrs. Errol. "I am miserable," he said, "miserable." He looked as if he was. Even his pride could not keep his voice steady or his hands from shaking. For a moment it almost seemed as if his deep fierce eyes had tears in them. "Perhaps it is because I am miserable that I have come to you," he said, quite glaring down at her. "I used to hate you. I have been jealous of you. This wretched, disgraceful business has changed that. After seeing that repulsive woman who calls herself to be the wife of my son Beavis, I actually felt it would be a relief to look at you. I have been an obstinate old fool, and I suppose I have treated you badly. You are like the boy, and the boy is the first object in my life. I am miserable, and I come to you merely because you are like the boy, and he cares for you, and I care for him. Treat me as well as you can, for the boy's sake." He said it all in his harsh voice, and almost roughly, but somehow he seemed so broken down for the time that Mrs. Errol was touched to the heart. She got up and moved an armchair a little forward. "I wish you would sit down," she said in a soft, pretty, sympathetic way. "You have been so much troubled that you are very tired, and you need all your strength." It was just as new to him to be spoken to and cared for in that gentle, simple way as it was to be contradicted. He was reminded of the boy again, and he actually did as she asked him. Perhaps his disappointment and wretchedness were good discipline for him. If he had not been wretched, he might have continued to hate her, but just at present he found her a little soothing. Almost anything would have seemed pleasant by contrast with Lady Fauntleroy, and this one had so sweet a face and voice, and a pretty dignity when she spoke or moved. Very soon, through the quiet magic of these influences, he began to feel less gloomy, and then he talked still more. "Whatever happens," he said, "the boy shall be provided for. He shall be taken care of, now and in the future." Before he went away, he glanced around the room. "Do you like the house?" he demanded. "Very much," she answered. "This is a cheerful room," he said. "May I come up here again and talk this matter over?" "As often as you wish, my lord," she replied. And then he went out to his carriage and drove away, Thomas and Henry almost stricken dumb upon the box at the turn affairs had taken. End of chapter 12. Recording by Jason Oakley, Brisbane, Australia. www.bangrocks.com.
Chapter 13 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Anderson. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 13. Of course, as soon as the story of Lord Fauntleroy and the difficulties of the Earl of Dorincourt were discussed in the English newspapers, they were discussed in the American newspapers. The story was too interesting to be passed over lightly, and it was talked of a great deal. There were so many versions of it that it would have been an edifying thing to buy all the papers and compare them. Mr. Hobbs read so much about it that he became quite bewildered. One paper described his young friend Cedric as an infant in arms, another as a young man at Oxford, winning all the honors and distinguishing himself by writing Greek poems. One said he was engaged to a young lady of great beauty who was the daughter of a duke. Another said he had just been married. The only thing, in fact, which was not said was that he was a little boy between 7 and 8, with handsome legs and curly hair. One said he was no relation to the Earl of Dorincourt at all, but was a small impostor who had sold newspapers and slept in the streets of New York before his mother imposed upon the family lawyer, who came to America to look for the Earl's heir. Then came the descriptions of the new Lord Fauntleroy and his mother. Sometimes she was a gypsy, sometimes an actress, sometimes a beautiful Spaniard. But it was always agreed that the Earl of Dorincourt was her deadly enemy, and would not acknowledge her son as his heir if he could help it. And as there seemed to be some slight flaw in the papers she had produced, it was expected that there would be a long trial, which would be far more interesting than anything ever carried in court before. Mr. Hobbs used to read the papers until his head was in a whirl, and in the evening he and Dick would talk it all over. They found out what an important personage an Earl of Dorincourt was, and what a magnificent income he possessed, and how many estates he owned, and how stately and beautiful was the castle in which he lived. And the more they learned, the more excited they became. "Seems like somethin' orter be done," said Mr. Hobbs. "Things like them orter be held on to, earls or no earls." But there really was nothing they could do, but each write a letter to Cedric containing assurances of their friendship and sympathy. They wrote those letters as soon as they could after receiving the news, and after having written them they handed them over to each other to be read. This is what Mr. Hobbs read in Dick's letter. "Dear Friend, I got your letter, and Mr. Hobbs got his, and we are sorry you are down on your luck, and we say hold on as long's you kin, and don't let no one get ahead of you. There is a lot of old thieves will make all they kin of you if you don't keep your eye skinned. But this is mostly to say that I've not forgot what you did for me, and there ain't no better way. Come over here and go in partners with me. Business is fine, and I'll see no harm comes to yous. Any big feller that tries to come it over you will hafter settle it first with Professor Dick Tipton. So no more at present, Dick." And this was what Dick read in Mr. Hobbs' letter. "Dear Sir, yours received, and we'd say things looks bad. I believe it's a put-up job, and that's them that's done it ought to be looked after sharp. And what I write to say is two things. I'm going to look this thing up. Keep quiet, and I'll see a lawyer and do all I can. And if the worst happens and them earls is too many for yous, there's a partnership in the grocery business ready for you when you're old enough, and a home and a friend in. Yours truly, Silas Hobbs." "Well," said Mr. Hobbs, "he's provided for between us if he ain't a earl." "So he is," said Dick. I'd 'a' stood by him. Blest if I didn't like that little feller fust rate." The very next morning one of Dick's customers was rather surprised. He was a young lawyer just beginning practice, as poor as a very young lawyer can possibly be, but a bright, energetic young fellow with sharp wit and a good temper. He had a shabby office near Dick's stand, and every morning Dick blacked his boots for him, and quite often they were not exactly watertight, but he always had a friendly word or a joke for Dick. That particular morning, when he put his foot on the rest, he had an illustrated paper in his hand, an enterprising paper with pictures in it of conspicuous people and things. He had just finished looking it over, and when the last boot was polished he handed it over to the boy. "Here's a paper for you, Dick," he said. "You can look it over when you drop in at Delmonico's for your breakfast. Picture of an English castle in it, and an English earl's daughter-in-law. Fine young woman, too, lots of hair, though she seems to be raising rather a row. You ought to become familiar with the nobility and gentry, Dick. Begin on the Right Honourable the Earl of Dorincourt and Lady Fauntleroy. Hello, I say, what's the matter?" The pictures he spoke of were on the front page, and Dick was staring at one of them with his eyes and mouth open, and his sharp face almost pale with excitement. "What's to pay, Dick?" said the young man. "What has paralyzed you?" Dick really did look as if something tremendous had happened. He pointed to the picture under which was written, "Mother of Claimant, Lady Fauntleroy." It was the picture of a handsome woman with large eyes and heavy braids of black hair wound around her head. "Her?" said Dick. "My, I know her better'n I know you." The young man began to laugh. "Where did you meet her, Dick?" he said. "At Newport? Or when you ran over to Paris the last time?" Dick actually forgot to grin. He began to gather his brushes and things together as if he had something to do which would put an end to his business for the present. "Never mind," he said. "I know her, and I've struck work for this mornin'." And in less than 5 minutes from that time he was tearing through the streets on his way to Mr. Hobbs in the corner store. Mr. Hobbs could scarcely believe the evidence of his senses when he looked across the counter and saw Dick rush in with the paper in his hand. The boy was out of breath with running, so much out of breath, in fact, that he could scarcely speak, as he threw the paper down on the counter. "Hello!" exclaimed Mr. Hobbs. "Hello! What you got there?" "Look at it!" panted Dick. "Look at that woman in the picture! That's what you look at! She ain't no 'ristocrat! She ain't!" with withering scorn. "She's no lord's wife! You may eat me if it ain't Mina! Mina! I'd know her anywheres, and so'd Ben. Just ax him." Mr. Hobbs dropped into his seat. "I knowed it was a put-up job," he said. "I knowed it! And they done it on account of him bein' American." "Done it!" cried Dick with disgust. "She's done it! That's who done it! She was allers up to her tricks, and I'll tell yer what came to me the minute I saw her picture. There was one of them papers we saw had a letter in it that said somethin' 'bout her boy, and said he had a scar on his chin. Put them two together, her and that little scar. Why, that there boy o' hers ain't no more a lord than I am. It's Ben's boy, the little chap she hit when she let fly that plate at me." Professor Dick Tipton had always been a sharp boy, and earning his living in the streets of a big city had made him still sharper. He had learned to keep his eyes open and his wits about him, and it must be confessed he enjoyed immensely the excitement and impatience of that moment. If little Lord Fauntleroy could only have looked into the store that morning, he would certainly have been interested, even if all the discussion and plans had been intended to decide the fate of some other boy than himself. Mr. Hobbs was almost overwhelmed by his sense of responsibility, and Dick was all alive and full of energy. He began to write a letter to Ben, and he cut out the picture and enclosed it to him, and Mr. Hobbs wrote a letter to Cedric and one to the Earl. They were in the midst of this letter-writing when a new idea came to Dick. "Say," he said, "the feller that give me the paper, he's a lawyer. Let's ax him what we'd better do. Lawyers know it all." Mr. Hobbs was immensely impressed by this suggestion and Dick's business capacity. "That's so," he replied. "This here calls for lawyers." And leaving the store in the care of a substitute, he struggled into his coat and marched downtown with Dick. and the two presented themselves with their romantic story in Mr. Harrison's office, much to that young man's astonishment. If he had not been a very young lawyer, with a very enterprising mind and a great deal of spare time on his hands, he might not have been so readily interested in what they had to say, for it all certainly sounded very wild and queer. But he chanced to want something to do very much, and he chanced to know Dick, and Dick chanced to say his say in a very sharp, telling sort of way. "And," said Mr. Hobbs, "say, what's your time worth an hour? And look into this thing thorough, and I'll pay the damage. Silas Hobbs, corner of Blank Street, vegetables and fancy groceries." "Well," said Mr. Harrison, "it will be a big thing if it turns out all right, and it will be almost as big a thing for me as for Lord Fauntleroy. And at any rate, no harm can be done by investigating. It appears there has been some dubiousness about the child. The woman contradicted herself in some of her statements about his age, and aroused suspicion. The first persons to be written to are Dick's brother and the Earl of Dorincourt's family lawyer." And actually, before the sun went down, 2 letters had been written, and sent in 2 different directions, one speeding out of New York harbor on a mail steamer on its way to England, and the other on a train carrying letters and passengers bound for California. And the first was addressed to T. Havisham, Esquire, and the second to Benjamin Tipton. And after the store was closed that evening, Mr. Hobbs and Dick sat in the back room and talked together until midnight. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 14. It is astonishing how short a time it takes for very wonderful things to happen. It had taken only a few minutes, apparently, to change all the fortunes of the little boy dangling his red legs from the high stool in Mr. Hobbs's store, and to transform him from a small boy living the simplest life in a quiet street into an English nobleman, the heir to an earldom and magnificent wealth. It had taken only a few minutes, apparently, to change him from an English nobleman into a penniless little impostor, with no right to any of the splendors he had been enjoying. And, surprising as it may appear, it did not take nearly so long a time as one might have expected to alter the face of everything again, and to give back to him all that he had been in danger of losing. It took the less time because, after all, the woman who had called herself Lady Fauntleroy was not nearly so clever as she was wicked, and when she had been closely pressed by Mr. Havisham's questions about her marriage and her boy, she had made 1 or 2 blunders which had caused suspicion to be awakened, and then she had lost her presence of mind and her temper, and in her excitement and anger had betrayed herself still further. All the mistakes she made were about her child. There seemed no doubt that she had been married to Bevis, Lord Fauntleroy, and had quarrelled with him, and had been paid to keep away from him. But Mr. Havisham found out that her story of the boy's being born in a certain part of London was false, and just when they all were in the midst of the commotion caused by this discovery, there came the letter from the young lawyer in New York, and Mr. Hobbs's letters also. What an evening it was when those letters arrived, and when Mr. Havisham and the Earl sat and talked their plans over in the library. "After my first 3 meetings with her," said Mr. Havisham, "I began to suspect her strongly. It appeared to me that the child was older than she said he was, and she made a slip in speaking of the date of his birth, and then tried to patch the matter up. The story these letters bring fits in with several of my suspicions. Our best plan will be to cable at once for these 2 Tiptons, say nothing about them to her, and suddenly confront her with them when she is not expecting it. She is only a very clumsy plotter after all. My opinion is that she will be frightened out of her wits, and will betray herself on the spot." And that was what actually happened. She was told nothing, and Mr. Havisham kept her from suspecting anything by continuing to have interviews with her, in which he assured her he was investigating her statements, and she really began to feel so secure that her spirits rose immensely, and she began to be as insolent as might have been expected. But one fine morning, as she sat in her sitting-room at the inn called the Dorincourt Arms, making some very fine plans for herself, Mr. Havisham was announced, and when he entered he was followed by no less than 3 persons. One was a sharp-faced boy, and one was a big young man, and the third was the Earl of Dorincourt. She sprang to her feet and actually uttered a cry of terror. It broke from her before she had time to check it. She had thought of these newcomers as being thousands of miles away, when she had ever thought of them at all, which she had scarcely done for years. She had never expected to see them again. It must be confessed that Dick grinned a little when he saw her. "Hello, Minna," he said. The big young man, who was Ben, stood still a minute and looked at her. "Do you know her?" Mr. Havisham asked, glancing from one to the other. "Yes," said Ben, "I know her and she knows me." And he turned his back on her, and went and stood looking out of the window, as if the sight of her was hateful to him, as indeed it was. Then the woman, seeing herself so baffled and exposed, lost all control over herself, and flew into such a rage as Ben and Dick had often seen her in before. Dick grinned a trifle more as he watched her, and heard the names she called them all, and the violent threats she made, but Ben did not turn to look at her. "I can swear to her in any court," he said to Mr. Havisham, "and I can bring a dozen others who will. Her father is a respectable sort of man, though he's low down in the world. Her mother was just like herself. She's dead, but he's alive, and he's honest enough to be ashamed of her. He'll tell you who she is, and whether she married me or not." Then he clenched his hand suddenly and turned on her. "Where's the child?" he demanded. "He's going with me. He is done with you, and so am I." And just as he finished saying the words, the door leading into the bedroom opened a little, and the boy, probably attracted by the sound of the loud voices, looked in. He was not a handsome boy, but he had rather a nice face, and he was quite like Ben, his father, as anyone could see, and there was the 3-cornered scar on his chin. Ben walked up to him and took his hand, and his own was trembling. "Yes," he said, "I could swear to him too. Tom," he said to the little fellow, "I'm your father. I've come to take you away. Where's your hat?" The boy pointed to where it lay on a chair. It evidently rather pleased him to hear that he was going away. He had been so accustomed to queer experiences that it did not surprise him to be told by a stranger that he was his father. He objected so much to the woman who had come a few months before to the place where he had lived since his babyhood, and who had suddenly announced that she was his mother, that he was quite ready for a change. Ben took up the hat and marched to the door. "If you want me again," he said to Mr. Havisham, "you know where to find me." He walked out of the room, holding the child's hand, and not looking at the woman once. She was fairly raving with fury, and the Earl was calmly gazing at her through his eyeglasses, which he had quietly placed upon his aristocratic eagle nose. "Come, come, my young woman," said Mr. Havisham, "this won't do at all. If you don't want to be locked up, you really must behave yourself." And there was something so very businesslike in his tones that, probably feeling that the safest thing she could do would be to get out of the way, she gave him one savage look and dashed past him into the next room and slammed the door. "We shall have no more trouble with her," said Mr. Havisham. And he was right, for that very night she left the Dorincourt Arms and took the train to London, and was seen no more. When the Earl left the room after the interview, he went at once to his carriage. "To Court Lodge," he said to Thomas. "To Court Lodge," said Thomas to the coachman as he mounted the box, "and you may depend on it, things are taking an unexpected turn." When the carriage stopped at Court Lodge, Cedric was in the drawing-room with his mother. The Earl came in without being announced. He looked an inch or so taller, and a great many years younger. His deep eyes flashed. "Where," he said, "is Lord Fauntleroy?" Mrs. Errol came forward, a flush rising to her cheek. "Is it Lord Fauntleroy?" she asked. "Is it indeed?" The Earl put out his hand and grasped hers. "Yes," he answered, "it is." Then he put his other hand on Cedric's shoulder. "Fauntleroy," he said in his unceremonious, authoritative way, "ask your mother when she will come to us at the castle." Fauntleroy flung his arms around his mother's neck. "To live with us!" he cried. "To live with us always!" The Earl looked at Mrs. Errol, and Mrs. Errol looked at the Earl. His lordship was entirely in earnest. He had made up his mind to waste no time in arranging this matter. He had begun to think it would suit him to make friends with his heir's mother. "Are you quite sure you want me?" said Mrs. Errol, with her soft, pretty smile. "Quite sure," he said bluntly. "We have always wanted you, but we were not exactly aware of it. We hope you will come." End of chapter 14. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, on February 17th, 2007, in Oceanside, California. Chapter 15 of Little Lord Fauntleroy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Kara Schallenberg. Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Chapter 15. Ben took his boy and went back to his cattle ranch in California, and he returned under very comfortable circumstances. Just before his going, Mr. Havisham had an interview with him, in which the lawyer told him that the Earl of Dorincourt wished to do something for the boy who might have turned out to be Lord Fauntleroy, and so he had decided that it would be a good plan to invest in a cattle ranch of his own, and put Ben in charge of it on terms which would make it pay him very well, and which would lay a foundation for his son's future. And so when Ben went away, he went as the prospective master of a ranch which would be almost as good as his own, and might easily become his own in time, as indeed it did in the course of a few years. And Tom, the boy, grew up on it into a fine young man, and was devotedly fond of his father, and they were so successful and happy that Ben used to say that Tom made up to him for all the troubles he had ever had. But Dick and Mr. Hobbs, who had actually come over with the others to see that things were properly looked after, did not return for some time. It had been decided at the outset that the Earl would provide for Dick, and would see that he received a solid education, and Mr. Hobbs had decided that as he himself had left a reliable substitute in charge of his store, he could afford to wait to see the festivities which were to celebrate Lord Fauntleroy's 8th birthday. All the tenantry were invited, and there were to be feasting and dancing and games in the park, and bonfires and fireworks in the evening. "Just like the 4th of July," said Lord Fauntleroy. "It seems a pity my birthday wasn't on the 4th, doesn't it? For then we could keep them both together." It must be confessed that at first the Earl and Mr. Hobbs were not as intimate as it might have been hoped they would become, in the interests of the British aristocracy. The fact was that the Earl had known very few grocery men, and Mr. Hobbs had not had many very close acquaintances who were earls, and so in their rare interviews conversation did not flourish. It must also be owned that Mr. Hobbs had been rather overwhelmed by the splendours Fauntleroy felt it his duty to show him. The entrance gate, and the stone lions, and the avenue impressed Mr. Hobbs somewhat at the beginning, and when he saw the castle, and the flower gardens, and the hothouses, and the terraces, and the peacocks, and the dungeon, and the armour, and the great staircase, and the stables, and the liveried servants, he was really quite bewildered. But it was the picture gallery which seemed to be the finishing stroke. "Something in the manner of a museum?" he said to Fauntleroy, when he was led into the great beautiful room. "No," said Fauntleroy, rather doubtfully. "I don't think it's a museum. My grandfather says these are my ancestors." "Your aunt's sisters!" ejaculated Mr. Hobbs. "All of 'em? Your great-uncle, he must have had a family. Did he raise 'em all?" And he sank into a seat, and looked around him with quite an agitated countenance, until with the greatest difficulty Lord Fauntleroy managed to explain that the walls were not lined entirely with the portraits of the progeny of his great-uncle. He found it necessary, in fact, to call in the assistance of Mrs. Mellon, who knew all about the pictures, and could tell who painted them and when, and who added romantic stories of the lords and ladies who were the originals. When Mr. Hobbs once understood and had heard some of these stories, he was very much fascinated, and liked the picture gallery almost better than anything else, and he would often walk over from the village where he stayed at the Dorincourt Arms, and would spend half an hour or so wandering about the gallery, staring at the painted ladies and gentlemen, who also stared at him, and shaking his head nearly all the time. "And they was all earls," he would say, "or pretty nigh it, and he's going to be one of 'em and own it all." Privately he was not nearly so much disgusted with earls and their mode of life as he had expected to be, and it is to be doubted whether his strictly republican principles were not shaken a little by a closer acquaintance with castles and ancestors and all the rest of it. At any rate, one day he uttered a very remarkable and unexpected sentiment. "I wouldn't have minded being one of 'em myself," he said, which was really a great concession. What a grand day it was when little Lord Fauntleroy's birthday arrived, and how his young lordship enjoyed it! How beautiful the park looked, filled with the thronging people dressed in their gayest and best, and with the flags flying from the tents and the top of the castle. Nobody had stayed away who could possibly come, because everybody was really glad that little Lord Fauntleroy was to be little Lord Fauntleroy still, and some day was to be the master of everything. Every one wanted to have a look at him, and at his pretty, kind mother, who had made so many friends. And positively every one liked the Earl rather better, and felt more amiably toward him because the little boy loved and trusted him so, and because also he had now made friends with and behaved respectfully to his heir's mother. It was said that he was even beginning to be fond of her too, and that between his young lordship and his young lordship's mother, the Earl might be changed in time into quite a well-behaved old nobleman, and everybody might be happier and better off. What scores and scores of people there were under the trees and in the tents and on the lawns! Farmers and farmers' wives in their Sunday suits and bonnets and shawls, girls and their sweethearts, children frolicking and chasing about, and old dames in red cloaks gossiping together. At the castle there were ladies and gentlemen who had come to see the fun, and to congratulate the Earl, and to meet Mrs. Errol. Lady Lorridale and Sir Harry were there, and Sir Thomas Asshe and his daughters, and Mr. Havisham, of course, and then beautiful Miss Vivian Herbert, with the loveliest white gown and lace parasol, and a circle of gentlemen to take care of her, though she evidently liked Fauntleroy better than all of them put together. And when he saw her and ran to her and put his arm around her neck, she put her arms around him too and kissed him as warmly as if he had been her own favourite little brother, and she said, "Dear little Lord Fauntleroy, dear little boy, I am so glad, I am so glad." And afterward she walked about the grounds with him and let him show her everything. And when he took her to where Mr. Hobbs and Dick were, and said to her, "This is my old, old friend, Mr. Hobbs, Miss Herbert, and this is my other old friend, Dick. I told them how pretty you were, and I told them they should see you if you came to my birthday." She shook hands with them both, and stood and talked to them in her prettiest way, asking them about America and their voyage, and their life since they had been in England, while Fauntleroy stood by looking up at her with adoring eyes, and his cheeks quite flushed with delight, because he saw that Mr. Hobbs and Dick liked her so much. "Well," said Dick solemnly afterward, "she's the daisiest gal I ever saw. She's just a daisy, that's what she is, and no mistake." Everybody looked after her as she passed, and everyone looked after little Lord Fauntleroy. And the sun shone, and the flags fluttered, and the games were played, and the dances danced, and as the gaieties went on, and the joyous afternoon passed, his little lordship was simply radiantly happy. The whole world seemed beautiful to him. There was someone else who was happy too, an old man who, though he had been rich and noble all his life, had not often been very honestly happy. Perhaps, indeed, I shall tell you that I think it was because he was rather better than he had been that he was rather happier. He had not, indeed, suddenly become as good as Fauntleroy thought him, but, at least, he had begun to love something, and he had several times found a sort of pleasure in doing the kind things which the innocent, kind little heart of a child had suggested, and that was a beginning. And every day he had been more pleased with his son's wife. It was true, as the people said, that he was beginning to like her too. He liked to hear her sweet voice, and to see her sweet face, and as he sat in his arm-chair he used to watch her and listen as she talked to her boy, and he heard loving, gentle words which were new to him, and he began to see why the little fellow who had lived in a New York side street, and known grocery-men and made friends with boot-blacks, was still so well-bred and manly a little fellow that he made no one ashamed of him, even when fortune changed him into the heir to an English earldom, living in an English castle. It was really a very simple thing, after all. It was only that he had lived near a kind and gentle heart, and had been taught to think kind thoughts always, and to care for others. It is a very little thing, perhaps, but it is the best thing of all. He knew nothing of earls and castles. He was quite ignorant of all grand and splendid things, but he was always lovable, because he was simple and loving. To be so is like being born a king. As the old Earl of Dorincourt looked at him that day, moving about the park among the people, talking to those he knew and making his ready little bow when anyone greeted him, entertaining his friends Dick and Mr. Hobbs, or standing near his mother or Miss Herbert, listening to their conversation, the old nobleman was very well satisfied with him. And he had never been better satisfied than he was when they went down to the biggest tent, where the more important tenants of the Dorincourt estate were sitting down to the grand collation of the day. They were drinking toasts, and after they had drunk the health of the Earl, with much more enthusiasm than his name had ever been greeted with before, they proposed the health of little Lord Fauntleroy. And if there had ever been any doubt at all as to whether his lordship was popular or not, it would have been set that instant. Such a clamour of voices, and such a rattle of glasses and applause! They had begun to like him so much, those warm-hearted people, that they forgot to feel any restraint before the ladies and gentlemen from the castle who had come to see them. they made quite a decent uproar, and one or two motherly women looked tenderly at the little fellow where he stood, with his mother on one side and the Earl on the other, and grew quite moist about the eyes, and said to one another, "God bless him, the pretty little dear." Little Lord Fauntleroy was delighted. He stood and smiled and made bows and flushed rosy red with pleasure up to the roots of his bright hair. "Is it because they like me, dearest?" he said to his mother. "Is it, dearest? I'm so glad." And then the Earl put his hand on the child's shoulder and said to him, "Fauntleroy, say to them that you thank them for their kindness." Fauntleroy gave a glance up at him and then at his mother. "Must I?" he asked, just a trifle shyly, and she smiled, and so did Miss Herbert, and they both nodded. And so he made a little step forward, and everybody looked at him. Such a beautiful, innocent little fellow he was, too, with his brave, trustful face. And he spoke as loudly as he could, his childish voice ringing out quite clear and strong. "I'm ever so much obliged to you," he said, "and I hope you'll enjoy my birthday, because I've enjoyed it so much, and I'm very glad I'm going to be an earl. I didn't think at first I should like it, but now I do. And I love this place so, and I think it is beautiful, and when I am an earl, I am going to try to be as good as my grandfather." And amid the shouts and clamour of applause, he stepped back with a little sigh of relief, and put his hand into the Earl's and stood close to him, smiling and leaning against his side. And that would be the very end of my story, but I must add one curious piece of information, which is, that Mr. Hobbs became so fascinated with high life, and was so reluctant to leave his young friend, that he actually sold his corner store in New York and settled in the English village of Earlsborough, where he opened a shop which was patronized by the castle, and consequently was a great success. And though he and the Earl never became very intimate, if you will believe me, that man Hobbs became in time more aristocratic than his lordship himself, and he read the court news every morning, and followed all the doings of the House of Lords. And about 10 years after, when Dick, who had finished his education and was going to visit his brother in California, asked the good grocer if he did not wish to return to America, he shook his head seriously. "Not to live there," he said, "not to live there. I want to be near him, and sort of look after him. It's a good enough country for them that's young and stirrin', but there's faults in it. There's not an aunt sister among 'em, nor an earl." End of chapter 15, read by Kara Schallenberg on February 17th, 2007 in Oceanside, California. And this is the end of Little Lord Fauntleroy by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Story 2 of The Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 2. The Mixed Mine. The ship was first sighted off Dungeness. She was labouring heavily. Her paint was peculiar, and her rig outlandish. She looked like a golden ship out of a painted picture. "Blest if I ever see such a rig, nor such lines neither," old Hawkehurst said. It was a late afternoon, wild and grey. Slate-coloured clouds drove across the sky like flocks of hurried camels. The waves were purple and blue, and in the west a streak of unnatural-looking green light was all that stood for the splendours of sunset. "She do be a rum 'un," said young Benenden, who had strolled along the beach with the glasses the gentleman gave him for saving the little boy from drowning. "Don't know as I ever see another just like her." "I'd give $50 to any chap as can tell me where she hails from, and what port it is where they has ships of that cut," said middle-aged Havisham to the group that had now gathered. "George!" exclaimed young Benenden from under his field-glasses. "She's going!" And she went. Her bow went down suddenly, and she stood stern up in the water, like a duck after rain. Then quite slowly, with no unseemly hurry, but with no moment's change of what seemed to be her fixed purpose, the ship sank, and the grey rolling waves wiped out the place where she had been. Now I hope you will not expect me to tell you anything more about this ship, because there is nothing more to tell. What country she came from, what port she was bound for, what cargo she carried, and what kind of tongue her crew spoke, all these things are dead secrets. And a dead secret is a secret that nobody knows. No other secrets are dead secrets. Even I do not know this one, or I would tell you at once. For I, at least, have no secrets from you. When ships go down off Dungeness, things from them have a way of being washed up on the sands of that bay which curves from Dungeness to Folkestone, where the sea has bitten a piece out of the land, just such a half-moon-shaped piece as you bite out of a slice of bread and butter. Bits of wood tangled with ropes, broken furniture, ship's biscuits in barrels and kegs that have held brandy, seamen's chests, and sometimes sadder things that we will not talk about just now. Now, if you live by the sea and are grown up, you know that if you find anything on the seashore, I don't mean starfish or razor shells or jellyfish and sea mice, but anything out of a ship that you would really like to keep, your duty is to take it up to the coastguard and say, "Please, I've found this." Then the coastguard will send it to the proper authority, and one of these days you'll get a reward of 1/3 of the value of whatever it was that you picked up. But 2/3 of the value of anything, or even 3/3 of its value, is not at all the same thing as the thing itself, if it happened to be the kind of thing you want. But if you are not grown up, and do not live by the sea, but in a nice little villa in a nice little suburb, where all the furniture is new, and the servants wear white aprons and white caps with long strings in the afternoon, then you won't know anything about your duty, and if you find anything by the sea, you'll think that findings are keepings. Edward was not grown up, and he kept everything he found, including sea mice, till the landlady of the lodgings where his aunt was threw his collection into the pig pail. Being a quiet and persevering little boy, he did not cry or complain, but having meekly followed his treasures to their long home (the pig was 6 feet from nose to tail, and ate the dead sea mouse as easily and happily as your father eats an oyster), he started out to make a new collection. And the first thing he found was an oyster shell that was pink and green and blue inside, and the second was an old boot, very old indeed, and the third was it. It was a square case of old leather, embossed with odd little figures of men and animals, and words that Edward could not read. It was oblong and had no key, but a sort of leather hasp, and was curiously knotted with string, rather like a bootlace. And Edward opened it. There were several things inside, queer-looking instruments, some rather like those in the little box of mathematical instruments that he had had as a prize at school, and some like nothing he had ever seen before. And in a deep groove of the russet-soaked velvet lining lay a neat little brass telescope. T-squares and set-squares and so forth are of little use on a sandy shore, but you can always look through a telescope. Edward picked it up and put it to his eye, and tried to see through it a little tug that was sturdily puffing up channel. He failed to find the tug, and found himself gazing at a little cloud on the horizon. As he looked it grew larger and darker, and presently a spot of rain fell on his nose. He rubbed it off, on his jersey sleeve, I am sorry to say, and not on his handkerchief. Then he looked through the glass again, but he found he needed both hands to keep it steady, so he set down the box with the other instruments on the sand at his feet, and put the glass to his eye again. He never saw the box again, for in his unpractised efforts to cover the tug with his glass, he found himself looking at the shore instead of at the sea, and the shore looked so odd that he could not make up his mind to stop looking at it. He had thought it was a sandy shore, but almost at once he saw that it was not sand but fine shingle, and the discovery of this mistake surprised him so much that he kept on looking at the shingle through the little telescope, which showed it quite plainly. And as he looked, the shingle grew coarser. It was stones now, quite decent-sized stones, large stones, enormous stones. Something hard pressed against his foot, and he lowered the glass. He was surrounded by big stones, and they all seemed to be moving. Some were tumbling off others that lay in heaps below them, and others were rolling away from the beach in every direction, and the place where he had put down the box was covered with great stones which he could not move. Edward was very much upset. He had never been accustomed to great stones that moved about when no one was touching them, and he looked round for some one to ask how it had happened. The only person in sight was another boy in a blue jersey with red letters on its chest. "Hi," said Edward, and the boy also said, "Hi." "Come along here," said Edward, "and I'll show you something." "Right-o," the boy remarked, and came. The boy was staying at the camp where the white tents were, below the Grand Redoubt. His home was quite unlike Edward's, though he also lived with his aunt. The boy's home was very dirty and very small, and nothing in it was ever in its right place. There was no furniture to speak of. The servants did not wear white caps with long streamers, because there were no servants. His uncle was a dock labourer, and his aunt went out washing. But he had felt just the same pleasure in being shown things that Edward or you or I might have felt, and he went climbing over the big stones to where Edward stood waiting for him in a sort of pit among the stones, with the little telescope in his hand. "I say," said Edward, "did you see any one move these stones?" "I ain't only just come up onto the sea wall," said the boy, who was called Gustus. "They all came round me," said Edward, rather pale. "I didn't see any one shoving them." "Who are you a kidding of?" the boy inquired. "But I did," said Edward. "Honour bright I did. I was just taking a squint through this little telescope I've found, and they came rolling up to me." "Let's see what you found," said Gustus, and Edward gave him the glass. He directed it with inexpert fingers to the sea wall, so little trodden that on it the grass grows, and the sea pinks, and even convolvulus and mock strawberry. "Oh, look!" cried Edward very loud. "Look at the grass!" Gustus let the glass fall to long arm's length and said, "Crikey!" The grass and flowers on the sea wall had grown 1.5 foot. Quite tropical they looked. "Well," said Edward. "What's the matter with everything?" said Gustus. "We must both be a bit balmy, seems to me." "What's balmy?" asked Edward. "Off your chump, loony, like what you and me is," said Gustus. "First I sees things, then I sees you." "It was only fancy, I expect," said Edward. "I expect the grass on the sea wall was always like that, really." "Let's have a look through your spy-glass at that little barge," said Gustus, still holding the glass. "Come on out of these here paving stones." "There was a box," said Edward. "A box I found with lots of jolly things in it. I laid it down somewhere and—" "Ain't that it over there?" Gustus asked, and levelled the glass at a dark object 100 yards away. "No, it's only an old boot. I say, this is a fine spy-glass. It does make things come big." "That's not it. I'm certain I put it down somewhere just here. Oh, don't!" He snatched the glass from Gustus. "Look!" he said. "Look!" and pointed. 100 yards away stood a boot about as big as the bath you see Marat in at Madame Tussaud's. "Swelt me!" said Gustus. "We're asleep, both of us, and a-dreaming as things grow while we look at 'em." "But we're not dreaming," Edward objected. "You let me pinch you and you'll see." "No fun in that," said Gustus. "Tell you what, it's the spy-glass, that's what it is. Ever see any conjuring? I see a chap at the Mile End Empire what made things turn into things like winking. It's the spy-glass, that's what it is." "It can't be," said the little boy who lived in a villa. "But it is," said the little boy who lived in a slum. "Teacher says there ain't no bounds to the wonders of science. Blest if this ain't one of 'em." "Let me look," said Edward. "All right, only you mark me. Whatever you sets eyes on'll grow and grow, like the flower tree the conjurer had under the wipe. Don't you look at me, that's all. Hold on, I'll put something up for you to look at, a mark like. Something as doesn't matter." He fumbled in his pocket and brought out a bootlace. "I hold this up," he said, "and you look." Next moment he had dropped the bootlace, which, swollen as it was with the magic of the glass, lay like a snake on the stone at his feet. So the glass was a magic glass, as, of course, you know already. "My!" said Gustus, "wouldn't I like to look at my victuals through that there!" Thus we find Edward of the villa, and through him Gustus of the slum, in possession of a unique instrument of magic. What could they do with it? This was the question which they talked over every time they met, and they met continually. Edward's aunt, who at home watched him as cats watch mice, rashly believed that at the seaside there was no mischief for a boy to get into, and the gentleman who commanded the tented camp believed in the ennobling effects of liberty. After the boot, neither had dared to look at anything through the telescope, and so they looked at it and polished it on their sleeves till it shone again. Both were agreed that it would be a fine thing to get some money and look at it, so that it would grow big. But Gustus never had any pocket money, and Edward had had his confiscated to pay for a window he had not intended to break. Gustus felt certain that some one would find out about the spy-glass and take it away from them. His experience was that anything you happened to like was always taken away. Edward knew that his aunt would want to take the telescope away to take care of for him. This had already happened with the carved chessmen that his father had sent him from India. "I've been thinking," said Gustus on the third day. "When I'm a man, I'm a-going to be a burglar. You has to use your headpiece in that trade, I tell you, so I don't think thinking swipes like some blokes do. And I think perhaps it don't turn everything big. And if we could find out what it don't turn big, we could see what we wanted to turn big or what it didn't turn big. And then it wouldn't turn anything big except what we wanted it to. See?" Edward did not see, and I don't suppose you do either. So Gustus went on to explain that Teacher had told him there were some substances impervious to light, and some to cold, and so on and so forth, and that what they wanted was a substance that should be impervious to the magic effects of the spyglass. "So if we get a tanner and set it on a plate and squint at it, it'll get bigger. But so'll the plate. And we don't want to litter the place up with plates the bigness of cartwheels. But if the plate didn't get big, we could look at the tanner till it covered the plate, and then go on looking and looking and looking, and see nothing but the tanner till it was as big as a circus. See?" This time Edward did see, but they got no further because it was time to go to the circus. There was a circus at Dymchurch just then, and that was what made Gustus think of the sixpence growing to that size. It was a very nice circus, and all the boys from the camp went to it, also Edward, who managed to scramble over and wriggle under benches till he was sitting near his friend. It was the size of the elephant that did it. Edward had not seen an elephant before, and when he saw it, instead of saying, "What a size he is," as everybody else did, he said to himself, "What a size I could make him," and pulled out the spyglass, and by a miracle of good luck or bad got it levelled at the elephant as it went by. He turned the glass slowly as it went out, and the elephant only just got out in time. Another moment and it would have been too big to get through the door. The audience cheered madly. They thought it was a clever trick, and so it would have been, very clever. "You silly cuckoo," said Gustus bitterly. "Now you've turned that great thing loose on the country, and how's his keeper to manage him? I could make the keeper big too. Then if I was you I should just bunk out and do it." Edward obeyed, slipped under the canvas of the circus tent, and found himself on the yellow trampled grass of the field, among guy ropes, orange peel, banana skins, and dirty paper. Far above him and every one else towered the elephant. It was now as big as the church. Edward pointed the glass at the man who was patting the elephant's foot, that was as far up as he could reach, and telling it to "come down with you." He was very much frightened. He did not know whether you could be put in prison for making an elephant's keeper about 40 times his proper size, but he felt that something must be done to control the gigantic mountain of black lead-coloured living flesh. So he looked at the keeper through the spyglass, and the keeper remained his normal size. In the shock of this failure he dropped the spyglass, picked it up and tried once more to fix the keeper. Instead he only got a circle of black lead-coloured elephant, and while he was trying to find the keeper and finding nothing but more and more of the elephant, a shout startled him and he dropped the glass once more. He was a very clumsy little boy, was Edward. "Well," said one of the men, "what a turn it give me! I thought Jumbo'd grown as big as a railway station, so help me if I didn't. Now that's rum, said another. So did I. And he ain't, said a third. Seems to me he's a bit below his usual figure. Got a bit thin or something, ain't he? Edward slipped back into the tent unobserved. It's all right, he whispered to his friend. He's gone back to his proper size, and the man didn't change at all. Oh, Gustus said slowly. Oh, all right. Conjuring's a rum thing. You don't never know where you are. Don't you think you might as well be a conjurer as a burglar? Suggested Edward, who had had his friend's criminal future rather painfully on his mind for the last hour. You might, said Gustus. Not me. My people ain't dukes to set me up on any such a swell lay as conjuring. Now, I'm going to think, I am. You hold your jaw and look at the handsome Donna a-doing of her graceful bareback act. That evening after tea, Edward went, as he had been told to do, to the place on the shore where the big stones had taught him the magic of the spyglass. Gustus was already at the tryst. See here, he said. I'm a-going to do something brave and fearless, I am, like Lord Nelson and the boy on the fire ship. You out with that spyglass, and I'll let you look at me. Then we'll know where we are. But suppose you turn into a giant? Don't care. Sides, I shan't. T'other bloke didn't. Perhaps, said Edward cautiously, it only works by the seashore. Ah, said Gustus reproachfully. You've been a-trying to think, that's what you've been a-doing. What about the elephant, my eminent scientister? Now then. Very much afraid, Edward pulled out the glass and looked, and nothing happened. That's number 1, said Gustus. Now number 2. He snatched the telescope from Edward's hand and turned it round and looked through the other end at the great stones. Edward, standing by, saw them get smaller and smaller, turn to pebbles, to beach, to sand. When Gustus turned the glass to the giant grass and flowers on the sea wall, they also drew back into themselves, got smaller and smaller, and presently were as they had been before ever Edward picked up the magic spyglass. Now we know all about it. I don't think, said Gustus. To-morrow we'll have a look at that there model engine of yours that you say works. They did. They had a look at it through the spyglass, and it became a quite efficient motor, of rather an odd pattern, it is true, and very bumpy, but capable of quite a decent speed. They went up to the hills in it, and so odd was its design that no one who saw it ever forgot it. People talk about that rummy motor at Bonnington and Aldington to this day. They stopped often to use the spyglass on various objects. Trees, for instance, could be made to grow surprisingly, and there were patches of giant wheat found that year near Ashford that were never satisfactorily accounted for. Blackberries, too, could be enlarged to a most wonderful and delicious fruit, and the sudden growth of a fugitive toffee drop found in Edward's pocket and placed on the hand was a happy surprise. When you scraped the pocket dirt off the outside, you had a pound of delicious toffee. Not so happy was the incident of the earwig, which crawled into view when Edward was enlarging a wild strawberry, and had grown the size of a rat before the slow but horrified Edward gained courage to shake it off. It was a beautiful drive. As they came home they met a woman driving a weak-looking little cow. It went by on one side of the engine, and the woman went by on the other. When they were restored to each other, the cow was nearly the size of a cart-horse, and the woman did not recognise it. She ran back along the road after her cow, which must, she said, have taken fright at the beastly motor. She scolded violently as she went. So the boys had to make the cow small again when she wasn't looking. "This is all very well," said Gustus, "but we've got our fortune to make, I don't think. We've got to get hold of a tanner, or a bob would be better." But this was not possible, because that broken window wasn't paid for, and Gustus never had any money. "We ought to be the benefactors of the human race," said Edward. "Make all the good things more, and all the bad things less." And that was all very well, but the cow hadn't been a great success, as Gustus reminded him. "I see I shall have to do some more o' my thinking," he added. They stopped in a quiet road close by Dymchurch. The engine was made small again, and Edward went home with it under his arm. It was the next day that they found the shilling on the road. They could hardly believe their good luck. They went out on to the shore with it, put it on Edward's hand while Gustus looked at it with the glass, and the shilling began to grow. "It's as big as a saucer," said Edward, "and it's heavy. I'll rest it on these stones. It's as big as a plate. It's as big as a tea tray. It's as big as a cartwheel." And it was. "Now," said Gustus, "we'll go and borrow a cart to take it away. Come on." But Edward could not come on. His hand was in the hollow between the two stones, and above lay tons of silver. He could not move, and the stones couldn't move. There was nothing for it but to look at the great round lump of silver through the wrong end of the spy-glass till it got small enough for Edward to lift it. And then, unfortunately, Gustus looked a little too long, and the shilling, having gone back to its own size, went a little further, and it went to sixpenny size, and then went out altogether. So nobody got anything by that. And now came the time when, as was to be expected, Edward dropped the telescope in his aunt's presence. She said, "What's that?" picked it up with quite unfair quickness, and looked through it and through the open window at a fishing boat, which instantly swelled to the size of a man of war. "My goodness, what a strong glass!" said the aunt. "Isn't it?" said Edward, gently taking it from her. He looked at the ship through the glass's other end till she got to her proper size again, and then smaller. He just stopped in time to prevent its disappearing altogether. "I'll take care of it for you," said the aunt. And for the first time in their lives Edward said no to his aunt. It was a terrible moment. Edward, quite frenzied by his own courage, turned the glass on one object after another. The furniture grew as he looked, and when he lowered the glass the aunt was pinned fast between a monster table leg and a great chiffonier. "There," said Edward, "and I shan't let you out till you say you won't take it to take care of either." "Oh, have it your own way," said the aunt faintly, and closed her eyes. When she opened them the furniture was its right size, and Edward was gone. He had twinges of conscience, but the aunt never mentioned the subject again. I have reason to suppose that she supposed that she had had a fit of an unusual and alarming nature. Next day the boys in the camp were to go back to their slums. Edward and Gustus parted on the seashore, and Edward cried. He had never met a boy whom he liked as he liked Gustus, and Gustus himself was almost melted. "I will say for you, you're more like a man and less like a snivelling white rabbit now than what you was when I met you. Well, we ain't done nothing to speak of with that there conjuring trick of yours, but we've had a right good time. So long. See you again some day." Edward hesitated, spluttered, and still weeping, flung his arms round Gustus. "Here, none of that," said Gustus sternly. "If you ain't man enough to know better, I am. Shake hands like a Briton. Right about face and part game." He suited the action to the word. Edward went back to his aunt, snivelling, defenceless, but happy. He had never had a friend except Gustus, and now he had given Gustus the greatest treasure that he possessed. For Edward was not such a white rabbit as he seemed, and in that last embrace he had managed to slip the little telescope into the pocket of the reefer coat which Gustus wore, ready for his journey. It was the greatest treasure that Edward had, but it was also the greatest responsibility, so that while he felt the joy of self-sacrifice, he also felt the rapture of relief. Life is full of such mixed moments. And the holidays ended, and Edward went back to his villa. Be sure he had given Gustus his home address and begged him to write, but Gustus never did. Presently Edward's father came home from India, and they left his aunt to her villa and went to live at a jolly little house on a sloping hill at Chislehurst, which was Edward's father's very own. They were not rich, and Edward could not go to a very good school, and though there was enough to eat and wear, what there was very plain, and Edward's father had been wounded, and somehow had not got a pension. Now, one night in the next summer, Edward woke up in his bed with the feeling that there was someone in the room. And there was. A dark figure was squeezing itself through the window. Edward was far too frightened to scream. He simply lay and listened to his heart. It was like listening to a cheap American clock. The next moment a lantern flashed in his eyes, and a masked face bent over him.
"Where does your father keep his money?"
said a muffled voice. "In the bank," replied the wretched Edward, truthfully.
"I mean, what he's got in the house?"
"In his trousers pocket," said Edward. "Only he puts it in the dressing-table drawer at night."
"You must go and get it,"
said the burglar, for such he plainly was.
"Must I?"
said Edward, wondering how he could get out of betraying his father's confidence and being branded as a criminal.
"Yes,"
said the burglar in an awful voice.
"Get up and go."
"No," said Edward, and he was as much surprised at his courage as you are.
"Bravo!"
said the burglar, flinging off his mask. "I see you aren't such a white rabbit as what I thought you."
"It's Gustus," said Edward. "Oh, Gustus, I'm so glad. Oh, Gustus, I'm so sorry. I always hoped you wouldn't be a burglar, and now you are."
"I am so," said Gustus with pride. "But," he added sadly, "this is my first burglary." "Couldn't it be the last?" suggested Edward. "That," replied Gustus, "depends on you." "I'll do anything," said Edward, "anything." "You see," said Gustus, sitting down on the edge of the bed in a confidential attitude, with the dark lantern in one hand and the mask in the other, "when you're as hard up as we are, there's not much of a living to be made, honest. I'm sure I wonder we don't all of us turn burglars, so I do. And that glass of yours, you little beggar, You did me proper, sticking of that thing in my pocket like what you did. Well, it kept us alive last winter, that's a cert. I used to look at the victuals with it, like what I said I would. A farden's worth of peas pudding was a dinner for 3 when that glass was about, and a pennyworth of scraps turned into a big beefsteak almost. They used to wonder how I got so much for the money, but I'm always afraid of being found out, or of losing the blessed spyglass, or of someone pinching it. So we got to do what I always said, make some use of it. And if I go along and nick your father's dibs, we'll make our fortunes right away." "No," said Edward, "but I'll ask father." "Rot!" Gustus was crisp and contemptuous. "He'd think you was off your chump, and he'd get me lagged." "It would be stealing," said Edward. "Not when you'll pay it back." "Yes, it would," said Edward. "Oh, don't ask me. I can't." "Then I shall," said Gustus. "Where's his room?" "Oh, don't," said Edward. "I've got a half sovereign of my own. I'll give you that." "Look," said Gustus. "Why the blue monkeys couldn't you say so? Come on." He pulled Edward out of bed by the leg, hurried his clothes on anyhow, and half dragged, half coaxed him through the window and down by the ivy and the chicken house roof. They stood face to face in the sloping garden, and Edward's teeth chattered. Gustus caught him by his hand and led him away. At the other end of the shrubbery, where the rockery was, Gustus stooped and dragged out a big clinker, then another and another. There was a hole like a big rabbit hole. If Edward had really been a white rabbit, it would just have fitted him. "I'll go first," said Gustus, and went head foremost. "Come on," he said hollowly from inside, and Edward too went. It was dreadful, crawling into that damp hole in the dark. As his head got through the hole, he saw that it led to a cave, and below him stood a dark figure. The lantern was on the ground. "Come on," said Gustus. "I'll catch you if you fall." With a rush and a scramble Edward got in. "It's caves," said Gustus. "A chap I know that goes about the country bottoming cane chairs, he told me about it, and I nosed about and found he lived here. So then I thought, what a go. So now we'll put your half shiner down and look at it, and we'll have a gold mine, and you can pretend to find it." "Halves," said Edward briefly and firmly. "You're a man," said Gustus. "Now then." He led the way through a maze of chalk caves till they came to a convenient spot, which he had marked. And now Edward emptied his pockets on the sand. He had brought all the contents of his money box, and there was more silver than gold, and more copper than either, and more odd rubbish than there was anything else. You know what a boy's pockets are like. Stones and putty and slate pencils and marbles. I urge in excuse that Edward was a very little boy. A bit of plasticine, 1 or 2 bits of wood. "No time to sort 'em," said Gustus, and putting the lantern in a suitable position, he got out the glass and began to look through it at the tumbled heap. And the heap began to grow. It grew out sideways till it touched the walls of the recess, and outwards till it touched the top of the recess, and then it slowly worked out into the big cave and came nearer and nearer to the boys. Everything grew, stones, putty, money, wood, plasticine. Edward patted the growing mass as though it were alive, and he loved it, and Gustus said, "Here's clothes and beef and bread and tea and coffee and baccy and a good school and me a engineer. I see it all a growing and a growing." "Hi! Stop!" said Edward suddenly. Gustus dropped the telescope. It rolled away into the darkness. "Now you've done it," said Edward. "What?" said Gustus. "My hand," said Edward. "It's fast between the rock and the golden things. Find the glass and make it go smaller, so that I can get my hand out." But Gustus could not find the glass, and what is more, no one ever has found it to this day. "It's no good," said Gustus at last. "I'll go and find your father. They must come and dig you out of this precious Tom Tiddler's ground." "And they'll lag you if they see you. You said they would," said Edward, not at all sure what lagging was, but sure that it was something dreadful. "Write a letter and put it in his letter box. They'll find it in the morning." "And leave you pinned by the hand all night? Likely, I don't think," said Gustus. "I'd rather," said Edward bravely, but his voice was weak. "I couldn't bear you to be lagged, Gustus. I do love you so." "None of that," said Gustus sternly. "I'll leave you the lamp. I can find my way with matches. Keep up your pecker, and never say die." "I won't," said Edward bravely. "Oh, Gustus!" That was how it happened that Edward's father was roused from slumbers by violent shakings from an unknown hand, while an unknown voice uttered these surprising words: "Edward is in the gold and silver and copper mine that we found under your garden. Come and get him out." When Edward's father was at last persuaded that Gustus was not a silly dream, and this took some time, he got up. He did not believe a word that Gustus said, even when Gustus added, "So help me," which he did several times. But Edward's bed was empty, his clothes gone. Edward's father got the gardener from next door, with, at the suggestion of Gustus, a pick. The hole in the rockery was enlarged, and they all got in. And when they got to the place where Edward was, there, sure enough, was Edward, pinned by the hand between a piece of wood and a piece of rock. Neither the father nor the gardener noticed any metal. Edward had fainted. They got him out. A couple of strokes with the pick released his hand, but it was bruised and bleeding. They all turned to go, but they had not gone 20 yards before there was a crash and a loud report like thunder, and a slow, rumbling, rattling noise, very dreadful to hear. "Get out of this quick, sir," said the gardener. "The roof's fell in. This part of the caves ain't safe." Edward was very feverish and ill for several days, during which he told his father the whole story, of which his father did not believe a word. But he was kind to Gustus, because Gustus was evidently fond of Edward. When Edward was well enough to walk in the garden, his father and he found that a good deal of the shrubbery had sunk, so that the trees looked as though they were growing in a pit. It spoiled the look of the garden, and Edward's father decided to move the trees to the other side. When this was done, the first tree uprooted showed a dark hollow below it. The man is not born who will not examine and explore a dark hollow in his own grounds, so Edward's father explored. This is the true story of the discovery of that extraordinary vein of silver, copper, and gold, which has excited so much interest in scientific and mining circles. Learned papers have been written about it. Learned professors have been rude to each other about it. But no one knows how it came there, except Gustus and Edward, and you and me. Edward's father is quite as ignorant as any one else, but he is much richer than most of them. And at any rate he knows that it was Gustus who first told him of the gold mine, and who risked being lagged, arrested by the police, that is, rather than let Edward wait till morning with his hand fast between wood and rock. So Edward and Gustus have been to a good school, and now they are at Winchester, and presently they will be at Oxford. And when Gustus is 21 he will have half the money that came from the gold mine. And then he and Edward mean to start a school of their own, and the boys who are to go to it are to be the sort of boys who go to the summer camp of the Grand Redoubt near the sea, the kind of boy that Gustus was. So the spyglass will do some good after all, though it was so unmanageable to begin with. Perhaps it may even be found again, but I rather hope it won't. It might really have done much more mischief than it did, and if any one found it, it might do more yet. There is no moral to this story, except... But no, there is no moral. End of Story 2. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 3 of The Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 3. Accidental Magic, or Don't Tell All You Know. Quentin de Ward was rather a nice little boy, but he had never been with other little boys, and that made him in some ways a little different from other little boys. His father was in India, and he and his mother lived in a little house in the New Forest. The house, it was a cottage really, but even a cottage is a house, isn't it, was very pretty and thatched, and had a porch covered with honeysuckle and ivy and white roses, and straight red hollyhocks were trained to stand up in a row against the south wall of it. The two lived quite alone, and as they had no one else to talk to, they talked to each other a good deal. Mrs. de Ward read a great many books, and she used to tell Quentin about them afterwards. They were usually books about out-of-the-way things, for Mrs. de Ward was interested in all the things that people are not quite sure about, the things that are hidden and secret, wonderful and mysterious, the things people make discoveries about. So that when the two were having their tea on the little brick terrace in front of the hollyhocks, with the white cloth flapping in the breeze and the wasps hovering round the jam-pot, it was no uncommon thing for Quentin to say thickly through his bread and jam, "I say, Mother, tell me some more about Atlantis," or, "Mother, tell me some more about ancient Egypt and the little toy boats they made for their little boys," or, "Mother, tell me about the people who think Lord Bacon wrote Shakespeare." And his mother always told him as much as she thought he could understand, and he always understood quite half of what she told him. They always talked the things out thoroughly, and thus he learned to be fond of arguing and to enjoy using his brains, just as you enjoy using your muscles in the football field or the gymnasium. Also, he came to know quite a lot of odd, out-of-the-way things, and to have opinions of his own concerning the lost kingdom of Atlantis, and the man with the iron mask, the building of Stonehenge, the pre-dynastic Egyptians, cuneiform writings and Assyrian sculptures, the Mexican pyramids, and the shipping activities of Tyre and Sidon. Quentin did no regular lessons such as most boys have, but he read all sorts of books and made notes from them in a large and straggling handwriting. You will already have supposed that Quentin was a prig, but he wasn't, and you would have owned this if you had seen him scampering through the greenwood on his quiet New Forest pony, or setting snares for the rabbits that would get into the garden and eat the precious lettuces and parsley. Also he fished in the little streams that run through that lovely land, and shot with a bow and arrows, and he was a very good shot too. Besides this, he collected stamps and birds' eggs and picture postcards, and kept guinea pigs and bantams, and climbed trees and tore his clothes in 20 different ways. And once he fought the grocer's boy, and got licked and didn't cry, and made friends with the grocer's boy afterwards, and got him to show him all he knew about fighting. So you see he was really not a mug. He was 10 years old, and he had enjoyed every moment of his 10 years, even the sleeping ones, because he always dreamed jolly dreams, though he could not always remember what they were. I tell you all this so that you may understand why he said what he did when his mother broke the news to him. He was sitting by the stream that ran along the end of the garden, making bricks of the clay that the stream's banks were made of. He dried them in the sun, and then baked them under the kitchen stove. It is quite a good way to make bricks. You might try it sometimes. His mother came out, looking just as usual, in her pink cotton gown and her pink sunbonnet, and she had a letter in her hand. "Hello, boy of my heart," she said. "Very busy?" "Yes," said Quentin importantly, not looking up and going on with his work. "I'm making stones to build Stonehenge with. You'll show me how to build it, won't you, mother?" "Yes, dear," she said absently. "Yes, if I can." "Of course you can," he said. "You can do everything." She sat down on a tuft of grass near him. "Quentin, dear," she said, and something in her voice made him look up suddenly. "Oh, mother, what is it?" he asked. "Daddy's been wounded," she said. "He's all right now, dear. Don't be frightened. Only I've got to go out to him. I shall meet him in Egypt. And you must go to school in Salisbury. A very nice school, dear, till I come back." "Can't I come too?" he asked. And when he understood that he could not, he went on with the bricks in silence, with his mouth shut very tight. After a moment he said, "Salisbury? Then I shall see Stonehenge?" "Yes," said his mother, pleased that he took the news so calmly. "You'll be sure to see Stonehenge some time." He stood still, looking down at the little mould of clay in his hand, so still that his mother got up and came close to him. "Quentin," she said, "darling, what is it?" He leaned his head against her. "I won't make a fuss," he said. "But you can't begin to be brave the very first minute, or if you do, you can't go on being." And with that he began to cry, though he had not cried after the affair of the grocer's boy. The thought of school was not so terrible to Quentin as Mrs. de Ward had thought it would be. In fact, he rather liked it with half his mind, but the other half didn't like it, because it meant parting from his mother, who, so far, had been his only friend. But it was exciting to be taken to Southampton, and have all sorts of new clothes bought for you, and a school trunk, and a little polished box that locked up, to keep your money in and your gold sleeve links, and your watch and chain when you were not wearing them. Also the journey to Salisbury was made in a motor, which was very exciting, of course, and rather took Quentin's mind off the parting with his mother, as she meant it should. And there was a very grand lunch at the White Hart Hotel at Salisbury, and then, very suddenly indeed, it was "Good-bye, good-bye," and the motor snorted and hooted and throbbed and rushed away, and mother was gone, and Quentin was at school. I believe it was quite a nice school. It was in a very nice house, with a large quiet garden, and there were only about 20 boys, and the masters were kind, and the boys no worse than other boys of their age. But Quentin hated it from the very beginning. For when his mother had gone, the headmaster said, "School will be out in half an hour. Take a book, de Ward," and gave him Little Eric and his Friends, a mere baby book. It was too silly. He could not read it. He saw on a shelf near him Smith's Antiquities, a very old friend of his, so he said, "I'd rather have this, please." "You should say 'sir' when you speak to a master," the head said to him. "Take the book by all means." To himself the head said, "I wish you joy of it, you little prig." When school was over, one of the boys was told to show Quentin his bed and his locker. The matron had already unpacked his box, and his pile of books was waiting for him to carry it over.
Golly, what a lot of books, said Smithson minor. What's this? Atlantis? Is it a jolly story?
It isn't a story, said Quentin. And just then the classical master came by. What's that about Atlantis? He said.
It's a book the new chap's got, said Smithson.
The classical master glanced at the book.
And how much do you understand of this?
He asked, fluttering the leaves. Nearly all, I think, said Quentin.
You should say sir when you speak to a master, said the classical one.
And to himself he added, little prig.
Then he said to Quentin, I'm afraid you'll find yourself rather out of your element among ordinary boys.
I don't think so, said Quentin calmly, adding as an afterthought, Sir?
I'm glad you're so confident,
said the classical master, and went.
My word,
said Smithson minor in a rather awed voice.
You did answer him back.
Of course I did, said Quentin. Don't you answer when you're spoken to? Smithson minor informed the interested school that the new chap was a prig, but he had a cool cheek, and that some sport might be expected. After supper the boys had half an hour's recreation. Quentin, who was tired, picked up a book which a big boy had just put down. It was the Midsummer Night's Dream.
Ah, you kid, said the big boy, don't pretend you read Shakespeare for fun. That's simple swank, you know.
I don't know what swank is, said Quentin, but I like the Midsummer, whoever wrote it.
Whoever what?
Well, said Quentin, there's a good deal to be said for its being Bacon who wrote the plays. Of course that settled it. From that moment he was called not de Ward, which was strange enough, but Bacon. He rather liked that. But the next day it was pork, and the day after pig, and that was unbearable. He was at the bottom of his class, for he knew no Latin as it is taught in schools, only odd words that English words come from, and some Latin words that are used in science. And I cannot pretend that his arithmetic was anything but contemptible. The book called Atlantis had been looked at by most of the school, and Smithson major, not nearly such an agreeable boy as his brother, hit on a new nickname.
Atlantic pork's a good name for a swanker, he said. You know the rotten meat they have in Chicago.
This was in the playground before dinner. Quentin, who had to keep his mouth shut very tight these days, because, of course, a boy of 10 cannot cry before other chaps, shut the book he was reading and looked up. I won't be called that, he said quietly.
Who said you wouldn't?
Said Smithson major, who, after all, was only 12.
I say you will.
If you call me that, I shall hit you, said Quentin, as hard as I can. A roar of laughter went up, and cries of, Poor old Smithson! Apologise, Smithy, and leave the omnibus. And what should I be doing while you were hitting me? Asked Smithson contemptuously. I don't know, and I don't care, said Quentin. Smithson looked round. No master was in sight. It seemed an excellent opportunity to teach young de Ward his place. "Atlantic pig swine," he said very deliberately, and Quentin sprang at him, and instantly it was a fight. Now Quentin had only once fought, really fought, before. Then it was the grocer's boy, and he had been beaten. But he had learned something since, and the chief conclusion he now drew from his memories of that fight was that he had not hit half hard enough, an opinion almost universal among those who have fought and not won. As the fist of Smithson major described a half circle and hurt his ear very much, Quentin suddenly screwed himself up and hit out with his right hand, straight, and with his whole weight behind the blow, as the grocer's boy had shown him. All his grief for his wounded father, his sorrow at the parting from his mother, all his hatred of his school, and his contempt for his schoolfellows, went into that blow. It landed on the point of the chin of Smithson major, who fell together like a heap of rags. "Oh!" said Quentin, gazing with interest at his hand. It hurt a good deal, but he looked at it with respect. "I'm afraid I've hurt him." He had forgotten for a moment that he was in an enemy's country, and so apparently had his enemies. "Well done, Piggy! Bravo, young 'un! Well hit, by Jove!" Friendly hands thumped him on the back. Smithson major was no popular hero. Quentin felt, as his schoolfellows would have put it, bucked. It is one thing to be called Pig in enmity and derision, another to be called Piggy, an affectionate diminutive after all, to the chorus of admiring smacks. "Get up, Smithy!" cried the ring. "Want any more?" It appeared that Smithy did not want any more. He lay, not moving at all, and very white. "I say!" The crowd's temper veered. "You've killed him, I expect. I wouldn't like to be you, Bacon." Pig, you notice, for aggravation. Piggy in enthusiastic applause. In the moment of possible tragedy, the more formal Bacon. "I haven't," said Quentin, very white himself. "But if I have, he began by calling names." Smithson moved and grunted. A sigh of relief swept the ring as a breeze sweeps a cornfield. "He's all right. A fair knock-out. Piggy's got the use of 'em. Do Smithy good." The voices hushed suddenly. A master was on the scene, the classical master. "Fighting?" he said. "The new boy? Who began it?" "I did," said Quentin. "But he began with calling names." "Sneak!" murmured the entire school, and Quentin, who had seen no reason for not speaking the truth, perceived that one should not tell all one knows, and that once more he stood alone in the world. "You'll go to your room, de Ward," said the classical master, bending over Smithson, who, having been knocked silly, still remained in that condition, "and the headmaster will consider your case to morrow. You will probably be expelled." Quentin went to his room and thought over his position. It seemed to be desperate. How was he to know that the classical master was even then saying to the head, "He's got something in him, prig or no prig, sir"? "You were quite right to send him to his room," said the head. "Discipline must be maintained, as Mr. Ducket says, but it will do Smithson major a world of good. A boy who reads Shakespeare for fun, and has views about Atlantis, and can knock out a bully as well, he'll be a power in the school, but we mustn't let him know it." That was rather a pity, because Quentin, furious at the injustice of the whole thing, Smithson the aggressor consoled with, himself punished, expulsion threatened, was maturing plans.
"If mother had known what it was like," he said to himself, "she would never have left me here. I've got the £2 she gave me. I shall go to the White Hart at Salisbury. No, they'd find me then. I'll go to Lyndhurst and write to her. It's better to run away than to be expelled. Quentin Durward would never have waited to be expelled from anywhere."
Of course, Quentin Durward was my hero's hero. It could not be otherwise, since his own name was so like that of the Scottish Guardsman. Now, the school in Salisbury was a little school for little boys, boys who were used to schools and took the rough with the smooth. But Quentin was not used to schools, and he had taken the rough very much to heart, so much that he did not mean to take any more of it. His dinner was brought up on a tray, bread and water. He put the bread in his pocket. Then, when he knew that every one was at dinner in the long dining-room at the back of the house, he just walked very quietly down the stairs, opened the side door, and marched out, down the garden path, and out at the tradesmen's gate. He knew better than to shut either gate or door. He went quickly down the street, turned the first corner he came to, so as to get out of sight of the school. He turned another corner, went through an archway, and found himself in an inn-yard, very quiet indeed. Only a liver-coloured lurcher dog wagged a sleepy tail on the hot flagstones. Quentin was just turning to go back through the arch, for there was no other way out of the yard, when he saw a big covered cart, whose horse wore a nose-bag and looked as if there was no hurry. The cart bore the name Miles, carrier, Lyndhurst. Quentin knew all about lifts. He had often begged them and got them. Now there was no one to ask. But he felt he could very well explain later that he had wanted a lift, much better than now, in fact, when he might be caught at any moment by some one from the school. He climbed up by the shaft. There were boxes and packages of all sorts in the cart, and at the back an empty crate with sacking over it. He got into the crate, pulled the sacking over himself, and settled down to eat his bread. Presently the carrier came out, and there was talk, slow, long-drawn talk. After a long while the cart shook to the carrier's heavy climb into it, the harness rattled, the cart lurched, and the wheels were loud and bumpy over the cobblestones of the yard. Quentin felt safe. The glow of anger was still hot in him, and he was glad to think how they would look for him all over the town in vain. He lifted the sacking at one corner so that he could look out between the canvas of the cart's back and side, and hoped to see the classical master distractedly looking for him. But the streets were very sleepy. Every one in Salisbury was having dinner, or, in the case of the affluent, lunch. The black horse seemed as sleepy as the streets, and went very slowly. Also it stopped very often, and wherever there were parcels to leave, there was slow, long talkings to be exchanged. I think perhaps Quentin dozed a good deal under his sacks. At any rate, it was with a shock of surprise that he suddenly heard the carrier's voice saying, as the horse stopped with a jerk, "There's a crate for you, Mrs. Baddock, returned empty," and knew that that crate was not empty, but full of boy.
"I'll go and call Joe," said a voice,
Mrs. Baddock's, Quentin supposed, and slow feet stumped away over stones. Mr. Miles leisurely untied the tail of the cart, ready to let the crate be taken out. Quentin spent a paralytic moment. What could he do? And then, luckily or unluckily, a reckless motor tore past, and the black horse plunged, and Mr. Miles had to go to its head and talk pretty to it for a minute. And in that minute Quentin lifted the sacking and looked out. It was low sunset, and the street was deserted. He stepped out of the crate, dropped to the ground, and slipped behind a stout and friendly water-butt that seemed to offer protective shelter. Joe came, and the crate was taken down. "You haven't seen nothing of that there runaway boy by chance?" said a new voice, Joe's no doubt. "What boy?" said Mr. Miles. "Run away from school, Salisbury," said Joe. "Telegrams far and near, so they be, little varmint." "I ain't seen no boys, not more'n ordinary," said Mr. Miles. "Thick as flies they be, here, there, and everywhere, drat 'em. Sixpence, correct. So long, Joe." The cart rattled away. Joe and the crate blundered out of hearing, and Quentin looked cautiously round the water-butt. This was an adventure. But he was cooler now than he had been at starting. His hot anger had died down. He would have been contented, he could not help feeling, with a less adventurous adventure. But he was in for it now. He felt, as I suppose people feel when they jump off cliffs with parachutes, that return was impossible. Hastily turning his school cap inside out, the only disguise he could think of, he emerged from the water-butt's seclusion and into the street, trying to look as if there was no reason why he should not be there. He did not know the village. It was not Lyndhurst, and of course asking the way was not to be thought of. There was a piece of sacking lying on the road. It must have dropped from the carrier's cart. He picked it up and put it over his shoulders. "A deeper disguise," he said, and walked on. He walked steadily for a long, long way, as it seemed, and the world got darker and darker. But he kept on. Surely he must presently come to some village or some sign-post. Anyhow, whatever happened, he could not go back. That was the one certain thing. The broad stretches of country to right and left held no shapes of houses, no glimmer of warm candlelight. They were bare and bleak, only broken by circles of trees that stood out like black islands in the misty grey of the twilight. "I shall have to sleep behind a hedge," he said, bravely enough. But there did not seem to be any hedges. And then, quite suddenly, he came upon it. A scattered building, half transparent as it seemed, showing black against the last faint pink and primrose of the sunset. He stopped, took a few steps off the road on short, crisp turf that rose in a gentle slope. And at the end of a dozen paces he knew it. Stonehenge. Stonehenge he had always wanted so desperately to see. Well, he saw it now, more or less. He stopped to think. He knew that Stonehenge stands all alone on Salisbury Plain. He was very tired. His mother had told him about a girl in a book who slept all night on the altar stone at Stonehenge. So it was a thing that people did, to sleep there. He was not afraid, as you or I might have been, of that lonely, desolate ruin of a temple of long ago. He was used to the forest, and compared with the forest, any building is homelike. There was just enough light left amid the stones of the wonderful broken circle to guide him to its centre. As he went, his hand brushed a plant. He caught at it, and a little group of flowers came away in his hand. "St. John's wort," he said. "That's the magic flower." And he remembered that it is only magic when you pluck it on Midsummer Eve. "And this is Midsummer Eve," he told himself, and put it in his buttonhole. "I don't know where the altar stone is," he said,
but that looks a cosy little crack between those two big stones. He crept into it and lay down on a flat stone that stretched between and under two fallen pillars. The night was soft and warm. It was Midsummer Eve. "Mother isn't going till the 26th," he told himself. "I shan't bother about hotels. I shall send her a telegram in the morning and get a carriage at the nearest stables and go straight back to her. No, she won't be angry when she hears all about it. I'll ask her to let me go to sea instead of to school. It's much more manly. Much more manly. Much, much more. Much." He was asleep, and the wild west wind that swept across the plain spared the little corner where he lay asleep, curled up in his sacking, with the inside-out school cap doubled twice for pillow. He fell asleep on the smooth, solid, steady stone. He awoke on the stone in a world that rocked as sea-boats rock on a choppy sea. He went to sleep between fallen, moveless pillars of a ruin older than any world that history knows. He awoke in the shade of a purple awning through which strong sunlight filtered, and purple curtains that flapped and strained in the wind, and there was a smell, a sweet familiar smell, of tarred ropes and the sea. "I say," said Quentin to himself, "here's a rum go." He had learned that expression in a school in Salisbury, a long time ago, as it seemed. The stone on which he lay dipped and rose to a rhythm which he knew well enough. He had felt it when he and his mother went in a little boat from Keyhaven to Alum Bay in the Isle of Wight. There was no doubt in his mind he was on a ship. But how? But why? Who could have carried him all that way without waking him? Was it magic? Accidental magic? The St. John's wort, perhaps? And the stone, it was not the same. It was new, clean cut, and, where the wind displaced a corner of the curtain, dazzlingly white in the sunlight. There was the pat-pat of bare feet on the deck, a dull sort of shuffling, as though people were arranging themselves. And then people outside the awning began to sing. It was a strange song, not at all like any music you or I have ever heard. It had no tune, no more tune than a drum has, or a trumpet, but it had a sort of wild, rough, glorious, exciting splendour about it, and gave you the sort of intense, all-alive feeling that drums and trumpets give. Quentin lifted a corner of the purple curtain and looked out. Instantly the song stopped, drowned in the deepest silence Quentin had ever imagined. It was only broken by the flip-flapping of the sheets against the masts of the ship. For it was a ship. Quentin saw that as the bulwark dipped to show him an unending waste of sea, broken by bigger waves than he had ever dreamed of. He saw also a crowd of men, dressed in white and blue and purple and gold. Their right arms were raised towards the sun, half of whose face showed across the sea, but they seemed to be, as my old nurse used to say, struck so, for their eyes were not fixed on the sun, but on Quentin, and not in anger, he noticed curiously, but with surprise, and could it be that they were afraid of him? Quentin was shivering with the surprise and newness of it all. He had read about magic, but he had not wholly believed in it, and yet now, if this was not magic, what was it? You go to sleep on an old stone in a ruin. You wake on the same stone, quite new, on a ship. Magic,
Magic, if ever there was magic in this wonderful, mysterious world. The silence became awkward. Someone had to say something. "Good morning," said Quentin, feeling that he ought perhaps to be the one. Instantly every one in sight fell on his face on the deck. Only one, a tall man with a black beard and a blue mantle, stood up and looked Quentin in the eyes. "Who are you?" he said. "Answer, I adjure you by the sacred Tau." Now this was very odd, and Quentin could never understand it, but when this man spoke, Quentin understood him perfectly, and yet at the same time he knew that the man was speaking a foreign language, so that his thought was not, "Hello, you speak English," but, "Hello, I can understand your language." "I am Quentin de Ward," he said. "A name from other stars. How came you here?" asked the blue-mantled man. "I don't know," said Quentin. "He does not know. He did not sail with us. It is by magic that he is here," said Blue Mantle. "Rise all and greet the chosen of the gods." They rose from the deck, and Quentin saw that they were all bearded men with bright, earnest eyes, dressed in strange dress of something like jersey and tunic and heavy golden ornaments. "Hail, chosen of the gods!" cried Blue Mantle, who seemed to be the leader. "Hail, chosen of the gods!" echoed the rest. "Thank you very much, I'm sure," said Quentin. "And what is this stone?" asked Blue Mantle, pointing to the stone on which Quentin sat. And Quentin, anxious to show off his knowledge, said, "I'm not quite sure, but I think it's the altar stone of Stonehenge." "It is proved," said Blue Mantle. "Thou art the chosen of the gods. Is there anything my lord needs?" he added humbly. I'm rather hungry," said Quentin. "It's a long time since dinner, you know." They brought him bread and bananas and oranges. "Take," said Blue Mantle, "of the fruits of the earth, and specially of this, which gives drink and meat and ointment to man," suddenly offering a large cocoa-nut. Quentin took, with appropriate thank yous and you're very kinds. "Nothing," said Blue Mantle, "is too good for the chosen of the gods. All that we have is yours to the very last day of your life. You have only to command and we obey. You will like to eat in seclusion, and afterwards you will let us behold the whole person of the chosen of the gods." Quentin retired into the purple tent with the fruits and the cocoa-nut. As you know, a cocoa-nut is not handy to get at the inside of at the best of times, so Quentin set that aside, meaning to ask Blue Mantle later on for a gimlet and a hammer. When he had had enough to eat, he peeped out again. Blue Mantle was on the watch, and came quickly forward. "Now," said he, very crossly indeed, "tell me how you got here. This chosen of the gods business is all very well for the vulgar, but you and I know that there is no such thing as magic." "Speak for yourself," said Quentin. "If I'm not here by magic, I'm not here at all." "Yes, you are," said Blue Mantle. "I know I am," said Quentin. "But if I'm not here by magic, what am I here by?" "Stowawayishness," said Blue Mantle.
"If you think that, why don't you treat me as a stowaway?"
"Because of public opinion," said Blue Mantle, rubbing his nose in an angry sort of perplexedness.
"Very well," said Quentin, who was feeling so surprised and bewildered
that it was a real relief to him to bully somebody. "Now look here. I came here by magic, accidental magic. I belong to quite a different world from yours. But perhaps you are right about my being the chosen of the gods, and I shan't tell you anything about my world, but I command you, by the sacred Tau," he had been quick enough to catch and remember the word, "to tell me who you are, and where you come from, and where you are going." Blue Mantle shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, well," he said, "if you invoke the sacred names of power, but I don't call it fair play, especially as you know perfectly well, and just want to browbeat me into telling lies. I shall not tell lies. I shall tell you the truth." "I hoped you would," said Quentin gently. "Well then," said Blue Mantle, "I am a priest of Poseidon, and I come from the great and immortal kingdom of Atlantis." "From the temple where the gold statue is, with the 12 sea horses in gold?" Quentin asked eagerly. "Ah, I knew you knew all about it," said Blue Mantle, "so I don't need to tell you that I am taking the sacred stone on which you are sitting, profanely if you are a mere stowaway and not the chosen of the gods, to complete the splendid structure of a temple built on a great plain in the second of the islands which are our colonies in the north east." "Tell me all about Atlantis," said Quentin. And the priest, protesting that Quentin knew as much about it as he did, told. And all the time the ship was ploughing through the waves, sometimes sailing, sometimes rowed by hidden rowers with long oars. And Quentin was served in all things as though he had been a king. If he had insisted that he was not the chosen of the gods, everything might have been different, but he did not. And he was very anxious to show how much he knew about Atlantis, and sometimes he was wrong, the priest said, but much more often he was right. "We are less than 3 days' journey now from the Eastern Isles," Blue Mantle said one day, "and I warn you that if you are a mere stowaway you had better own it. Because if you persist in calling yourself the chosen of the gods, you will be expected to act as such to the very end." "I don't call myself anything," said Quentin, "though I am not a stowaway anyhow, and I don't know how I came here, so of course it was magic. It's simply silly your being so cross. I can't help being here. Let's be friends." "Well," said Blue Mantle, much less crossly, "I never believed in magic, though I am a priest, but if it is, it is. We may as well be friends, as you call it. It isn't for very long, anyway," he added mysteriously. And then, to show his friendliness, he took Quentin all over the ship and explained it all to him. And Quentin enjoyed himself thoroughly, though every now and then he had to pinch himself to make sure that he was awake. And he was fed well all the time, and all the time made much of, so that when the ship reached land he was quite sorry. The ship anchored by a stone quay, most solid and serviceable, and every one was very busy. Quentin kept out of sight behind the purple curtains. The sailors and the priests and the priests' attendants and everybody on the boat had asked him so many questions and been so curious about his clothes that he was not anxious to hear any more questions asked, or to have to invent answers to them. And after a very great deal of talk, almost as much as Mr. Miles's carrying had needed, the altar stone was lifted, Quentin, curtains, awning, and all, and carried along a gangway to the shore, and there it was put on a sort of cart, more like what people in Manchester call a lurry than anything else I can think of. The wheels were made of solid circles of wood bound round with copper, and the cart was drawn by, not horses or donkeys or oxen or even dogs, but by an enormous creature more like an elephant than anything else, only it had long hair, rather like the hair worn by goats. You, perhaps, would not have known what this vast creature was, but Quentin, who had all sorts of out-of-the-way information packed in his head, knew at once that it was a mammoth. And by that he knew, too, that he had slipped back many thousands of years, because, of course, it is a very long time indeed since there were any mammoths alive and able to draw lurries. And the car and the priest and the priest's retinue and the stone and Quentin and the mammoth journeyed slowly away from the coast, passing through great green forests and among strange grey mountains. Where were they journeying? Quentin asked the same question, you may be sure, and Blue Mantle told him, "To Stonehenge." And Quentin understood him perfectly, though Stonehenge was not the word Blue Mantle used, or anything like it. "The great temple is now complete," he said, "all but the altar stone. It will be the most wonderful temple ever built in any of the colonies of Atlantis, and it will be consecrated on the longest day of the year." "Midsummer Day," said Quentin thoughtlessly, and, as usual, anxious to tell all he knew. "I know. The sun strikes through the arch on to the altar stone at sunrise. Hundreds of people go to see it. The ruins are quite crowded sometimes, I believe."
"Ruins!" said the priest in a terrible voice. "Crowded ruins!"
"I mean," said Quentin hastily, "the sun will still shine the same way, even when the temple is in ruins, won't it?"
"The temple," said the priest, "is built to defy time. It will never be in ruins."
"That's all you know," said Quentin, not very politely.
"It is not by any means all I know," said the priest. "I do not tell all I know. Nor do you."
"I used to," said Quentin, "but I shan't any more. It only leads to trouble. I see that now." Now, though Quentin had been intensely interested in everything he had seen in the ship and on the journey, you may be sure he had not lost sight of the need there was to get back out of this time of Atlantis into his own time. He knew that he must have got into these Atlantean times by some very simple accidental magic, and he felt no doubt that he should get back in the same way. He felt almost sure that the reverse action, so to speak, of the magic would begin when the stone got back to the place where it had lain for so many thousand years before he happened to go to sleep on it, and to start, perhaps by the St. John's wort, the accidental magic. If only, when he got back there, he could think of the compelling, the magic word. And now the slow procession wound over the downs, and far away across the plain, which was almost just the same then as it is now, Quentin saw what he knew must be Stonehenge. But it was no longer the grey pile of ruins that you have perhaps seen, or have at any rate seen pictures of. From afar one could see the gleam of yellow gold and red copper, the flutter of purple curtains, the glitter and dazzle of shimmering silver. As they drew near to the spot, Quentin perceived that the great stones he remembered were overlaid with ornamental work, with vivid bright-coloured paintings, The whole thing was a great circular building, every stone in its place. At a mile or two distant lay a town, and in that town, with every possible luxury, served with every circumstance of servile homage, Quentin ate and slept. I wish I had time to tell you what that town was like where he slept and ate, but I have not. You can read for yourself some day what Atlantis was like. Plato tells us a good deal, and the colonies of Atlantis must have had at least a reasonable second-rate copy of the cities of that fair and lovely land. That night, for the first time since he had first gone to sleep on the altar stone, Quentin slept apart from it. He lay on a wooden couch, strewn with soft bearskins, and a woollen coverlet was laid over him, and he slept soundly. In the middle of the night, as it seemed, Blue Mantle woke him. "Come," he said, "chosen of the gods, since you will be that, and no stowaway. The hour draws nigh." The mammoth was waiting. Quentin and Blue Mantle rode on its back to the outer porch of the new temple of Stonehenge. Rows of priests and attendants, robed in white and blue and purple, formed a sort of avenue up which Blue Mantle led the chosen of the gods, who was Quentin. They took off his jacket and put a white dress on him, rather like a nightshirt without sleeves, and they put a thick wreath of London Pride on his head, and another larger and longer round his neck. "If only the chaps at school could see me now," he said to himself proudly. And by this time it was grey dawn. "Lie down now," said Blue Mantle. "Lie down, O beloved of the gods, upon the altar stone, for the last time." "I shall be able to go then?" Quentin asked. This accidental magic was, he perceived, a tricky thing, and he wanted to be sure. "You will not be able to stay," said the priest. "If going is what you desire, the desire of the chosen of the gods is fully granted." The grass on the plain, far and near, rustled with the tread of many feet. The cold air of dawn thrilled to the awed murmur of many voices. Quentin lay down with his pink wreaths and his white robe, and watched the quickening pinkiness of the east. And slowly the great circle of the temple filled with white-robed folk, all carrying in their hands the faint pinkiness of the flowers which we nowadays call London Pride. And all eyes were fixed on the arch through which, at sunrise on Midsummer Day, the sun's first beam should fall upon the white, new, clean altar stone. The stone is still there, after all these thousands of years, and at sunrise on Midsummer Day the sun's first ray still falls on it. The sky grew lighter and lighter, and at last the sun peered redly over the down, and the first ray of the morning sunlight fell full on the altar stone and on the face of Quentin. And, as it did so, a very tall, white-robed priest, with a deerskin apron and a curious winged headdress, stepped forward. He carried a great bronze knife, and he waved it 10 times in the shaft of sunlight that shot through the arch and on to the altar stone. "Thus," he cried, "thus do I bathe the sacred blade in the pure fountain of all light, all wisdom, all splendour. In the name of the 10 kings, the 10 virtues, the 10 hopes, the 10 fears, I make my weapon clean. May this temple of our love and our desire endure for ever, so long as the glory of our Lord the Sun is shed upon this earth. May the sacrifice I now humbly and proudly offer be acceptable to the gods by whom it has been so miraculously provided. Chosen of the gods, return to the gods who sent thee." A roar of voices rang through the temple. The bronze knife was raised over Quentin. He could not believe that this horror was the end of all these wonderful happenings. "No, no," he cried, "it's not true. I'm not the chosen of the gods. I'm only a little boy that's got here by accidental magic." "Silence!" cried the priest. "Chosen of the immortals, close your eyes. It will not hurt. This life is only a dream. The other life is the real life. Be strong. Be brave." Quentin was not brave. But he shut his eyes. He could not help it. The glitter of the bronze knife in the sunlight was too strong for him. He could not believe that this could really have happened to him. Every one had been so kind, so friendly to him, and it was all for this. Suddenly a sharp touch at his side told him that for this indeed it had all been. He felt the point of the knife. "Mother!" he cried, and opened his eyes again. He always felt quite sure afterwards that mother was the master word, the spell of spells. For when he opened his eyes there was no priest, no white-robed worshippers, no splendour of colour and metal, no chosen of the gods, no knife. Only a little boy with a piece of sacking over him, damp with the night dews, lying on a stone amid the grey ruins of Stonehenge, and all about him a crowd of tourists who had come to see the sun's first shaft strike the age-old altar of Stonehenge on Midsummer Day in the morning. And instead of a knife point at his side, there was only the ferrule of the umbrella of an elderly and retired tea merchant in a mackintosh and an alpine hat, a ferrule which had prodded the sleeping boy, so unexpectedly surprised on the very altar stone where the sun's ray now lingered. And then, in a moment, he knew that he had not uttered the spell in vain, the word of compelling, the word of power, for his mother was there, kneeling beside him. I'm sorry to say that he cried as he clung to her. We cannot all of us be brave, always. The tourists were very kind and interested, and the tea merchant insisted on giving Quentin something out of a flask, which was so nasty that Quentin only pretended to drink out of politeness. His mother had a carriage waiting, and they escaped to it, while the tourists were saying, "How romantic!" and asking each other whatever in the world had happened. "But how did you come to be there, darling?" said his mother, with warm hands comfortingly round him. "I've been looking for you all night. I went to say good-bye to you yesterday. Oh, Quentin! And I found you'd run away. How could you?" "I'm sorry," said Quentin. "If it worried you, I'm sorry. Very, very. I was going to telegraph today." "But where have you been? What have you been doing all night?" she asked, caressing him. "Is it only one night?" said Quentin. "I don't know exactly what's happened. It was accidental magic, I think, mother. I'm glad I thought of the right word to get back, though." And he told her all about it. She held him very tightly and let him talk. Perhaps she thought that a little boy to whom accidental magic happened all in a minute, like that, was not exactly the right little boy for that excellent school in Salisbury. Anyhow, she took him to Egypt with her to meet his father, and on the way they happened to see a doctor in London who said "nerves," which is a poor name for accidental magic, and Quentin does not believe it means the same thing at all. Quentin's father is well now, and he has left the army, and father and mother and Quentin live in a jolly little old house in Salisbury, and Quentin is a day boy at that very same school. He and Smithson Minor are the greatest of friends, but he has never told Smithson Minor about the accidental magic. He has learned now, and learned very thoroughly, that it is not always wise to tell all you know. If he had not owned that he knew that it was the Stonehenge altar stone. You may think that the accidental magic was all a dream, and that Quentin dreamed it because his mother had told him so much about Atlantis. But then, how do you account for his dreaming so much that his mother had never told him? You think that that part wasn't true. Well, it may have been true for anything I know, and I am sure you don't know more about it than I do. End of Story 3. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 4 of the Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 4. The Princess and the Hedge Pig.
"But I don't see what we're to do,"
said the Queen for the 20th time.
"Whatever we do will end in misfortune,"
said the King gloomily.
"You'll see it will."
They were sitting in the honeysuckle arbour, talking things over, while the nurse walked up and down the terrace with the new baby in her arms.
"Yes, dear,"
said the poor Queen.
"I've not the slightest doubt I shall."
Misfortune comes in many ways, and you can't always know beforehand that a certain way is the way misfortune will come by. But there are things misfortune comes after as surely as night comes after day. For instance, if you let all the water boil away, the kettle will have a hole burnt in it. If you leave the bath taps running and the waste pipe closed, the stairs of your house will, sooner or later, resemble Niagara. If you leave your purse at home, you won't have it with you when you want to pay your tram fare. And if you throw lighted wax matches at your muslin curtains, your parent will most likely have to pay £5 to the fire engines for coming round and blowing the fire out with a wet hose. Also, if you are a king and do not invite the wicked fairy to your christening parties, she will come all the same. And if you do ask the wicked fairy, she will come, and in either case it will be the worse for the new princess. So what is a poor monarch to do? Of course there is one way out of the difficulty, and that is not to have a christening party at all. But this offends all the good fairies, and then where are you? All these reflections had presented themselves to the minds of King Ozymandias and his queen, and neither of them could deny that they were in a most awkward situation. They were talking it over for the 100th time on the palace terrace, where the pomegranates and oleanders grew in green tubs, and the marble balustrade is overgrown with roses, red and white and pink and yellow. On the lower terrace the royal nurse was walking up and down with the baby princess that all the fuss was about. The Queen's eyes followed the baby admiringly.
"The darling!" she said. "Oh, Ozymandias, don't you sometimes wish we'd been poor people?"
"Never," said the King decidedly.
"Well, I do," said the Queen. "Then we could have had just you and me and your sister at the christening, and no fear of Oh, I've thought of something." The King's patient expression showed that he did not think it likely that she would have thought of anything useful. But at the first 5 words his expression changed. You would have said that he pricked up his ears, if kings had ears that could be pricked up. What she said was, "Let's have a secret christening."
"How?" asked the King.
The Queen was gazing in the direction of the baby, with what is called a far-away look in her eyes.
"Wait a minute," she said slowly.
"I see it all. Yes. We'll have the party in the cellars. You know they're splendid."
"My great-grandfather had them built by Lancashire men, yes," interrupted the King.
"We'll send out the invitations to look like bills. The baker's boy can take them. He's a very nice boy. He made baby laugh yesterday when I was explaining to him about the standard bread. We'll just put 1 loaf 3. A remittance at your earliest convenience will oblige. That'll mean that one person is invited for 3 o'clock, and on the back we'll write where and why in invisible ink. Lemon juice, you know. And the baker's boy shall be told to ask to see the people, just as they do when they really mean earliest convenience, and then he shall just whisper, 'Deadly secret, lemon juice. Hold it to the fire,' and come away. Oh, dearest, do say you approve." The King laid down his pipe, set his crown straight, and kissed the Queen with great and serious earnestness.
"You are a wonder," he said. "It is the very thing. But the baker's boy is very small. Can we trust him?"
"He is 9," said the Queen, "and I have sometimes thought that he must be a prince in disguise. He is so very intelligent." The Queen's plan was carried out. The cellars, which were really extraordinarily fine, were secretly decorated by the King's confidential man and the Queen's confidential maid, and a few of their confidential friends whom they knew they could really trust. You would never have thought they were cellars when the decorations were finished. The walls were hung with white satin and white velvet, with wreaths of white roses, and the stone floors were covered with freshly cut turf with white daisies, brisk and neat, growing in it. The invitations were duly delivered by the baker's boy. On them was written in plain blue ink, "The Royal Bakeries, 1 loaf 3d. An early remittance will oblige." And when the people held the letter to the fire, as they were whisperingly instructed to do by the baker's boy, they read in a faint brown writing, "King Ozymandias and Queen Eliza invite you to the christening of their daughter Princess Ozyliza at 3 on Wednesday in the palace cellars. P.S. We are obliged to be very secret and careful because of wicked fairies, so please come disguised as a tradesman with a bill, calling for the last time before it leaves your hands." You will understand by this that the King and Queen were not as well off as they could wish, so that tradesmen calling at the palace with that sort of message was the last thing likely to excite remark. But as most of the King's subjects were not very well off either, this was merely a bond between the King and his people. They could sympathise with each other and understand each other's troubles in a way impossible to most kings and most nations. You can imagine the excitement in the families of the people who were invited to the christening party, and the interest they felt in their costumes.
The Lord Chief Justice disguised himself as a shoemaker. He still had his old blue brief bag by him, and a brief bag and a boot bag are very much alike. The Commander-in-Chief dressed as a dog's meat man and wheeled a barrow. The Prime Minister appeared as a tailor. This required no change of dress, and only a slight change of expression. And the other courtiers all disguised themselves perfectly. So did the good fairies, who had, of course, been invited first of all. Benevola, Queen of the Good Fairies, disguised herself as a moonbeam, which can go into any palace and no questions asked. Serena, the next in command, dressed as a butterfly, and all the other fairies had disguises equally pretty and tasteful. The Queen looked most kind and beautiful, the King very handsome and manly, and all the guests agreed that the new Princess was the most beautiful baby they had ever seen in all their born days. Everybody brought the most charming christening presents concealed beneath their disguises. The fairies gave the usual gifts: beauty, grace, intelligence, charm, and so on. Everything seemed to be going better than well. But of course you know it wasn't. The Lord High Admiral had not been able to get a cook's dress large enough completely to cover his uniform. A bit of an epaulette had peeped out, and the wicked fairy, Malevola, had spotted it as he went past her to the palace back door, near which she had been sitting disguised as a dog without a collar, hiding from the police, and enjoying what she took to be the trouble the royal household were having with their tradesmen. Malevola almost jumped out of her dog-skin when she saw the glitter of that epaulette. "Hello," she said, and sniffed quite like a dog. "I must look into this," said she, and disguising herself as a toad, she crept unseen into the pipe by which the copper emptied itself into the palace moat, for of course there was a copper in one of the palace cellars, as there always is in cellars in the North Country. Now this copper had been a great trial to the decorators. If there is anything you don't like about your house, you can either try to conceal it or make a feature of it. And as concealment of the copper was impossible, it was decided to make it a feature by covering it with green moss and planting a tree in it, a little apple tree all in bloom. It had been very much admired. Malevola, hastily altering her disguise to that of a mole, dug her way through the earth that the copper was full of, got to the top, and put out a sharp nose, just as Benevola was saying in that soft voice which Malevola always thought so affected: "The Princess shall love and be loved all her life long." "So she shall," said the wicked fairy, assuming her own shape amid the screams of the audience. "Be quiet, you silly cuckoo," she said to the Lord Chamberlain, whose screams were specially piercing, "or I'll give you a christening present too." Instantly there was a dreadful silence. Only Queen Eliza, who had caught up the baby at Malevola's first word, said feebly, "Oh, don't, dear Malevola." And the King said,
It isn't exactly a party, don't you know? Quite informal. Just a few friends dropped in, eh, what?
"So I perceive,"
said Malevola, laughing that dreadful laugh of hers which makes other people feel as though they would never be able to laugh any more.
"Well, I've dropped in too. Let's have a look at the child."
The poor Queen dared not refuse. She tottered forward with the baby in her arms.
"Humph,"
said Malevola.
Your precious daughter will have beauty and grace, and all the rest of the twopenny halfpenny rubbish those niminy piminy minxes have given her. But she will be turned out of her kingdom. She will have to face her enemies without a single human being to stand by her, and she shall never come to her own again until she finds—"
Malevola hesitated. She could not think of anything sufficiently unlikely.
"Until she finds," she repeated. "1,000 spears to follow her to battle," said a new voice. "1,000 spears devoted to her and to her alone." A very young fairy fluttered down from the little apple tree, where she had been hiding among the pink and white blossom. "I am very young, I know," she said apologetically, "and I've only just finished my last course of fairy history. So I know that if a fairy stops more than half a second in a curse, she can't go on, and some one else may finish it for her. That is so, your Majesty, isn't it?" she said, appealing to Benevola. And the Queen of the Fairies said yes, that was the law, only it was such an old one most people had forgotten it. "You think yourself very clever," said Malevola, "but as a matter of fact you're simply silly. That's the very thing I've provided against. She can't have any one to stand by her in battle. So she'll lose her kingdom and every one will be killed. And I shall come to the funeral. It will be enormous," she added, rubbing her hands at the joyous thought.
"If you've quite finished,"
said the King politely,
"and if you're sure you won't take any refreshment, may I wish you a very good afternoon?"
he held the door open himself, and Malevola went out chuckling. The whole of the party then burst into tears.
"Never mind,"
said the King at last, wiping his eyes with the tails of his ermine.
"It's a long way off, and perhaps it won't happen after all."
But of course it did. The King did what he could to prepare his daughter for the fight in which she was to stand alone against her enemies. He had her taught fencing and riding and shooting, both with the crossbow and the longbow, as well as with pistols, rifles, and artillery. She learned to dive and to swim, to run and to jump, to box and to wrestle, so that she grew up as strong and healthy as any young man, and could indeed have got the best of a fight with any prince of her own age. But the few princes who called at the palace did not come to fight the princess, and when they heard that the princess had no dowry except the gifts of the fairies, and also what Malevola's gift had been, they all said they had just looked in as they were passing, and that they must be going now, thank you, and went. And then the dreadful thing happened. The tradesman, who had for years been calling for the last time before, etc., really decided to place the matter in other hands. They called in a neighbouring king, who marched his army into Ozymandias's country, conquered the army, the soldiers' wages hadn't been paid for years, turned out the king and queen, paid the tradesmen's bills, had most of the palace walls papered with the receipts, and set up housekeeping there himself. Now, when this happened, the princess was away on a visit to her aunt, the Empress of Oricalchia, half the world away, and there is no regular post between the two countries, so that when she came home, travelling with a train of 54 camels, which is rather slow work, and arrived at her own kingdom, she expected to find all the flags flying, and the bells ringing, and the streets decked in roses to welcome her home. Instead of which, nothing of the kind. The streets were all as dull as dull. The shops were closed because it was early closing day, and she did not see a single person she knew. She left the 54 camels laden with the presents her aunt had given her outside the gates, and rode alone on her own pet camel to the palace, wondering whether perhaps her father had not received the letter she had sent on ahead by carrier pigeon the day before. And when she got to the palace and got off her camel and went in, there was a strange king on her father's throne, and a strange queen sat in her mother's place at his side. "Where's my father?" said the princess, bold as brass, standing on the steps of the throne. "And what are you doing there?"
"I might ask you that," said the king. "Who are you, anyway?"
"I am the Princess Ozyliza," said she.
"Oh, I've heard of you," said the king. "You've been expected for some time. Your father's been evicted, so now you know. No, I can't give you his address."
Just then some one came and whispered to the queen that 54 camels, laden with silks and velvets and monkeys and parakeets and the richest treasures of Auriculture, were outside the city gate. She put 2 and 2 together and whispered to the king, who nodded and said, "I wish to make a new law." Every one fell flat on his face. The law is so much respected in that country.
"No one called Ozyliza is allowed to own property in this kingdom," said the king. "Turn out that stranger."
So the princess was turned out of her father's palace, and went out and cried in the palace gardens, where she had been so happy when she was little. And the baker's boy, who was now the baker's young man, came by with the standard bread, and saw some one crying among the oleanders, and went to say "Cheer up" to whoever it was. And it was the princess. He knew her at once.
"Oh, princess," he said, "cheer up. Nothing is ever so bad as it seems."
"Oh, baker's boy," said she, for she knew him too, "how can I cheer up? I am turned out of my kingdom, I haven't got my father's address, and I have to face my enemies without a single human being to stand by me."
"That's not true, at any rate," said the baker's boy, whose name was Erinaceus. "You've got me. If you'll let me be your squire, I'll follow you round the world, and help you to fight your enemies."
"You won't be let," said the princess sadly, "but I thank you very much all the same."
She dried her eyes and stood up.
"I must go," she said, "and I've nowhere to go to."
Now, as soon as the princess had been turned out of the palace, the queen said, "You'd much better have beheaded her for treason." And the king said, "I'll tell the archers to pick her off as she leaves the grounds." So when she stood up out there among the oleanders, some one on the terrace cried, "There she is!" and instantly a flight of winged arrows crossed the garden. At the cry, Erinaceus flung himself in front of her, clasping her in his arms and turning his back to the arrows. The royal archers were 1,000 strong, and all excellent shots. Erinaceus felt 1,000 arrows sticking into his back.
"And now my last friend is dead,"
cried the princess. But being a very strong princess, she dragged him into the shrubbery out of sight of the palace, and then dragged him into the wood and called aloud on Benevola, Queen of the Fairies. And Benevola came.
"They've killed my only friend," said the princess. "At least, shall I pull out the arrows?"
"If you do," said the fairy,
"he'll certainly bleed to death." "And he'll die if they stay in," said the princess.
"Not necessarily," said the fairy. "Let me cut them a little shorter." She did, with her fairy pocket knife. "Now," she said, "I'll do what I can, but I'm afraid it'll be a disappointment to you both. Erinaceus," she went on, addressing the unconscious baker's boy, with the stumps of the arrows still sticking in him. "I command you, as soon as I have vanished, to assume the form of a hedge-pig." "The hedge-pig," she exclaimed to the Princess, "is the only nice person who can live comfortably with 1,000 spikes sticking out of him. Yes, I know there are porcupines, but porcupines are vicious and ill-mannered. Good-bye." And with that she vanished. So did Erinaceus, and the Princess found herself alone among the oleanders, and on the green turf was a small and very prickly brown hedge-pig. "Oh dear," she said, "now I'm all alone again, and the baker's boy has given his life for mine, and mine isn't worth having." "It's worth more than all the world," said a sharp little voice at her feet. "Oh, can you talk?" she said, quite cheered. "Why not?" said the hedge-pig sturdily. "It's only the form of the hedge-pig I've assumed. I'm Erinaceus inside, all right enough. Pick me up in a corner of your mantle so as not to prick your darling hands." "You mustn't call names, you know," said the Princess. "Even your hedge-pigginess can't excuse such liberties." "I'm sorry, Princess," said the hedge-pig, "but I can't help it. Only human beings speak lies. All other creatures tell the truth. Now I've got a hedge-pig's tongue it won't speak anything but the truth. And the truth is that I love you more than all the world." "Well," said the Princess thoughtfully, "since you're a hedge-pig, I suppose you may love me, and I may love you, like pet dogs or goldfish. Dear little hedge-pig, then." "Don't," said the hedge-pig. "Remember, I'm the baker's boy in my mind and soul. My hedge-pigginess is only skin deep. Pick me up, dearest of princesses, and let us go to seek our fortunes." "I think it's my parents I ought to seek," said the Princess. "However—" She picked up the hedge-pig in the corner of her mantle, and they went away through the wood. They slept that night at a woodcutter's cottage. The woodcutter was very kind, and made a nice little box of beechwood for the hedge-pig to be carried in, and he told the Princess that most of her father's subjects were still loyal, but that no one could fight for him, because they would be fighting for the Princess too, and however much they might wish to do this, Malevola's curse assured them that it was impossible. So the Princess put her hedge-pig in its little box, and went on, looking everywhere for her father and mother, and, after more adventures than I have time to tell you, she found them at last, living in quite a poor way in a semi-detached villa at Tooting. They were very glad to see her, but when they heard that she meant to try to get back the kingdom, the King said, "I shouldn't bother, my child. I really shouldn't. We're quite happy here. I have the pension always given to deposed monarchs, and your mother is becoming a really economical manager." The Queen blushed with pleasure, and said, "Thank you, dear. But if you should succeed in turning that wicked usurper out, Ozyliza, I hope I shall be a better queen than I used to be. I am learning housekeeping at an evening class at the Crownmakers' Institute." The Princess kissed her parents and went out into the garden to think it over. But the garden was small and quite full of wet washing hung on lines. So she went into the road, but that was full of dust and perambulators. Even the wet washing was better than that, so she went back and sat down on the grass in a white alley of tablecloths and sheets, all marked with a crown in indelible ink. And she took the hedge-pig out of the box. It was rolled up in a ball, but she stroked the little bit of soft forehead that you can always find if you look carefully at a rolled-up hedge-pig, and the hedge-pig uncurled and said, "I'm afraid I was asleep, Princess dear. Did you want me?"
"You are the only person who knows all about everything," said she. "I haven't told father and mother about the arrows. Now, what do you advise?"
Erinaceus was flattered at having his advice asked, but unfortunately he hadn't any to give.
"It's your work, Princess," he said. "I can only promise to do anything a hedge pig can do. It's not much. Of course I could die for you, but that's so useless."
"Quite," said she.
"I wish I were invisible,"
he said dreamily. "Oh, where are you?" cried Ozyliza, for the hedge pig had vanished.
"Here,"
said a sharp little voice.
"you can't see me, but I can see everything I want to see. And I can see what to do. I'll crawl into my box, and you must disguise yourself as an old French governess with the best references, and answer the advertisement that the wicked king put yesterday in the Usurper's Journal."
The Queen helped the Princess to disguise herself, which of course the Queen would never have done if she had known about the arrows, and the King gave her some of his pension to buy a ticket with, so she went back quite quickly by train to her own kingdom. The usurping king at once engaged the French governess to teach his cook to read French cookery books, because the best recipes are in French. Of course he had no idea that there was a princess, the princess, beneath the governessial disguise. The French lessons were from 6 to 8 in the morning and from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, and all the rest of the time the governess could spend as she liked. She spent it walking about the palace gardens and talking to her invisible hedge pig. They talked about everything under the sun, and the hedge pig was the best of company. "How did you become invisible?" she asked one day, and it said,
"I suppose it was Benevola's doing. Only I think every one gets one wish granted, if they only wish hard enough."
On the 55th day the hedge pig said,
"Now, Princess dear, I'm going to begin to get you back your kingdom."
and next morning the king came down to breakfast in a dreadful rage, with his face covered up in bandages.
"This palace is haunted," he said. "In the middle of the night a dreadful spiked ball was thrown in my face. I lighted a match. There was nothing."
The Queen said, "Nonsense, you must have been dreaming." But next morning it was her turn to come down with a bandaged face. And the night after the king had the spiky ball thrown at him again, and then the Queen had it, and then they both had it, so that they couldn't sleep at all, and had to lie awake with nothing to think of but their wickedness. And every 5 minutes a very little voice whispered,
"Who stole the kingdom? Who killed the princess?"
till the king and queen could have screamed with misery. And at last the Queen said, "We needn't have killed the princess." And the king said, "I've been thinking that too." And next day the king said, "I don't know that we ought to have taken this kingdom. We had a really high-class kingdom of our own." "I've been thinking that too," said the Queen. By this time their hands and arms and necks and faces and ears were very sore indeed, and they were sick with want of sleep.
"Look here," said the king, "let's chuck it. Let's write to Ozymandias and tell him he can take over his kingdom again. I've had jolly well enough of this."
"Let's," said the Queen, "but we can't bring the princess to life again. I do wish we could." And she cried a little through her bandages into her egg, for it was breakfast time.
"Do you mean that?"
said a little sharp voice, though there was no one to be seen in the room. The king and queen clung to each other in terror, upsetting the urn over the toast rack.
"Do you mean it?" said the voice again. "Answer, yes or no."
"Yes," said the queen,
I don't know who you are, but yes, yes, yes. I can't think how we could have been so wicked."
"Nor I," said the king. "Then send for the French governess," said the voice.
"Ring the bell, dear," said the queen. "I'm sure what it says is right. It is the voice of conscience. I've often heard of it, but I've never heard it before."
The king pulled the richly jewelled bell rope, and 10 magnificent green and gold footmen appeared.
"Please ask Mademoiselle to step this way,"
said the queen. The 10 magnificent green and gold footmen found the governess beside the marble basin, feeding the goldfish, and bowing their 10 green backs, they gave the queen's message. The governess, who, every one agreed, was always most obliging, went at once to the pink satin breakfast room where the king and queen were sitting, almost unrecognisable in their bandages.
"Yes, your Majesties," said she, curtsying. "The voice of conscience," said the queen, "told us to send for you. Is there any recipe in the French books for bringing shot princesses to life? If so, will you kindly translate it for us?" "There is one," said the princess thoughtfully, "and it is quite simple. Take a king and a queen, and the voice of conscience. Place them in a clean pink breakfast room with eggs, coffee, and toast. Add a full-sized French governess. The king and queen must be thoroughly pricked and bandaged, and the voice of conscience must be very distinct." "Is that all?" asked the queen. "That's all," said the governess, "except that the king and queen must have 2 more bandages over their eyes, and keep them on till the voice of conscience has counted 55 very slowly." "If you would be so kind," said the queen, "as to bandage us with our table napkins. Only be careful how you fold them, because our faces are very sore, and the royal monogram is very stiff and hard, owing to its being embroidered in seed pearls by special command." "I will be very careful," said the governess kindly. The moment the king and queen were blindfolded, the voice of conscience began, "1, 2, 3," and Ozyliza tore off her disguise, and under the fussy black and violet spotted alpaca of the French governess was the simple, slim, cloth of silver dress of the princess. She stuffed the alpaca up the chimney, and the grey wig into the tea cosy, and had disposed of the mittens in the coffee pot, and the elastic side boots in the coal scuttle, just as the voice of conscience said, 53, 54, 55, and stopped. The king and queen pulled off the bandages, and there, alive and well, with bright clear eyes and pinky cheeks and a mouth that smiled, was the princess whom they supposed to have been killed by the 1,000 arrows of their 1,000 archers. Before they had time to say a word, the princess said, "Good morning, your Majesties. I'm afraid you have had bad dreams. So have I. Let us all try to forget them. I hope you will stay a little longer in my palace. You are very welcome. I am so sorry you have been hurt." "We deserved it," said the queen, "and we want to say we have heard the voice of conscience, and do please forgive us."
"Not another word," said the princess. "Do let me have some fresh tea made, and some more eggs. These are quite cold, and the urn's been upset. We'll have a new breakfast. And I am so sorry your faces are so sore."
If you kissed them,"
said the voice which the king and queen called the voice of conscience,
"their faces would not be sore any more."
"May I?" said Ozyliza, and kissed the king's ear and the queen's nose, all she could get at through the bandages, and instantly they were quite well. They had a delightful breakfast. Then the king caused the royal household to assemble in the throne room, and there announced that as the princess had come to claim the kingdom, they were returning to their own kingdom by the 3:17 train on Thursday. Every one cheered like mad, and the whole town was decorated and illuminated that evening. Flags flew from every house, and the bells all rang just as the princess had expected them to do that day when she came home with the 55 camels. All the treasure these had carried was given back to the princess, and the camels themselves were restored to her hardly at all the worse for wear. The usurping king and queen were seen off at the station by the princess, and parted from her with real affection. You see, they weren't completely wicked in their hearts, but they had never had time to think before, and being kept awake at night forced them to think, and the voice of conscience gave them something to think about. They gave the princess the receipted bills with which most of the palace was papered, in return for board and lodging. When they were gone, a telegram was sent off. Ozymandias Rex, Esquire, Chatsworth, Delamere Road, Tooting, England. Please come home at once. Palace vacant. Tenants have left. Ozyliza P. And they came immediately. When they arrived, the princess told them the whole story, and they kissed and praised her, and called her their deliverer and the saviour of her country. "I haven't done anything," she said. "It was Erinaceus who did everything, and—" "But the fairy said," interrupted the king, who was never clever at the best of times, "that you couldn't get the kingdom back till you had 1,000 spears devoted to you alone."
There are 1,000 spears in my back," said a little sharp voice, "and they are all devoted to the princess and to her alone."
"Don't," said the king irritably. "That voice coming out of nothing makes me jump." "I can't get used to it either," said the queen. "We must have a gold cage built for the little animal. But I must say I wish it was visible." "So do I," said the princess earnestly. And instantly it was. I suppose the princess wished it very hard, for there was the hedge pig, with its long spiky body and its little pointed face, its bright eyes, its small round ears, and its sharp turned up nose. It looked at the princess, but it did not speak. "Say something now," said Queen Eliza. "I should like to see a hedge pig speak."
"The truth is, if speak I must speak the truth," said Erinaceus. "The princess has thrown away her life wish to make me visible. I wish she had wished instead for something nice for herself."
"Oh, was that my life wish?" cried the princess. "I didn't know, dear hedge pig, I didn't know. If I'd only known, I would have wished you back into your proper shape."
"If you had," said the hedge pig, "it would have been the shape of a dead man. Remember that I have 1,000 spears in my back, and no man can carry those and live."
The princess burst into tears. "Oh, you can't go on being a hedge pig for ever," she said. "It's not fair. I can't bear it. Oh, mamma! Oh, papa! Oh, Benevola!" And there stood Benevola before them, a little dazzling figure with blue butterfly's wings and a wreath of moonshine. "Well?" she said. "Well?" "Oh, you know," said the princess, still crying. "I've thrown away my life wish, and he's still a hedge pig. Can't you do anything?" "I can't," said the fairy, "but you can. Your kisses are magic kisses. Don't you remember how you cured the king and queen of all the wounds the hedge pig made by rolling itself onto their faces in the night?" "But she can't go kissing hedge pigs,"
said the Queen. "It would be most unsuitable. Besides, it would hurt her." But the hedge pig raised its little pointed face, and the Princess took it up in her hands. She had long since learned how to do this without hurting either herself or it. She looked in its little bright eyes. "I would kiss you on every one of your 1,000 spears," she said, "to give you what you wish."
"Kiss me once," it said, "where my fur is soft. That is all I wish, and enough to live and die for."
She stooped her head and kissed it on its forehead where the fur is soft, just where the prickles begin. And instantly she was standing with her hands on a young man's shoulders and her lips on a young man's face, just where the hair begins and the forehead leaves off. And all round his feet lay a pile of fallen arrows. She drew back and looked at him. "Erinaceus," she said, "you're different. From the baker's boy, I mean." "When I was an invisible hedge pig," he said, "I knew everything. Now I have forgotten all that wisdom, save only 2 things. One is that I am a king's son. I was stolen away in infancy by an unprincipled baker, and I am really the son of that usurping king whose face I rolled on in the night. 'Tis a painful thing to roll on your father's face when you are all spiky, but I did it, Princess, for your sake, and for my father's too. And now I will go to him and tell him all, and ask his forgiveness." "You won't go away," said the Princess. "Oh, don't go away. What shall I do without my hedge pig?" Erinaceus stood still, looking very handsome and like a prince. "What is the other thing that you remember of your hedge pig wisdom?" asked the Queen curiously. And Erinaceus answered, not to her, but to the Princess, "The other thing, Princess, is that I love you." "Isn't there a third thing, Erinaceus?" said the Princess, looking down. "There is, but you must speak that, not I." "Oh," said the Princess, a little disappointed, "then you knew that I loved you." "Hedge pigs are very wise little beasts," said Erinaceus, "but I only knew that when you told it me." "I told you?" "When you kissed my little pointed face, Princess," said Erinaceus, "I knew then." "My goodness gracious me!" said the King. "Quite so," said Benevola, "and I wouldn't ask any one to the wedding." "Except you, dear," said the Queen. "Well, as I happened to be passing, there's no time like the present," said Benevola briskly. "Suppose you give orders for the wedding bells to be rung now, at once." End of Story 4. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 5 of the Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 5. Septimus Septimusson. The wind was screaming over the marsh. It shook the shutters and rattled the windows, and the little boy lay awake in the bare attic. His mother came softly up the ladder stairs, shading the flame of the tallow candle with her hand. "I'm not asleep, mother," said he, and she heard the tears in his voice. "Why, silly lad," she said, sitting down on the straw bed beside him and putting the candle on the floor. "What are you crying for?" It's the wind keeps calling me, Mother, he said. It won't let me alone. It never has since I put up the little weathercock for it to play with. It keeps saying, "Wake up, Septimus Septimusson, wake up. You're the seventh son of a seventh son. You can see the fairies and hear the beasts speak, and you must go out and seek your fortune. And I'm afraid, and I don't want to go." "I should think not indeed," said his mother. "The wind doesn't talk, Sep, not really. You just go to sleep like a good boy, and I'll get father to bring you a gingerbread pig from the fair to-morrow." But Sep lay awake a long time, listening to what the wind really did keep on saying, and feeling ashamed to think how frightened he was of going out all alone to seek his fortune, a thing all the boys in books were only too happy to do. Next evening father brought home the loveliest gingerbread pig with currant eyes. Sep ate it, and it made him less anxious than ever to go out into the world, where, perhaps, no one would give him gingerbread pigs ever any more. Before he went to bed he ran down to the shore where a great new harbour was being made. The workmen had been blasting the big rocks, and on one of the rocks a lot of mussels were sticking. He stood looking at them, and then suddenly he heard a lot of little voices crying,
"Oh, Sep, we're so frightened! We're choking!"
The voices were thin and sharp as the edges of mussel shells. They were indeed the voices of the mussels themselves.
"Oh dear," said Sep. "I'm so sorry, but I can't move the rock back into the sea, you know. Can I now?"
"No," said the mussels, "but if you speak to the wind, you know his language, and he's very fond of you since you made that toy for him. He'll blow the sea up till the waves wash us back into deep water."
"But I'm afraid of the wind," said Sep. "It says things that frighten me."
"Oh, very well,"
said the mussels.
"We don't want you to be afraid. We can die all right, if necessary."
Then Sep shivered and trembled.
"Go away,"
said the thin, sharp voices.
"We'll die, but we'd rather die in our own brave company."
"I know I'm a coward," said Sep. "Oh, wait a minute."
"Death won't wait,"
said the little voices.
"I can't speak to the wind. I won't," said Sep.
And almost at the same moment he heard himself call out,
"Oh, wind, please come and blow up the waves to save the poor mussels."
The wind answered with a boisterous shout.
"All right, my boy,"
it shrieked.
"I'm coming."
And come it did. And when it had attended to the mussels, it came and whispered to Sep in his attic. And to his great surprise, instead of covering his head with the bedclothes as usual, and trying not to listen, he found himself sitting up in bed and talking to the wind, man to man.
"Why," he said, "I'm not afraid of you any more."
"Of course not. We're friends now,"
said the wind.
"That's because we joined together to do a kindness to someone. There's nothing like that for making people friends."
"Oh,"
said Sep.
"Yes.
said the wind.
And now, old chap, when will you go out and seek your fortune? Remember how poor your father is, and the fortune, if you find it, won't be just for you, but for your father and mother and the others."
"Oh,"
said Sep.
I didn't think of that.
Yes,
said the Wind.
really, my dear fellow, I do hate to bother you, but it's better to fix a time. Now when shall we start?
We? Said Sep. Are you going with me?
I'll see you a bit of the way,
said the Wind.
What do you say now? Shall we start tonight? There's no time like the present.
I do hate going, said Sep.
Of course you do.
Said the Wind cordially.
Come along. Get into your things, and we'll make a beginning.
So Sep dressed, and he wrote on his slate in very big letters, "Gone to seek our fortune," and he put it on the table so that his mother should see it when she came down in the morning. And he went out of the cottage, and the Wind kindly shut the door after him. The Wind gently pushed him down to the shore, and there he got into his father's boat, which was called the Septimus and Susie, after his father and mother, and the Wind carried him across to another country, and there he landed.
Now,
said the Wind, clapping him on the back,
off you go, and good luck to you.
and it turned round and took the boat home again. When Sep's mother found the writing on the slate, and his father found the boat gone, they feared that Sep was drowned. But when the Wind brought the boat back wrong way up, they were quite sure, and they both cried for many a long day. The Wind tried to tell them that Sep was all right, but they couldn't understand Wind talk, and they only said, "Drat the Wind," and fastened the shutters up tight and put wedges in the windows. Sep walked along the straight white road that led across the new country. He had no more idea how to look for his fortune than you would have if you suddenly left off reading this and went out of your front door to seek yours. However, he had made a start, and that is always something. When he had gone exactly 7 miles on that straight foreign road, between strange trees and bordered with flowers he did not know the names of, he heard a groaning in the wood, and some one sighing and saying,
"Oh, how hard it is to have to die, and never see my wife and the little cubs again."
The voice was rough as a lion's mane and strong as a lion's claws, and Sep was very frightened, but he said,
"I'm not afraid."
and then, oddly enough, he found he had spoken the truth. He wasn't afraid. He broke through the bushes and found that the person who had spoken was indeed a lion. A javelin had pierced its shoulder and fastened it to a great tree.
"All right," cried Sep. "Hold still a minute, sir."
He got out his knife and cut at the shaft of the javelin till he was able to break it off. Then the lion drew back, and the broken shaft passed through the wound, and the broken javelin was left sticking in the tree.
"I'm really extremely obliged, my dear fellow,"
said the lion warmly.
"Pray command me, if there's any little thing I can do for you at any time."
"Don't mention it," said Sep with proper politeness. "Delighted to have been of use to you, I'm sure."
So they parted. As Sep scrambled through the bushes back to the road, he kicked against an axe that lay on the ground.
"Hello," said he. "Some poor woodman's dropped this and not been able to find it. I'll take it along. Perhaps I may meet him."
He was getting very tired and very hungry, and presently he sat down to rest under a chestnut tree, and he heard two little voices talking in the branches, voices soft as a squirrel's fur and bright as a squirrel's eyes. They were, indeed, the voices of two squirrels. "Hush!" said one. "There's some one below." "Oh!" said the other, "it's a horrid boy. Let's scurry away."
I'm not a horrid boy, said Sep. I'm the seventh son of a seventh son.
"Oh!" said Mrs. Squirrel, "of course that makes all the difference. Have some nuts?"
Rather, said Sep. At least, I mean, yes, if you please.
So the squirrels brought nuts down to him, and when he had eaten as many as he wanted, they filled his pockets, and then in return he chopped all the lower boughs off the chestnut tree, so that boys who were not seventh sons could not climb up and interfere with the squirrels' housekeeping arrangements. Then they parted the best of friends, and Sep went on.
I haven't found my fortune yet, said he, but I've made a friend or two.
And just as he was saying that, he turned a corner of the road and met an old gentleman in a fur-lined coat, riding a fine big grey horse.
Hello, said the gentleman. Who are you, and where are you off to so bright and early? I'm Septimus Septimusson, said Sep, and I'm going to seek my fortune. And you've taken an axe to help you carve your way to glory? No, said Sep. I've found it, and I suppose someone lost it, so I'm bringing it along in case I meet him. Heavy, isn't it? Said the old gentleman. Yes, said Sep. Then I'll carry it for you, said the old gentleman, for it's one that my head forester lost yesterday. And now come along with me, for you're the boy I've been looking for 7 years, an honest boy and the seventh son of a seventh son. So Sep went home with the gentleman, who was a great lord in that country, and he lived in that lord's castle, and was taught everything that a gentleman ought to know. And in return he told the lord all about the ways of birds and beasts, for, as he understood their talk, he knew more about them than any one else in that country. And the lord wrote it all down in a book, and half the people said it was wonderfully clever, and the other half said it was nonsense, and how could he know? This was fame, and the lord was very pleased. But though the old lord was so famous, he would not leave his castle, for he had a hump that an enchanter had fastened on to him, and he couldn't bear to be seen with it. But you'll get rid of it for me some day, my boy, he used to say. No one but the seventh son of a seventh son and an honest boy can do it, so all the doctors say. So Sep grew up, and when he was 21, straight as a lance and handsome as a picture, the old lord said to him, My boy, you've been like a son to me, but now it's time you got married and had sons of your own. Is there any girl you'd like to marry? No, said Sep, I never did care much for girls. The old lord laughed. Then you must set out again and seek your fortune once more, he said, because no man has really found his fortune till he's found the lady who is his heart's lady. Choose the best horse in the stable, and off you go, lad, and my blessing go with you. So Sep chose a good red horse and set out, and he rode straight to the great city that shone golden across the plain, and when he got there he found every one crying. Why, whatever is the matter? Said Sep, reining in the red horse in front of a smithy, where the apprentices were crying on to the fires, and the smith was dropping tears on the anvil.
Why, the princess is dying,
said the blacksmith, blowing his nose.
A nasty, wicked magician. He had a spite against the king, and he got at the princess when she was playing ball in the garden, and now she's blind and deaf and dumb, and she won't eat. And she'll die, said the first apprentice. And she is such a dear, said the other apprentice. Sep sat still on the red horse, thinking. "Has anything been done?" he asked. "Oh, yes," said the blacksmith. "All the doctors have seen her, but they can't do anything. And the king has advertised in the usual way that any one who can cure her may marry her, but it's no good. King's sons aren't what they used to be. A silly lot they are nowadays, all taken up with football and cricket and golf." "Huh," said Sep. "Thank you. Which is the way to the palace?" The blacksmith pointed, and then burst into tears again. Sep rode on. When he got to the palace he asked to see the king. Every one there was crying too, from the footman who opened the door to the king who was sitting upon his golden throne and looking at his fine collection of butterflies through floods of tears. "Oh, dear me, yes, young man," said the king. "You may see her and welcome, but it's no good."
"We can but try," said Sep. So he was taken to the room where the princess sat, huddled up on her silver throne among the white velvet cushions, with her crown all on one side, crying out of her poor blind eyes, so that the tears ran down over her green gown with the red roses on it. And directly he saw her, he knew that she was the only girl, princess as she was, with a crown and a throne, who could ever be his heart's lady. He went up to her and kneeled at her side and took her hand and kissed it. The princess started. She could not see or hear him, but at the touch of his hand and his lips she knew that he was her heart's lord, and she threw her arms round his neck and cried more than ever. He held her in his arms and stroked her hair till she stopped crying, and then he called for bread and milk. This was brought in a silver basin, and he fed her with it as you feed a little child. The news ran through the city, "The princess has eaten!" and all the bells were set ringing. Sep said good night to his princess and went to bed in the best bedroom of the palace. Early in the grey morning he got up and leaned out of the open window and called to his old friend the wind. And the wind came bustling in and clapped him on the back, crying,
"Well, my boy, and what can I do for you, eh?"
Sep told him all about the princess.
"Well,"
said the wind,
"you've not done so badly. At any rate, you've got her love, and you couldn't have got that with anybody's help but your own. Now, of course, the thing to do is to find the wicked magician."
"Of course," said Sep.
"Well, I travel a good deal. I'll keep my eyes open and let you know if I hear anything."
Sep spent the day holding the princess's hand and feeding her at meal times. And that night the wind rattled his window and said,
"Let me in."
It came in very noisily and said,
"Well, I found your magician. He's in the forest, pretending to be a mole."
"How can I find him?" said Sep.
"Haven't you any friends in the forest?"
asked the wind. Then Sep remembered his friends the squirrels, and he mounted his horse and rode away to the chestnut tree where they lived. They were charmed to see him grown so tall and strong and handsome. and when he had told them his story, they said at once, "Oh yes, delighted to be of any service to you." And they called to all their little brothers and cousins and uncles and nephews to search the forest for a mole that wasn't really a mole. And quite soon they found him, and hustled and shoved him along till he was face to face with Sep in a green glade. The glade was green, but all the bushes and trees around were red-brown with squirrel fur, and shining bright with squirrel eyes. Then Sep said, "Give the Princess back her eyes and her hearing and her voice." But the mole would not. "Give the Princess back her eyes and her hearing and her voice," said Sep again. But the mole only gnashed his wicked teeth and snarled. And then in a minute the squirrels fell on the mole and killed it, and Sep thanked them and rode back to the palace, for of course he knew that when a magician is killed all his magic unworks itself instantly. But when he got to his princess she was still as deaf as a post and as dumb as a stone, and she was still crying bitterly with her poor blind eyes, till the tears ran down her grass-green gown with the red roses on it. "Cheer up, my sweetheart," he said, though he knew she couldn't hear him, and as he spoke the wind came in at the open window and spoke very softly, because it was in the presence of the princess.
All right,
it whispered.
the old villain gave us the slip that journey, got out of the moleskin in the very nick of time. He's a wild boar now.
"Come," said Sep, fingering his sword hilt, "I'll kill that myself without asking it any questions." So he went and fought it, but it was a most uncommon boar, as big as a horse, with tusks half a yard long, and although Sep wounded it, it jerked the sword out of his hand with its tusk, and was just going to trample him out of life with its hard, heavy pig's feet, when a great roar sounded through the forest.
"Ah, would ye?"
said the lion, and fastened teeth and claws into the great boar's back. The boar turned with a scream of rage, but the lion had got a good grip, and it did not loosen teeth or claws till the boar lay quiet. "Is he dead?" asked Sep, when he came to himself.
"Oh yes, he's dead right enough,"
said the lion. But the wind came up puffing and blowing and said,
It's no good. He's got away again, and now he's a fish. I was just a minute too late to see what fish. An old oyster told me about it, only he hadn't the wit to notice what particular fish the scoundrel changed into.
So then Sep went back to the palace, and he said to the king, "Let me marry the dear princess, and we'll go out and seek our fortune. I've got to kill that magician, and I'll do it too, or my name's not Septimus Septimusson. But it may take years and years, and I can't be away from the princess all that time, because she won't eat unless I feed her. You see the difficulty, sire." The king saw it, and that very day Sep was married to the princess in her green gown with the red roses on it, and they set out together. The wind went with them, and the wind, or something else, seemed to say to Sep,
Go home. Take your wife home to your mother.
So he did. He crossed the land, and he crossed the sea, and he went up the red brick path to his father's cottage, and he peeped in at the door and said, "Father, mother, here's my wife."
They were so pleased to see him, for they had thought him dead, that they didn't notice the Princess at first. And when they did notice her, they wondered at her beautiful face and her beautiful gown. But it wasn't till they had all settled down to supper, boiled rabbit it was, and they noticed Sep feeding his wife as one feeds a baby, that they saw that she was blind. And then all the story had to be told. "Well, well," said the fisherman, "you and your wife bide here with us. I daresay I'll catch that old sinner in my nets one of these fine days." But he never did. And Sep and his wife lived with the old people, and they were happy after a fashion. But of an evening Sep used to wander and wonder, and wonder and wander by the seashore, wondering as he wandered whether he wouldn't ever have the luck to catch that fish. And one evening, as he wandered wondering, he heard a little sharp, thin voice say,
Sep, I've got it!
"What?" asked Sep, forgetting his manners.
I've got it,
said a big mussel on a rock close by him.
the magic stone that the magician does his enchantments with. He dropped it out of his mouth and I shut my shells on it. And now he's sweeping up and down the sea like a mad fish, looking for it, for he knows he can never change into anything else unless he gets it back. Here, take the nasty thing, it's making me feel quite ill."
It opened its shells wide, and Sep saw a pearl. He reached out his hand and took it.
"That's better,"
said the mussel, washing its shells out with salt water. "Can I do magic with it?" Sep eagerly asked.
"No," said
the mussel sadly.
"it's of no use to any one but the owner. Now, if I were you, I'd get into a boat, and if your friend the wind will help us, I believe we really can do the trick."
I'm at your service, of course,
said the wind, getting up instantly. The mussel whispered to the wind, who rushed off at once, and Sep launched his boat.
"Now,"
said the mussel,
"you get into the very middle of the sea, or as near as you can guess it. The wind will warn all the other fishes."
As he spoke, he disappeared in the dark waters. Sep got the boat into the middle of the sea, as near as he could guess it, and waited. After a long time he saw something swirling about in a sort of whirlpool about 100 yards from his boat, but when he tried to move the boat towards it, her bows ran on to something hard.
"Keep still! Keep still! Keep still!"
cried thousands and thousands of sharp, thin little voices.
"You'll kill us if you move."
Then he looked over the boat's side and saw that the hard something was nothing but thousands and thousands of mussels, all jammed close together, and through the clear water more and more were coming and piling themselves together. Almost at once his boat was slowly lifted, the top of the mussel heap showed through the water, and there he was, high and dry on a mussel reef. And in all that part of the sea the water was disappearing, and as far as the eye could reach stretched a great plain of purple and grey, the shells of countless mussels. Only at one spot there was still a splashing. Then a mussel opened its shell and spoke.
"We've got him," it said. "We've piled ourselves up till we filled this part of the sea. The wind warned all the good fishes, and we've got the old traitor in a little pool over there. Get out and walk over our backs. We'll all lie sideways so as not to hurt you. You must catch the fish, but whatever you do, don't kill it till we give the word.'
Sep promised, and he got out and walked over the mussels to the pool, and when he saw the wicked soul of the Magician looking out through the round eyes of a big finny fish, he remembered all that his Princess had suffered, and he longed to draw his sword and kill the wicked thing then and there. But he remembered his promise. He threw a net about it and dragged it back to the boat. The mussels dispersed and let the boat down again into the water, and he rowed home, towing the evil fish in the net by a line. He beached the boat and looked along the shore. The shore looked a very odd colour, and well it might, for every bit of the sand was covered with purple grey mussels. They had all come up out of the sea, leaving just one little bit of real yellow sand for him to beach the boat on.
'Now!'
said millions of sharp, thin little voices.
'Kill him! Kill him!'
Sep drew his sword and waded into the shallow surf and killed the evil fish with one strong stroke. Then such a shout went up all along the shore as that shore had never heard, and all along the shore where the mussels had been stood men in armour, and men in smock frocks, and men in leather aprons and huntsmen's coats, and women and children, a whole nation of people. Close by the boat stood a king and queen with crowns upon their heads. 'Thank you, Sep,' said the king. 'You've saved us all. I am the King Mussel, doomed to be a mussel so long as that wretch lived. You have set us all free. And look!' Down the path from the shore came running his own Princess, who hung round his neck, crying his name and looking at him with the most beautiful eyes in the world. 'Come,' said the Mussel King, 'we have no son. You shall be our son and reign after us.' 'Thank you,' said Sep, 'but this is my father,' and he presented the old fisherman to His Majesty.
'Then let him come with us,' said the king royally. 'He can help me reign, or fish in the palace lake, whichever he prefers.' 'Thank'ee,' said Sep's father. 'I'll come and fish.' 'Your mother too,' said the Mussel Queen, kissing Sep's mother. 'Ah,' said Sep's mother, 'you're a lady every inch. I'll go to the world's end with you.' So they all went back by way of the foreign country where Sep had found his Princess, and they called on the old lord. He had lost his hump, and they easily persuaded him to come with them.
'You can help me reign if you like, or we have a nice book or two in the palace library,'
said the Mussel King.
'Thank you,'
said the old lord.
'I'll come and be your librarian if I may. Reigning isn't at all in my line.'
Then they went on to Sep's father-in-law, and when he saw how happy they all were together, he said,
'Bless my beard, but I've half a mind to come with you.'
'Come along,' said the Mussel King. 'You shall help me reign if you like, or—'
'No, thank you,'
said the other king very quickly.
'I've had enough of reigning. My kingdom can buy a president and be a republic if it likes. I'm going to catch butterflies.'
And so he does, most happily, up to this very minute. And Sep and his dear Princess are as happy as they deserve to be. Some people say we are all as happy as we deserve to be, but I am not sure. End of Story 5. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 6 of the Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 6. The White Cat. The White Cat lived at the back of a shelf at the darkest end of the inside attic, which was nearly dark all over. It had lived there for years, because one of its white china ears was chipped, so that it was no longer a possible ornament for the spare bedroom. Tavy found it at the climax of a wicked and glorious afternoon. He had been left alone. The servants were the only other people in the house. He had promised to be good. He had meant to be good, and he had not been. He had done everything you can think of. He had walked into the duck pond, and not a stitch of his clothes but had had to be changed. He had climbed on a hayrick and fallen off it, and had not broken his neck, which, as cook told him, he richly deserved to do. He had found a mouse in the trap, and put it in the kitchen teapot, so that when cook went to make tea it jumped out at her, and affected her to screams followed by tears. Tavy was sorry for this, of course, and said so like a man. He had only, he explained, meant to give her a little start. In the confusion that followed the mouse, he had eaten all the black-currant jam that was put out for kitchen tea, and for this too he apologised handsomely as soon as it was pointed out to him. He had broken a pane of the greenhouse with a stone, and but why pursue the painful theme? The last thing he had done was to explore the attic, where he was never allowed to go, and to knock down the white cat from its shelf. The sound of its fall brought the servants. The cat was not broken, only its other ear was chipped. Tavy was put to bed. But he got out as soon as the servants had gone downstairs, crept up to the attic, secured the cat, and washed it in the bath. So that when mother came back from London, Tavy, dancing impatiently at the head of the stairs in a very wet nightgown, flung himself upon her and cried,
I've been awfully naughty, and I'm frightfully sorry, and please may I have the white cat for my very own?
He was much sorrier than he had expected to be when he saw that mother was too tired even to want to know, as she generally did, exactly how naughty he had been. She only kissed him and said, I'm sorry you've been naughty, my darling. Go back to bed now. Good night. Tavy was ashamed to say anything more about the china cat, so he went back to bed. But he took the cat with him, and talked to it and kissed it, and went to sleep with its smooth shiny shoulder against his cheek. In the days that followed he was extravagantly good. Being good seemed as easy as being bad usually was. This may have been because mother seemed so tired and ill, and gentlemen in black coats and high hats came to see mother, and after they had gone she used to cry. These things going on in a house sometimes make people good, sometimes they act just the other way. Or it may have been because he had the china cat to talk to. Anyhow, whichever way it was, at the end of the week mother said, Tavy, you've been a dear good boy and a great comfort to me. You must have tried very hard to be good. It was difficult to say,
No, I haven't, at least not since the first day.
But Tavy got it said, and was hugged for his pains. You wanted, said mother, the china cat. Well, you may have it.
For my very own?
For your very own.
But you must be very careful not to break it, and you mustn't give it away. It goes with the house. Your Aunt Jane made me promise to keep it in the family. It's very, very old. Don't take it out of doors for fear of accidents."
"I love the white cat, mother," said Tavy. "I love it better 'n all my toys."
Then Mother told Tavy several things, and that night, when he went to bed, Tavy repeated them all faithfully to the China Cat, who was about 6 inches high and looked very intelligent.
"So you see," he ended, "the wicked lawyer's taken nearly all mother's money, and we've got to leave our own lovely big white house and go and live in a horrid little house with another house glued on to its side, and mother does hate it so."
"I don't wonder,"
said the China Cat very distinctly.
"What?"
said Tavy, half-way into his nightshirt.
"I said I don't wonder, Octavius,"
said the China Cat, and rose from her sitting position, stretched her china legs, and waved her white china tail.
"You can speak?"
said Tavy.
"Can't you see I can? Hear, I mean,"
said the cat.
"I belong to you now, so I can speak to you. I couldn't before. It wouldn't have been manners."
Tavy, his nightshirt round his neck, sat down on the edge of the bed with his mouth open.
"Come, don't look so silly,"
said the cat, taking a walk along the high wooden mantelpiece.
"Any one would think you didn't like me to talk to you."
"I love you to,"
said Tavy, recovering himself a little.
"Well, then,"
said the cat.
"May I touch you?"
Tavy asked timidly.
"Of course. I belong to you. Look out."
The China Cat gathered herself together and jumped. Tavy caught her. It was quite a shock to find, when one stroked her, that the China Cat, though alive, was still china, hard, cold, and smooth to the touch, and yet perfectly brisk and absolutely bendable as any flesh and blood cat.
"Dear, dear white pussy,"
said Tavy.
"I do love you."
"And I love you," purred the cat. "Otherwise I should never have lowered myself to begin a conversation."
"I wish you were a real cat,"
said Tavy.
"I am," said the cat. "Now, how shall we amuse ourselves? I suppose you don't care for sport. Mousing, I mean."
"I never tried," said Tavy, "and I think I rather wouldn't."
"Very well, then, Octavius," said the cat. "I'll take you to the White Cat's castle. Get into bed. Bed makes a good travelling carriage, especially when you haven't any other. Shut your eyes."
Tavy did as he was told, shut his eyes, but could not keep them shut. He opened them a tiny, tiny chink and sprang up. He was not in bed. He was on a couch of soft beast skin, and the couch stood in a splendid hall, whose walls were of gold and ivory. By him stood the White Cat, no longer china, but real live cat, and fur as cats should be.
"Here we are," she said. "The journey didn't take long, did it? Now we'll have that splendid supper out of the fairy tale,
with the invisible hands waiting on us.
She clapped her paws, paws now as soft as white velvet, and a tablecloth floated into the room, then knives and forks and spoons and glasses. The table was laid, the dishes drifted in, and they began to eat. There happened to be every single thing Tavy liked best to eat. After supper there was music and singing, and Tavy, having kissed a white, soft, furry forehead, went to bed in a gold four-poster with a counterpane of butterflies' wings. He awoke at home. On the mantelpiece sat the White Cat, looking as though butter would not melt in her mouth, and all her furriness had gone with her voice. She was silent and china. Tavy spoke to her, but she would not answer, nor did she speak all day. Only at night, when he was getting into bed, she suddenly mewed, stretched, and said,
Make haste. There's a play acted tonight at my castle.
Tavy made haste, and was rewarded by another glorious evening in the castle of the White Cat. And so the weeks went on, days full of an ordinary little boy's joys and sorrows, goodnesses and badnesses, nights spent by a little prince in the magic castle of the White Cat. Then came the day when Tavy's mother spoke to him, and he, very scared and serious, told the China Cat what she had said.
I knew this would happen, said the cat. It always does. So you're to leave your house next week. Well, there's only one way out of the difficulty. Draw your sword, Tavy, and cut off my head and tail. And then will you turn into a princess, and shall I have to marry you?
Tavy asked with horror.
No, dear, no, said the cat reassuringly. I shan't turn into anything, but you and mother will turn into happy people. I shall just not be any more for you. Then I won't do it, said Tavy. But you must. Come, draw your sword like a brave fairy prince and cut off my head.
The sword hung above his bed, with the helmet and breastplate Uncle James had given him last Christmas.
I'm not a fairy prince, said the child. I'm Tavy, and I love you. You love your mother better, said the cat. Come, cut my head off. The story always ends like that. You love mother best. It's for her sake.
Yes, Tavy was trying to think it out.
Yes, I love mother best, but I love you. And I won't cut off your head, no, not even for mother. Then, said the cat, I must do what I can.
She stood up, waving her white china tail, and before Tavy could stop her, she had leapt, not as before into his arms, but on to the wide hearthstone. It was all over. The China Cat lay broken inside the high brass fender. The sound of the smash brought Mother running. "What is it?" she cried. "Oh, Tavy, the China Cat!" "She would do it," sobbed Tavy. "She wanted me to cut off her head, and I wouldn't." "Don't talk nonsense, dear," said Mother sadly. "That
only makes it worse. Pick up the pieces." "There's only 2 pieces," said Tavy. "Couldn't you stick her together again?" "Why?" said Mother, holding the pieces close to the candle. "She's been broken before, and mended." "I knew that," said Tavy, still sobbing. "Oh, my dear White Cat! Oh, oh, oh!" The last "oh" was a howl of anguish. "Come, crying won't mend her," said Mother. "Look, there's another piece of her close to the shovel." Tavy stooped. "That's not a piece of cat," he said, and picked it up. It was a pale parchment label tied to a key. Mother held it to the candle and read: "Key of the lock behind the knot in the mantelpiece panel in the white parlour." "Tavy! I wonder but where did it come from?" "Out of my White Cat, I suppose," said Tavy, his tears stopping. "Are you going to see what's in the mantelpiece panel, Mother? Are you? Oh, do let me come and see too." "You don't deserve," Mother began, and ended, "Well, put your dressing gown on then." They went down the gallery past the pictures and the stuffed birds and tables with china on them, and downstairs on to the white parlour. But they could not see any knot in the mantelpiece panel, because it was all painted white. But Mother's fingers felt softly all over it, and found a round raised spot. It was a knot, sure enough. Then she scraped round it with her scissors till she loosened the knot, and poked it out with the scissors point. "I don't suppose there's any keyhole there really," she said. But there was, and what is more, the key fitted. The panel swung open, and inside was a little cupboard with 2 shelves. What was on the shelves? There were old laces and old embroideries, old jewellery and old silver. There was money, and there were dusty old papers that Tavy thought most uninteresting. But Mother did not think them uninteresting. She laughed and cried, or nearly cried, and said: "Oh, Tavy, this was why the China Cat was to be taken such care of." Then she told him how, 150 years before, the head of the house had gone out to fight for the Pretender, and had told his daughter to take the greatest care of the China Cat. "I will send you word of the reason by a sure hand," he said, for they parted on the open square where any spy might have overheard anything. And he had been killed by an ambush not 10 miles from home, and his daughter had never known. But she had kept the cat. "And now it has saved us," said Mother. "We can stay in the dear old house, and there are 2 other houses that will belong to us too, I think. And oh, Tavy, would you like some pound cake and ginger wine, dear?" Tavy did like, and had it. The China Cat was mended, but it was put in the glass-fronted corner cupboard in the drawing-room, because it had saved the house. Now I dare say you'll think this is all nonsense and a made-up story. Not at all. If it were, how would you account for Tavy's finding, the very next night, fast asleep on his pillow, his own white cat, the furry friend that the China Cat used to turn into every evening, the dear hostess who had amused him so well in the White Cat's fairy palace? It was she, beyond a doubt, and that was why Tavy didn't mind a bit about the China Cat being taken from him and kept under glass. You may think that it was just any old stray white cat that had come in by accident,
Tavy knows better. It has the very same tender tone in its purr that the magic White Cat had. It will not talk to Tavy, it is true, but Tavy can and does talk to it. But the thing that makes it perfectly certain that it is the White Cat is that the tips of its 2 ears are missing, just as the China Cat's ears were. If you say that it might have lost its ear tips in battle, you are the kind of person who always makes difficulties, and you may be quite sure that the kind of splendid magics that happened to Tavy will never happen to you. End of Story 6. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 7 of the Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 7. Belinda and Bellamant, or the Bells of Carillon Land. There is a certain country where a king is never allowed to reign while a queen can be found. They like queens much better than kings in that country. I can't think why. If someone has tried to teach you a little history, you will perhaps think that this is the Salic law. But it isn't. In the biggest city of that odd country there is a great bell tower, higher than the clock tower of the Houses of Parliament, where they put MPs who forget their manners. This bell tower had 7 bells in it, very sweet-toned, splendid bells, made expressly to ring on the joyful occasions when a princess was born who would be queen some day. And the great tower was built expressly for the bells to ring in. So you see what a lot they thought of queens in that country. Now in all the bells there are bell people. It is their voices that you hear when the bells ring. All that about its being the clapper of the bell is mere nonsense, and would hardly deceive a child. I don't know why people say such things. Most bell people are very energetic, busy folk, who love the sound of their own voices and hate being idle. And when nearly 200 years had gone by and no princesses had been born, they got tired of living in bells that were never rung. So they slipped out of the belfry one fine frosty night and left the big beautiful bells empty, and went off to find other homes. One of them went to live in a dinner bell, and one in a school bell, and the rest all found homes. They did not mind where, just anywhere, in fact, where they could find any bell person kind enough to give them board and lodging. And every one was surprised at the increased loudness in the voices of these hospitable bells. For of course the bell people from the belfry did their best to help in the housework, as polite guests should, and always added their voices to those of their hosts on all occasions when bell talk was called for. And the 7 big beautiful bells in the belfry were left hollow and dark and quite empty, except for the clappers, who did not care about the comforts of a home. Now, of course, a good house does not remain empty long, especially when there is no rent to pay, and in a very short time the 7 bells all had tenants, and they were all the kind of folk that no respectable bell people would care to be acquainted with. They had been turned out of other bells, cracked bells and broken bells, the bells of horses that had been lost in snowstorms, or of ships that had gone down at sea. They hated work, and they were a glum, silent, disagreeable people. But as far as they could be pleased about anything, they were pleased to live in bells that were never rung, in houses where there was nothing to do. They sat hunched up under the black domes of their houses, dressed in darkness and cobwebs, and their only pleasure was idleness, their only feasts the thick dusty silence that lies heavy in all belfries where the bells never ring. They hardly ever spoke even to each other, and in the whispers that good bell people talk in among themselves, and that no one can hear but the bat, whose ear for music is very fine, and who has himself a particularly high voice. And when they did speak, they quarrelled. And when at last the bells were rung for the birth of a princess, the wicked bell people were furious. Of course they had to ring. A bell can't help that when the rope is pulled. But their voices were so ugly that people were quite shocked. "What poor taste our ancestors must have had," they said, "to think these were good bells." You remember the bells had not rung for nearly 200 years.
Dear me, said the king to the queen, what odd ideas people had in the old days. I always understood that these bells had beautiful voices.
They're quite hideous,
said the queen, and so they were. Now that night the lazy bell folk came down out of the belfry full of anger against the princess whose birth had disturbed their idleness. There is no anger like that of a lazy person who is made to work against his will. And they crept out of the dark domes of their houses and came down in their dust dresses and cobweb cloaks, and crept up to the palace where every one had gone to bed long before, and stood round the mother-of-pearl cradle where the baby princess lay asleep. And they reached their 7 dark right hands out across the white satin coverlet, and the oldest and hoarsest and laziest said,
She shall grow uglier every day except Sundays. And every Sunday she shall be 7 times prettier than the Sunday before.
Why not uglier every day and a double dose on Sunday?
asked the youngest and spitefulest of the wicked bell people.
Because there's no rule without an exception,
said the eldest and hoarsest and laziest.
And she'll feel it all the more if she's pretty once a week. And, he added, this shall go on till she finds a bell that doesn't ring and can't ring and never will ring and wasn't made to ring.
Why not forever?
asked the young and spiteful.
Nothing goes on forever,
said the eldest bell person.
Not even ill luck. And we'll have to leave her a way out. It doesn't matter. She'll never know what it is, let alone finding it.
Then they went back to the belfry and rearranged as well as they could the comfortable web and owl's nest furniture of their houses, which had all been shaken up and disarranged by that absurd ringing of bells at the birth of a princess that nobody could really be pleased about. When the princess was 2 weeks old, the king said to the queen,
My love, the princess is not so handsome as I thought she was.
Nonsense, Henry, said the queen. The light's not good, that's all.
Next day, it was Sunday, the king pulled back the lace curtains of the cradle and said, The light's good enough now, and you see she's...
He stopped. "It must have been the light," he said. "She looks all right to-day." "Of course she does. A precious," said the Queen. But on Monday morning His Majesty was quite sure really that the Princess was rather plain for a princess. And when Sunday came, and the Princess had on her best robe and the cap with the little white ribbons in the frill, he rubbed his nose and said there was no doubt dress did make a great deal of difference, for the Princess was now as pretty as a new daisy. The Princess was several years old before her mother could be got to see that it really was better for the child to wear plain clothes and a veil on weekdays. On Sundays, of course, she could wear her best frock and a clean crown, just like anybody else. Of course, nobody ever told the Princess how ugly she was. She wore a veil on weekdays, and so did every one else in the palace, and she was never allowed to look in the glass except on Sundays, so that she had no idea that she was not as pretty all the week as she was on the first day of it. She grew up, therefore, quite contented, but the parents were in despair. "Because," said King Henry, "it's high time she was married. We ought to choose a king to rule the realm. I have always looked forward to her marrying at 21, and to our retiring on a modest competence to some nice little place in the country, where we could have a few pigs." "And a cow," said the Queen, wiping her eyes. "And a pony and trap," said the King. "And hens," said the Queen. "Yes, and now it can never, never be. Look at the child. I just ask you, look at her." "No," said the King firmly. "I haven't done that since she was 10, except on Sundays." "Couldn't we get a prince to agree to a Sundays only marriage, not let him see her during the week?" "Such an unusual arrangement," said the King, "would involve very awkward explanations, and I can't think of any except the true ones, which would be quite impossible to give. You see, we should want a first-class prince, and no really high-toned highness would take a wife on those terms." "It's a thoroughly comfortable kingdom," said the Queen doubtfully. "The young man would be handsomely provided for life." "I couldn't marry Belinda to a time-server or a place-worshipper," said the King decidedly. Meanwhile the Princess had taken the matter into her own hands. She had fallen in love. You know, of course, that a handsome book is sent out every year to all the kings who have daughters to marry. It is rather like the illustrated catalogues of Liberty's or Peter Robinson's, only instead of illustrations showing furniture or ladies' cloaks and dresses, the pictures are all of princes who are of an age to be married and are looking out for suitable wives. The book is called The Royal Match Catalogue Illustrated, and besides the pictures of the princes it has little printed bits about their incomes, accomplishments, prospects and tempers, and relations. Now the Princess saw this book, which is never shown to princesses but only to their parents. It was carelessly left lying on the round table in the parlour. She looked all through it, and she hated each prince more than the one before, till she came to the very end, and on the last page of all, screwed away in a corner, was the picture of a prince who was quite as good-looking as a prince has any call to be. "I like you,"
said Belinda softly. Then she read the little bit of print underneath. Prince Bellamant, aged 24, wants princess who doesn't object to a christening curse. Nature of curse only revealed in the strictest confidence. Good-tempered, comfortably off, quiet habits, no relations.
Poor dear, said the Princess. I wonder what the curse is. I'm sure I shouldn't mind.
The blue dusk of evening was deepening in the garden outside. The Princess rang for the lamp and went to draw the curtain. There was a rustle and a faint high squeak, and something black flopped onto the floor and fluttered there.
Oh, it's a bat!
cried the Princess as the lamp came in.
I don't like bats.
Let me fetch a dustpan and brush and sweep the nasty thing away, said the parlour-maid.
No, no, said Belinda. It's hurt, poor dear.
And though she hated bats, she picked it up. It was horribly cold to touch. One wing dragged loosely.
You can go, Jane,
said the Princess to the parlour-maid. Then she got a big velvet-covered box that had had chocolate in it, and put some cotton wool in it, and said to the bat,
You poor dear, is that comfortable?
And the bat said,
Quite, thanks.
Good gracious,
said the Princess, jumping.
I didn't know bats could talk.
Everyone can talk,
said the bat.
but not everyone can hear other people talking. You have a fine ear as well as a fine heart.
Will your wing ever get well?
asked the Princess.
I hope so,
said the bat.
But let's talk about you. Do you know why you wear a veil every day except Sundays?
Doesn't everybody?
asked Belinda.
Only here in the palace,
said the bat.
That's on your account.
But why?
asked the Princess.
Look in the glass and you'll know.
But it's wicked to look in the glass except on Sundays. And besides, they are all put away,
said the Princess.
If I were you,
said the bat,
I should go up into the attic where the youngest kitchen maid sleeps. Feel between the thatch and the wall just above her pillow, and you'll find a little round looking-glass. But come back here before you look at it.
The Princess did exactly what the bat told her to do, and when she had come back into the parlour and shut the door, she looked in the little round glass that the youngest kitchen-maid's sweetheart had given her. And when she saw her ugly, ugly, ugly face, for you must remember she had been growing uglier every day since she was born, she screamed, and then she said,
That's not me! It's a horrid picture!
It is you, though,
said the bat, firmly but kindly.
And now you see why you wear a veil all the week, and only look in the glass on Sunday.
But why?
asked the Princess in tears.
Why don't I look like that in the Sunday looking-glasses?
Because you aren't like that on Sundays,
the bat replied.
Come,
it went on.
Stop crying. I didn't tell you the dread secret of your ugliness just to make you cry, but because I know the way for you to be as pretty all the week as you are on Sundays. And since you've been so kind to me, I'll tell you. Sit down close beside me. It fatigues me to speak loud.
The Princess did, and listened through her veil and her tears while the bat told her all that I began this story by telling you.
My great 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 grandfather heard the tale years ago, he said, up in the dark, dusty, beautiful, comfortable, cobwebby belfry, and I have heard scraps of it myself, when the evil bell people were quarrelling or talking in their sleep, lazy things.
It's very good of you to tell me all this, said Belinda. But what am I to do?
You must find the bell that doesn't ring and can't ring and never will ring and wasn't made to ring.
If I were a prince, said the Princess, I could go out and seek my fortune.
Princesses have fortunes as well as princes, said the bat.
But father and mother would never let me go and look for mine.
Think, said the bat, perhaps you'll find a way.
So Belinda thought and thought, and at last she got the book that had the portraits of eligible princes in it, and she wrote to the prince who had the christening curse, and this is what she said.
Princess Belinda of Carillon Land is not afraid of christening curses. If Prince Bellamant would like to marry her, he had better apply to her royal father in the usual way. P.S. I have seen your portrait.
When the prince got this letter he was very pleased, and wrote at once for Princess Belinda's likeness. Of course they sent him a picture of her Sunday face, which was the most beautiful face in the world. As soon as he saw it, he knew that this was not only the most beautiful face in the world, but the dearest. So he wrote to her father by the next post, applying for her hand in the usual way, and enclosing the most respectable references. The king told the princess.
"Come," said he, "what do you say to this young man?"
And the princess, of course, said,
Yes, please.
So the wedding day was fixed for the first Sunday in June. But when the prince arrived, with all his glorious following of courtiers and men-at-arms, with 2 pink peacocks and a crown case full of diamonds for his bride, he absolutely refused to be married on a Sunday. Nor would he give any reason for his refusal. And then the king lost his temper and broke off the match, and the prince went away. But he did not go very far. That night he bribed a page boy to show him which was the princess's room, and he climbed up by the jasmine through the dark rose-scented night and tapped at the window.
Who's there?
Said the princess inside in the dark.
"Me,"
said the prince in the dark outside.
Then it wasn't true,
said the princess.
They told me you'd ridden away.
What a cold you've got, my princess, said the prince, hanging on by the jasmine boughs.
It's not a cold,
sniffed the princess.
Then, oh, you dear, were you crying because you thought I'd gone? He said.
I suppose so,
said she. He said, you dear, again, and kissed her hands.
Why wouldn't you be married on a Sunday? She asked. It's the curse, dearest, he explained. I couldn't tell any one but you. The fact is, Malevola wasn't asked to my christening, so she doomed me to be, well, she said, moderately good-looking all the week, and too ugly for words on Sundays. So, you see, you will be married on a weekday, won't you? But I can't, said the princess.
Because I've got a curse too, only I'm ugly all the week and pretty on Sundays." "How extremely tiresome," said the Prince. "But can't you be cured?" "Oh yes," said the Princess, and told him how. "And you," she asked, "is yours quite incurable?" "Not at all," he answered. "I've only got to stay under water for 5 minutes and the spell will be broken. But you see, beloved, the difficulty is that I can't do it. I've practised regularly from a boy, in the sea, and in the swimming bath, and even in my wash-hand basin. Hours at a time I've practised, but I never can keep under more than 2 minutes." "Oh dear," said the Princess, "this is dreadful." "It is rather trying," the Prince answered. "You're sure you like me?" she asked suddenly, "now you know that I'm only pretty once a week?" "I'd die for you," said he. "Then I'll tell you what. Send all your courtiers away and take a situation as under gardener here. I know we want one. And then every night I'll climb down the jasmine and we'll go out together and seek our fortune. I'm sure we shall find it." And they did go out the very next night, and the next, and the next, and the next, and the next, and the next. And they did not find their fortunes, but they got fonder and fonder of each other. They could not see each other's faces, but they held hands as they went along through the dark. And on the 7th night, as they passed by a house that showed chinks of light through its shutters, they heard a bell being rung outside for supper, a bell with a very loud and beautiful voice. But instead of saying, "Supper's ready," as any one would have expected, the bell was saying, "Ding dong dell, I could tell where you ought to go to break the spell." Then some one left off ringing the bell, so of course it couldn't say any more. So the two went on. A little way down the road a cow-bell tinkled behind the wet hedge of the lane, and it said not, "Here I am, quite safe," as a cow-bell should, but "Ding dong dell, all will be well, if you—" Then the cow stopped walking and began to eat, so the bell couldn't say any more. The Prince and Princess went on, and you will not be surprised to hear that they heard the voices of 5 more bells that night. The next was a school bell. The schoolmaster's little boy thought it would be fun to ring it very late at night, but his father came and caught him before the bell could say any more than "Ding-a-dong-a-dell, you can break up the spell by taking—" So that was no good. Then there were the 3 bells that were the sign over the door of an inn where people were happily dancing to a fiddle because there was a wedding. These bells said, "We are the merry 3 bells, bells, bells. You are 2 to undo spells, spells, spells." Then the wind, who was swinging the bells, suddenly thought of an appointment he had made with a pine forest to get up an entertaining imitation of sea waves for the benefit of the forest nymphs who had never been to the seaside, and he went off. So, of course, the bells couldn't ring any more, and the Prince and Princess went on down the dark road. There was a cottage, and the Princess pulled her veil closely over her face, for yellow light streamed from its open door, and it was a Wednesday. Inside a little boy was sitting on the floor. Quite a little boy. He ought to have been in bed long before, and I don't know why he wasn't. And he was ringing a little tinkling bell that had dropped off a sleigh. And this little bell said, "Tinkle, tinkle, tinkle,
I'm a little sleigh bell, but I know what I know, and I'll tell. Find the enchanter of the ringing well. He will show you how to break the spell. Tinkle, 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 I'm a little sleigh bell, but I know what I know.
And so on, over and over, again and again, because the little boy was quite contented to go on shaking his sleigh bell for ever and ever.
So now we know, said the Prince. Isn't that glorious?
Yes, very. But where's the enchanter of the ringing well?
Said the Princess doubtfully.
Oh, I've got his address in my pocket book, said the Prince. He's my godfather. He was one of the references I gave your father.
So the next night the Prince brought a horse to the garden, and he and the Princess mounted, and rode and rode and rode, and in the grey dawn they came to Wonderwood, and in the very middle of that the magician's palace stands. The Princess did not like to call on a perfect stranger so very early in the morning, so they decided to wait a little and look about them. The castle was very beautiful, decorated with a conventional design of bells and bell ropes carved in white stone. Luxuriant plants of American bell vine covered the drawbridge and portcullis. On a green lawn in front of the castle was a well, with a curious bell-shaped covering suspended over it. The lovers leaned over the mossy fern-grown wall of the well, and looking down they could see that the narrowness of the well only lasted for a few feet, and below that it spread into a cavern where water lay in a big pool.
What cheer?
Said a pleasant voice behind them. It was the enchanter, an early riser like Darwin was, and all other great scientific men. They told him what cheer. "But," Prince Bellamant ended, "it's really no use. I can't keep under water more than 2 minutes, however much I try, and my precious Belinda's not likely to find any silly old bell that doesn't ring and can't ring and never will ring and was never made to ring."
Ho, ho,
laughed the enchanter, with the soft full laughter of old age.
You've come to the right shop. Who told you?
The bells,
said Belinda.
Ah, yes.
The old man frowned kindly upon them. You must be very fond of each other.
We are,
said the two together.
Yes,
the enchanter answered, because only true lovers can hear the true speech of the bells, and then only when they're together.
Well, there's the bell.
He pointed to the covering of the well, went forward and touched some lever or spring. The covering swung out from above the well and hung over the grass grey with the dew of dawn.
That?
said Bellamant.
That?
said his godfather.
It doesn't ring, and it can't ring, and it never will ring, and it was never made to ring. Get into it.
Eh? said Bellamant, forgetting his manners. The old man took a hand of each and led them under the bell. They looked up. It had windows of thick glass, and high seats about 4 feet from its edge, running all round inside.
Take your seats, said the enchanter.
Bellamant lifted his princess to the bench and leapt up beside her.
Now,
said the old man,
sit still, hold each other's hands, and for your lives don't move.
He went away, and next moment they felt the bell swing in the air. It swung round till once more it was over the well, and then it went down, down, down.
I'm not afraid with you,
said Belinda, because she was, dreadfully. Down went the bell. The glass windows leapt into light. Looking through them, the two could see blurred glories of lamps in the side of the cave. Magic lamps, or perhaps merely electric, which curiously enough have ceased to seem magic to us nowadays. Then, with a plop, the lower edge of the bell met the water. The water rose inside it a little, then not any more, and the bell went down, down, and above their heads the green water lapped against the windows of the bell.
You're under water. If we stay 5 minutes,
Belinda whispered.
Yes, dear,
said Bellamant, and pulled out his ruby-studded chronometer.
It's 5 minutes for you, but oh, cried Belinda, it's now for me. For I found the bell that doesn't ring, and can't ring, and never will ring, and wasn't made to ring. Oh, Bellamant, dearest, it's Thursday. Have I got my Sunday face?
She tore away her veil, and his eyes, fixed upon her face, could not leave it. "Oh, dream of all the world's delight," he murmured, "how beautiful you are!" Neither spoke again till a sudden little shock told them that the bell was moving up again. "Nonsense," said Bellamant, "it's not 5 minutes." But when they looked at the ruby-studded chronometer, it was nearly 3/4 of an hour. But then, of course, the well was enchanted.
Magic? Nonsense, said the old man when they hung about him with thanks and pretty words. It's only a diving bell, my own invention. So they went home and were married, and the Princess did not wear a veil at the wedding. She said she had had enough veils to last her time. And a year and a day after that a little daughter was born to them. "Now, sweetheart," said King Bellamant. He was king now, because the old king and queen had retired from the business, and were keeping pigs and hens in the country, as they had always planned to do. "Dear sweetheart and life's love, I'm going to ring the bells with my own hands to show how glad I am for you and for the child, and for our good life together." So he went out. It was very dark, because the baby princess had chosen to be born at midnight. The king went out to the belfry that stood in the great, bare, quiet, moonlit square, and he opened the door. The furry pussy bell ropes, like huge caterpillars, hung on the first loft. The king began to climb the curly-whirly stone stair, and as he went up he heard a noise, the strangest noises, stamping and rustling and deep breathings. He stood still in the ringer's loft, where the pussy-furry caterpillary bell-ropes hung, and from the belfry above he heard the noise of strong fighting, and mixed with it the sound of voices angry and desperate, but with a noble note that thrilled the soul of the hearer like the sound of the trumpet in battle. And the voices cried, "Down, down, away, away, when good has come, ill may not stay. Out, out, into the night, the belfry bells are ours by right." And the words broke and joined again, like water when it flows against the piers of a bridge. "Down, down, ill may not stay, good has come, away, away." And the joining came like the sound of the river that flows free again. "Out, out, into the night, the belfry bells are ours by right." And then, as King Bellamant stood there, thrilled, and yet, as it were, turned to stone by the magic of this conflict that raged above him, there came a sweeping rush down the belfry ladder. The lantern he carried showed him a rout of little dark evil people, clothed in dust and cobwebs,
that scurried down the wooden steps, gnashing their teeth and growling in the bitterness of a deserved defeat. They passed, and there was silence. Then the king flew from rope to rope, pulling lustily, and from above the bells answered in their own clear, beautiful voices, because the good bell folk had driven out the usurpers and had come to their own again.
Ring-a-ring-a-ring-a-ring-a-ring, ring bell. A little baby comes on earth to dwell. Ring bell. Sound bell, sound swell. Ring for joy and wish her well. May her life tell no tale of ill spell. Ring bell, joy bell, love bell, ring.
"But I don't see," said King Bellamant, when he had told Queen Belinda all about it, "how it was that I came to hear them. The enchanter of the ringing well said that only lovers could hear what the bells had to say, and then only when they were together." "You silly dear boy," said Queen Belinda, cuddling the baby princess close under her chin. "We are lovers, aren't we? And you don't suppose I wasn't with you when you went to ring the bells for our baby? My heart and soul, anyway. All of me that matters." "Yes," said the king, "of course you were. That accounts." End of Story 7. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 8 of The Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 8. Just Now Land.
Auntie! No! 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 I will be good! Oh, I will!
The little weak voice came from the other side of the locked attic door.
You should have thought of that before,
said the strong, sharp voice outside.
I didn't mean to be naughty. I didn't, truly.
It's not what you mean, miss, it's what you do. I'll teach you not to mean, my lady.
The bitter irony of the last words dried the child's tears.
Very well, then,
she screamed.
I won't be good. I won't try to be good. I thought you'd like your nasty old garden weeded. I only did it to please you. How was I to know it was turnips? It looked just like weeds.
Then came a pause, then another shriek.
Oh, Auntie, don't! Oh, let me out! Let me out!
I'll not let you out till I've broken your spirit, my girl. You may rely on that.
The sharp voice stopped abruptly on a high note. Determined feet in strong boots sounded on the stairs, fainter, fainter. A door slammed below with a dreadful definiteness, and Elsie was left alone to wonder how soon her spirit would break. For at no less a price, it appeared, could freedom be bought. The outlook seemed hopeless. The martyrs and heroines with whom Elsie usually identified herself, their spirit had never been broken. Not chains, nor the rack, nor the fiery stake itself had even weakened them. Imprisonment in an attic would to them have been luxury compared with the boiling oil and the smoking faggots and all the intimate cruelties of mysterious instruments of steel and leather in cold dungeons lit only by the dull flare of torches and the bright watchful eyes of inquisitors. A month in the house of Auntie self-styled, and really only an unrelated Mrs. Staines, paid to take care of the child,
had held but one interest, Foxe's Book of Martyrs. It was a horrible book, the thick oleographs, their guarding sheets of tissue paper sticking to the prints like bandages to a wound. Elsie knew all about wounds, she had had one herself. Only a scalded hand, it is true, but a wound is a wound all the world over. It was a book that made you afraid to go to bed. But it was a book you could not help reading. And now it seemed as though it might at last help, and not merely sicken and terrify. But the help was frail, and broke almost instantly on the thought, "They were brave because they were good. How can I be brave when there's nothing to be brave about, except me not knowing the difference between turnips and weeds?" She sank down, a huddled black bunch on the bare attic floor, and called wildly to some one who could not answer her. Her frock was black, because the one who always used to answer could not answer any more. And her father was in India, where you cannot answer or even hear your little girl, however much she cries in England. "I won't cry," said Elsie, sobbing as violently as ever. "I can be brave, even if I'm not a saint, but only a turnip mistaker. I'll be a Bastille prisoner and tame a mouse." She dried her eyes, though the bosom of the black frock still heaved like the sea after a storm, and looked about for a mouse to tame. One could not begin too soon. But unfortunately there seemed to be no mouse at liberty just then. There were mouse-holes right enough, all round the wainscot, and in the broad time-worn boards of the old floor, but never a mouse. "Mouse, mouse," Elsie called softly. "Mousie, mousie, come and be tamed." Not a mouse replied. The attic was perfectly empty and dreadfully clean. The other attic, Elsie knew, had lots of interesting things in it, old furniture and saddles and sacks of seed potatoes, but in this attic nothing. Not so much as a bit of string on the floor that one could make knots in or twist round one's finger till it made the red ridges that are so interesting to look at afterwards. Not even a piece of paper in the draughty cold fireplace that one could make paper boats of, or prick letters in with a pin or the tag of one's shoelaces. As she stooped to see whether under the grate some old matchbox or bit of twig might have escaped the broom, she saw suddenly what she had wanted most. A mouse. It was lying on its side. She put out her hand very slowly and gently, and whispered in her softest tones, "Wake up, mousie, wake up, and come and be tamed." But the mouse never moved, and when she took it in her hand it was cold. "Oh," she moaned, "you're dead, and now I can never tame you." And she sat on the cold hearth and cried again, with the dead mouse in her lap.
"Don't cry," said somebody. "I'll find you something to tame, if you really want it."
Elsie started, and saw the head of a black bird peering at her through the square opening that leads to the chimney. The edges of him looked ragged and rainbow-coloured, but that was because she saw him through tears. To a tearless eye he was black and very smooth and sleek. "Oh!" she said, and nothing more.
"Quite so," said the bird politely. "You are surprised to hear me speak, but your surprise will be, of course, much less when I tell you that I am really a Prime Minister, condemned by an enchanter to wear the form of a crow till I can get rid of it."
"Oh!" said Elsie.
"Yes, indeed,"
said the Crow, and suddenly grew smaller till he could come comfortably through the square opening. He did this, perched on the top bar and hopped to the floor, and there he got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Elsie had scrambled to her feet, and then a black little girl of 8, and of the usual size, stood face to face with a crow as big as a man, and no doubt as old. She found words then. "Oh, don't!" she cried. "Don't get any bigger. I can't bear it."
"I can't do it," said the Crow kindly, "so that's all right. I thought you'd better get used to seeing rather large crows before I take you to Crownowland. We're all life-size there."
"But a crow's life-size isn't a man's life-size,"
Elsie managed to say.
"Oh, yes it is, when it's an enchanted crow," the bird replied. "That makes all the difference. Now, you were saying you wanted to tame something. If you'll come with me to Crownowland, I'll show you something worth taming."
"Is Crow-what's-its-name a nice place?"
Elsie asked cautiously. She was, somehow, not so very frightened now.
"Very,"
said the Crow.
"Then perhaps I shall like it so much I shan't want to be taming things."
"Oh, yes, you will, when you know how much depends on it."
"But I shouldn't like," said Elsie, "to go up the chimney. This isn't my best frock, of course, but still—"
"Quite so," said the Crow. "I only came that way for fun, and because I can fly. You shall go in by the chief gate of the kingdom like a lady. Do come."
But Elsie still hesitated.
"What sort of thing is it you want me to tame?" she said doubtfully. The enormous Crow hesitated.
A sort of lizard," it said at last. "And if you can only tame it so that it will do what you tell it to, you'll save the whole kingdom, and we'll put up a statue to you, but not in the People's Park unless they wish it,"
the bird added mysteriously.
"I should like to save a kingdom," said Elsie, "and I like lizards. I've seen lots of them in India."
"Then you'll come?"
said the Crow.
"Yes, but how do we go?"
"There are only 2 doors out of this world into another," said the Crow. "I'll take you through the nearest. Allow me."
It put its wing round her so that her face nestled against the black softness of the under wing feathers. It was warm and dark and sleepy there, and very comfortable. For a moment she seemed to swim easily in a soft sea of dreams. Then, with a little shock, she found herself standing on a marble terrace, looking out over a city far more beautiful and wonderful than she had ever seen or imagined. The great man-sized Crow was by her side.
"Now," it
said, pointing with the longest of its long black wing feathers,
"you see this beautiful city?"
"Yes," said Elsie, "of course I do."
"Well, I hardly like to tell you the story," said the Crow, "but it's a long time ago, and I hope you won't think the worse of us, because we're really very sorry."
"If you're really sorry," said Elsie primly, "of course it's all right."
"Unfortunately it isn't," said the Crow. "You see the great square down there?"
Elsie looked down on a square of green trees, broken a little towards the middle.
"Well, that's where it is, what you've got to tame, you know."
"But what did you do that was wrong?"
"We were unkind," said the Crow slowly, "and unjust and ungenerous. We had servants and work people doing everything for us. We had nothing to do but be kind, and we weren't.
Dear me, said Elsie feebly.
We had several warnings, said the Crow. There was an old parchment, and it said just how you ought to behave and all that. But we didn't care what it said. I was court magician as well as Prime Minister, and I ought to have known better, but I didn't. We all wore frock coats and high hats then,
he added sadly.
Go on,
said Elsie, her eyes wandering from one beautiful building to another of the many that nestled among the trees of the city.
And the old parchment said that if we didn't behave well, our bodies would grow like our souls. But we didn't think so. And then all in a minute they did. And we were crows, and our bodies were as black as our souls. Our souls are quite white now,
it added reassuringly.
But what was the dreadful thing you'd done?
We'd been unkind to the people who worked for us, not given them enough food or clothes or fire, and at last we took away even their play. There was a big park that the people played in, and we built a wall round it and took it for ourselves. And the king was going to set a statue of himself up in the middle. And then before we could begin to enjoy it, we were turned into big black crows, and the working people into big white pigeons, and they can go where they like, but we have to stay here till we've tamed the... We can never go into the park until we've settled the thing that guards it, and that thing's a big lizard. In fact, it's a dragon.
Oh!
cried Elsie, but she was not as frightened as the Crow seemed to expect, because every now and then she had felt sure that she was really safe in her own bed, and that this was a dream. It was not a dream, but the belief that it was made her very brave, and she felt quite sure that she could settle a dragon if necessary. A dream dragon, that is. And the rest of the time she thought about Fox's Book of Martyrs, and what a heroine she now had the chance to be.
You want me to kill it?
She asked.
Oh, no, to tame it,
said the Crow.
We've tried all sorts of means, long whips like people tame horses with, and red-hot bars such as lion tamers use, and it's all been perfectly useless. And there the dragon lives and will live till someone can tame him and get him to follow them like a tame fawn and eat out of their hand.
What does the dragon like to eat? Elsie asked.
Crows,
replied the other in an uncomfortable whisper.
At least I've never known it eat anything else.
Am I to try to tame it now?
Elsie asked.
Oh dear no, said the Crow. We'll have a banquet in your honour, and you shall have tea with the princess.
How do you know who is a princess and who's not, if you're all crows?
Elsie cried.
How do you know one human being from another? The Crow replied. Besides, come on to the palace.
It led her along the terrace and down some marble steps to a small arched door.
The tradesman's entrance, it explained. Excuse it, the courtiers are crowding in by the front door.
Then through long corridors and passages they went, and at last into the throne room. Many crows stood about in respectful attitudes. On the golden throne leaning a gloomy head upon the first joint of his right wing, the sovereign of Crownowland was musing dejectedly. A little girl of about Elsie's age sat on the steps of the throne, nursing a handsome doll.
Who is the little girl?
Elsie asked.
Curtsy! That's the princess,
the Prime Minister Crow whispered, and Elsie made the best curtsy she could think of in such a hurry.
She wasn't wicked enough to be turned into a crow, or poor enough to be turned into a pigeon, so she remains a dear little girl, just as she always was.
The princess dropped her doll and ran down the steps of the throne to meet Elsie.
You dear, she said, you've come to play with me, haven't you? All the little girls I used to play with have turned into crows, and their beaks are so awkward at dolls' tea parties. And wings are no good to nurse dollies with. Let's have a dolls' tea party now, shall we?
May we? Elsie looked at the Crow King, who nodded his head hopelessly. So, hand in hand, they went. I wonder whether you have ever had the run of a perfectly beautiful palace, and a nursery absolutely crammed with all the toys you ever had or wanted to have. Dolls' houses, dolls' china tea sets, rocking horses, bricks, ninepins, paint boxes, conjuring tricks, pewter dinner services, and any number of dolls, all most agreeable and distinguished. If you have, you may perhaps be able faintly to imagine Elsie's happiness. And better than all the toys was the Princess Perdona, so gentle and kind and jolly, full of ideas for games, and surrounded by the means for playing them. Think of it, after that bare attic, with not even a bit of string to play with, and no company but the poor little dead mouse. There is no room in this story to tell you of all the games they had. I can only say that the time went by so quickly that they never noticed it going, and were amazed when the Crown nursemaid brought in the royal tea tray. Tea was a beautiful meal, with pink iced cake in it. Now, all the time that these glorious games had been going on, and this magnificent tea, the wisest crows of Crownowland had been holding a council. They had decided that there was no time like the present, and that Elsie had better try to tame the dragon soon as late.
But, the king said, she mustn't run any risks. A guard of 50 stalwart crows must go with her, and if the dragon shows the least temper, 50 crows must throw themselves between her and danger, even if it cost 51 crow lives. For I myself will lead that band. Who will volunteer?
Volunteers to the number of some thousands instantly stepped forward, and the field marshal selected 50 of the strongest crows. And then, in the pleasant pinkness of the sunset, Elsie was led out on to the palace steps, where the king made a speech and said what a heroine she was, and how like Joan of Arc. And the crows who had gathered from all parts of the town cheered madly. Did you ever hear crows cheering? It is a wonderful sound. Then Elsie got into a magnificent gilt coach drawn by 8 white horses, with a crow at the head of each horse. The princess sat with her on the blue velvet cushions and held her hand.
I know you'll do it,
said she.
You're so brave and clever, Elsie.
And Elsie felt braver than before, although now it did not seem so like a dream. But she thought of the martyrs and held Perdona's hand very tight. At the gates of the Green Park the princess kissed and hugged her new friend. Her state crown, which she had put on in honour of the occasion, got pushed quite on one side in the warmth of her embrace, and Elsie stepped out of the carriage. There was a great crowd of crows round the park gates, and every one cheered and shouted,
Speech! Speech!
Elsie got as far as, "Ladies and gentlemen, crows, I mean," and then she could not think of anything more, so she simply added, "Please, I'm ready." I wish you could have heard those crows cheer. But Elsie wouldn't have the escort.
It's very kind, she said, but the dragon only eats crows, and I'm not a crow, thank goodness. I mean, I'm not a crow. And if I've got to be brave, I'd like to be brave, and none of you to get eaten. If only some one will come with me to show me the way, and then run back as hard as he can when we get near the dragon. Please."
"If only one goes, I shall be the one," said the King.
And he and Elsie went through the great gates side by side. She held the end of his wing, which was the nearest they could get to hand in hand. The crowd outside waited in breathless silence. Elsie and the King went on through the winding paths of the People's Park. And by the winding paths they came at last to the dragon. He lay very peacefully on a great stone slab, his enormous bat-like wings spread out on the grass, and his goldy green scales glittering in the pretty pink sunset light.
"Go back," said Elsie.
"No,"
said the King. "If you don't," said Elsie, "I won't go on. Seeing a crow might rouse him to fury, or give him an appetite, or something. Do go."
So he went, but not far. He hid behind a tree, and from its shelter he watched. Elsie drew a long breath. Her heart was thumping under the black frock.
"Suppose," she thought, "he takes me for a crow."
But she thought how yellow her hair was, and decided that the dragon would be certain to notice that.
"Quick march," she said to herself. "Remember Joan of Arc,"
and walked right up to the dragon. It never moved, but watched her suspiciously out of its bright green eyes.
"Dragon dear,"
she said in her clear little voice.
"Eh?"
said the dragon in tones of extreme astonishment.
"Dragon dear," she repeated, "do you like sugar?"
"Yes,"
said the dragon.
"Well, I've brought you some. You won't hurt me if I bring it to you?"
The dragon violently shook its vast head.
"It's not much," said Elsie, "but I saved it at tea time, 4 lumps, 2 for each of my mugs of milk."
She laid the sugar on the stone slab by the dragon's paw. It turned its head towards the sugar. The pinky sunset light fell on its face, and Elsie saw that it was weeping. Great fat tears, as big as prize pears, were coursing down its wrinkled cheeks.
"Oh, don't," said Elsie. "Don't cry. Poor dragon, what's the matter?"
"Oh," sobbed the dragon, "I'm only so glad you've come. I've been so lonely. No one to love me. You do love me, don't you?"
I'm sure I shall when I know you better," said Elsie kindly.
"Give me a kiss, dear,"
said the dragon, sniffing. It is no joke to kiss a dragon, but Elsie did it, somewhere on the hard green wrinkles of its forehead.
"Oh, thank you,"
said the dragon, brushing away its tears with the tip of its tail.
"That breaks the charm.
I can move now, and I've got back all my lost wisdom. Come along, I do want my tea."
So to the waiting crowd at the gate came Elsie and the dragon side by side. And at the sight of the dragon, tamed, a great shout went up from the crowd. And at that shout, each one in the crowd turned quickly to the next one, for it was the shout of men and not of crows, because at the first sight of the dragon tamed, they had left off being crows for ever and ever, and once again were men. The king came running through the gates, his royal robes held high, so that he shouldn't trip over them, and he too was no longer a crow, but a man. And what did Elsie feel after being so brave? Well, she felt that she would like to cry and also to laugh, and she felt that she loved not only the dragon, but every man, woman and child in the whole world, even Mrs. Staines. She rode back to the palace on the dragon's back. And as they went, the crowd of citizens who had been crows met the crowd of citizens who had been pigeons, and these were poor men in poor clothes. It would have done you good to see how the ones who had been rich and crows ran to meet the ones who had been pigeons and poor. "Come and stay at my house, brother," they cried to those who had no homes. "Brother, I have many coats, come and choose some," they cried to the ragged. "Come and feast with me," they cried to all. And the rich and the poor went off arm in arm to feast and be glad that night, and the next day to work side by side. "For," said the king, speaking with his hand on the neck of the tamed dragon, "our land has been called Crow-now land, but we are no longer crows, we are men, and we will be just men. And our country shall be called Just-now land for ever and ever. And for the future we shall not be rich and poor, but fellow workers, and each will do his best for his brothers and his own city. And your king shall be your servant." I don't know how they managed this, but no one seemed to think that there would be any difficulty about it when the king mentioned it. And when people really make up their minds to do anything, difficulties do most oddly disappear. Wonderful rejoicings there were. The city was hung with flags and lamps. Bands played, the performers a little out of practice, because, of course, crows can't play the flute or the violin or the trombone. But the effect was very gay indeed. Then came the time, it was quite dark, when the king rose up on his throne and spoke, and Elsie, among all her new friends, listened with them to his words. "Our deliverer Elsie," he said, "was brought hither by the good magic of our chief mage and prime minister. She has removed the enchantment that held us, and the dragon, now that he has had his tea and recovered from the shock of being kindly treated, turns out to be the second strongest magician in the world, and he will help us and advise us, so long as we remember that we are all brothers and fellow workers. And now comes the time when our Elsie must return to her own place, or another go in her stead. But we cannot send back our heroine, our deliverer." Long, loud cheering. "So one shall take her place. My daughter—" The end of the sentence was lost in shouts of admiration, but Elsie stood up, small and white in her black frock, and said,
"No, thank you. Perdona would simply hate it, and she doesn't know my daddy. He'll fetch me away from Mrs. Staines some day."
The thought of her daddy far away in India, of the loneliness of Willow Farm, where now it would be night in that horrible bare attic where the poor dead untameable little mouse was, nearly choked Elsie. It was so bright and light and good and kind here, and India was so far away. Her voice stayed a moment on a broken note. I... Then she spoke firmly.
Thank you all so much, she said, so very much. I do love you all. And it's lovely here, but please, I'd like to go home now.
The Prime Minister, in a silence full of love and understanding, folded his dark cloak round her. It was dark in the attic. Elsie, crouching alone in the blackness by the fireplace where the dead mouse had been, put out her hand to touch its cold fur. There were wheels on the gravel outside. The knocker swung strongly. Rat-tat-tat-tat, tat-tat. A pause. Voices. Hasty feet in strong boots sounded on the stairs. The key turned in the lock. The door opened a dazzling crack, then fully, to the glare of a lamp carried by Mrs. Staines.
"Come down at once. I'm sure you're good now," she said, in a great hurry, and in a new honeyed voice. But there were other feet on the stairs, a step that Elsie knew. "Where's my girl?" the voice she knew cried cheerfully. But under the cheerfulness Elsie heard something other and dearer. "Where's my girl?" After all, it takes less than a month to come from India to the house in England where one's heart is. Out of the bare attic and the darkness Elsie leapt into light, into arms she knew.
"Oh, my daddy!" she cried. "How glad I am I came back!"
End of Story 8. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 9 of The Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 9. The Related Muff. We had never seen our cousin Sidney till that Christmas Eve, and we didn't want to see him then, and we didn't like him when we did see him. He was just dumped down into the middle of us by mother, at a time when it would have been unkind to her to say how little we wanted him. We knew already that there wasn't to be any proper Christmas for us, because Aunt Ellie, the one who always used to send the necklaces and carved things from India and remembered everybody's birthday, had come home ill. Very ill she was, at a hotel in London, and mother had to go to her, and of course father was away with his ship. And then, after we had said good-bye to mother and told her how sorry we were left to ourselves, and told each other what a shame it was, and no presents or anything. And then mother came suddenly back in a cab, and we all shouted "Hooray!" when we saw the cab stop and her get out of it. And then we saw she was getting something out of the cab, and our hearts leapt up like the man's in the piece of school poetry when he beheld a rainbow in the sky, because we thought she had remembered about the presents, and the thing she was getting out of the cab was them. Of course it was not. It was Sidney, very thin and yellow, and looking as sullen as a pig. We opened the front door. Mother didn't even come in. She just said, "Here's your cousin Sidney. Be nice to him and give him a good time, there's darlings. And don't forget he's your visitor, so be very extra nice to him." I have sometimes thought it was the fault of what mother said about the visitor that made what did happen, happen.
but I'm almost sure really that it was the fault of us, though I did not see it at the time, and even now I'm sure we didn't mean to be unkind. Quite the opposite. But the events of life are very confusing, especially when you try to think what made you do them, and whether you really meant to be naughty or not. Quite often it is not, but it turns out just the same. When the cab had carried Mother away, Hilda said it was like a dragon carrying away a queen. We said, "How do you do?" to our cousin Sidney, who replied, "Quite well, thank you." And then, curiously enough, no one could think of anything more to say. Then Rupert, which is me, remembered that about being a visitor, and he said, "Won't you come into the drawing-room?" He did, when he had taken off his gloves and overcoat. There was a fire in the drawing-room because we had been going to have games there with Mother, only the telegram came about Aunt Ellie. So we all sat on chairs in the drawing-room and thought of nothing to say, harder than ever. Hilda did say, "How old are you?" But of course we knew the answer to that. It was 10. And Hugh said, "Do you like England or India best?" And our cousin replied, "India ever so much, thank you." I never felt such a duffer. It was awful. With all the millions of interesting things that there are to say at other times, and I couldn't think of one. At last I said, "Do you like games?" And our cousin replied, "Some games I do," in a tone that made me sure that the games he liked wouldn't be our kind, but some wild Indian sort that we didn't know. I could see that the others were feeling just like me, and I knew we could not go on like this till tea time. And yet I didn't see any other way to go on in. It was Hilda who cut the gorgeous knot at last. She said, "Hugh, let you and I go and make a lovely surprise for Rupert and Sidney." And before I could think of any way of stopping them without being downright rude to our new cousin, they had fled the scene, just like any old conspirators. Rupert, me, I mean, was left alone with the stranger. I said, "Is there anything you'd like to do?" And he said, "No, thank you." Then neither of us said anything for a bit, and I could hear the others shrieking with laughter in the hall. I said, "I wonder what the surprise will be like." He said, "Yes, I wonder." But I could tell from his tone that he didn't wonder a bit. The others were yelling with laughter. Have you ever noticed how very amused people always are when you're not there? If you're in bed, ill or in disgrace or anything, it always sounds like far finer jokes than ever occur when you're not out of things. "Do you like reading?" said I, who am Rupert, in the tones of despair. "Yes," said the cousin. "Then take a book," I said hastily, for I really could not stand it another second. "And you just read till the surprise is ready. I think I ought to go and help the others. I'm the eldest, you know." I did not wait. I suppose if you're 10 you can choose a book for yourself. And I went. Hilda's idea was just Indians, but I thought a wigwam would be nice. So we made one with the hall table and the fur rugs off the floor. If everything had been different and Aunt Ellie hadn't been ill, we were to have had turkey for dinner. The turkey's feathers were splendid for Indians, and the striped blankets off Hugh's and my beds, and all Mother's beads. The hall is big like a room, and there was a fire. The afternoon passed like a beautiful dream. When Rupert had done his own feathering and blanketing, as well as brown paper moccasins, he helped the others. The tea bell rang before we were quite dressed. We got Louisa to go up and tell our cousin that the surprise was ready, and we all got inside the wigwam. It was a very tight fit with the feathers and the blankets. He came down the stairs very slowly, reading all the time, and when he got to the mat at the bottom of the stairs We burst forth in all our war paint from the wigwam. It upset because Hugh and Hilda stuck between the table's legs, and it fell on the stone floor with quite a loud noise. The wild Indians picked themselves up out of the ruins and did the finest war dance I've ever seen in front of my cousin Sidney. He gave one little scream and then sat down suddenly on the bottom steps. He leaned his head against the banisters, and we thought he was admiring the war dance, till Eliza, who had been laughing and making as much noise as any one, suddenly went up to him and shook him. "Stop that noise," she said to us. "He's gone off into a dead faint." He had. Of course we were very sorry and all that, but we never thought he'd be such a muff as to be frightened of 3 red Indians and a wigwam that happened to upset. He was put to bed and we had our teas. "I wish we hadn't," Hilda said. "So do I," said Hugh. But Rupert said, "No one could have expected a cousin of ours to be a chicken-hearted duffer. He's a muff. It's bad enough to have a muff in the house at all, and at Christmas time too. But a related muff." Still, the affair had cast a gloom, and we were glad when it was bedtime. Next day was Christmas Day, and no presents, and nobody but the servants to wish a Merry Christmas to. Our cousin Sidney came down to breakfast, and as it was Christmas Day, Rupert bent his proud spirit to own he was sorry about the Indians. Sidney said, "It doesn't matter. I'm sorry too, only I didn't expect it." We suggested 2 or 3 games, such as parlour cricket, National Gallery, and grab, but Sidney said he would rather read. So we said would he mind if we played out the Indian game, which we dropped out of politeness when he fainted. He said, "I don't mind at all, now I know what it is you're up to. No, thank you, I'd rather read," he added, in reply to Rupert's unselfish offer to dress him for the part of Sitting Bull. So he read Treasure Island, and we fought on the stairs, with no casualties except the gas globes, and then we scalped all the dolls, putting on paper scalps first because Hilda wished it, and we scalped Eliza as she passed through the hall. Hers was a white scalp with lacy stuff on it and long streamers. And when it was beginning to get dark, we thought of flying machines. Of course Sidney wouldn't play at that either, and Hilda and Hugh were contented with paper wings. There were some rolls of rather decent yellow and pink crinkled paper that Mother had bought to make lampshades of. They made wings of this, and then they played at fairies up and down the stairs, while Sidney sat at the bottom of the stairs and went on reading Treasure Island. But Rupert was determined to have a flying machine with real flipper-flappery wings like at Hendon. So he got 2 brass fireguards out of the spare room and Mother's bedroom, and covered them with newspapers fastened on with string. Then he got a tea tray and fastened it on to himself with rug straps, and then he slipped his arms in between the string and the fireguards and went to the top of the stairs and shouting, "Look out below there! Beware flying machines!" he sat down suddenly on the tray and tobogganed gloriously down the stairs, flapping his fireguard wings. It was a great success, and felt more like flying than anything he ever played at. But Hilda had not had time to look out thoroughly, because he did not wait any time between his warning and his descent, so that she was still fluttering in the character of Queen of the Butterfly Fairies about half-way down the stairs, when the flying machine, composed of the 2 guards, the tea tray and Rupert, started from the top of them, and she could only get out of the way by standing back close against the wall. Unluckily the place where she was also the place where the gas was burning in a little recess,
You remember we had broken the globe when we were playing Indians. Now, of course, you know what happened, because you have read Harriet and the Matches and all the rest of the stories that have been written to persuade children not to play with fire. No one was playing with fire that day, it is true, or doing anything really naughty at all. But however naughty we had been, the thing that happened couldn't have been much worse. For the flying machine, as it came rushing round the curve of the staircase, banged against the legs of Hilda. She screamed and stumbled back. Her pink paper wings went into the gas that hadn't a globe. They flamed up, her hair frizzled, and her lace collar caught fire. Rupert could not do anything, because he was held fast in his flying machine, and he and it were rolling painfully on the mat at the bottom of the stairs. Hilda screamed. I have since heard that a great yellow light fell on the pages of Treasure Island. Next moment Treasure Island went spinning across the room. Sidney caught up the fur rug that was part of the wigwam, and as Hilda, screaming horribly and with wings not of paper but of flames, rushed down the staircase and stumbled over the flying machine, Sidney threw the rug over her and rolled her over and over on the floor. "Lie down!" he cried. "Lie down! It's the only way." But somehow people never will lie down when their clothes are on fire, any more than they will lie still in the water if they think they are drowning and some one is trying to save them. It came to something very like a fight. Hilda fought and struggled. Rupert got out of his fire guards and added himself and his tea tray to the scrimmage. Hugh slid down to the knob of the banisters and sat there yelling. The servants came rushing in. But by that time the fire was out, and Sidney gasped out, "It's all right. You aren't burned, Hilda, are you?" Hilda was much too frightened to know whether she was burnt or not, but Eliza looked her over, and it turned out that only her neck was a little scorched, and a good deal of her hair frizzled off short. Every one stood rather breathless and pale, and every one's face was much dirtier than customary, except Hugh's, which he had, as usual, dirtied thoroughly quite early in the afternoon. Rupert felt perfectly awful, ashamed and proud and rather sick. "You're a regular hero, Sidney," he said, and it was not easy to say. "And yesterday I said you were a related muff, and I'm jolly sorry I did. Shake hands, won't you?" Sidney hesitated. "Too proud?" Rupert's feelings were hurt, and I should not wonder if he spoke rather fiercely. It's a little burnt, I think," said Sidney. "Don't be angry." And he held out the left hand. Rupert grasped it. "I do beg your pardon," he said. "You are a hero." Sidney's hand was bad for ever so long, but we were tremendous chums after that. It was when they'd done the hand up with scraped potato and salad oil, a great big fat wet plaster of it, that I said to him, "I don't care if you don't like games. Let's be pals." And he said, "I do like games, but I couldn't care about anything with mother so ill. I know you'll think I'm a muff, but I'm not really, only I do love her so." And with that he began to cry, and I thumped him on the back and told him exactly what a beast I knew I was, to comfort him. When Aunt Ellie was well again, we kept Christmas on the 6th of January, which used to be Christmas Day in middle-aged times. Father came home before New Year, and he had a silver medal made, with a flame on one side, and on the other Sidney's name, and "For Bravery." If I had not been tied up in fire guards and tea trays, perhaps I should have thought of the rug and got the medal. But I do not grudge it to Sidney. He deserved it. And he is not a muff. I see now that a person might very well be frightened at finding Indians in the hall of a strange house,
especially if the person had just come from the kind of India where the Indians are quite a different sort, and much milder, with no feathers and wigwams and war dances, but only dusky features and university degrees. End of Story 9. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 10 of the Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 10. The Aunt and Amabel. It is not pleasant to be a fish out of water. To be a cat in water is not what any one would desire. To be in a temper is uncomfortable, and no one can fully taste the joys of life if he is in a little Lord Fauntleroy suit. But by far the most uncomfortable thing to be in is disgrace, sometimes amusingly called Coventry by the people who are not in it. We have all been there. It is a place where the heart sinks and aches, where familiar faces are clouded and changed, where any remark that one may tremblingly make is received with stony silence, or with the assurance that nobody wants to talk to such a naughty child. If you are only in disgrace and not in solitary confinement, you will creep about a house that is like the one you have had such jolly times in, and yet as unlike it as a bad dream is to a June morning. You will long to speak to people and be afraid to speak. You will wonder whether there is anything you can do that will change things at all. You have said you are sorry, and that has changed nothing. You will wonder whether you are to stay for ever in this desolate place, outside all hope and love and fun and happiness. And though it has happened before, and has always in the end come to an end, you can never be quite sure that this time it is not going to last for ever.
"It is going to last for ever," said Amabel, who was 8. "What shall I do? Oh, whatever shall I do?"
What she had done ought to have formed the subject of her meditations. And she had done what had seemed to her all the time, and in fact still seemed, a self-sacrificing and noble act. She was staying with an aunt. Measles, or a new baby, or the painters in the house, I forget which, the cause of her banishment. And the aunt, who was really a great aunt, and quite old enough to know better, had been grumbling about her head gardener to a lady who called in blue spectacles and a beady bonnet with violet flowers in it.
"He hardly lets me have a plant for the table," said the aunt. "And that border in front of the breakfast-room window, it's just bare earth, and I expressly ordered chrysanthemums to be planted there. He thinks of nothing but his greenhouse."
The beady violet blue-glassed lady snorted, and said she didn't know what we were coming to, and she would have just half a cup, please, with not quite so much milk. Thank you very much. Now what would you have done? Minded your own business, most likely, and not got into trouble at all. Not so Amabel. Enthusiastically anxious to do something which should make the great aunt see what a thoughtful, unselfish little girl she really was, the aunt's opinion of her being at present quite otherwise, she got up very early in the morning and took the cutting-out scissors from the workroom table drawer, and stole, like an errand of mercy, she told herself, to the greenhouse, where she busily snipped off every single flower she could find. Macfarlane was at his breakfast. Then with the points of the cutting-out scissors she made nice deep little holes in the flower-bed where the chrysanthemums ought to have been, and struck the flowers in, chrysanthemums, geraniums, primulas, orchids and carnations. It would be a lovely surprise for Auntie.
Then the aunt came down to breakfast and saw the lovely surprise. Amabel's world turned upside down and inside out, suddenly and surprisingly, and there she was in Coventry, and not even the housemaid would speak to her. Her great uncle, whom she passed in the hall on her way to her own room, did indeed, as he smoothed his hat, murmur, "Sent to Coventry, eh? Never mind, it'll soon be over," and went off to the city, banging the front door behind him. He meant well, but he did not understand. Amabel understood, or she thought she did, and knew in her miserable heart that she was sent to Coventry for the last time, and that this time she would stay there. "I don't care," she said quite untruly. "I'll never try to be kind to any one again." And that wasn't true either. She was to spend the whole day alone in the best bedroom, the one with the four-post bed and the red curtains, and the large wardrobe with a looking-glass in it that you could see yourself in to the very ends of your strap-shoes. The first thing Amabel did was to look at herself in the glass. She was still sniffing and sobbing, and her eyes were swimming in tears. Another one rolled down her nose as she looked. That was very interesting. Another rolled down, and that was the last, because as soon as you get interested in watching your tears, they stop. Next she looked out of the window and saw the decorated flower-bed just as she had left it, very bright and beautiful.
"Well, it does look nice," she said. "I don't care what they say."
Then she looked round the room for something to read. There was nothing. The old-fashioned best bedrooms never did have anything. Only on the large dressing-table on the left-hand side of the oval swing-glass was one book covered in red velvet, and on it, very twistily embroidered in yellow silk, and mixed up with misleading leaves and squiggles, were the letters A, B, C.
"Perhaps it's a picture alphabet,"
said Amabel, and was quite pleased, though of course she was much too old to care for alphabets. Only when one is very unhappy and very dull, anything is better than nothing. She opened the book.
"Why, it's only a time-table," she said. "I suppose it's for people when they want to go away, and Auntie puts it here in case they suddenly make up their minds to go, and feel that they can't wait another minute. I feel like that, only it's no good, and I expect other people do too." She had learned how to use the dictionary, and this seemed to go the same way. She looked up the names of all the places she knew: Brighton, where she had once spent a month; Rugby, where her brother was at school; and home, which was Amberley, and she saw the times when the trains left for these places, and wished she could go by those trains. And once more she looked round the best bedroom which was her prison, and thought of the Bastille, and wished she had a toad to tame like the poor Viscount, or a flower to watch growing like Picciola, and she was very sorry for herself, and very angry with her aunt, and very grieved at the conduct of her parents. She had expected better things from them, and now they had left her in this dreadful place where no one loved her and no one understood her. There seemed to be no place for toads or flowers in the best room. It was carpeted all over, even in its least noticeable corners. It had everything a best room ought to have, and everything was of dark shining mahogany. The toilet table had a set of red and gold glass things, a tray, candlesticks, a ring stand, many little pots with lids, and 2 bottles with stoppers. When the stoppers were taken out they smelt very strange, something like very old scent, and something like cold cream, also very old, and something like going to the dentist's. I do not know whether the scent of those bottles had anything to do with what happened. It certainly was a very extraordinary scent.
quite different from any perfume that I smell nowadays, but I remember that when I was a little girl I smelt it quite often. But then there are no best rooms now such as there used to be. The best rooms now are gay with chintz and mirrors, and there are always flowers and books and little tables to put your teacup on, and sofas and armchairs, and they smell of varnish and new furniture. When Amabel had sniffed at both bottles and looked in all the pots, which were quite clean and empty except for a pearl button and 2 pins in one of them, she took up the ABC again to look for Whitby, where her godmother lived. And it was then that she saw the extraordinary name, Where You Want to Go To. This was odd, but the name of the station from which it started was still more extraordinary, for it was not Euston or Cannon Street or Marylebone. The name of the station was Big Wardrobe and Spare Room, and below this name, really quite unusual for a station, Amabel read in small letters, Single fares strictly forbidden. Return tickets, no class, nuppence. Trains leave Big Wardrobe in Spare Room all the time. And under that, in still smaller letters, You had better go now. What would you have done? Rubbed your eyes and thought you were dreaming? Well, if you had, nothing more would have happened. Nothing ever does when you behave like that. Amabel was wiser. She went straight to the big wardrobe and turned its glass handle. "I expect it's only shelves and people's best hats," she said. But she only said it. People often say what they don't mean, so that if things turn out as they don't expect, they can say, "I told you so." But this is most dishonest to oneself, and being dishonest to oneself is almost worse than being dishonest to other people. Amabel would never have done it if she had been herself, but she was out of herself with anger and unhappiness. Of course, it wasn't hats. It was, most amazingly, a crystal cave, very oddly shaped like a railway station. It seemed to be lighted by stars, which is, of course, unusual in a booking office, and over the station clock was a full moon. The clock had no figures, only Now in shining letters all round it 12 times, and the Nows touched, so the clock was bound to be always right. How different from the clock you go to school by! A porter in white satin hurried forward to take Amabel's luggage. Her luggage was the ABC, which she still held in her hand. "Lots of time, miss," he said, grinning in a most friendly way. "I am glad you're going. You will enjoy yourself. What a nice little girl you are." This was cheering. Amabel smiled. At the pigeon-hole that tickets come out of, another person, also in white satin, was ready with a mother-of-pearl ticket, round like a card counter. "Here you are, miss," he said with the kindest smile. "Price nothing, and refreshments free all the way. It's a pleasure," he added, "to issue a ticket to a nice little lady like you." The train was entirely of crystal too, and the cushions were of white satin. There were little buttons such as you have for electric bells, and on them, "What you want to eat," "What you want to drink," "What you want to read," in silver letters. Amabel pressed all the buttons at once, and instantly felt obliged to blink. The blink over, she saw on the cushion by her side a silver tray with vanilla ice, boiled chicken and white sauce, almonds, blanched, peppermint creams and mashed potatoes, and a long glass of lemonade. Beside the tray was a book. It was Mrs. Ewing's Bad-Tempered Family, and it was bound in white vellum. There is nothing more luxurious than eating while you read, unless it be reading while you eat. Amabel did both. They are not the same thing, as you will see if you think the matter over. And just as the last thrill of the last spoonful of ice died away, and the last full stop of the bad-tempered family met Amabel's eye, the train stopped, and hundreds of railway officials in white velvet shouted, "Where you want to go to? Get out!" A velvety porter, who was somehow like a silkworm as well as like a wedding-handkerchief sachet, opened the door. "Now," he said, "come on out, Miss Amabel, unless you want to go to where you don't want to go to." She hurried out on to an ivory platform. "Not on the ivory, if you please," said the porter. "The white Axminster carpet. It's laid down expressly for you." Amabel walked along it and saw ahead of her a crowd all in white. "What's all that?" she asked the friendly porter. "It's the mayor, dear Miss Amabel," he said, "with your address." "My address is the old cottage Amberley," she said. "At least it used to be," and found herself face to face with the mayor. He was very like Uncle George, but he bowed low to her, which was not Uncle George's habit, and said,
"Welcome, dear little Amabel. Please accept this admiring address from the mayor and burgesses and apprentices and all the rest of it of where you want to go to."
The address was in silver letters on white silk, and it said, "Welcome, dear Amabel. We know you meant to please your aunt. It was very clever of you to think of putting the greenhouse flowers in the bare flower bed. You couldn't be expected to know that you ought to ask leave before you touch other people's things."
"Oh, but," said Amabel, quite confused, "I did."
But the band struck up and drowned her words. The instruments of the band were all of silver, and the bandsman's clothes of white leather. The tune they played was Cheer-O. Then Amabel found that she was taking part in a procession, hand in hand with the mayor, and the band playing like mad all the time. The mayor was dressed entirely in cloth of silver, and as they went along he kept saying close to her ear,
"You have our sympathy, you have our sympathy,"
till she felt quite giddy. There was a flower show. All the flowers were white. There was a concert. All the tunes were old ones. There was a play called Put Yourself in Her Place, and there was a banquet with Amabel in the place of honour. They drank her health in white wine whey, and then through the crystal hall of 1,000 gleaming pillars, where thousands of guests, all in white, were met to do honour to Amabel, the shout went up, "Speech! Speech!" I cannot explain to you what had been going on in Amabel's mind. Perhaps you know. Whatever it was, it began like a very tiny butterfly in a box that could not keep quiet, but fluttered and fluttered and fluttered. And when the mayor rose and said,
"Dear Amabel, you whom we all love and understand. Dear Amabel, you who were so unjustly punished for trying to give pleasure to an unresponsive aunt. Poor, ill-used, ill-treated, innocent Amabel, blameless, suffering Amabel, we await your words."
that fluttering, tiresome butterfly thing inside her seemed suddenly to swell to the size and strength of a fluttering albatross, and Amabel got up from her seat of honour on the throne of ivory and silver and pearl, and said, choking a little, and extremely red about the ears,
"Ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to make a speech. I just want to say thank you, and to say.
She stopped, and all the white crowd cheered.
To say,"
she went on as the cheers died down,
"that I wasn't blameless and innocent and all those nice things. I ought to have thought, and they were Auntie's flowers, but I did want to please her. It's all so mixed. Oh, I wish Auntie was here." And instantly Auntie was there, very tall and quite nice looking, in a white velvet dress and an ermine cloak. "Speech!" cried the crowd. "Speech from Auntie!" Auntie stood on the step of the throne beside Amabel and said, "I think perhaps I was hasty, and I think Amabel meant to please me. But all the flowers that were meant for the winter, well, I was annoyed. I'm sorry." "Oh, Auntie, so am I, so am I," cried Amabel, and the two began to hug each other on the ivory step, while the crowd cheered like mad, and the band struck up that well-known air, "If You Only Understood." "Oh, Auntie," said Amabel among hugs, "this is such a lovely place. Come and see everything. We may, mayn't we?" she asked the Mayor. "The place is yours," he said, "and now you can see many things that you couldn't see before. We are the people who understand, and now you are one of us, and your aunt is another." I must not tell you all that they saw, because these things are secrets only known to the people who understand. And perhaps you do not yet belong to that happy nation, and if you do, you will know without my telling you. And when it grew late, and the stars were drawn down somehow to hang among the trees, Amabel fell asleep in her aunt's arms beside a white foaming fountain on a marble terrace, where white peacocks came to drink. She awoke on the big bed in the spare room, but her aunt's arms were still round her. "Amabel," she was saying, "Amabel." "Oh, Auntie," said Amabel sleepily, "I am so sorry. It was stupid of me, and I did mean to please you." "It was stupid of you," said the aunt, "but I am sure you meant to please me. Come down to supper." And Amabel has a confused recollection of her aunt saying that she was sorry, adding, "Poor little Amabel." If the aunt really did say it, it was fine of her, and Amabel is quite sure that she did say it. Amabel and her great aunt are now the best of friends, but neither of them has ever spoken to the other of the beautiful city called Where You Want to Go To. Amabel is too shy to be the first to mention it, and no doubt the aunt has her own reasons for not broaching the subject. But of course they both know that they have been there together, and it is easy to get on with people when you and they alike belong to the people who understand. If you look in the ABC that your people have, you will not find Where You Want to Go To. It is only in the red velvet bound copy that Amabel found in her aunt's best bedroom. End of Story 10. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 11 of The Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 11. Kenneth and the Carp. Kenneth's cousins had often stayed with him, but he had never till now stayed with them. And you know how different everything is when you are in your own house. You are certain exactly what games the grown-ups dislike and what games they will not notice, also what sort of mischief is looked over and what sort is not. And being accustomed to your own sort of grown-ups, you can always be pretty sure when you are likely to catch it. Whereas strange houses are, in this matter of catching it, full of the most unpleasing surprises. You know all this, but Kenneth did not.
And still less did he know what were the sort of things which, in his cousin's house, led to disapproval, punishment, scoldings, in short, to catching it. So that business of cousin Ethel's jewel case, which is where this story ought to begin, was really not Kenneth's fault at all, though for a time... But I am getting on too fast. Kenneth's cousins were 4, Conrad, Alison, George and Ethel. The 3 first were natural sort of cousins somewhere near his own age, but Ethel was hardly like a cousin at all, more like an aunt, because she was grown up. She wore long dresses, and all her hair on the top of her head, a mass of combs and hairpins. In fact, she had just had her 21st birthday with iced cakes and a party and lots of presents, most of them jewellery. And that brings me again to that affair of the jewel case. Or would bring me, if I were not determined to tell things in their proper order, which is the first duty of a story-teller. Kenneth's home was in Kent, a wooden house among cherry orchards, and the nearest river 5 miles away. That was why he looked forward in such a very extra and excited way to his visit to his cousins. Their house was very old, red brick with ivy all over it. It had a secret staircase, only the secret was not kept any longer, and the housemaids carried pails and brooms up and down the staircase. And the house was surrounded by a real deep moat, with clear water in it, and long weeds and water lilies and fish, the gold and the silver and the everyday kinds. The first evening of Kenneth's visit passed uneventfully. His bedroom window looked over the moat, and early next morning he tried to catch fish with several pieces of string knotted together and a hairpin kindly lent to him by the parlour-maid. He did not catch any fish, partly because he baited the hairpin with brown Windsor soap, and it washed off. "Besides, fish hate soap," Conrad told him, "and that hook of yours would do for a whale, perhaps. Only we don't stock our moat with whales. But I'll ask father to lend you his rod. It's a spiffing one, much jollier than ours. And I won't tell the kids, because they'd never let it down on you, fishing with a hairpin." "Thank you very much," said Kenneth, feeling that his cousin was a man and a brother. The kids were only 2 or 3 years younger than he was, but that is a great deal when you are the elder, and besides, one of the kids was a girl. "Alison's a bit of a sneak," Conrad used to say when anger overcame politeness and brotherly feeling. Afterwards, when the anger was gone and the other things left, he would say, "You see, she went to a beastly school for a bit at Brighton for her health, and father says they must have bullied her. All girls are not like it, I believe." But her sneakish qualities, if they really existed, were generally hidden, and she was very clever at thinking of new games, and very kind if you got into a row over anything. George was 8 and stout. He was not a sneak, but concealment was foreign to his nature, so he never could keep a secret unless he forgot it, which fortunately happened quite often. The uncle very amiably lent Kenneth his fishing rod, and provided real bait in the most thoughtful and generous manner. And the 4 children fished all the morning and all the afternoon. Conrad caught 2 roach and an eel. George caught nothing, and nothing was what the other 2 caught, but it was glorious sport. And the next day there was to be a picnic. Life to Kenneth seemed full of new and delicious excitement. In the evening the aunt and the uncle went out to dinner, and Ethel, in her grown-up way, went with them, very grand in a blue silk dress and turquoises. So the children were left to themselves. You know the empty hush which settles down on a house when the grown-ups have gone out to dinner, and you have the whole evening to do what you like in. The children stood in the hall a moment after the carriage wheels had died away, with the scrunching swish that the carriage wheels always made as they turned the corner by the lodge, where the gravel was extra thick and soft owing to the droppings from the trees. From the kitchen came the voices of the servants, laughing and talking.
"It's 2 hours at least to bedtime," said Alison. "What shall we do?"
Alison always began by saying, "What shall we do?" and always ended by deciding what should be done.
"You all say what you think," she went on, "and then we'll vote about it. You first, Ken, because you're the visitor."
"Fishing," said Kenneth, because it was the only thing he could think of. "Make toffee," said Conrad.
"Build a great big house with all the bricks," said George. "We can't make toffee," Alison explained gently but firmly, "because you know what the pan was like last time, and cook said never again, not much. And it's no good building houses, Georgie, when you could be out of doors. And fishing's simply rotten when we've been at it all day. I've thought of something."
So, of course, all the others said, "What?"
"We'll have a pageant, a river pageant on the moat. We'll all dress up and hang Chinese lanterns in the trees. I'll be the sunflower lady that the troubadour came all across the sea because he loved her so for. And one of you can be the troubadour and the others can be sailors or anything you like."
"I shall be the troubadour," said Conrad with decision.
"I think you ought to let Kenneth because he's the visitor," said George, who would have liked to be it immensely himself, or anyhow did not see why Conrad should be a troubadour if he couldn't. Conrad said what manners required, which was, "Oh, all right, I don't care about being the beastly troubadour." "You might be the princess's brother," Alison suggested.
"Not me," said Conrad scornfully. "I'll be the captain of the ship."
"In a turban the brother would be, with the Benares cloak and the Persian dagger out of the cabinet in the drawing room,"
Alison went on unmoved.
"I'll be that," said George.
"No, you won't. I shall. So there," said Conrad. "You can be the captain of the ship." But in the end both boys were captains, because that meant being on the boat, whereas being the princess's brother, however turbaned, only meant standing on the bank. And there's no rule to prevent captains wearing turbans and Persian daggers, except in the Navy, where of course it is not done. So then they all tore up to the attic where the dressing up trunk was, and pulled out all the dressing up things onto the floor. And all the time they were dressing, Alison was telling the others what they were to say and do. The princess wore a white satin skirt and a red flannel blouse, and a veil formed of several motor scarves of various colours. Also a wreath of pink roses off one of Ethel's old hats, and a pair of pink satin slippers with sparkly buckles. Kenneth wore a blue silk dressing jacket and a yellow sash, a lace collar, and a towel turban, and the others divided between them an Eastern dressing gown, once the property of their grandfather, a black spangled scarf, very holy, a pair of red and white football stockings, a Chinese coat, and 2 old muslin curtains, which, rolled up, made turbans of enormous size and fierceness. On the landing outside Cousin Ethel's open door, Alison paused and said, "I say." "Oh, come on," said Conrad. "We haven't fixed the Chinese lanterns yet, and it's getting dark."
"You go on," said Alison. "I've just thought of something."
The children were allowed to play in the boat so long as they didn't loose it from its moorings. The painter was extremely long, and quite the effect of coming home from a long voyage was produced when the 3 boys pushed the boat out as far as it would go among the boughs of the beech tree which overhung the water, and then reappeared in the circle of red and yellow light thrown by the Chinese lanterns.
"What ho! Ashore there!" shouted the captain. "What ho!" said a voice from the shore, which, Alison explained, was disguised. "We be 3 poor mariners," said Conrad by a happy effort of memory, "just newly come to shore. We seek news of the Princess of Tripoli."
"She's in her palace," said the disguised voice. "Wait a minute and I'll tell her you're here. But what do you want her for?"
"A poor minstrel of France. Go on, Con." "A poor minstrel of France," said Conrad. "All right, I remember. Who has heard of the princess's beauty, has come to lay...
"His heart,"
said Alison. "All right, I know. His heart at her something or other feet."
"Pretty feet,"
said Alison.
"I go to tell the princess."
Next moment, from the shadows on the bank, a radiant vision stepped into the circle of light, crying,
"Oh, Rudel, is it indeed thou? Thou art come at last. Oh, welcome to the arms of the princess."
"What do I do now?" whispered Rudel, who was Kenneth, in the boat, and at the same moment Conrad and George said, as with one voice, "My hat! Alison, won't you catch it?" For at the end of the princess's speech she had thrown back her veils and revealed a blaze of splendour. She wore several necklaces, one of seed pearls, one of topazes, and one of Australian shells, besides a string of amber and one of coral. And the front of the red flannel blouse was studded with brooches, in one at least of which diamonds gleamed. Each arm had 1 or 2 bracelets, and on her clenched hands glittered as many rings as any princess could wish to wear. So her brothers had some excuse for saying, "You'll catch it."
"No, I shan't. It's my lookout anyhow. Do shut up," said the princess, stamping her foot. "Now then, Ken, go ahead. Ken, you say, 'Oh, lady, I faint with rapture.'" "I faint with rapture," said Kenneth stolidly. "Now I land, don't I?" He landed and stared at the jewelled hand the princess held out. "At last," she said. "But you ought to say that, Ken. I say, I think I'd better be an eloping princess, and then I can come in the boat. Rudel dies, really, but that's so dull. Lead me to your ship, O noble stranger, for you have won the princess, and with you I will live and die. Give me your hand, can't you, silly, and do mind my train." So Kenneth led her to the boat, and with some difficulty, for the satin train got between her feet, she managed to flounder into the punt. "Now you stand and bow," she said. "Fair Rudel, with this ring I thee wed." She pressed a large amethyst ring into his hand. "Remember that the Princess of Tripoli is yours for ever. Now let's sing Integer Vitae, because it's Latin." So they sat in the boat and sang, and presently the servants came out to listen and admire, and at the sound of the servants' approach the princess veiled her shining splendour. "It's prettier than what the Coventry pageant was, so it is," said the cook. "But it's long past your bedtimes, so come on out of that there dangerous boat, there's dears." So then the children went to bed, and when the house was quiet again, Alison slipped down and put back Ethel's jewellery, fitting the things into their cases and boxes as correctly as she could. "Ethel won't notice," she thought. But of course Ethel did. So that next day each child was asked separately by Ethel's mother who had been playing with Ethel's jewellery, and Conrad and George said that they would rather not say.
This was a form they always used in that family when that sort of question was asked, and it meant, "It wasn't me, and I don't want to sneak." And when it came to Alison's turn, she found to her surprise and horror that instead of saying, "I played with them," she had said, "I would rather not say." Of course the mother thought that it was Kenneth who had had the jewels to play with. So when it came to his turn, he was not asked the same question as the others, but his aunt said, "Kenneth, you are a very naughty little boy to take your cousin Ethel's jewellery to play with." "I didn't," said Kenneth. "Hush, hush," said the aunt, "do not make your fault worse by untruthfulness. And what have you done with the amethyst ring?" Kenneth was just going to say that he had given it back to Alison, when he saw that this would be sneakish. So he said, getting hot to the ears, "You don't suppose I've stolen your beastly ring, do you, Auntie?" "Don't you dare to speak to me like that," the aunt very naturally replied. "No, Kenneth, I do not think you would steal, but the ring is missing and it must be found." Kenneth was furious and frightened. He stood looking down and kicking the leg of the chair. "You had better look for it. You will have plenty of time, because I shall not allow you to go to the picnic with the others. The mere taking of the jewellery was wrong, but if you had owned your fault and asked Ethel's pardon, I should have overlooked it. But you have told me an untruth, and you have lost the ring. You are a very wicked child, and it will make your dear mother very unhappy when she hears of it. That her boy should be a liar! It is worse than being a thief." At this Kenneth's fortitude gave way, and he lost his head. "Oh, don't!" he said. "I didn't! I didn't! I didn't! Oh, don't tell mother I'm a thief and a liar! Oh, Aunt Effie, please, please don't!" And with that he began to cry. Any doubts Aunt Effie might have had were settled by this outbreak. It was now quite plain to her that Kenneth had really intended to keep the ring. "You will remain in your room till the picnic party has started," the aunt went on, "and then you must find the ring. Remember, I expect it to be found when I return. And I hope you will be in a better frame of mind, and really sorry for having been so wicked."
"Mayn't I see Alison?"
was all he found to say. And the answer was, "Certainly not. I cannot allow you to associate with your cousins. You are not fit to be with honest, truthful children." So they all went to the picnic, and Kenneth was left alone. When they had gone he crept down and wandered furtively through the empty rooms, ashamed to face the servants, and feeling almost as wicked as though he had really done something wrong. He thought about it all over and over again, and the more he thought, the more certain he was that he had handed back the ring to Alison last night, when the voices of the servants were first heard from the dark lawn. But what was the use of saying so? No one would believe him, and it would be sneaking anyhow. Besides, perhaps he hadn't handed it back to her, or rather, perhaps he had handed it and she hadn't taken it. Perhaps it had slipped into the boat. He would go and see. But he did not find it in the boat, though he turned up the carpet and even took up the boards to look. And then an extremely miserable little boy began to search for an amethyst ring in all sorts of impossible places, indoors and out. You know the hopeless way in which you look for things that you know perfectly well you will never find. The borrowed penknife that you dropped in the woods, for instance, or the week's pocket money which slipped through that hole in your pocket as you went to the village to spend it. The servants gave him his meals and told him to cheer up. But Cheering Up and Kenneth were, for the time, strangers. People in books never can eat when they are in trouble, but I have noticed myself that if the trouble has gone on for some hours, eating is really rather a comfort. You don't enjoy eating so much as usual, perhaps, but at any rate it is something to do, and takes the edge off your sorrow for a short time. And Cook was sorry for Kenneth, and sent him up a very nice dinner and a very nice tea. Roast chicken and gooseberry pie the dinner was, and for tea there was cake with almond icing on it. The sun was very low when he went back wearily to have one more look in the boat for that detestable amethyst ring. Of course it was not there, and the picnic party would be home soon, and he really did not know what his aunt would do to him. "Shut me up in a dark cupboard, perhaps," he thought gloomily, "or put me to bed all day to-morrow, or give me lines to write out, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of them." The boat, set in motion by his stepping into it, swung out to the full length of its rope. The sun was shining almost level across the water. It was a very still evening, and the reflections of the trees and of the house were as distinct as the house and the trees themselves, and the water was unusually clear. He could see the fish swimming about, and the sand and pebbles at the bottom of the moat. How clear and quiet it looked down there, and what fun the fishes seemed to be having. "I wish I was a fish," said Kenneth. "Nobody punishes them for taking rings they didn't take." And then suddenly he saw the ring itself, lying calm and quiet and round and shining on the smooth sand at the bottom of the moat. He reached for the boat hook and leaned over the edge of the boat, trying to get up the ring on the boat hook's point. Then there was a splash. "Good gracious, I wonder what that is," said Cook in the kitchen, and dropped the saucepan with the Welsh rabbit in it, which she had just made for kitchen supper. Kenneth had leaned out too far over the edge of the boat had suddenly decided to go the other way, and Kenneth had fallen into the water. The first thing he felt was delicious coolness, the second that his clothes had gone, and the next thing he noticed was that he was swimming quite easily and comfortably under water, and that he had no trouble with his breathing, such as people who tell you not to fall into water seem to expect you to have. Also he could see quite well, which he had never been able to do under water before. "I can't think," he said to himself, "why people make so much fuss about your falling into the water. I shan't be in a hurry to get out. I'll swim right round the moat while I'm about it." It was a very much longer swim than he expected, and as he swam he noticed one or two things that struck him as rather odd. One was that he couldn't see his hands, and another was that he couldn't feel his feet. And he met some enormous fishes, like great cod or halibut they seemed. He had had no idea that there were freshwater fish of that size. They towered above him more like men-o'-war than fish, and he was rather glad to get past them. There were numbers of smaller fishes, some about his own size, he thought. They seemed to be enjoying themselves extremely, and he admired the clever quickness with which they darted out of the way of the great hulking fish. And then suddenly he ran into something hard and very solid, and a voice above him said crossly,
"Now then, who are you shoving off? Can't you keep your eyes open and keep your nose out of gentlemen's shirt fronts?"
"I beg your pardon," said Kenneth, trying to rub his nose and not being able to. "I didn't know people could talk under water," he added, very much astonished to find that talking under water was as easy to him as swimming there.
"Fish can talk under water, of course,"
said the voice.
"If they didn't, they'd never talk at all. They certainly can't talk out of it."
"But I'm not a fish," said Kenneth, and felt himself grin at the absurd idea.
"Yes, you are," said the voice. "Of course you're a fish."
And Kenneth, with a shiver of certainty, felt that the voice spoke the truth. He was a fish. He must have become a fish at the very moment when he fell into the water. That accounted for his not being able to see his hands or feel his feet, because of course his hands were fins and his feet were a tail. "Who are you?" he asked the voice, and his own voice trembled.
"I'm the Dwyand Carp," said the voice. "You must be a very new fish indeed, or you'd know that. Come up and let's have a look at you."
Kenneth came up and found himself face to face with an enormous fish who had round staring eyes and a mouth that opened and shut continually. It opened square like a kit bag, and it shut with an extremely sour and severe expression, like that of an offended rhinoceros.
"Yes,"
said the Carp,
"you are a new fish. Who put you in?"
"I fell in," said Kenneth, "out of the boat. But I'm not a fish at all. Really I'm not. I'm a boy. But I don't suppose you'll believe me."
"Why shouldn't I believe you?"
asked the Carp, wagging a slow fin.
"Nobody tells untruths under water."
And if you come to think of it, no one ever does.
"Tell me your true story,"
said the Carp very lazily, and Kenneth told it.
"Ah, these humans,"
said the Carp when he had done.
"Always in such a hurry to think the worst of everybody."
He opened his mouth squarely and shut it contemptuously.
"You're jolly lucky, you are. Not one boy in a million turns into a fish, let me tell you."
"Do you mean that I've got to go on being a fish?" Kenneth asked.
"Of course you'll go on being a fish, as long as you stop in the water. You couldn't live here, you know, if you weren't."
"I might if I was an eel,"
said Kenneth, and thought himself very clever.
"Well, be an eel then,"
said the Carp, and swam away sneering and stately. Kenneth had to swim his hardest to catch up.
"Then if I get out of the water, shall I be a boy again?"
he asked, panting.
"Of course, silly,"
said the Carp.
"only you can't get out."
"Oh, can't I?"
said Kenneth the fish, whisked his tail and swam off. He went straight back to the amethyst ring, picked it up in his mouth, and swam into the shallows at the edge of the moat. Then he tried to climb up the slanting mud and on to the grassy bank, but the grass hurt his fins horribly, and when he put his nose out of the water the air stifled him, and he was glad to slip back again. Then he tried to jump out of the water, but he could only jump straight up into the air, so of course he fell straight down again into the water. He began to be afraid, and the thought that perhaps he was doomed to remain for ever a fish was indeed a terrible one. He wanted to cry, but the tears would not come out of his eyes. Perhaps there was no room for any more water in the moat. The smaller fishes called to him in a friendly, jolly way to come and play with them. They were having a quite exciting game of follow my leader among some enormous water-lily stalks that looked like trunks of great trees. But Kenneth had no heart for games just then. He swam miserably round the moat looking for the old Carp, his only acquaintance in this strange wet world, and at last, pushing through a thick tangle of water weeds, he found the great fish.
"Now then,"
said the Carp testily,
"haven't you any better manners than to come tearing a gentleman's bed curtains like that?"
I beg your pardon, said Kenneth Fish, but I know how clever you are. Do please help me.
"What do you want now?"
said the Carp, and spoke a little less crossly.
I want to get out. I want to go and be a boy again.
"But you must have said you wanted to be a fish."
I didn't mean it if I did.
"You shouldn't say what you don't mean."
I'll try not to again, said Kenneth humbly. But how can I get out?
"There's only one way,"
said the Carp, rolling his vast body over in his watery bed.
"And a jolly unpleasant way it is. Far better stay here and be a good little fish. On the honour of a gentleman, that's the best thing you can do."
I want to get out, said Kenneth again.
"Well, then, the only way is... You know we always teach the young fish to look out for hooks, so that they may avoid them. You must look out for a hook and take it. Let them catch you on a hook."
The Carp shuddered and went on solemnly.
"Have you strength? Have you patience? Have you high courage and determination? You will want them all. Have you all these?"
I don't know what I've got, said poor Kenneth, except that I've got a tail and fins, and I don't know a hook when I see it. Won't you come with me? Oh dear, Mr. Doyen Carp, do come and show me a hook.
"It will hurt you,"
said the Carp.
"very much indeed. You take a gentleman's word for it."
I know, said Kenneth. You needn't rub it in.
The Carp rolled heavily out of his bed.
"Come on, then,"
he said.
"I don't admire your taste, but if you want a hook, well, the gardener's boy is fishing in the cool of the evening. Come on."
He led the way with a steady, stately movement.
I want to take the ring with me, said Kenneth, but I can't get hold of it. Do you think you could put it on my fin with your snout?
"My what?"
shouted the old Carp indignantly, and stopped dead.
Your nose, I meant, said Kenneth. Oh, please don't be angry. It would be so kind of you if you would. Shove the ring on, I mean.
"That will hurt too,"
said the Carp, and Kenneth thought he seemed not altogether sorry that it should. It did hurt very much indeed. The ring was hard and heavy, and somehow Kenneth's fin would not fold up small enough for the ring to slip over it, and the Carp's big mouth was rather clumsy at the work. But at last it was done, and then they set out in search of a hook for Kenneth to be caught with.
I wish we could find one. I wish we could, Kenneth Fish kept saying.
"You're just looking for trouble,"
said the Carp.
"Well, here you are."
Above them in the clear water hung a delicious-looking worm. Kenneth Boy did not like worms any better than you do, but to Kenneth Fish that worm looked most tempting and delightful.
Just wait a sec, he said, till I get that worm.
"You little silly,"
said the Carp.
"That's the hook. Take it."
Wait a sec,
said Kenneth again. His courage was beginning to ooze out of his fin tips, and a shiver ran down him from gills to tail.
If you once begin to think about a hook, you never take it,"
said the Carp. "Never?" said Kenneth. "Then, oh, good-bye!" he cried desperately, and snapped at the worm. A sharp pain ran through his head, and he felt himself drawn up into the air, that stifling, choking, husky, thick stuff in which fish cannot breathe. And as he swung in the air, the dreadful thought came to him, "Suppose I don't turn into a boy again? Suppose I keep being a fish?" And then he wished he hadn't, but it was too late to wish that. Everything grew quite dark. Only inside his head there seemed to be a light. There was a wild, rushing, buzzing noise, then something in his head seemed to break, and he knew no more. When presently he knew things again, he was lying on something hard. Was he Kenneth Fish, lying on a stone at the bottom of the moat, or Kenneth Boy lying somewhere out of the water? His breathing was all right, so he wasn't a fish out of water, or a boy under it. "He's coming to," said a voice. The Carp's he thought it was, but next moment he knew it to be the voice of his aunt, and he moved his hand and felt grass in it. He opened his eyes and saw above him the soft grey of the evening sky with a star or two. "Here's the ring, Aunt," he said. The cook had heard a splash, and had run out just as the picnic party arrived at the front door. They had all rushed to the moat, and the uncle had pulled Kenneth out with the boat hook. He had not been in the water more than 3 minutes, they said, but Kenneth knew better. They carried him in, very wet he was, and laid him on the breakfast-room sofa, where the aunt with hurried thoughtfulness had spread out the uncle's mackintosh. "Get some rough towels, Jane," said the aunt. "Make haste, do." "I got the ring," said Kenneth. "Never mind about the ring, dear," said the aunt, taking his boots off. "But you said I was a thief and a liar," Kenneth said feebly, "and it was in the moat all the time." "Mother!" It was Alison who shrieked. "You didn't say that to him!" "Of course I didn't," said the aunt impatiently. She thought she hadn't, but then Kenneth thought she had. "It was me took the ring," said Alison, "and I dropped it. I didn't say I hadn't. I only said I'd rather not say. Oh, mother, poor Kenneth!" The aunt, without a word, carried Kenneth up to the bathroom and turned on the hot water tap. The uncle and Ethel followed. "Why didn't you own up, you sneak?" said Conrad to his sister with withering scorn. "Sneak!" echoed the stout George. "I meant to. I was only getting steam up," sobbed Alison. "I didn't know. Mother only told us she wasn't pleased with Ken, and so he wasn't to go to the picnic. Oh, what shall I do? What shall I do?" "Sneak!" said her brothers in chorus, and left her to her tears of shame and remorse. It was Kenneth who next day begged every one to forgive and forget, and as it was his day, rather like a birthday, you know, when no one could refuse him anything, all agreed that the whole affair should be buried in oblivion. Every one was tremendously kind, the aunt more so than any one, but Alison's eyes were still red when in the afternoon they all went fishing once more. And before Kenneth's hook had been 2 minutes in the water there was a bite, a very big fish. The uncle had to be called from his study to land it. "Here's a magnificent fellow," said the uncle. "Not an ounce less than 2 pounds, Ken. I'll have it stuffed for you." And he held out the fish, and Kenneth found himself face to face with the Doyen Carp. There was no mistaking that mouth,
that opened like a kit bag and shut in a sneer like a rhinoceros's. Its eye was most reproachful.
"Oh, no," cried Kenneth. "You help me back and I'll help you back."
And he caught the carp from the hands of the uncle and flung it out in the moat.
"Your head's not quite right yet, my boy," said the uncle kindly. "Hadn't you better go in and lie down a bit?"
But Alison understood, for he had told her the whole story. He had told her that morning before breakfast, while she was still in deep disgrace. To cheer her up, he said. And most disappointingly it made her cry more than ever.
"Your poor little fins," she had said, "and having your feet tied up in your tail, and it was all my fault."
"I liked it," Kenneth had said with earnest politeness. "It was a most awful lark."
And he quite meant what he said. End of Story 11. Recording by Ruth Golding. Story 12 of the Magic World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ruth Golding. The Magic World by E. Nesbit. 12. The Magician's Heart. We all have our weaknesses. Mine is mulberries. Yours, perhaps, motor cars. Professor Taykin's was christenings, royal christenings. He always expected to be asked to the christening parties of all the little royal babies, and of course he never was, because he was not a lord or a duke, or a seller of bacon and tea, or anything really high class, but merely a wicked magician, who by economy and strict attention to customers had worked up a very good business of his own. He had not always been wicked. He was born quite good, I believe, and his old nurse, who had long since married a farmer and retired into the calm of country life, always used to say that he was the duckiest little boy in a plaid frock with the dearest little fat legs. But he had changed since he was a boy, as a good many other people do. Perhaps it was his trade. I dare say you've noticed that cobblers are usually thin, and brewers are generally fat, and magicians are almost always wicked. Well, his weakness for christenings grew stronger and stronger because it was never indulged, and at last he took the bull into his own hands, as the Irish footman at the palace said, and went to a christening without being asked. It was a very grand party, given by the King of the Fortunate Islands, and the little prince was christened Fortunatus. No one took any notice of Professor Taykin. They were too polite to turn him out, but they made him wish he'd never come. He felt quite an outsider, as indeed he was, and this made him furious. So that when all the bright, light, laughing fairy godmothers were crowding round the blue satin cradle, and giving gifts of beauty and strength and goodness to the baby, the magician suddenly did a very difficult charm, in his head, like you do mental arithmetic, and said,
"Young Forty may be all that, but I say he shall be the stupidest prince in the world."
And on that he vanished in a puff of red smoke, with a smell like the 5th of November in a back garden on Streatham Hill. And as he left no address, the King of the Fortunate Islands couldn't prosecute him for high treason. Taykin was very glad to think that he had made such a lot of people unhappy. The whole court was in tears when he left, including the baby. And he looked in the papers for another royal christening, so that he could go to that and make a lot more people miserable. and there was one fixed for the very next Wednesday. The Magician went to that too, disguised as a wealthy. This time the baby was a girl. Taykin kept close to the pink velvet cradle, and when all the nice qualities in the world had been given to the Princess, he suddenly said,
Little Aura may be all that, but I say she shall be the ugliest princess in all the world.
And instantly she was. It was terrible. And she had been such a beautiful baby too. Every one had been saying that she was the most beautiful baby they had ever seen. This sort of thing is often said at christenings. Having uglified the unfortunate little princess, the Magician did the spell, in his mind just as you do your spelling, to make himself vanish. But to his horror there was no red smoke and no smell of fireworks, and there he was still, where he now very much wished not to be. Because one of the fairies there had seen, just 1 second too late to save the princess, what he was up to, and had made a strong little charm in a great hurry to prevent his vanishing. This fairy was a white witch, and of course you know that white magic is much stronger than black magic, as well as more suited for drawing-room performances. So there the Magician stood, looking like a thunderstruck pig, as someone unkindly said, and the dear white witch bent down and kissed the baby princess.
There, she said, you can keep that kiss till you want it. When the time comes, you'll know what to do with it. The Magician can't vanish, sire. You'd better arrest him.
Arrest that person, said the king, pointing to Taykin. I suppose your charms are of a permanent nature, madam?
Quite, said the fairy. At least they never go till there's no longer any use for them.
So the Magician was shut up in an enormously high tower and allowed to play with magic. But none of his spells could act outside the tower, so he was never able to pass the extra double guard that watched outside night and day. The king would have liked to have the Magician executed, but the White Witch warned him that this would never do.
Don't you see, she said, he's the only person who can make the princess beautiful again, and he'll do it some day. But don't you go asking him to do it. He'll never do anything to oblige you. He's that sort of man.
So the years rolled on. The Magician stayed in the tower and did magic and was very bored, for it is dull to take white rabbits out of your hat and your hat out of nothing when there's no one to see you. Prince Fortunatus was such a stupid little boy that he got lost quite early in the story and went about the country saying his name was James, which it wasn't. A baker's wife found him and adopted him, and sold the diamond buttons of his little overcoat for £300. And as she was a very honest woman, she put 200 away for James to have when he grew up. The years rolled on. Aura continued to be hideous, and she was very unhappy, till on her 20th birthday her married cousin Belinda came to see her. Now Belinda had been made ugly in her cradle too, so she could sympathise as no one else could.
But I got out of it all right, and so will you, said Belinda. I'm sure the first thing to do is to find a magician.
Father banished them all 20 years ago, said Aura behind her veil. All but the one who uglified me.
Then I should go to him, said beautiful Belinda. Dress up as a beggar maid and give him £50 to do it. Not more, or he may suspect that you're not a beggar maid. It will be great fun. I'd go with you, only I promised Bellamant faithfully that I'd be home to lunch." And off she went in her mother-of-pearl coach, leaving Aura to look through the bound volumes of The Perfect Lady in the palace library to find out the proper costume for a beggar-maid. Now, that very morning the Magician's old nurse had packed up a ham and some eggs and some honey and some apples and a sweet bunch of old-fashioned flowers, and borrowed the baker's boy to hold the horse for her, and started off to see the Magician. It was 40 years since she'd seen him, but she loved him still, and now she thought she could do him a good turn. She asked in the town for his address, and learned that he lived in the Black Tower. "But you'd best be careful," the townsfolk said. "He's a spiteful chap."
"Bless you," said the old nurse, "he won't hurt me as nursed him when he was a babe, in a plaid frock with the dearest little fat legs ever you see."
So she got to the tower, and the guards let her through. Taykin was almost pleased to see her. Remember, he had had no visitors for 20 years. And he was quite pleased to see the ham and the honey.
"But where did I put them eggs?" said the nurse. "And the apples? I must have left them at home after all."
She had. But the Magician just waved his hand in the air, and there was a basket of apples that hadn't been there before. The eggs he took out of her bonnet, the folds of her shawl, and even from his own mouth, just like a conjurer does. Only of course he was a real magician.
"Law," said she, "it's like magic."
"It is magic," said he. "That's my trade. It's quite a pleasure to have an audience again. I've lived here alone for 20 years. It's very lonely, especially of an evening."
"Can't you get out?"
said the nurse. "No. King's orders must be respected, but it's a dog's life."
He sniffed, made himself a magic handkerchief out of empty air, and wiped his eyes.
"Take an apprentice, my dear,"
said the nurse.
"And teach him my magic, not me."
"Suppose you got one so stupid he couldn't learn."
"That would be all right. But it's no use advertising for a stupid person. You'd get no answers."
"You needn't advertise,"
said the nurse. And she went out and brought in James, who was really the Prince of the Fortunate Islands, and also the baker's boy she had brought with her to hold the horse's head.
"Now, James," she said, "you'd like to be apprenticed, wouldn't you?"
"Yes," said the poor stupid boy.
"Then give the gentleman your money, James."
James did.
"My last doubts vanish," said the Magician. "He is stupid. Nurse, let us celebrate the occasion with a little drop of something. Not before the boy, because of setting an example. James, wash up. Not here, silly, in the back kitchen."
So James washed up, and as he was very clumsy, he happened to break a little bottle of Essence of Dreams that was on the shelf, and instantly there floated up from the washing up water the vision of a princess more beautiful than the day. So beautiful that even James could not help seeing how beautiful she was, and holding out his arms to her as she came floating through the air above the kitchen sink. But when he held out his arms she vanished. He sighed and washed up harder than ever. "I wish I wasn't so stupid," he said, and then there was a knock at the door. James wiped his hands and opened. Some one stood there in very picturesque rags and tatters. "Please," said some one, who was of course the Princess, "is Professor Taykin at home?" "Walk in, please," said James.
My snakes alive, said Taykin. What a day we're having. 3 visitors in one morning. How kind of you to call. Won't you take a chair?
I hoped, said the veiled Princess, that you'd give me something else to take.
A glass of wine, said Taykin. You'll take a glass of wine?
No, thank you, said the beggar maid who was the Princess.
Then take your veil off, said the nurse, or you won't feel the benefit of it when you go out.
I can't, said Aura. It wouldn't be safe.
Too beautiful, eh? said the magician. Still, you're quite safe here.
Can you do magic? She abruptly asked.
A little, said he ironically.
Well, said she, it's like this. I'm so ugly no one can bear to look at me, and I want to go as kitchen maid to the palace. They want a cook and a scullion and a kitchen maid. I thought perhaps you'd give me something to make me pretty. I'm only a poor beggar maid. It would be a great thing to me if...
Go along with you, said Taykin, very cross indeed. I never give to beggars.
Here's 2pence, whispered poor James, pressing it into her hand. It's all I've got left. Thank you, she whispered back. You are good. And to the magician she said, I happen to have £50. I'll give it to you for a new face.
Done, cried Taykin. Here's another stupid one.
He grabbed the money, waved his wand, and then and there, before the astonished eyes of the nurse and the apprentice, the ugly beggar maid became the loveliest princess in the world.
Law,
said the nurse. My dream, cried the apprentice. Please, said the princess, can I have a looking-glass? The apprentice ran to unhook the one that hung over the kitchen sink and handed it to her. Oh, she said, how very pretty I am. How can I thank you?
Quite easily, said the magician. Beggar maid as you are, I hereby offer you my hand and heart.
He put his hand into his waistcoat and pulled out his heart. It was fat and pink, and the princess did not like the look of it. Thank you very much, said she, but I'd rather not.
But I insist, said Taykin.
But really your offer...
Most handsome, I'm sure,
said the nurse. My affections are engaged, said the princess, looking down. I can't marry you.
Am I to take this as a refusal?
Asked Taykin, and the princess said she feared that he was.
Very well, then, he said. I shall see you home and ask your father about it. He'll not let you refuse an offer like this. Nurse, come and tie my necktie.
So he went out, and the nurse with him. Then the princess told the apprentice in a very great hurry who she was. It would never do, she said, for him to see me home. He'd find out that I was the princess, and he'd uglify me again in no time. He shan't see you home, said James. I may be stupid, but I'm strong too. How brave you are, said Aura admiringly. But I'd rather slip away quietly, without any fuss. Can't you undo the patent lock of that door? The apprentice tried, but he was too stupid, and the princess was not strong enough. I'm sorry, said the apprentice, who was a prince. I can't undo the door, but when he does, I'll hold him and you can get away. I dreamed of you this morning, he added. I dreamed of you too, said she, but you were different. Perhaps, said poor James sadly, the person you dreamed about wasn't stupid, and I am. "Are you really?" cried the Princess. "I am so glad."
"That's rather unkind, isn't it?" said he.
"No, because if that's all that makes you different from the man I dreamed about, I can soon make that all right." And with that she put her hands on his shoulders and kissed him. And at her kiss his stupidness passed away like a cloud, and he became as clever as any one need be. And besides knowing all the ordinary lessons he would have learned if he had stayed at home in his palace, he knew who he was, and where he was, and why. And he knew all the geography of his father's kingdom, and the exports and imports and the condition of politics. And he knew also that the Princess loved him. So he caught her in his arms and kissed her, and they were very happy, and told each other over and over again what a beautiful world it was, and how wonderful it was that they should have found each other, seeing that the world is not only beautiful but rather large. "That first one was a magic kiss, you know," said she. "My fairy godmother gave it to me, and I've been keeping it all these years for you. You must get away from here and come to the palace. Oh, you'll manage it. You're clever now."
"Yes," he said, "I am clever now. I can undo the lock for you. Go, my dear, go before he comes back."
So the Princess went, and only just in time, for as she went out of one door, Taykin came in at the other. He was furious to find her gone, and I should not like to write down the things he said to his apprentice when he found that James had been so stupid as to open the door for her. They were not polite things at all. He tried to follow her, but the Princess had warned the guards, and he could not get out.
"Oh," he cried, "if only my old magic would work outside this tower, I'd soon be even with her."
And then, in a strange, confused, yet quite sure way, he felt that the spell that held him, the White Witch's spell, was dissolved.
"To the palace!"
he cried, and rushing to the cauldron that hung over the fire, he leapt into it, leapt out in the form of a red lion, and disappeared. Without a moment's hesitation, the Prince, who was his apprentice, followed him, calling out the same words and leaping into the same cauldron, while the poor nurse screamed and wrung her hands. As he touched the liquor in the cauldron, he felt that he was not quite himself. He was, in fact, a green dragon. He felt himself vanish, a most uncomfortable sensation, and reappeared with a suddenness that took his breath away, in his own form and at the back door of the palace. The time had been short, but already the magician had succeeded in obtaining an engagement as palace cook. How he did it without references I don't know. Perhaps he made the references by magic, as he had made the eggs and the apples and the handkerchief. Taykin's astonishment and annoyance at being followed by his faithful apprentice were soon soothed, for he saw that a stupid scullion would be of great use. Of course, he had no idea that James had been made clever by a kiss.
"But how are you going to cook?" asked the apprentice. "You don't know how."
"I shall cook," said Taykin, "as I do everything else, by magic."
And he did. I wish I had time to tell you how he turned out a hot dinner of 17 courses from totally empty saucepans, how James looked in a cupboard for spices and found it empty, and how next moment the nurse walked out of it. The magician had been so long alone that he seemed to revel in the luxury of showing off to some one, and he leapt about from one cupboard to another, produced cats and cockatoos out of empty jars, and made mice and rabbits disappear and reappear till James's head was in a whirl, for all his cleverness. And the nurse, as she washed up, wept tears of pure joy at her boy's wonderful skill.
"All this excitement's bad for my heart, though,"
Taykin said at last, and pulling his heart out of his chest he put it on a shelf, and as he did so his magic notebook fell from his breast, and the apprentice picked it up. Taykin did not see him do it. He was busy making the kitchen lamp fly about the room like a pigeon. It was just then that the Princess came in, looking more lovely than ever in a simple little morning frock of white chiffon and diamonds.
"The beggar maid," said Taykin, "looking like a princess. I'll marry her just the same."
"I've come to give the orders for dinner," she said, and then she saw who it was, and gave one little cry and stood still, trembling.
"To order the dinner?"
said the nurse.
"Then you're—"
"Yes," said Aura, "I'm the princess."
"You're the princess?" said the magician. "Then I'll marry you all the more. And if you say no, I'll uglify you as the word leaves your lips. Oh, yes, you think I've just been amusing myself over my cooking, but I've really been brewing the strongest spell in the world. Marry me or drink."
The princess shuddered at these dreadful words.
"Drink or marry me," said the magician. "If you marry me, you shall be beautiful for ever."
"Ah,"
said the nurse,
"he's a match even for a princess." "I'll tell Papa,"
said the princess, sobbing.
"No, you won't," said Taykin. "Your father will never know. If you won't marry me, you shall drink this and become my scullery maid, my hideous scullery maid, and wash up for ever in the lonely tower."
He caught her by the wrist. "Stop!" cried the apprentice, who was a prince.
"Stop? Me? Nonsense! Pooh!" said the magician.
"Stop, I say," said James, who was Fortunatus. "I've got your heart." He had, and he held it up in one hand and in the other a cooking knife. "One step nearer that lady," said he, "and in goes the knife." The magician positively skipped in his agony and terror.
"I say, look out!" he cried. "Be careful what you're doing. Accidents happen so easily. Suppose your foot slipped. Then no apologies would meet the case. That's my heart you've got there. My life's bound up in it."
"I know. That's often the case with people's hearts," said Fortunatus. "We've got you, my dear sir, on toast. My princess, might I trouble you to call the guards?" The magician did not dare to resist, so the guards arrested him. The nurse, though in floods of tears, managed to serve up a very good plain dinner, and after dinner the magician was brought before the king. Now the king, as soon as he had seen that his daughter had been made so beautiful, had caused a large number of princes to be fetched by telephone. He was anxious to get her married at once in case she turned ugly again. So before he could do justice to the magician, he had to settle which of the princes was to marry the princess. He had chosen the Prince of the Diamond Mountains, a very nice steady young man with a good income. But when he suggested the match to the princess, she declined it, and the magician, who was standing at the foot of the throne steps, loaded with chains, clattered forward and said,
Your Majesty, will you spare my life if I tell you something you don't know?
The king, who was a very inquisitive man, said,
Yes. Then know, said Taykin, that the princess won't marry your choice, because she's made one of her own, my apprentice.
The princess meant to have told her father this when she had got him alone and in a good temper, but now he was in a bad temper and in full audience. The apprentice was dragged in, and all the princess's agonized pleadings only got this out of the king.
All right, I won't hang him. He shall be best man at your wedding.
Then the king took his daughter's hand and set her in the middle of the hall, and set the Prince of the Diamond Mountains on her right and the apprentice on her left. Then he said,
I will spare the life of this aspiring youth on your left, if you'll promise never to speak to him again, and if you'll promise to marry the gentleman on your right before tea this afternoon.
The wretched princess looked at her lover, and his lips formed the word promise. So she said, I promise never to speak to the gentleman on my left, and to marry the gentleman on my right before tea to-day, and held out her hand to the Prince of the Diamond Mountains. Then suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, the Prince of the Diamond Mountains was on her left, and her hand was held by her own prince, who stood at her right hand, and yet nobody seemed to have moved. It was the purest and most high-class magic.
Dished! cried the king. Absolutely dished!
A mere trifle, said the apprentice modestly. I've got Taykin's magic recipe book as well as his heart.
Well, we must make the best of it, I suppose, said the king crossly. Bless you, my children.
He was less cross when it was explained to him that the apprentice was really the Prince of the Fortunate Islands, and a much better match than the Prince of the Diamond Mountains. And he was quite in a good temper by the time the nurse threw herself in front of the throne and begged the king to let the magician off altogether, chiefly on the ground that when he was a baby he was the dearest little duck that ever was, in the prettiest plaid frock with the loveliest fat legs. The king, moved by these arguments, said,
I'll spare him if he'll promise to be good.
You will, ducky, won't you?
said the nurse, crying.
No, said the magician, I won't, and what's more, I can't.
The princess, who was now so happy that she wanted every one else to be happy too, begged her lover to make Taykin good by magic. Alas, my dearest lady, said the prince, no one can be made good by magic. I could take the badness out of him. There's an excellent recipe in this notebook.
But if I did that, there'd be so very little left.
Every little helps,
said the nurse wildly. Prince Fortunatus, who was James, who was the apprentice, studied the book for a few moments, and then said a few words in a language no one present had ever heard before. And as he spoke, the wicked magician began to tremble and shrink.
Oh, my boy, be good! Promise you'll be good,
cried the nurse, still in tears. The magician seemed to be shrinking inside his clothes. He grew smaller and smaller. The nurse caught him in her arms, and still he grew less and less, till she seemed to be holding nothing but a bundle of clothes. Then
with a cry of love and triumph, she tore the Magician's clothes away, and held up a chubby baby boy, with the very plaid frock and fat legs she had so often and so lovingly described.
"I said there wouldn't be much of him when the badness was out," said the Prince Fortunatus.
I will be good, oh, I will,
said the baby boy that had been the Magician.
"I'll see to that,"
said the nurse, and so the story ends with love and a wedding and showers of white roses. End of Story 12 and End of the Magic World by E. Nesbit. Recording by Ruth Golding.